Now, screen actor Frank Lovejoy comes to the NBC microphone as reporter Randy Stone on Night Beat. But first, let me tell you about our other mystery features on NBC. Saturday night, Brian Donlevy brings you international intrigue as he accepts another dangerous assignment. Then on Sunday, Mike Waring as the Falcon becomes involved in a murder. Later, Martin Caine, Private Eye, featuring Lloyd Nolan, investigates a mysterious case concerning jewel smuggling. Yes, stay tuned to the NBC Radio Network. The NBC Radio Network is now entering its second quarter century as a great entertainment medium. And now from Hollywood, it's Night Beat on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. And sooner or later, on any given night, you'll find me wandering across a neon-lighted wilderness on South State Street known as Skid Row, where all good dreams come home to die. That night, the moment I reached the street, I knew that something was decidedly different. Up ahead was Rescue Mission, a shabby little store with a crudely crayoned sign offering salvation and vegetable soup to one and all. Tonight, Rescue Mission had a lineup of lost souls half a block long. I went over to see what the excitement was all about, but a bearded old gent in gym shoes and an army overcoat held together by safety pins barred my path.
Don't get rambunctious, buddy boy. Stand in line like a good soldier.
Yeah, well, I just want to get through
Stand in line, or I warn you, I'll wake up.
You'll what?
And you'll be gone.
Huh?
Kindly remember you're just an insignificant figment of my magnificent dream.
Oh.
That old wives' tale about pinching yourself, and if you feel pain, then you're awake.
Yeah?
There's nothing to it. Observe, figment of my imagination, I pinch myself. Ouch! The pain is fearful, and still I dream that the rescue mission on Skid Row is serving filet mignon.
Yeah, it was true. Some unknown benefactor had contributed $200 to the mission with specific instruction that the stakes must be at least 2 inches thick. It was like that all up and down Skid Row. The same source had seen to it that the A1 flop house had clean sheets and pillowcases for the first time in the memory of living man. And when I dropped into the corner tavern to see how things were going in the cold beer department, the bartender stuck a champagne cocktail under my nose.
Here you are, sport.
Hey, wait.
It's for free. Bon appetit.
Huh?
That's French. It means you should enjoy it.
Oh, swell. Santa Claus comes to Skid Row.
Look, Santa Claus wouldn't give you a 2-cent seltzer. It's that beat-up dame at the end of the bar.
Her?
Yeah, she must have rolled one of them visiting bankers from Iowa.
She was perched on a stool at the far end of the bar, next to the lighted jukebox and the empty phone booth and the stacks of beer cases. A bleached-out Tootsie with a gardenia in her hair. As I walked toward her, the shifting lights of the jukebox turned her face into a multicolored mask. First blue, then amber, then rose, and then blue again. And then I was beside her, and the illusion of a mask was even stronger. The black phony eyelashes fastened to the heavily powdered skin, and a slash of red to signify the mouth. And out of the blue eyeshadow, her eyes moving restlessly. So you're the good fairy, huh?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess that's what I am, all right. 1 second, sing out.
Yeah, I'll do that. What's the celebration?
My birthday. That's the celebration.
Well, happy birthday. Many of them.
Many of them. You got quite a sense of humor, hon.
Hmm?
Good fairy. I like that. I waved my wand, and the bums ate steaks and drank champagne and slept on clean sheets, huh? Well, I got news for you. You can wave a jerky wand till you're blue in the face. It also takes dough. $800. I hocked everything but my red flannels, like they say.
I bet.
But I always dreamed of something like this.
A fantasy, huh?
Is that what they call it? I gotta remember that. That's a good word. But now, whenever the 10th of November comes around, all these bums are going to remember tonight and say, hey, this is Ruthie's birthday. I'll be famous for 2 whole blocks. Me and George Washington.
The 10th of November. This is the 9th.
Here's 2 bits. Will you put it in the jukebox and get something lively for a change?
Why didn't you wait for the 10th?
Because the truth of the matter is, if I waited for the 10th, there wouldn't be no celebration.
Why?
Will you go to that jukebox already and get some... Hey, what's that?
It's the phone booth over there.
Will somebody get the phone?
Well, I won't answer it. I won't.
Hey, what's with you?
I just won't answer it, that's all. You understand? It can ring all night and I won't answer it. I just won't.
Ruthie, come back here. I looked back at the bar and saw that in her terror, the dame had forgotten her purse. I opened it to see if I could find any identification, and the card in her wallet said Ruth Martin and an address in St. Louis. I also found a hotel key with the name Royal Hotel, Chicago, Illinois, stamped on the leather holder. I also found a nice, neat .32 revolver, brand new, fully loaded, ready for business. They called this hotel the Royal for the same reasons they call a fat man Tiny. I parked myself in the cramped little lobby and waited. A little before 11, Ruth Martin entered the lobby, asked for a key at the desk, and rang for the automatic elevator. I went on over. Hi, Ruth.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, me. Your purse.
Thanks. I went back to the bar and it was gone. I thought you turned out to be a common thief.
You'll find everything there. I didn't even steal a bullet from the gun.
Well, that's real considerate, and I thank you kindly. Oh, this elevator takes all night.
You're not registered under your right name.
I couldn't be bothered with the press and those awful autograph hounds. You know how it is.
You want to tell me how it is, Ruthie?
Here's my elevator. Thanks for every little thing, hon.
Look, I hate to keep repeating myself, but if you waited for the 10th of November for your birthday, why wouldn't there be any celebration?
What's to celebrate about a funeral? Good night.
I took the stairs behind the elevator. The second-floor hallway was a dark, narrow passage with a raw electric light casting a faint glow over the double rows of sealed doors. Ruth was already opening her door halfway down the hall. As I started toward her, she reached into the room and snapped on the lights.
No! No!
I ran the rest of the way. Her room was a dismal cubicle of curling wallpaper and cracked calcimine. She was at the mirror, frantically rubbing the glass with her hands, trying to erase a message scrawled in lipstick. Vivian will keep her promise.
I gotta get it off and erase it.
All over the room, the same scribbling in red lipstick, like the meaningless doodlings of a child.
How did she find me? How did she find me?
Oh, come on now, Ruth, stop it.
She was in here, in here, in here,
Stop
in
it.
here.
Stop it. It's all right now. It's okay. Now, come on. Now, that's better.
I only moved into this dump this morning. I didn't even unpack yet. I didn't tell anyone I was here. I used a phony name, and she still found me.
Vivian, that's her name?
Yeah.
Well, who is she?
Vivian Clark. We were kids together. Gee, kids are crazy. What they don't know about the world would fill a book. Little girls. You know, they got a lot of fancy notions about how life's going to be.
Yeah.
We were 10 years old. Lived in a down at the heel neighborhood. A lot of rooming houses and little hotels. And there were these dames who was always getting drunk and fighting. What do I have to do? Draw you a picture?
No picture, Ruth.
And then one day some cops brought the wagon for one of these women. She was celebrating her 30th birthday in a big way. Shouting, cursing. They came and dragged her away. And she was ugly. So ugly. And I remember we stuck our fingers in our ears not to hear her screaming. And the way she looked, I said to Vivian, promise me if I ever turn out like that, for my 30th birthday, you'll kill me. Kids. The ideas they have. How corny can you get?
All right, Ruth. All right. Come on now.
Yeah. Gee, I'm sorry.
It's all right. And you think that Vivian...
I don't think. I know. You saw what she wrote on the mirror. Vivian will keep her promise.
Yes, but look at the walls, the scribbling. It's like a kid.
A kid? Yeah. Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head, hon. What do you think's got me half crazy? A kid, all right. Vivian Clark died when she was 11 years old.
That was a small statement that called for coffee, strong and black. So I took Ruth downstairs to a deserted little restaurant next to the hotel. And after a while, Ruth looked up from the coffee.
You think I'm nuts, huh?
Well, I haven't decided. Finish the coffee.
You saw her handwriting?
Yeah, but...
Don't you understand? I've talked to this kid. I've heard her voice.
Take it easy.
Sure. Just like that. Take it easy. Nothing to it. Look, sweetie pie, I'm so close to flipping my lid from these last 3 weeks.
Oh, that's when it started?
Yeah, 3 weeks. Oh, who was it? Wait a minute. It couldn't be 3 weeks. My head. Talk about a merry-go-round. There isn't an asylum in the county that wouldn't give me free room and board for life. 3 weeks. Yeah, I guess that's what it's been. I was out in the town with Jerry Myers.
Jerry Myers?
A little tin horn character in St. Louis. With the silk white muffler and the talcum powder on his face and pearl gray spats. Always good to his mother. Just the same, you want to hear something personal? Of all the guys I've ever known, I still got a warm spot for little Jerry. He's really got a good heart. You'd like him.
Uh-huh.
So, anyway, we were out on the town having a time. You ask anybody in St. Louis about Ruthie Martin. Live, laugh, and be merry. That's my own private philosophy.
That's a good philosophy.
Yeah. Until you come to that other part. Tomorrow we die.
Now, Ruth, knock off with that.
Oh, gee. I was never like this before.
You were telling me about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, that night, that first night. Boy, did I get stinking that night. Me and Jerry. Sweet little guy. It must have been 4 a.m. when I got back to my room, and I just flopped across my bed and passed out like I'd been hit with an atom bomb or something. Anyway, I don't know if an hour passed, or a minute, or even a second. But all of a sudden, I knew the phone was ringing. I didn't want to wake up, but it kept ringing, and I knew if I didn't answer, it'd ring all night. Yeah?
Hello, Ruthie. I called to tell you I'm going to keep my promise, like I said.
What promise?
You got a birthday in 3 weeks.
So?
You'll be 30 years old.
Hey, that's a lie, a rotten lie. I'm 26 and I can prove it with birth certificates and other papers. Who is this?
You know.
You sound like a kid.
Sure.
What's a kid calling in the middle of the night for? Who is this?
Don't you really recognize my voice? Vivian Clark.
I don't know any... What? Who did you say?
I just wanted to remind you of your birthday.
Hey, what kind of a gag is this? Vivian Clark is dead.
And to tell you I'll be seeing you like I promised. You remember my promise, Ruthie?
When I woke up the next morning, I thought it was all a dream. And by nighttime, I'd forgotten all about it. And then, just like before, right after I'd fallen asleep, the phone again.
This is Vivian.
Look, who's ever pulling this lousy gag, I think it stinks. And if you keep on doing it, I'm going to make plenty of trouble.
Vivian, then I promised.
Stop it, will you? Stop it! From then on, every night a call. After about 10 days of that, I couldn't take it anymore. So one night on the spur of the moment, I decided to clear out. Without saying anything to anybody, I packed a bag and grabbed the night train for Kansas City. I got in around 2 a.m., and just looking at a town where no one knew me or anything about me made me feel better. I found a nice hotel. I took a hot shower and had a little nightcap, and I really felt okay. Ready for the first good night's sleep in a long time. Snapped off the lights, and I crawled into bed. And then I saw I was looking right at the phone on the nightstand. It gave me the jitters, you know. I reached for the phone to put it on the floor out of sight. But the minute I touched it... Well, I told myself it was just the manager wanting to know if the room was okay. Who else could it be? No one knew I was here. Just the same, my fingers really shook as I reached for the receiver. Yeah?
This is Vivian.
And that's how it's been ever since, Mr. Stone.
I see.
I bet I moved 15 times in the last 10 days, from KC to Duluth to Chicago.
And she still follows you.
And tomorrow, for a birthday present, she catches up with me. She catches up with me, Mr. Stone.
Look, Ruth, I know a fella. He's a nice, friendly guy. He happens to be a doctor.
Oh, I was waiting for that one. A real nice guy, complete with straitjacket and butterfly net, huh?
Oh, no,
Oh,
you're
it's
wrong.
all in my head. Sure thing.
I didn't say that.
But you saw yourself what she did to my room. If I'm nuts, so are you.
Yeah, that could be.
Well, I'm not going to any witch doctor, so let's move on to suggestion number 2.
Well, let's face it. It is possible that someone is behind this. That somehow or other you've been followed from place to
For
place.
Pete's sake, how? With mirrors?
I don't know. I'm just trying to help you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, hon.
Okay. You got a nickel?
Huh?
I'm going to call an old gal named Mrs. Ferguson who works the night shift on the rewrite desk down at the paper.
Why?
Well, you're going to have to borrow her apartment for the night.
I don't get it.
We'll go straight to the apartment from here. You won't go back to the hotel to check out or even pick up your suitcase. Now, I'll do it for you later. We'll even give the cabbie a phony address a few blocks away from the apartment. We'll walk the rest of the way. There won't be a chance for any other person in all the world to know where you are. And if Vivian Clark calls you there, well, baby, we're both going to this doctor.
Hey, this place is kind of cute.
Yeah.
You get so tired of hotel rooms. They're lonely.
Uh-huh.
Say, you think she's got any aspirin in the medicine cabinet? I got a headache to end all headaches. Boy, I'm really knocked out.
Well, why don't you take a hot bath and try to get some sleep? I'll go and get your suitcase.
I just hope the minute you're gone, the phone don't ring.
It won't ring, Ruthie. Double lock the door.
Hey.
Hmm?
Why are you doing all this?
Oh, well, I'm an overage Boy Scout.
No, I'm serious.
Well, I don't know. I guess maybe you've been hit on the head long enough. Maybe that's it.
Look, before you go, would you kiss me? Not hard, not ugly, just soft and sweet. For luck.
For luck, Ruthie. I went on back to the Royal Hotel for Ruthie's suitcase. Ruthie's door was unlocked just as we'd left it. I opened the door, went into the room, was searching for the light switch when I saw the cigarette glowing in the dark. I whirled around trying to reach the door.
Hold everything, you. I got a snub-nosed 38 and an awful temper.
So?
Where's the little lady?
Ruth or Vivian?
I'm a fellow who likes a straight answer, you. Where's Ruth Martin?
I'd much rather talk about Vivian. Are you behind the...
What have you done with Ruth Martin? Listen to me. I'm going to be very distinct and precise, you, like H.V. Callenmore or somebody. Once more, I'm going to ask you. Then I'll remain silent for a reasonable length of time. Then, if you have an answer to my satisfaction, I'll kill you. What have you done with Ruth Martin? Sport, take my word for it. I never been more serious in my life. Where is she? Where is she? Where's Ruth? Will you tell me, please? Please, mister.
Toss the snub-nosed 38 on the floor and we'll talk. I haven't harmed her. She's okay.
Where is she?
The gun.
No.
It's the only way.
All right.
Thanks.
Where is she? You sure she's okay? Why'd she run off like that?
Wait. Let's get some light on the subject. It's better. Oh, I'm sorry I got so much of my blood on your white silk muffler.
Oh, that's okay. I got half dozen more than it. Oh, you're being humorous.
Yeah, that's what I'm being, all right. Talcum powder, pearl gray spats. Good heart. Mm-hmm. Well, I suppose love sometimes softens the picture.
Huh?
Jerry Myers, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Hey, where's Ruthie? Who are you?
A reporter. She turned to me for help.
What's with that screwy Dave? What's the matter with that babe? She tilted or something?
What do you mean?
Well, I've been going loony trying to find her. Then tonight I finally traced her to this dive. I come here, she's gone. I wait, and you show up. I thought, well, you must have done something to the broad.
Oh, no, she's okay.
Love. What you said before, something about love.
Oh, did I?
What kind of routine is that, you? Ruthie don't love nothing but a good time, and the same for me, so don't make a motion picture of it. Hey, where is she, you?
You ever hear her mention a kid named Vivian Clark?
The name's totally unfamiliar.
Uh-huh. When I spotted you in this room, I started thinking maybe that there was a racket going on.
I don't follow you.
The only thing I don't get is this scribbling on the wall.
Oh, yeah. Hey, what about that stuff? Looks like a...
I'll get it. Yeah.
This is Vivian.
What?
Hey, what's the matter, you?
I know where Ruth is. I'm going to see her now. It's her birthday, and I promised I would.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, what is it? Tell me.
Come on, quick.
Hurry, will you?
Yeah. Ruthie! Ruthie!
I'm back here in the bedroom, Mr. Stone.
The bedroom?
Don't let it trouble you. Come on.
What is it? Is something wrong? Jerry!
Hey, Bagelhead, where you been? I spent maybe $200 digging you up.
You scram into the other room. I don't like you to see me like this. Let me put myself together.
Well, you look okay.
I look like something left over from the flood. Now, go on, get out of here. Where's the suitcase, Mr. Stone? I got all my makeup in
Ruth, anybody call here?
Well, if you mean that certain party, no. I got a hunch I really lost her this time.
Nobody ring the bell? Anything like that?
Well, maybe you fell asleep, didn't hear.
I couldn't fall asleep. I couldn't find the aspirins. Oh, I got a headache. Shouldn't happen to two dogs. One couldn't stand it.
Same old Ruthie.
Yeah. Big deal.
Are you sure about no calls?
Hey, what's all the questions and answers about, huh? Come on, tell me.
Nothing.
But the way you... Boy, my head. I almost passed out from the pain. Look, Jerry, would you be a doll and run down to the drugstore for some aspirin?
What do you think, Mr. Stone?
Yeah, go ahead. Be sure and lock the door on your way out.
Why? Hey, what's going on?
I'll be right back, and you try to relax, Ruthie.
A heart of gold he's got.
Yeah. Now, look, Ruthie, I want you to really think. Is there any reason why someone would want to trick you with this Vivian Clark routine?
Why? What reason would they have for... What's that?
The mantel clock.
Oh, it's 12 o'clock. That makes it the 10th of November.
Happy birthday.
She said she'd be here on my birthday.
Well, don't worry about that.
Jerky little kids. Thinking the world's all pure and noble. When you're 10 years old, you're really a square. When does that clock stop?
Pretty soon.
I feel shaky and cold. Feel my hands, they're like death.
Oh, you're all right.
My head is throbbing so, throbbing.
I'll get you a cold towel, make you feel better.
I went to the funeral. Saw him put her in the ground. In her nicest white gingham dress, I saw him bury her.
Now, you try to relax. I'll get the towel. I'll be right back.
Happy birthday, Ruthie.
My hand turned to ice on the doorknob. I felt something cold flop over in my stomach and lie still.
I told you I'd be here.
I started turning around to look back into the room, and it was torture, agony. Because I knew there wouldn't be anybody in the room but Ruthie.
All these years I waited to keep my promise. And now I have.
It was like suddenly being catapulted into the middle of a nightmare. Her eyes were misted over. Her face was bloodless. Her lips moved, but the voice of a child came out.
It's in the purse, Ruthie. In the purse.
And now, like a sleepwalker, Ruth was crossing the room for her purse on the dresser. And now her hand dipped into the purse and came out with a gun. Put the gun down.
Hurry, Ruth. Don't let him stop
Give
you.
me the gun.
You let me alone. You let me alone. I promised,
The
Ruth.
gun.
I promised. What was that?
Ruthie, you,
What happened? What are you doing with my gun?
It went off by mistake. Look what it did to Mrs. Ferguson's mirror.
It woke me up.
Yeah.
I feel funny. Weak. So tired.
Well, you lie down again and...
Don't laugh at me, but I feel like having a good old-fashioned cry. And I don't know why.
Hey, what happened? I heard a shot. Ruthie. Hey, what is it, you? Hey, come on, don't cry. Come on, baby. Hey, don't cry, you.
Oh, let her cry, Jerry. Poor kid, she's got it coming. It would be nice to say that that was the end of the story and that Ruthie and her Prince Charming went back to St. Louis, and lived happily ever after. Unfortunately, Grimm's fairy tales are, well, they're a lot different than grim life. But at least now Ruthie's got a chance. That doc that she was so afraid of, the one who wouldn't know a butterfly net from a burlap bag, he's helping her. And Jerry of the silk mufflers and the good heart is helping her, too. And with luck and time, Ruthie will come to understand why the Vivian of her childhood came back to haunt her. No, we can never be as good and pure as we're determined to be at 10. But neither are we so hopeless and lost as we sometimes think we are at 30. I don't know. If life was nothing but a fairy tale, it might be pretty boring. Just think of nothing to look forward to, but to live happily ever and ever and ever after. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Larry Marcus with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Ruth and Vivian was played by Joan Banks. Others featured were Tudor Owen, Lou Krugman, and Jeff Corey. Don Rickles speaking. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Saturday morning, enjoy another great half-hour program on the Somerset Maugham Radio Theatre. This Saturday morning, the magic curtain of radio drama rises on the radio production of Maugham's famous short story, A String of Beads. The Somerset Maugham Radio Theatre will feature actress Geraldine Fitzgerald. Hear the Somerset Maugham Radio Theatre this Saturday morning, and keep tuned to NBC, now entering its second quarter century as a great entertainment medium. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring Ronald Colman, Deborah Patton,
gentlemen. In many homes, the holiday season is the time for reading aloud on some favorite classic. And so for tonight's play, we have chosen Victor Hugo's Les Miserables, an unforgettable story of man's inhumanity to man. To star in the role of Jean Valjean, we are honored to have that splendid actor, Ronald Colman. And from the original cast of this impressive 20th Century Fox picture, two wonderful stars, Deborah Paget and Robert Newton. Now, Les Miserables, starring Ronald Colman as Jean Valjean, Deborah Paget as Cosette, and Robert Newton as Javert.
I did not know Valjean during the earlier years of his life. But from what he since has told me and what I've been able to piece together, it is clear that this narrative had its start on that tragic day when he was brought into court, charged with theft.
Before we proceed, will the accused explain the presence of his family in the court? They're the children of a friend, monsieur. Their mother gave me shelter while I looked for work. Go on. It's just when I saw them standing there looking at the loaves of bread that they were starving, monsieur. Oh, then you admit to the debt? I had no money. I took the loaf. The sentence is 10 years at the oars. 10 years? 10 years? You don't understand, monsieur. Prisoner, bring in the next case.
10 years for stealing a loaf of bread. 10 years on a prison ship. So did French justice turn a man into something half animal. The endless cruelties dulled his mind, filled it with hate and fear. But the day came when the iron collar was removed from his neck, and the chains were cut from his ankles.
Well, Valjean, it appears we are rid of you. Here's your paper. Sign it.
Paper?
You've been released. Sign the paper.
It's regulations, Valjean.
Surely you've learned much of regulations. Lieutenant Javert is celebrated for his knowledge of regulations, eh, Javert?
Valjean, you have been assigned to the Orient district. You are to proceed there immediately and report to police headquarters. And thereafter, report once a month.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Failure to do so means you will be taken and sent back for life. Give him his money, Rimbaud.
Here, 33 francs.
No, 11 francs more.
33 francs.
Pay him the rest of his money.
What you do on the ship is your business, Javert. But here on land, I am in charge.
Pay him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stand to attention when you address a police officer. Now get out. As for you...
Me, Lieutenant?
One more offense and I'll report you to your captain.
Oh, forgive me, Lieutenant. Oh, and allow me to express my grief. I read in your ship's report that an old man died at the oars. The lieutenant's father, was he not?
Listen to me. My father was a fool, like every other criminal. He thought the laws were made for someone else. And if, as you say, you knew of him, then you know that I was born across the street, over there in the women's prison. I was raised by the law, and I know something of it.
No offense, Javert, no offense.
The law is hard, but it's wise and it's just. And there can be no compromise with it. Not for my father, not for Valjean, not for you, and not for me.
Jean Valjean set out for Orleans, bearded, ragged, haunted by the nightmare of the prison ship. His meager funds were useless. He was a criminal. He could buy neither food nor lodgings. Driven from town to town, the time came when Valjean could go no farther.
Please, I beg you.
Won't you shut the door? The rain's beating in.
Let me stay a few moments, then I'll go.
Warmer there by the fire, my son.
12 leagues I've walked today. They set dogs on me. I asked for food. They'll not give me any. I say I can pay. They turn me out.
Madame Magloire.
The door, yes, I know.
No, just have another place for supper, please.
Well, you don't understand. I'm a released convict. The galleys.
We should be happy if you will join us for supper, monsieur.
I can pay. I have money.
No money. I am a priest.
A priest? Oh, so you'll give me food and not take my money. I'll eat in the yard.
Would you prefer that?
But this is your home.
It is church property, monsieur. It belongs to the people. Our meal is but a slight one, but you will make us happy by eating it with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's still storming, Valjean. Surely you'll change your mind and stay the night.
But you are a fool.
Am I?
I told you before I spent 10 years in the galleys for stealing.
What did you steal?
Bread. A loaf of bread.
A loaf of bread.
You give me food, a bed, and tonight when you sleep, I could strangle you and be off with your treasures.
Treasures, monsieur?
In the room where we ate, candlesticks, silver, heavy silver plates.
Yes, they're silver. Valuable, too, no doubt. They were given to me by the sisters of the convent of the Child Mary.
I saw where the woman hid them, and I am a thief. Here, read this. The yellow paper. Released convict, dangerous man.
It was only fear that made them do it, Valjean. But do not forget that even in the most evil of men, there is some good. Look for it, my son, and you'll find it. Sleep well, Valjean. God bless you.
In the morning, Jean Valjean was gone, and gone, too, were the bishop's silver plates. It was the housekeeper who discovered the loss.
I warned you. Oh, that unspeakable creature. It's a wonder who's alive. And you stand here and tell me
I stand here, madame, to tell you that someone's at the door. Now, please try to calm yourself. Come in.
The police and him.
Good morning, Your Eminence, madame.
Is something wrong, Corporal?
This man, he had these hidden in his rags, Your Eminence. Your silver plates, I recognize them anywhere.
Oh, praise him. Count them at once.
Madame, please. Monsieur Valjean, you are a stupid man. You took the plates when I told you those candlesticks would bring far more money. You won't go far if you're that forgetful.
You can be sure he won't go anywhere.
But I gave them to him, didn't he tell you?
But, Your Eminence, obviously...
I am the bishop of the church. Do you doubt me?
You gave him these plates?
I most certainly did. And now you have our permission to withdraw.
Forgive me. I didn't know.
You're letting me go? And this time, take the plates and the candlesticks. Use them wisely, Valjean, so that you may never have to go to the galleys again. No. I should thank you. It is the giver, my son, who receives the benefit of the gift. It is he whose soul is gratified because he's done something generous that sets him above his fellow men. Do you understand that?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Valjean, I would like you to pray with me.
I'm not a religious man.
Few of us are. Come, my son. We will try.
When he left the bishop's house, Jean Valjean, for the first time in 10 years, looked and felt like a human being. His rags and his beard were gone. And he set out again on the road to Orleans. 2 days later, he reached the town of Morvan. And there he went to the shop of a silversmith.
You are right, monsieur. These are very fine plates. I can offer you 420 francs. Satisfactory?
Yes, satisfactory.
And now the candlesticks, if I may weigh them, monsieur?
No, I've changed my mind. I've decided not to sell the candlesticks.
But I'm sure I can give you even more than... horses, a runaway, and a child in the carriage. Out of the street, monsieur. They'll run you down. Monsieur.
Valjean stopped the runaway, and the child was unharmed. Valjean returned to the shop of the silversmith, and there he was followed by an elderly gentleman whose gratitude was boundless.
Monsieur, you saved his life, throwing yourself at those horses. That was my grandson, monsieur.
You can thank me by leaving me alone and by telling those people out there to go about their business.
You must allow me to do something in return.
No, I have business with this shopkeeper. Then I must leave. I have to be in Orleans tomorrow, and already...
Orleans? But I'm returning there myself within the hour. You are from Orleans, monsieur?
Oh, I was on my way there to look for work.
Then I could ask for nothing better. I am not without influence there. You have a trade, monsieur?
A trade? Monsieur,
But if you're looking for work...
Monsieur Montu owns a factory here, the pottery factory.
Well, as a matter of fact, I came here to arrange its sale. It's nothing to the one I own in Orleans. Perhaps pottery would interest you. Come, I'll show you through this little place.
The money for the plates, monsieur. I will get it for you.
The money, yes. If I were not a loyal citizen of Orleans, I would stay away. It is a vile and dirty place, monsieur. A town like this would suit you far better.
Still, I must go to Orleans.
Well, I'll show you my shop here. You can look around while I settle some matters in the office.
Your money, monsieur. You have not changed your mind about the candlestick.
No.
No, they are not for sale. Come, monsieur, come.
I was foreman of the factory. I was both puzzled and annoyed with the stranger who came in and asked so many questions and disturbed the workers. You wish something, monsieur?
No, only to look.
Then perhaps you're interested in buying.
No.
But you formed an opinion of our little factory.
This product is poor.
Well, now that you've expressed an opinion, perhaps you'll go on your way.
Let go of my arm, monsieur.
When you're outside, gladly.
Now.
Either you come peacefully or I... No, I see you do have a good right hand, monsieur.
Stronger than yours.
Well, I believe you.
Tell me something. These pieces the men are making. Why is it that one piece is thick and another thin? And one is well glazed and another not?
It is always so.
The product has always been this bad?
Well, it always could be better, monsieur.
Why not let each man do what he's best at? The best potter turns, the best glazier glaze.
No. Our artisans have always been... Well, perhaps you're right. Now, if you were a man of means, I'd suggest that you buy this place and try your ideas.
Monsieur, if we're to reach Orleans tonight, we must start. Monsieur, not long ago you advised me to remain in this little town.
But you said you were
You
going
also said you wanted to help me. Perhaps you can.
Well, believe me, I should like nothing better.
Then there's a business matter I should like to discuss with you.
Montu sold the little pottery factory for next to nothing. Sold it to the stranger who said his name was Madeline. Some weeks later, far away in Marseille, Lieutenant Javert received a letter from the police of Orleans. The criminal, Jean Valjean, had disappeared.
We'll continue with Act Two of Les Miserables in a few moments. Right now, Libby Collins with the Lux Movie News.
All the excitement of Paris nightlife in the time of the famous portrait painter Toulouse-Lautrec comes to us in this picture, Ken. It's United Artists' Technicolor film, Moulin Rouge.
It was filmed right in Paris, wasn't it, Libby?
Yes, with José Ferrer portraying the artist and the new French star Colette Marchand as the model he loves. And adding plenty of spice, there's Zsa Gabor, leading a chorus of dancers in a can-can routine.
Oh, that should be a sensational number.
Well, wait till you see it. The girls in the traditional fluffy petticoats and black stockings, and Zsa Gabor in that red and white costume of the Trek poster. Producer John Huston captures the spirit of the left bank in Moulin Rouge.
Lovely Zsa Gabor and lovely Colette Marchand. Ooh, that's the way to say glamour in French.
And how?
Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act Two of Les Miserables, starring Ronald Colman as Jean Valjean, Deborah Paget as Cosette, and Robert Newton as Javert.
6 years went by since Lieutenant Javert had ordered Valjean to Orleans, there to report to the police. But Valjean remained in the little town of Morvan. Here, under the name of Monsieur Madeleine, he has prospered greatly as the owner of the pottery works. And I, too, as his assistant.
Stop worrying, Robert. Financially, we're in excellent condition, so forget about the accounts overdue. Now, what else?
Your signature. The regular monthly draft to the convent of the Child Mary.
Oh, yes, of course.
Every month for 6 years. Why?
Someday I may tell you. Now, what's this? Very official-looking paper?
Well, the town council wants you to sign it. A petition to incorporate it as a city.
A city, eh? Coming up in the world.
So it would seem. Well?
Why, it's ridiculous. Have you read this?
I helped to write it.
But it says they want to make me mayor. It's impossible.
Oh? Why?
Well, because I can't accept. Because I'm me, of all people.
Because of what you've done for us. There aren't 50 people in this town who don't depend on this factory one way or another for their existence. Why, 6 years ago, this town was a mud hole.
6 years. What do they know about me before that?
What difference does it make? They know who you are now.
Makes a difference to me.
Well, it doesn't to me.
How do you know what I was before?
Why should I care?
I'll show you why. This is
something I've never shown anyone before. A yellow paper, Robert.
You don't have to show it to me.
You knew about this?
Do you remember when you first came to the factory? I didn't want you around, did I? I saw the mark of the iron collar still on your neck.
You've known all these years.
Yes, I've known and I've forgotten.
Yes, but don't you see what this says? Orleans. I never reported. Any day, any night, they can take me and send me back to life.
Which they haven't done. And who'd recognize you as the man who came here 6 years ago? I wouldn't even recognize you myself. Now, what about the petition?
I don't know. Tell the council that I'll consider it.
Some weeks later, Monsieur Madeleine became our mayor. We were now a city, and new officials were sent to us by the central government. Among them, an inspector of police. His name, Javert.
My papers, Monsieur Madeleine. Thank you. You do not wish to examine them, monsieur? Oh, I'm sure they are in perfect order, Inspector Javert. I come from Marseille, monsieur. I've been in police work there for many years. It is my life. I have pride in little else except in being a good officer. I'm afraid you'll find your assignment here most tedious, Inspector. We're a quiet little place. I've heard this, monsieur. Yet there is crime everywhere. And poverty, if one looks hard enough. I am sworn only to uphold the laws of France. I merely suggest that you do not look for evil where none exists. If I did that, monsieur, I should be guilty of personal immorality and I would resign. Then we understand each other. I trust we shall work well together. I will bother you as little as possible. Thank you, monsieur.
No, Javert had not recognized him. Valjean had passed his most trying test. The months went by, and Javert, the model of efficiency, pursued his dull existence without complaint. And then one night, he arrested a woman. He took her to his office.
Monsieur, I swear to you, I was not to blame. You must believe me.
You were arguing with a man. You struck him.
I lost my temper. I'll ask his pardon. He knows I meant no harm. Oh, monsieur, please. I'm ill. I have lung fever. You can see that I'm ill.
They will care for you in prison.
No, please. Please, I have a child.
Well?
She's kept for me at Bourges, but I must pay for her. If I don't pay, they'll throw her on the streets. If I don't pay, she'll starve.
You, Sergeant, take her away.
No, you can't. You can't.
Inspector, please. Monsieur le Maire, my office is honored. I don't wish to interfere, Inspector, but this woman should not have been arrested. You've been misinformed, monsieur. She disturbed the peace. She violated the curfew law. And what do you plan to do with her? She will serve 6 months, monsieur.
6 months?
Inspector, the woman's obviously ill. Then I'll see that she is sent to the prison hospital. No, she will not go to prison. The man was drunk. I saw what happened. Had she been home where she belonged, the incident would not have occurred. This is a matter of law, monsieur. It is a matter of justice. They are one and the same, are they not? No, not always. I'm asking you to release the woman. As you wish, monsieur. Come, madame.
I will not go to prison.
No. And I'll see that you're cared for. And if you tell me where your child is, I'll try to bring her to you.
Bring her? To me?
As quickly as I can. Good night, Inspector. Good night, Monsieur le Maire.
He drove the woman to a hospital and left at once for Bourges. The child, Cosette, was in her early teens. And then there was a heartbreaking reunion. The mother hadn't seen her for years. Now she was dying. There was a caller at the hospital. Inspector Javert.
Speak there in the corridor, monsieur. I felt it my duty to advise you that I have been ordered to Arras. Not permanently? No, just for a few days. A case of theft. A man was caught stealing apples. A very serious crime. There was a question of identity, monsieur. The police believe the prisoner was once in my charge in the galleys. If he is the same man, then he is also a parole violator. And you are to establish his identity? The trustee has recognized him as the man who once pulled an oar beside him. A thief named Jean Valjean. Can you think the prisoner is this man? I don't know, monsieur. But we've been looking for Valjean for almost 7 years. You think you could recognize him after all this time? Names and faces are my profession. If it's the man, I'll know him. Yes, I won't detain you any longer, Inspector. Thank you.
I'll report as soon as I return.
That same night, Jean Valjean also journeyed to Arras. When the trial opened, he sat unnoticed in back of the courtroom. The prisoner was demented, a wretched vagabond who seemed almost to enjoy his sudden importance.
I will ask you once again. Tell the court who you are.
But I have told you I am Jean Mathieu. I eat apples.
You still deny that you are Jean Valjean? That you served 10 years in the galleys? The prisoner will answer the questions. Are you Jean Valjean?
No. Jean Mathieu. Why do they call me Jean Valjean when I am Jean Mathieu?
Monsieur, I should like to call Inspector Javert to the stand. Granted. Monsieur le Président. I am Javert. But I request that my testimony be delayed until the other witnesses have re-examined the accused. This man may spend the rest of his life in the galleys, and as a police officer, I feel I might influence the viewpoint of these other witnesses.
I commend you, Inspector. Excuse?
Then may I recall the prison trustee, Jacques Brevet?
Stand up, Brevet. We'll examine the accused again. I will, but I waste your time. He is Jean Valjean, who sat beside me in the galley. And the other convicts?
Charflou and Chaspail. Stand up.
I knew him well. His name is Jean Valjean.
This one I would know in the dark. Valjean.
No one believes me. No one. It is a game.
Mr. Court, please. By what right do you interrupt? Who are you? Inspector Javert will tell you who I am.
Well?
Forgive me if I'm startled, monsieur. That man is the mayor of Mauvais, Monsieur Madeleine.
The mayor of Mauvais? Monsieur, I must again ask why you interrupt.
Because the court must release the accused. He has told the truth.
I am Jean Valjean. And these men, Brevet, Charflou, Cochepaille, look at me.
He is crazy. He is not Valjean.
Ask Charflou to bare his right shoulder. There's a burn on the shoulder when he tried to efface his number. And you, Brevet, you used to wear a gold earring. It's no longer there, but the ear is still pierced. And you, Cochepaille, this poor wretch here could join you in the galleys for life.
He's already an idiot. What difference would it make?
He's a human being, and he's innocent. Tell the court who I am.
If this is what you want, then you are Jean Valjean. All right?
Monsieur, I think no further proof is needed. As there is no warrant for me, I shall return to Mauvais. I'll await the disposition of the court at my home.
Monsieur le Président, this is fantastic. I demand that Monsieur Madeleine be examined as to his sanity.
There is no need. I am not insane. The galleys make the convicts, monsieur, and the name and the position of Monsieur Madeleine had their beginnings in thievery, the theft of some silver from an old man. I cannot rail against fate. When I think what I might have done to this poor wretch, I know that I'm to be envied rather than pitied. Does the court excuse me, monsieur?
You will hear next from Inspector Javert at your home. Please see that you are there.
This was the terrible news that Valjean brought me the night he returned. And I, too, had news for him. Cosette's mother was dead. I've no time, Robert. I can't even say goodbye to Cosette. If I know Javert, he'll be here any moment. Well, where would you go? To England, if I'm lucky. Now, listen carefully. I've placed everything in your name. Dispose of the factory and make your way to England. If I can, I'll contact you in London through our agents there. And Cosette, tell her the truth about me and why I couldn't see her. But England? Shall I take her with me? No, take her to Paris, the convent of the Child Mary. The sisters will care for her for the sake of Monsieur Madeleine. Tell her I'll always be close to her. Goodbye, Robert. Gone less than an hour when Javert came into the house. Behind him, half a dozen soldiers.
Here we are. Search every room.
You've come too late, Inspector.
Perhaps, monsieur.
He's gone.
For the police, it is never too late. If he's escaped it tonight, then what of tomorrow? Or next week? Or next year? You will find, monsieur, that the law is armed with an infallible weapon. Patience. And there is no escape. with Act 3 of Les Miserables, but first our guest tonight, Melinda Markey, daughter of the famous producer. I hear, Melinda, you're rehearsing the play opening in Hollywood.
I am, Mr. Cummings, but the big news is an opening here this week on Christmas Day. 20th Century Fox's My Cousin Rachel.
That's the picture based on Daphne du Maurier's bestseller.
Yes, and it stars Olivia de Havilland back after 2 years on the stage. Featured with her is Richard Burton in his first American picture.
What a dramatic role Rachel offers for Miss de Havilland's talent. Burton accuses her of poisoning his foster father, her first husband.
Yes, and he vows revenge, but instead becomes fatally infatuated. As My Cousin Rachel, Mr. Havilland makes the plot very believable. She's absolutely fascinating.
Compliment to Mr. Haviland's talent and her beauty. She's one of Hollywood's loveliest stars. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS.
On Act 3 of Les Miserables, starring Ronald Colman as Jean Valjean, Deborah Paget as Cosette, and Robert Newton as Javert.
There wasn't a move now that Valjean could make, but that the shadow of Inspector Javert lay across his path. And someday, the shadow would become the man. For more than a year, however, Valjean remained safely in England. And then, on one of my trips to London, he told me his plans.
So, I'm going back, Robert. I'm going back to France.
Well, it's useless for me to warn you again.
Actually, there's not too much to worry about. Cosette has helped make the arrangements.
Cosette?
Yes, I'm going to the convent. She's found work there for me. The old gardener has died. Well, I'll be the new gardener. The work will do me good, and I'll be near the child. She's all I have, Robert.
Once you're back in France, Javert.
First he must find me. And the convent walls are high and thick.
God be with you, Jean. For 3 years he labored at the convent, caring for Cosette, giving her the love she had so seldom known. Cosette filled a great void in his life, and for the first time, I think, Valjean was truly happy. When Cosette's education was completed, I made arrangements to lease a house for them in Paris. Cosette was delighted. And for a few months, everything went well.
Oh, how can I ever thank you, Father? I've never been so happy or so spoiled in all my life.
Well, I knew you'd like Paris, Cosette.
Oh, but the expense, this house and the servants.
Oh, we can thank Robert for much of this. He's made wise investments. No, dear, we have nothing to worry about.
If that were only so. Nothing to worry about.
Well, the police have more important things to concern them these days. There's going to be trouble, Cosette. Soon, I'm afraid.
The revolutionaries, yes, I know.
They're plotting to overthrow the king. And that's why you do well, my dear, not to see that young man again.
But Father Marius is studying law at the university. Besides, he's a royalist, a baron.
Oh, his title means nothing to him. He told me so himself.
Oh? And what else did he tell you, Father?
He's a revolutionary. He's one of the organizers, Cosette.
But if he's so open and honest with you, how can you dislike him so?
Oh, I didn't say I dislike him. He means nothing to me one way or another. As for his honesty, it's true he's admitted he's a revolutionary. I met him in a cafe last week. I've had to learn to sense things, Cosette. Just I'm too suspecting, but in his case I was right. When I faced him with it, he told me.
And you don't want me to see him again?
You like him so much?
Yes.
Then I leave the decision up to you. There's only one thing I ask. Marius must never come here. He must never know where you live.
Don't worry, Father. He'll never know until you give me permission to tell him.
Yes, Cosette was in love. She'd been meeting Marius in the Bois, the park, and in spite of his determination to declare himself to her guardian, Cosette still refused to tell Marius where she lived. One afternoon, when I came to the house, Valjean was greatly agitated.
Our business problems will have to wait, Robert. You remember last week, the stranger I noticed across the street?
Well?
He was there again today, pretending to admire the garden.
You're certain he's from the police?
Well, of course I'm certain. I can smell them. Somehow they found out that Cosette knows Marius, and the boy's a known revolutionary.
Well, but after all, if they do arrest him...
Arrest him? I wish they would. But they won't. They'll watch him. And sooner or later, he'll lead them here.
Quietly, Jean. It's Cosette.
Well, was it pleasant in the park?
Oh, yes, Father, very.
Well, it's brought color to your cheeks.
Father, Robert, there's something I must speak to you about.
Oh, that's strange. I was about to say the same thing to you. Cosette, I find I must go back to England again.
But why?
It's no longer safe for me to stay here.
Oh, that was so long ago. They can't still persecute you.
I'm a parole violator. As long as I remain in France, they can return me to the galleys.
It's true, Cosette.
And then we must leave immediately.
No, my dear. Much as I desire it, I can't ask you to go with me.
I'm going with you, Father.
But you have friends here, Cosette, and time.
I have no friends and no time.
Are you sure?
Quite sure, Father.
Wait a minute. Look outside there. The window.
Marius.
Cosette, you didn't tell him?
Oh, no.
Well, if he's here, you'd better ask him in. Wait in the hall. I'll be there in a moment.
You shouldn't have come here, Marius. I asked you not to. You promised me.
I followed you, Cosette. I had to. Oh. Good day, monsieur.
Did Cosette invite you here?
On the contrary, Cosette has always refused
And you've
to allow...
chosen to ignore her wishes. Why?
Because for the past month I've been meeting Cosette in the park without your knowledge. This seems to me both dishonorable and unfair to you.
And now you want my permission to make a formal call?
Why, yes.
And I see no reason to object, but Cosette is leaving Paris.
I'm going to England, Marius.
England? No. No, you won't. I won't allow it.
Marius.
I think we can consider this little affair closed, monsieur.
I assure you this is no little affair. I've come to ask for Cosette's hand in marriage.
Marriage? But she's a child. Do you think I'd even consider...
She's not a child.
Marius, Father, please. I'd like to speak with Marius, Father. Do you mind?
I'll be in the study.
Oh, I beg you not to come.
Why? So you can go to England without any unpleasant explanation?
You know that's not true. I would have told you, but... Look, there are things you just don't understand.
What difference does it make? I love you. You love me. You can't deny it.
I never said so.
No, not in words, perhaps, but... Cosette, he's dragging you to England just to keep you away from me.
No, that's not the reason, Marius. He's cared for me since I was a child. I'm all he has.
That's ridiculous. Does he think he can hold on to you forever?
All I ask is that you wait just for a little while. I can talk to him, Marius. You can come to England.
Oh, Cosette, this is childless talk. My place is here, and I want you with me. But you must make the decision. Here. Now.
The decision is not mine, Marius. It is yours.
Very well. A pleasant voyage, Cosette. And I've just one other thing to say to him. Monsieur!
Well?
She's going with you. But I warn you, there'll be other men who'll love her, and if you persist in running away with her, you'll do her a terrible harm.
I'm grateful for your advice. However, as I said, Cosette is still a child. There is yet...
Cosette is a woman. She's beautiful. She's desirable, and you're in love with her. You want her for yourself. You won't think that, will you? It's true. You know it.
Get out.
Be careful of your next rival, monsieur. You may not dispose of him so easily.
Yeah. You heard what he said?
It doesn't matter. The man across the street. He's returned.
Make arrangements at once, Robert. We'll leave as soon as we can.
When Marius left, he was followed by the man across the street. I watched until they disappeared, not knowing, of course, that an hour later, the man would be reported to his superior, Inspector Javert.
Never mind the details, Dupuis. Just the pertinent facts. I followed the subject to number 34 Rue Brussac. He was only there for a short time and returned to the Place Marengo. The Place Marengo is barricaded by the rebels? Yes, monsieur. And he was passed through the barricade. Rue Brussac. Who lives at the house? The girl? I'll need you and all your available men.
Our plans were set. We'd leave Paris in the morning, thence to Le Havre, and across the Channel. But late that night, there was a knock at the back door. No one was there. But on the floor was a note.
Give it to her, Robert. She's upstairs in her room.
Yeah. Look what it says on the envelope. Provisional Government. Saint-Denis Barricades. It's from Marius.
Give it to Cosette.
I've already opened it, Jean. I want you to read it. Here. The revolution has started. While I still have time, I must beg of you not to sacrifice your life to this man's selfishness. He holds you only by your exaggerated sense of gratitude. I cannot deny my heart. If I live, I will follow wherever he takes you. Keep the note, Robert. Give it to Cosette in the morning.
Why don't you give it to her?
Because I may not be back by morning. I'm going out.
Oh, you, Marius, a stranger. He says he must see you.
Send him over here.
Keep your hands up, citizens. Start walking.
So, it's you.
Yes.
Well, monsieur,
I intercepted your letter to Cosette.
you risked your life coming here just to tell me that?
I came here to tell you that you're right and you're wrong. I love Cosette, it's true, but not as you seem to think. And I love her too much to stand in the way of her happiness.
I'm sorry, I said things in anger.
That doesn't matter. You're free to go to her whenever you wish.
You're a little late, monsieur. The militia's broken through. By morning, you'll be surrounded.
Exactly. If you stay here, you'll be destroyed.
Perhaps. But what Paris does tonight, France does tomorrow, so I stay. Now leave while you can.
We've got a prisoner, Marius. Come quickly, the wine shop.
Prisoner? You came in for the wine shop, did you?
I did. Then across the courtyard.
You can leave the same way while I attempt to fix that. Now, hurry.
Here he is, Marius. He refuses to talk. I will talk now. You are Baron Pomercy.
I am Citizen Pomercy.
And I'm Inspector Javert of the police. I was in pursuit of a criminal when your men captured me. The man is a parole violator.
You're wasting my time. Tie his hands, Gustave. Get back to your post.
Wait. This has nothing to do with your revolt. I demand you allow me to do my duty and arrest him. He can't be far off.
Well, sir, then you'll think, Inspector.
Monsieur,
Is this why you're going to England?
This is an old score between him and me, Marius. Will you let me settle it?
Here, take my pistol. You can get out to the cellar.
the count in the barricade. The militia. Get me a boat. They're coming.
We can stop here, Javert. We're quite alone now.
My duty is complete. I found you and I arrested you. So, have your revenge.
Stand still. Got a knife in my pocket.
Yes. The knife suits you better than the pistol, Valjean.
But the knife is to cut your ropes. Now you're free, Javert.
Kill me. Kill me now. You think you can bargain my life for your freedom.
There is no bargain. I give you your life.
Don't you know that as long as you live, I'll hunt you? You're a convict. A criminal.
You're sick, Javert. Your mind is sick. Now go while there's still a chance.
You want me to grovel and thank you. You want me to see the nobility of your soul. I spit on your nobility. You're a criminal, and I'm taking you in. Now shoot. Shoot!
Inspector Javert. Monsieur, you're bleeding.
I'm all right, monsieur.
What's the man you went after, the convict? Escaped?
Look at me. I'm a strong man. I had him in these two hands. But the oars, they give them the strength of animals. Yes, he got away.
Fighting is almost over, monsieur. Most of the revolutionaries have been taken prisoner.
There is one prisoner I want to see, Baron Pomercy.
He was badly wounded.
He's a friend of the convict Valjean. I want to see him.
Well, unfortunately, monsieur, Pomercy has disappeared.
How can a wounded man disappear? The barricades were surrounded.
He was unconscious. We left him where he fell. When we returned, he was gone.
There's only one way he could have disappeared. Through the sewers.
But I tell you, he could not possibly have walked.
Then he was carried. And I think I know who carried him.
The convict? Wait, Inspector. I'll bring some men.
No one. I'll find him myself. Alone.
Marius, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Then take heart. We'll be out of this soon. I'll bring you to my house.
Put me down, I beg you. Alone you could escape, but with me you...
The militia won't look for you. Yeah, most likely place. So they'll suspect it the least.
Yeah.
Get her. Sure. Don't worry. He's far behind us.
I don't know where.
I won't let you do this. You can't carry me and get away.
Be silent. There's a way up to the street, just ahead of us.
You can't escape, Valjean. There you are. ground.
Javert. There is no escape from you.
Stand where you are.
But this boy is wounded, unconscious. I must get a doctor for him.
If he lives, you'll be shot.
Javert, I spared you at the barricades.
I told you I'd make no bargain. You're both under arrest.
I pledged my word I'll go without protest. All right, let me get the boy into the house. Surely the law
allows you nothing.
This is common humanity. What are you?
I am an officer of the law doing his duty. It makes no difference what I think or feel or want. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing.
An old man once told me there was good in even the most despicable of men. Through the years, I found this to be true. But you're not a man, are you, Javert?
Take him in the house. Take him in the house.
I had heard them coming, and I waited for Javert behind the door. Put up your hands, Javert. No, Robert, no. Let him go. I gave him my word. Now, find the housekeeper and send her a doctor, quickly. She's just inside. She's been helping us pack. We could leave now. Everything is ready. Tell her to bring a doctor. I'll take Marius into the study. Mary, quickly. Run and fetch a doctor.
Father, what is it?
It's Marius, Cosette. He's been hurt.
Sorry.
We'll need your help. Stay with him, Cosette. Javert, he could escape, you know. There are windows in the study, but he's given his word, hasn't he? The word of a convict given to you, the law. He'll go back with you. Back to the galleys for life. How does success taste after all these years, Inspector? Wait for the doctor, Cosette. We mustn't touch him.
But that man in there.
His name is Javert. Inspector Javert.
You're going with him. Oh, Father, no, you cannot.
Oh, I must. I'm leaving you with Marius. He loves you even more than I do. Jean, take care of her, Robert. I can do no more. Jean. He's gone. Gone? Javert is gone. Gone? Javert! Javert! He looked at me, stunned, bewildered, and then turned and rushed from the house. Far down the street, the dim shadow of Javert was moving toward the river. Javert! Jean called to him, but Javert didn't pause. Javert! Javert had reached the bridge. He walked to the middle, mechanically, like a man in a dream. And he climbed the rail and plunged to his death. They're in England now. Jean, Cosette, and Marius. Someday I think they'll return to France. And when they do, with them will come some silver candlesticks, and Jean will again light the candles and repeat the words of the old man who once helped him. It is the giver who receives the benefit of the gift. It is he whose soul is gratified because he has done something that sets him above his fellow men.
Will return. And what a Christmas present they've given us. Ronald Coleman, Deborah Paget, and Robert Newton. Isn't this the first time you've played the part of Jean Valjean, Ronnie?
Yes, Irving, and I believe it's the first time you've seen it.
Well, now, how could that happen, Mr. Cummings? Well, it's been made 5 times.
Well, Deborah, Mrs. Cummings and I went to see the first version. It starred my old friend, William Farnham. And right in the middle of the picture, Irving Cummings, Jr. announced his arrival.
No wonder you Americans are so successful. You double up on everything.
Oh, yes. For instance, we combine soap and water and presto, a Lux facial. Of course, it has to be Lux toilet soap. It's such a wonderful complexion tint.
You must learn more of our customs, Bobby. You English are much too slow, and look who's talking.
Well, I'm looking forward to Christmas. But don't tell me you combine it with the New Year.
Oh, no. The holidays here are much the same as in England. We sing carols.
Too bad we can't sing a few now.
Oh, that's Stars and Stripes Forever.
Stars and Stripes Forever for Christmas.
Oh, no, I was only fooling. But some holidays do have parades, and parades mean marches, and marches mean Stars and Stripes Forever. And besides, it's my latest picture opening here December 31st, and it stars Clifton Webb in the part of John Philip Sousa.
What won't Mr. Belvedere think of next? Now he's invented music.
And do you have a holiday treat for next Monday night,
That we do. It's an inspiring picture, Bobby. That really does show the American way of life. It tells the story of our heroic pioneers and the trails they blazed for us. And that could be none other than the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's outstanding production of Westward the Women. And as our stars from the original superb cast, we will present Robert Taylor and Denise Darcel.
And a fine picture it was, too. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Merry Christmas to you.
The Flight into Egypt, from the Douay-Rheims version of the Bible, Matthew chapter 2, verses 13 through 23, for LibriVox.org, narrated by Sean McKinley. And after they were departed, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in sleep to Joseph, saying, Arise, and take the child and his mother, and fly into Egypt, and be there until I shall tell thee. For it will come to pass that Herod will seek the child to destroy him. Who arose and took the child and his mother by night, and retired into Egypt, and he was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled which the Lord spoke by the prophet, saying, Out of Egypt have I called my son. Then Herod, perceiving that he was deluded by the wise men, was exceeding angry, and sending, killed all the men children that were in Bethlehem, and in all the borders thereof, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet, saying, A voice in Ramah was heard, lamentation and great mourning, Rachel bewailing her children, and would not be comforted, because they are not. But when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in sleep to Joseph in Egypt, saying, Arise, and take the child and his mother, and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead that sought the life of the child. Who arose and took the child and his mother, and came into the land of Israel. But hearing that Archelaus reigned in Judea in the room of Herod his father, he was afraid to go thither, and being warned in sleep retired into the quarters of Galilee. And coming, he dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled which was said by the prophets, that he shall be called a Nazarene. End of The Flight into Egypt. This recording is in the public domain.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever paused to wonder what happens to famous people when fame is wrenched away? Consider this. To singers, actors, dancers, to all who perform on stage before live audiences, applause is their life's blood. To performers, that sound is the music of the spheres. They live on it, thrive on it, feed on it. But when homage fades, dies away into silence, what then? Some accept retirement gracefully, or seem to, as did a world-renowned ballerina until her 50th birthday.
I will pay anything, everything, to be young, to dance again.
I warn you, the cost will be high. And before we go on, I give you one last chance not to go on. You are here of your own free will. You still have free will. Decide. Do you still wish to collaborate with me? If yes, then there is no turning back. What do you say? Alexandra, yes or no?
Our mystery drama, Give the Devil His Due, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Mercedes McCambridge. Alexandra, incomparable ballerina, toast of 2 continents, Alexandra the unsurpassed. It was said of her dancing that she was more than a star flung from the heavens. She was a constellation.
What is wrong? What happened to my applause? Where is it, my applause? The bravos. I can't hear them. Please applaud. Call my name. What is wrong?
Sandra, wake up, Sandra.
What applause? Where did it go, please?
Wake up.
Please. I want my applause. That lovely sound. Someone has taken it away.
Darling, wake up.
Where?
There now. That's right.
John?
Yes, dear, it's John. You were dreaming.
I was dreaming.
Yes, a bad dream.
But
You awake now?
Where am I? What am I doing in this place?
Sandra, you're home. Now, come on. Back to bed.
I'm all mixed up.
Come on now. Take my hand.
I'm so cold.
Of course you are. That thin nightgown dancing around the room.
Oh, my head, it aches so.
Oh, there now. That's my good girl. You'll feel better in a minute.
Swan Lake.
Huh?
I danced Swan Lake.
Oh, in the dream, yeah? Yes.
What dream? What are you talking about? I danced Swan Lake last night. And such applause, John. I can't remember how many curtain calls. And the flowers. There were never so many.
Sandra.
Brava, Alexandra, brava. And one young man was calling out, I love you, I love you. And after the 7th encore, or was it the 8th?
Sandra, stop it. Stop it right now.
John, what has happened to you? You've always been so proud of my talent, my fame. And lately, you seem actually jealous of it.
Alexandra, will you listen to me? You did not dance last night. You will not dance tonight. You haven't danced for 13 years since you retired. You're 50 years old.
I am not 50 years old. Why do you say such things? Why have you turned on me like this?
Oh, Sandra, dear Sandra, you're ill. It began a week ago on your 50th birthday.
Will you stop that? I am not 50. I am not.
That's exactly what you said on your birthday. You screamed at you. You knocked the cake off the
I am
table.
not 50. I am not. I am not. Where are you going?
Forget your hand mirror.
What?
You look at yourself. Something you refused to do all week.
No, no.
All right, then. If you can, tell me you're not 50 years old. There. Go ahead, look.
No.
Don't turn away. Look.
I won't.
Yes, you will.
Please don't do that. You're hurting me. There will be marks on my arm. They will show in my costume tonight.
All right, open your eyes and I'll let you go. There. Good. Now tell me what you see.
I see beautiful Alexandra. The greatest ballerina the world has ever known.
Oh, stop looking past the mirror. Look into it. Look.
No, that's not me. That is someone else. She is ugly. Oh, so ugly. Take her away.
No, she's not ugly. She's still very beautiful. But she is 50. Face it, Sandra. Face yourself.
Why do you make me face it? Why? I hate what I am.
Then you do know what you are. You know.
Sometimes I know. But I don't want to. I want to go back. To go back.
Darling, you can't go back. You can't live in the past. This is now.
I hate now.
But it exists and you're part of it.
Yes, John, you are right. Of course you are.
You listened, Daniel. You heard, understood.
I listened, I heard. Now, will you do the same for me?
Listen? Oh, certainly.
I've known what's been going on this past week. Part of my mind has always known. I've tried to blot out the truth, pretend that it is lies, and sometimes I can do it. But you drag me back. How cruel, just now, in the mirror, with the wrinkles.
Alexandra, I don't want to hurt you, but I can't let you go on like this. You're getting deeper and deeper into this pretense. I don't know where it'll lead. Thank God we've talked about it honestly. And tomorrow, we'll talk more. Now, let's try to get some sleep.
No, I haven't finished. There's something I haven't told you. You say I need to know that I am 50, that I can't dance, that I will never dance again. Well, you need to know that I will dance. I will.
Oh, Zan.
I know it sounds impossible to you, even mad. I know you can't believe it, but it is true. Alexandra, the unsurpassed, will dance again.
All right, Sandra. Will you promise me something?
All right. I'll stop talking about it. But that does not change what will be.
No. I want you to talk about it.
What?
To a doctor. To a psychiatrist.
I see.
Please, darling, I beg you. This is madness, what you're saying. You're headed straight for a breakdown.
Do you think so, John?
Well, there's been plenty of evidence, and now this. But I think it can be prevented.
Very well, then I shall see a doctor. Yes, I certainly will.
You will?
Tomorrow. Dr. Stern, I want the truth. Please, don't make promises you cannot keep.
But I have no intention of doing that, Mrs. Scott. What would be gained by you or me? Aside from that, it is an honor to have the great Alexandra come to me for help.
I have simply come to the best doctor in the profession. Now, exactly what can you do for me?
First, you must understand there is no absolute guarantee.
None?
Plastic surgery will make you look younger. That is absolute. But for exactly how many years is speculative. However, I can make a very educated guess. You have fine bone structure, and that is basic to all beauty. Bones don't change. Only the skin, the muscles. When your skin is smooth again, wrinkles gone, loose flesh tightened, eyelids no longer sagging, 15 to 20 years, I think, Mrs. Scott. That's a lot of years, I know, but I believe I can achieve it.
20 years? I will be 20 years old again.
No. You misunderstand. 15 to 20 years off your present age.
Oh, how silly of me to put it that way. In other words, I would look 30.
30, 35.
I suppose that will have to do. Now, about my body.
You want body surgery as well?
Of course. You can do the same thing for my body.
Oh, Mrs. Scott, no. Age takes a toll of the body we cannot change. Ah, yes. Breasts lifted, superfluous fat removed. But if you mean your entire body made firm and beautiful...
That is precisely what I mean.
My dear lady, be realistic. Only magic could accomplish such a thing.
Magic? Yes. Good morning, Dr. Stern. I am sorry for taking so much of your time. What is the lady's wish? Her fortune in the tarot cards? The palm? Or the crystal ball? I think the crystal ball. The lady has chosen well. And please, I am in a hurry. Something troubles you very deep. We will begin. My hands upon the crystal. Oh, It's most strange what I see. I see you young and beautiful. Tell me if I am dancing. Tell me. The crystal grows cloudy. The mist, I can see no more. Gone, all gone. But I have told you true. You will be young again. Please try again. I must know if I will dance. Carlotta has no power to see what her crystal ball does not wish to reveal. But you have other powers. No ancient magic. Can you make me young? Tell me, does the lady fear a witch? I don't fear anything except age and not dancing again. Send me to her. The witch is a man, a warlock. But, lady, beware the cost. I don't care what it costs. Tell me his name. He wears many names, many faces. What name today, what face, I do not know, but I do know where he dwells. Number 13, Gehenna Street. The door knocker. It's hideous. Gargoyle. Never mind that. Just knock. That sound. It's like doom. There is still time to run back down this crooked street. No, I will not.
There is still time to run back down the crooked street, Madam Scott.
You know my name.
Your true name is Alexandra. I've been expecting you. My house is honored.
How strange this room is.
Don't be alarmed by my treasures. They are ancient symbols of the occult.
I am not alarmed. I am only surprised. Since you expected me, sir, and you know my name, you must also know my need.
Your quest, your heart's desire. Yes, I know.
Can you do it?
Oh, not can I, but will I?
Then will you?
If, and only if you agree to my terms. I warn you, they are costly.
To be young, to dance again, there is nothing I wouldn't pay. And now, since we are here to do business, I should know your name. You haven't told me.
Well, my name, for a while, as long as it amuses me, is Azazel.
Azazel? I've never heard that name before.
That may prove to be your loss.
Well, I have heard it now. So can we get started, please?
Not yet. Not yet. Before we go on, I give you one last chance not to go on. You are here of your own free will. You still have free will. Decide. Do you still wish to collaborate with Azazel? If yes, then there is no turning back. What say you, Alexandra? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Azazel. Yes.
Azazel. If Zandra Scott, if Alexandra had remembered Milton's Paradise Lost, she would recall that Azazel is the name of a fallen angel who, with Satan, rebelled against heaven. And perhaps she would have run for her life down the crooked street. We will return to that street shortly with Act 2. It was Daniel Defoe who wrote, "Every devil does not have a cloven foot, nor has Azazel, if devil he is. We can't be certain, can we? He may very well be only a charlatan, preying on the gullibility of foolish, vain people who wander down his crooked street. However, this I can tell you with certainty. Azazel is devilishly handsome, And wasn't it Shakespeare who wrote, "The Prince of Darkness is a gentleman"? So seems Azazel, genial, courtly, charming.
Madam, will you sit here?
Why, it's a kind of throne.
And what more appropriate for Alexandra?
Oh, how lovely it is to hear you call me that. Nobody does anymore. They call me Sandra. Now, Mr. Azazel...
No, please. I dislike Mr. Azazel is enough.
Azazel. Such an odd name. But I like it.
I'm flattered. Now, you were about to ask what price I demand to make you young.
20. That's the age I want.
Now, what if I said I'd take your husband from you?
John, I wouldn't care.
No? Your fortune?
I quote you. Money, it's nothing to me.
How charmingly we agree. But I'm saying neither of those things. Merely testing you. All I require of you now is your promise that you will indeed pay anything I should ask. You'll learn the cost only after your transformation. Are you willing to enter a pact so blindly?
Yes.
Oh, how swiftly you leap. Like a ballerina. But consider, my lady, consider Azazel may demand more than you care to pay.
What have I to lose? I have nothing I care about. Nothing.
Very well. Your promise, state it. I promise I will give...
I promise I will give anything, everything, to be young, to dance as I danced when I was truly Alexandra. Don't make me wait any longer. Change me. Hurry.
Here, this moment?
Yes.
How greedy, impatient Alexandra. The metamorphosis will be done my way, in my time, not yours. 3 nights must pass. The morning after the 3rd night, you will be Alexandra.
I must wait 3 whole nights.
Well, 30 years you've waited to be 20 again. You can wait 3 nights more, surely. Now, each night you will drink from this bottle.
How much of it?
You require a label, as on ordinary medicine bottles. Very well. Shake well before using. 3 tablespoons before bedtime. Prescription not refillable.
Now you're laughing at me.
Indeed, no. I'm laughing at other people who take only man-made potions. Now, all is understood?
Yes. Give it to me.
Not so fast. Not quite all is understood. One more promise. On the morning of the 3rd day, you will come here down the crooked street. Go nowhere else first. You will come to Azazel to pay what you will pay. Give me your promise.
Yes, I promise.
Excellent. And I give you the magic potion.
Sandra? What are you taking? What's in that funny-looking bottle?
Oh, it's medicine, John.
Oh, what for?
Well, I'm not feeling quite myself.
You're not?
Well, isn't that what you have been saying for a week?
Oh, yes, but I didn't know psychiatrists prescribe medicine.
But how silly you are. Of course they do. Tranquilizers, things like that.
Oh. And you do seem better already.
Yes, I am. Much.
All evening, not one word about it. No, I don't want to get you started.
About being young again, about how I will dance again.
Well, Sandra, please don't start.
All right. Turn off the light, darling. A dancer needs a full night's sleep.
Oh, Sandra. You said that with humor and a smile, and you know it's a joke. You are getting back to normal.
Yes. Back to normal. Good night, John. John, wake up. Oh, please. John.
What time is it?
It's 6.
6? What the devil are you waking me up at 6 o'clock for?
Because I want to know if I... Well, how do I look this morning?
How you look?
Yes, that medicine last night. The doctor said...
Well, he said take it and you'd feel better, didn't he? Do you?
Yes. Yes, of course, but I thought... I just got a notion that I might look better, too. Do I, John?
You look rested and very pretty. And there's a light in your eyes you haven't had for a long time. And I think your doctor is a genius.
We might even say a magician. John. It's nearly 7 o'clock.
7? Oh. Sandra, what has gotten into you? We never open an eye until 8:30 or 9. Now, 2 mornings running. What?
John. How do I look?
Sandra, what is it you want me to say? I told you... Sandra.
What?
Sandra, are you taking some kind of youth-restoring quack medicine? Is that what you're up to?
I am taking what the doctor told me to take. And yes, I did hope it would make me look better. I mean, all week I've had such worry lines, so tense, so nervous. That's all. I just wanted to look better.
That doctor, you never call him by name. Why?
Well, it is such an odd name, it's hard to say.
Just what is this doctor's name?
It is Dr. Azazel.
What nationality is that?
How do I know? And I certainly didn't ask.
Now, Sandra, listen to me. Something's wrong. There's something phony here. What do you know about this doctor's credentials, about his... Where are you going?
Do you mind to wash my teeth? I can't stand this awful bitter taste. Oh, the mirror. Look at me. Nothing has changed. Is something wrong? Azazel a phony. Is he...
Sandra, I can't hear what you're... I can't hear you.
No, I was just looking at myself. And I can't bear it.
Oh, darling, please don't start all that again.
Oh, you old woman staring at me. I loathe you.
Sandra, what on earth happened in here?
It's nothing. It's nothing, John. It doesn't matter. I broke the mirror. By accident.
Sandra, you awake? Oh, what time is it? It's still dark. Oh, where's that blasted light there? Oh, not quite 6, damn. Sandra's got me in a habit of waking. Honey, it's not fair. You sleep while I... Oh, my God. Oh, my God! Sandra, what's happened to you? Sandra, wake up!
What?
Oh, would you please, for God's sake, open your eyes?
John, what on earth are you shouting for? John, have I changed? Am I different?
Different?
Answer me. I am afraid to go and look.
Go, look.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I don't believe this.
Just now, when I got out of bed, it was not my heavy 50-year-old body.
Will you get to the mirror? This can't be.
Oh.
Am I mad, or do you look the way I think you look?
Oh, I am 20 years old. I am Alexandra.
20? In the name of heaven, will you explain to me how this could happen?
Yes, It is the medicine. It was a magic potion given me by a warlock, a witch, Azazel. No, you are not dreaming. You are not mad. I am exactly what you see. He has given me back my true self. Please, John, no more arguments. I am going now.
Zandra.
This is goodbye.
Zandra, one last time.
No.
Undo this unnatural, unholy thing before it's too late.
You are too late. There is no turning back, even if I wanted to.
Wait! Once you leave this apartment, walk out that door.
Once I leave this apartment, I am free.
Where will you go?
Where else would I go? To the most famous of all ballet companies. To Sergius Kerensky, ballet master, and old friend.
Oh, Zandra, you see how mixed up you are. Sergius managed you 30 years ago. He's dead.
Oh, how could I forget that?
You see? Come back in and close the door.
Oh, don't be stupid, John. It is his son's company now. Peter Kerensky. I will go to him. He doesn't know it. But this is the luckiest day of his life. And mine. Goodbye, old man.
Zandra!
I am free. It is the luckiest day of my life.
On the morning of the third day, you will come here, down the crooked street. You will go nowhere else first. You will come to Azazel to pay what you will pay.
But I have paid, Azazel. I lost poor old John and his silly old money. Why should I go down your crooked street again?
Do not play fast and loose with promises made here. It will be at your peril.
But Azazel, Mr. Azazel, Dr. Azazel, all this abracadabra was done so that I could dance. I can't bear to waste another minute. I am terribly sorry, but I have an appointment with Peter Kerensky.
It was Cervantes who wrote, "He needs must go, whom the devil drives." But is that quotation appropriate here? Is it the devil who drives Alexandra? We still do not know who Azazel is. To her, he's only a sorcerer. And with the arrogance of newfound youth, she now dares defy him. It may well be that by not keeping her pact with Azazel, Alexandra is traveling down another crooked street, a dead-end street. We'll follow her when I return shortly with Act 3. Backward, turn backward, O time, in your flight. Can the clock be turned back? Can youth be relived? It would seem so. But is it wise to reach for the past? Finding it, may we not live it worse instead of better? Alexandra, age 20 again, has billed herself to Peter Kerensky as Zandra Scott. Curious that she should send in that name. Curious, too, that Kerensky agrees to see her. As a rule, he is not interested in unknown young dancers.
Zandra Scott, is that right?
That is the name I am using just now, Mr. Kerensky.
Oh, you have another?
A name you would recognize if I told it to you.
Well, then why the secrecy?
No, it is not secrecy. You will know exactly who I am when you see me dance.
Now, see here, I'm not sure I'm amused by such games. And why are you so sure I will give you an audition?
I know, that's all. I am absolutely certain.
Well, that's more than I am. I can't think why I even let you in here.
Perhaps because I am a relative of the great Alexandra.
Are you? But I didn't know that when your name was sent in.
Aha, you knew it intuitively.
Oh, come now. Well, at least I know why you looked familiar when you walked in. There's a very strong resemblance to Alexandra. Quite remarkable, really.
So you remember how she looked?
My dear lady, how could I forget? My father left a collection of at least 1,000 photographs of that incredible face.
You keep staring at me, Mr. Kerensky.
Yes, you know, it's uncanny. More and more, I see her face in yours. Are you her daughter?
Alexandra had no children.
A niece, then?
Again, Mr. Kerensky, you will know who I am when you see me dance.
Oh, no wonder you were sure I'd audition you. What fool would refuse any relative of Alexandra's?
I did rather count on that.
Yes, but it's not like me to waste time this way. Let's get on with it, please. You've brought leotard and toe slippers in that bag, I assume?
Yes.
Well, I'll get hold of the practice pianist. What music, ma'am?
Giselle, the mad scene.
Why, that's one of the most difficult. Isn't that rather ambitious of you?
For some ballerinas, yes. For this one, though, I have danced that role many times.
As you will. Oh, that door just to your left. You can dress in there, then come on stage. I'll be waiting out front with my assistant.
But why should I audition for anyone but you?
Because I want it that way. How much warm-up will you need?
None.
None?
I shall be ready in 5 minutes.
Vain as a peacock. But if you're as good as you think you are, then why not? Wait until you see her, Trina.
The reincarnation of Alexandra?
Well, that's the feeling I have.
Well, if she has half Alexandra's talent, a quarter of it, but she's a find.
A real beauty, too. Eyes like... Oh, there she is in the wings.
Oh, Peter, she could be Alexandra's twin.
What did I tell you? You ready, Miss Scott?
I have always been ready.
Oh, very well. Music, begin. Now, you vain, lovely creature, let's see what you can do. Oh, the little fool should have had a warm-up. All right. I expected a slow start, but come on, let's see something. I don't believe this. What's going on up there?
Wait, Peter, give her a chance.
I am. Oh, I will be damned. What is that?
It's nothing. No elevation, no extension, no technique whatever.
Not even any grace. This girl's clumsy.
That is a trained dancer. Well, she's a rank amateur.
Did she really think she could put this over on Kerensky? A chance resemblance to Alexandra, and she palms herself off as a relative.
Oh, she couldn't have a teaspoon of Alexandra's blood.
That damn little upstart tricked me.
Does she really believe she can dance?
All right, cut. That's enough.
Why? Why did you stop me?
Come down here, please, Miss Scott. Trina, this girl's out of her mind. I'd better handle this alone. Wait for me in the office, please.
Thin ice, Peter. Handle with care.
I know.
How could you do such a thing? I was just beginning the marvelous dramatic passage where I...
Yes, I know, but I'm terribly sorry, but I don't think you're quite ready for that just yet.
Not ready?
Miss Scott, do you think you're ready?
My experience, my talent, how could I not be ready?
You actually think you danced well up there? You believe that?
I didn't.
Indeed, you did not.
But I felt so marvelous. And the music and the stage. I was Giselle. It all came back to me as if I were... Mr. Kerensky, what are you saying to me?
I'm saying you're not ready for this company, or any company for that matter.
No, please. You don't understand. I came here too soon. I should have trained. I thought I didn't need to, but I... Mr. Kerensky, I have not danced for some time. I did not realize I would be so rusty.
Any real dancer knows she has to practice every day of her life.
But I didn't think that I had to. But I will go, and I will train, and I will be back.
Miss Scott, please, I'm a busy man. You've had your audition. It's over. Don't bother to come back. I'd be less than kind to encourage you. Now, I'm sorry to be so blunt, but you simply have no talent.
How dare you say that to me?
How dare you claim you're related to Alexandra? if by some mischance you are, you blight that famous name.
No, I am not related to her.
So you admit it?
I am Alexandra. I am Alexandra.
Oh, wait.
You fool! You tell me I have no talent. I who danced with Nijinsky.
Oh, my poor child. Nijinsky died before you were born.
So, you have come.
What have you done to me? Why have you done it?
Come in, Alexandra.
I am not Alexandra. I am nothing. Why did you do it?
Why did you break your promise to come here?
There was no need to keep it. I paid what you wanted.
You have not paid. You went your own foolish way. That was your gratitude to the one who made you young and fair.
I am young again, yes. But my body, it won't obey me. Can you say that you didn't do that?
If you had kept your promise, you would have kept your talent. And I must ask you to stop shouting. It offends
I want
me.
to go now. I don't like it
Not
here.
so fast, Alexandra. It may be I shall reconsider what I have done.
Huh?
If you are still willing to give everything in return.
But I have already given everything.
No.
I don't know what else you want. But I don't care whatever it is. You take it all. And let me dance.
The bargain is struck. You shall dance.
As I used to.
Far better than that. But you shall dance to my tune. Look into my face, Alexandra.
Oh.
What do you see?
You.
Who am I?
Oh,
you know my name? Say it.
No.
You've known me from the beginning. If you thought of anyone except yourself.
Oh.
Are you ready to dance?
Now. Here.
Now. Here.
A kind of rehearsal.
You could call it that.
But in these clothes, I can't.
The first change, then. Look upon yourself, Alexandra.
What? It is my costume for the Sleeping Beauty. And my ballet slippers. Everything.
An appropriate costume, yes? Have you not been sleeping?
Huh?
But now, the prince has awakened you. Alexandra, may I have this dance?
Dance with...
A pas de deux with the devil himself. You are highly honored.
But can the devil dance?
You will find that Nijinsky was an ox compared to me.
All that I don't believe.
You doubt that Satan can do anything he desires. Music! Come, your hand. Beautiful, Alexandra. You dance like an angel.
Yes, I know. I feel it. Never before like this. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now I will conquer the world again.
No.
What do you mean, no? You promised me.
My promise will be kept, as you have kept yours. You promised to give everything. At this precise moment, you have.
What have I given?
The world. You've lost it. Alexandra will dance forever, but only in limbo with Satan.
Warning. The devil will have his due. To those who refuse to heed that warning, let them learn from the fate of Alexandra. Oh, yes, she realized her ambition. we can accurately say her burning ambition. But until the end of time, the flames of hell will lap at her dancing feet. I'll be back shortly. You don't believe in the devil? There is no such evil being? Then a final warning needs to be sounded here. In the too often ignored words of Baudelaire, the devil's cleverest wile is to persuade us that he does not exist. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Joe Silver, Ian Martin, Bryna Rayburn, and Peter Donald. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Night After Night. Everything from soup to Jell-O. And that, gentlemen, is the best way I know to describe a really complete meal. For Jell-O adds to any table that grand final touch of pleasure and perfection. Its rich, glowing color is a tempting invitation to pick up that spoon and start right in on this swell, inviting dessert. And just to taste it is to know the ultimate in good things to eat. Yes, there's nothing more attractive than a bright, shimmering mold of delicious Jell-O. And there's certainly nothing more delightful than Jell-O's rare, distinctive flavor, as enticing and refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. So, friends, make the next meal really complete by topping it off with a top-notch Jell-O dessert, made with any of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O tomorrow. And when you buy, look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat.
But, gee, Mr. Benny's a comedian. What does he want dramatic lessons for?
That's what I say. You ought to stick to them baggy pants. I better go out in the hall and get him, though.
Yeah, tell him to make it snappy. We're on the air.
Okay.
Yes, I understand, Orson. Yes, I understand, Orson. Yes. 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 Gee, you're funny. You know, Phil, it's amazing. Gee, you're funny. You know, Phil, it's amazing that you haven't got your own program.
Well, I may have one of these days. I often dream about my own show.
Oh, you do? Well, maybe I can arrange for the Sandman to tear up your option. Come on, subconscious. Oh, hello, Dennis. Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Don. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. Shall I go ahead now with your introduction?
No, don't bother. Let it go tonight.
Well, no build-up for the star, huh?
It isn't necessary, Phil. I think I'm fairly well known, don't you? You're darn tootin'. Everybody knows you, Mr. Benny. Why, your name is famous from coast to coast. Well, thanks, Dennis.
That kid'll work next year.
That's not flattery, Phil. I've been in show business for a long time, and naturally, my name has become more or less familiar.
Well, let me tell you something, Jackson. When I go out on the road with my band, I hit a lot of towns where they've never even heard of you.
No kidding.
That's a fact.
Well, Phil, in the kind of towns you play, you can get 8 to 1 that shoes are a passing fancy. You never played a town yet where you didn't have to get off a train and get on a bus, get off the bus and get on a horse, get off the horse and crawl through the brush. You've got the only band in the world with a folding bass drum. Say, Don.
Yes, Jack?
I meant to tell you, I just spoke to Orson Welles on the phone. He's coming over in a little while.
Well, Phil mentioned something about it. He said that you wanted Mr. Wells to coach you in dramatics.
Yes, and he has consented to help me out.
Gee, Mr. Benny, you're a swell actor now. You don't need any coaching.
Yes, I do, Dennis.
That's right.
Don't change your mind so fast. You know, Don, I've been doing comedy for a long time in radio and pictures, and, I don't know, comedy is all right in a way, but I've decided to go in for deeper things. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Mr. Wells will be here pretty soon, so I think you ought to get your song over with. Have you got something ready?
Yes, Mr. Benny. This being St. Patrick's Day, I'm going to sing a real old Irish folk song called Phil the Fluter's Ball.
Well, that's very apropos. Go ahead, Dennis.
Okay.
Say, Jack, I forgot to ask you, how's Mary getting along?
Mary, she's much better, Don, but she'll have to stay in bed a couple more days.
Well, I'm glad she's improving.
Hey, what's the matter with Mary? Oh, she had a bad... Dennis, you can close your mouth. We're going to talk for a while.
Okay.
She had a bad cold, Phil. I think it was a touch of the flu, but she's getting along fine.
Has Mary got a nurse?
Yes, Phil, and she's gorgeous.
Well, all right.
And her husband, who was 6'4" and could break you right in two, isn't bad looking either. Sing, Dennis. I think there'll be no more interruption.
Have you heard of Phil the Fluter of the town of Ballymuck? The times were going hard with him, in fact the man was broke. So he just went out and noticed to his neighbors one and all as how he liked their company that evening at a ball. And when writing out he was careful to suggest to them, if they found a hat of his convenient to the door, the more they put in whenever he requested them, the better would the music be for dancing on the floor. With the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, down, hands around, crossing to the wall, oh, hadn't we the gaiety at Phil the Fluter's ball? Then little Mickey Mulligan got up to show them how, and then the widow Cafferty stepped out and makes her bow. I could dance you off your legs, says she, as sure as you were born. You'll only make the piper play if her hair was in the corn. Oh, Phil plays up to the best of his ability. The lady and the gentleman begin to do their share. Stay flat and mix, it's you that has agility. Begorra, Mrs. Cafferty, you're leaping like a hare. With the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall. Oh, hadn't we the gaiety at Phil the Fluter's ball? Then Phil the Fluter tipped a wink to little crooked Pat. I think it's nearly time to see for passing round the hat. So Patty passed the hat around and looking mighty cute, says you've got to pay the piper when he tutors on the flute. Then all joined in with the greatest joviality, covering the buckle and the shuffle and the cut. Jigs were danced of the very finest quality, but the widow beat the company at handling the foot. With the toot of the flute and the twiddle of the fiddle, oh, hopping in the middle like a heron on the griddle, oh, up, down, hands around, crossing to the wall. Oh, hadn't we the gaiety at Phil the Fluter's ball?
You hear that, Doll? That was Phil the Fluter's Ball, sung by Dennis Day, a real Irishman. You know, Dennis, it's a funny thing, but you're the only Irishman I ever met that I can lick.
Don't be too sure about that, buddy.
I guess I picked the wrong day, folks. Say, I wonder what's keeping Orson. He ought to be here pretty soon.
Well, Jack, you must remember that Mr. Wells is a very busy man. Between his radio program and directing, producing, and acting in pictures, he has plenty to do.
Oh, I know. He has a heavy schedule.
In fact, I don't know how he ever finds time to come down here and help you out.
Well, you see, Don, he and I are old friends. We went to high school together.
High school together? Why, Orson Welles is only 24 years old.
Phil, he graduated from high school at the age of 5. Don't you read the magazine? Why, when he was 7, he played Uncle Tom, Simon Legree, Little Eva, and the cabin in Uncle Tom's Cabin. So don't tell me about Orson Welles.
Pretty smart youngster, huh?
Not only smart, Don, but he grew up so fast. Why, he used to wear diapers with cuffs on them. Oh, what a kid. Huh?
So he's going to coach you, eh, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Dennis, in dramatic art. And I'll tell you one thing, fellas. With his technique and my feeling for the finer things, who knows what results I can attain? Who knows where I can go?
If Mary was here, she'd have a suggestion.
No doubt. But I'm quite serious, Phil. Anyway, when Orson gets here... Oh, gosh, that must be him. Come in?
Pardon me, has Mr. Wells arrived yet?
No, not yet.
I'm his secretary, Miss Wentworth. If you don't mind, I'll wait for him.
Oh, no. Come right in.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Harris, will you please show Miss Wentworth to a chair?
Sure, park the chassis here, babe.
Phil, make yourself comfortable, Miss Wentworth. Now, as I was saying, fellas, when Mr. Wells gets here, I don't want any heckling. Just behave yourselves while we're rehearsing.
Well, what do you intend doing tonight, Jack? Goodbye, Mr. Chips?
Oh, no, Don. We're going to work up to that gradually. First, he's going to teach me dramatic delivery and enunciation and how to breathe. Isn't that right, Miss Wentworth?
I can hear you breathing way over here.
I mean correctly. You know, fellas, there's a way of breathing when you read lines that... Pardon me. Hello? Mr. Wells? Oh, he hasn't arrived yet, but I'll have him call you. Goodbye. Well...
Who was that, Mr. Benny?
It was... Oh, darn it, I was so excited I forgot to ask.
Well, you're a fine secretary.
You're the secretary, not me.
Well, then why did you answer the phone?
Because it's my phone, that's why. I forgot to ask the man's name, so what?
Mr. Wells won't like it.
Look, miss, don't worry about that. The party will probably call back again, and when they do, I'll... Come in?
Excuse me, is this Studio B?
Yes, sir.
I was to meet Mr. Wells here. I'm Mr. Stone, his secretary.
His secretary? Then who's Miss Wentworth?
She's his private secretary. I am right out in the open.
Oh. Well, come right in. Mr. Wells should be here any moment.
Thank you. How do you do, Miss Wentworth?
Good evening, Mr. Stone.
Gee, that Orson's a pretty busy guy, ain't he?
Phil, I warned you about saying ain't.
Oh, that's right. He's a pretty busy guy, am he not?
Just let it go, Phil. Now, Don, I wish that
Mr.
you and
Stone, here's
Dennis...
a script the Theatre Guild sent from New York.
Thank you.
And by the way, there was a phone call from Mr. Wells, but Mr. Benny failed to get the name.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, I said I was excited, and I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Mr. Wells won't like it.
Nuts to Mr. Wells. Gee, you'd think I'd murdered somebody. Now, Don, gee. Now, Don, as I was saying, if you and Dennis would be... Now what? Come in?
Pardon me, I'm looking for Studio B.
He isn't here yet. Have a seat.
Good morning, Mr. Wells.
Good evening, Mr. Wells.
Good evening, Mr. Wells. Oh, Orson! Orson, come right in. Well, I sure didn't know you there for a second. Well, I'm glad you were able to make it, Orson. I was wondering
Mr. Stone, did Gabriel send in those sketches? The costumes for the picture will be needing them soon, you know.
Yes, Mr. Wells. I received that script from the Theatre Guild.
Good. Let me see it.
Here you are, sir.
Looks like a very interesting play.
Well.
However, to finish the second act, we need polishing.
Gee. Oh, Orson, before we get started, I'd like to have you meet some of the members.
Miss Wentworth, did you cable Mr. Miller about the American rights to his new production, the one that opened last week in London?
Yes, I did, Mr. Wells. And by the way, just before you arrived, a phone call came for you. But Mr. Benny didn't get the name.
Stool pigeon. I was excited, Orson.
That's all right, Jack. Watch those things in the future.
I will, yes. Now, Orson, before we get started, I'd like to have you meet the members of my cast. This is our announcer, Don Wilson.
How do you do, Mr. Wilson?
It's a pleasure, I'm sure.
And this is Dennis Day, our young tenor.
Mr. Day?
How do you do? Dennis, don't curtsy. You know, he's so polite. And, oh, yes, this is our orchestra leader, Phil Harris.
Good evening, Mr. Harris.
Hi, Orson. Still scaring people?
Phil! Don't pay any attention to him, Orson. He's always like that.
Oh, I don't mind. He's rather amusing in his own barbaric way.
Barbaric, that's very good.
By the way, Jack, where's Miss Livingston?
Oh, Mary's home in bed, Orson. She has a rather heavy cold.
Oh, that's too bad. Has she got a nurse?
I checked on that, Bob. No soap.
Oh, what coarse language, Orson. I don't know where he picks those things up.
No, just the same, he's a very interesting study. Don't you think?
Oh, yes. Yes, I think, yes. Now, Orson, I think we ought to get started with my rehearsal. Did you have anything in mind for the first lesson?
The first lesson, let's see. Benny. Oh, yes. You see, Jack, the reason you haven't gone as far dramatically as you feel you should is because you've been selecting the wrong vehicles.
I have?
Definitely. For instance, if your goal is the Academy Award, as you say it is, you should concentrate... Oh, pardon me, Jack. There's something I must do. Miss Wentworth.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Take a telegram to Mayor LaGuardia, New York City.
Yes, sir.
You see, Jack, you should concentrate on the heavier and more legitimate type of drama.
I understand. Now, what would you suggest, Orson?
Dear Mayor LaGuardia. Received your telegram, and if I'm in New York on the 29th, we'll be only too happy to attend the banquet.
Well.
However, we'll let you know in plenty of time if I ain't coming.
Hey! Why, Orson, you said hey! Oh, Orson. I'm surprised.
Well, Jack, the use of the word ain't is sometimes permissible. You see, in this instance, by using ain't, I saved a word in a telegram.
Oh.
That's all, Miss Wentworth.
Yes, sir.
Now, Jack, where were we?
Well, you were about to suggest a proper vehicle for me.
Oh, yes. Now, the type of play that would offer you the greatest scope for emotional histrionics would be a literary classic, something like The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
The Hunchback of Notre Dame? You mean Charles Lawton's part?
Exactly.
Well, gee, that would be swell.
Mr. Christian, come here.
How's that?
That's from Mutiny on the Bounty.
Oh.
Now, Jack, you were pretty far away from Hunchback.
He was pretty far away from Lawton, too.
We don't need any comments from you, Phil. You're barbaric. Well, Orson, if The Hunchback is a play you feel I ought to do, let's try it out. I'm your obedient servant. Shall we get started?
Yes. Mr. Stone, did you bring the script of The Hunchback with you?
Here it is, Mr.
Good.
Wells.
Now, Jack, here's a scene that we can start out with, which I think will give...
Pardon me, Orson. Come in.
Excuse me, is Mr. Wells here?
Why, yes, he is.
It's your tailor, Mr. Wells. Oh, come in, Max. You might as well measure me right now.
Okay, Mr. Wells. Mark this down, Sam. Right.
Now, Jack, I think we can take this scene where the King of France meets the gypsy dancing girl, Esmeralda. Now, let's glance at it a minute.
Next, 15 and a half. Chest, 42. Waist, 36. Legs, 29. Come on, Sam. Goodbye, Mr. Wells.
Gee.
Yes, I think this scene will be fine.
Well, I'll do my best, Orson. Now, do you
Oh,
think...
Miss Wentworth.
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Take a memo to the tailor. No cuffs on the diapers.
Now, Orson, as I was saying, do you think I ought to give my own interpretation of The Hunchback, or should I mimic Charles Lawton? In other words... Oh, darn it. Excuse me. Hello? What? London? London, England?
I think that's me, Jack.
Gee, London.
Hello? Oh, hello, Miller. So nice of you to call. Yes, I've heard splendid comment on your London production. I'd like very much to do it.
Gee, all the way from London.
I understand, Miller, but the Theater Guild has sent me a script which I may have to do first.
Gee whiz, I know.
Yes.
Phil, you better play something. This may take all day.
Yes.
My goodness, what a busy man.
Here's the point, Miller. I'm committed to the Guild till May 30th. However, if you could arrange to hold the American rights...
Pecker song played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, accompanied by Orson Welles on the telephone. And Phil, I'm very glad to see... Phil, I'm very glad to see that you're not a hypocrite.
What do you mean, hypocrite?
I mean, your music was the same as always. You didn't play good just because we have a distinguished visitor. Well, Orson, shall we get started with the Hunchback of Notre Dame? I'm raring to go.
Oh, wait just a minute, Jack. Mr. Wells, I have an important message to deliver right now, and I wish you'd listen to it and give me your frank opinion.
I'd be glad to, Mr. Wilson.
Don, Orson is here to help me.
Well, this will just take a second, Jack.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, next time you're in the mood for attempting an appetizing dessert, go to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O. You will find it's not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors. So be sure to insist on genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the box.
Wow.
How was that, Mr. Wells?
Very good, very good. But I wish there was some place you could bring elephants in there.
Elephants? What an imagination, huh? Well, let's get to me now, Orson?
All right, Jack. I see you're ready to play the Hunchback. What did you do, stuff a pillow up your back?
No, that's my knapsack. I'm going to a scout meeting later. Say, Orson, I was just thinking, of course, I don't want to complain or anything, but as I remember in the picture, Quasimodo the Hunchback had very little to say. In fact, all he did was grunt and groan, and it's not very dramatic, is it? Huh?
Well, that's where you're wrong, Jack. A groan or a grunt, if properly delivered, can convey as much emotion as a whole page of dialogue.
Well, perhaps you're right, although I never thought of it that way.
Now tell me, Jack, can you groan?
Groan?
You ought to hear him on payday.
Well, you're the only one I resent paying. Well, now that you've explained it, Orson, I think I can handle it all right.
Very good, then let's get started. Now, this particular scene calls for the King of France. I'll play that. Frollo, the King's High Justice. I'll play that, too. Quasimodo, the Hunchback.
That must be me.
Yes, and Esmeralda, the gypsy girl, Miss Wentworth. Would you care to help us out, please?
Delighted, Mr. Wells.
Now, Orson, I noticed in the script here that Quasimodo rings the bells in the tower of Notre Dame. Do you want me to ring them?
No, I'll handle the bells.
Oh.
Incidentally, Jack,
Yeah.
at the finish of this particular scene, you have a very dramatic speech where you tell Esmeralda not to be afraid of you. It's really the high spot of the play.
Oh, well, I'll sure try and get it right, Orson.
All right, then let's proceed. We open first with Esmeralda and Frollo. Now, quiet, everybody.
Quiet, everybody. Mr. Wells is about to rehearse.
You have the first line, Miss Wentworth.
Yes, sir. Let me go. Don't touch me. You have the hands of the devil.
Wait, for such talk I could have you burned at the stake. I am the law.
Yes, the law that drives my people out of France.
You deserve it. You are thieves and swindlers. You are lazy and you live by magic, tricks, and sorcery.
But you don't know the gypsies.
I don't want to know them. I want to wipe them with fire and sword, every one of them.
How was that, Orson?
Just grown once, Jack.
Oh, well, the second one was an encore. Go ahead.
Now, at this point, King Louis XI of France enters the scene. Esmeralda speaks.
Oh, thank heaven, the king approaches. Maybe he will listen to me.
You will be heard. I will help you, my child.
Your Majesty.
But you must give me a good reason. They say you are a lot of thieves.
Oh, no, Your Majesty. Whenever we steal, it is because we are hungry. Help us, sire. Please help us.
I will help you. You and your people will suffer no longer. Tax your people, my child, and tell them that their king will see that they have food and shelter, and that in the future they shall be unmolested.
For this, I went to bed early last night. Now, look, Orson. Yes. Orson, look. Orson, I don't know what's wrong. But I don't feel those groans. No, really, maybe I ain't breathing right.
Jack, don't say ain't. It's bad English.
Well, for heaven's sake, you said it.
That was in a telegram.
Oh, well, Miss Wentworth, take a wire to Mr. Wells. Dear Orson, I ain't breathing right. And another thing, Orson, when do I get to that long speech of mine?
It's right here at the top of the next page. Esmeralda speaks again. Continue, Miss Wentworth.
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty. My people will always be grateful.
Rest easy, my child. And now, goodbye.
Goodbye, Silas. Oh, wait, Your Majesty. Who is this ugly, misshapen creature that is staring at me? I'm frightened.
That's your cue, Jack.
Oh, yes.
It is I, Quasimodo. Do not be terrified of me. I am not a man and not a beast. Yet I am human, too. I have a heart and it warms to others.
Hey, wait a minute, Orson. You're drowning out my voice.
Well, the script calls for bell.
I don't care. You don't have to ring them that loud, do you?
I'm sorry. Try your speech again. Oh,
Stop.
Mr. Stone. Will you ring the bells this time? I want to watch Mr. Benny. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Jack.
Gee.
It is I, Quasimodo. Do not be terrified of me. I am not a man and not a beast, but more look down upon
Hello?
the leader.
Yes, he's here.
Yes,
you,
I
Mr.
am
Wells,
human,
you're
too.
calling.
Thank you.
I have a heart and it warms to
Hello,
others.
Harrington.
But people drive me off as though I were the
When do you
evil
think
one
I'll get the
because my
proof of the
soul
book?
is imprisoned in an
Now,
ugly
see here,
body.
you promised that
It
2 weeks
reaches,
ago.
the more painfully to all that is beautiful.
That is why I look at you. You are very beautiful. And when you pray for me inside, why not me inside? Now for crying out loud. How can I act with all this going on, for heaven's sake?
Oh, Mr. Bells, your suit is ready for a fitting.
Thank you, Max. I'll try it on here.
Oh, the heck with it. Play, Phil. What I go through for a career.
Folks, if you're looking for a swell dessert to serve for Easter dinner next Sunday, look no farther. Because here it is, the whole answer in a pastry shell, Jell-O Easter tarts, each one heaped to the brim with clear golden orange Jell-O and several sections of tender, juicy oranges. Yes, believe me, it's a glorious treat, and just as simple as it is satisfying. To make it, all you do is dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until slightly thickened. Divide 3 medium oranges into sections, drain them, and arrange in 8 baked tart shells. Fill the shells with Jell-O, chill, and then, if desired, garnish with whipped cream before serving. The result, ladies and gentlemen, is a truly marvelous dessert. So plan now to highlight next Sunday's dinner with one of the most delicious and intriguing treats you've ever tasted. Jell-O Easter tarts, a grand combination of plump, juicy oranges and rich, brilliant orange Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 24th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Say, Orson, I'm sorry I blew up the way I did, but I would like to become a dramatic actor.
Well, Jack, those things take time, but I'll tell you what. Come over to my show next Sunday. We're going to do June Moon, and there's a swell partner for you.
Well, gee, I'll be glad to. Will I have to groan much?
No, Jack. There isn't a single groan in the entire play.
Oh, gosh, and just when I had it down pat. Good night, doll.
Broadcasting Company.
These are my recollections of a very unusual young man with whom I was thrown into contact at long intervals. He's not famous. It even may be that when his life is over, he will leave no more trace of his sojourn on this earth than a stone thrown in a river leaves on the surface of the water. And yet, I met him first in the summer of 1919 in Chicago. A friend of mine, Elliot Templeton, whom I'd known in Paris, invited me to a sort of family dinner party at a country club.
Oh, there you are, Mom. Welcome to this benighted city. Let me present my sister, Louisa, Mr. Somerset Maugham, my sister, Mrs. Brand.
How do you do?
He's really quite famous abroad, Louisa, so pretend you know all his books. Well, how much longer must we wait for dinner?
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll try to find out about it now.
Of course.
I should never have left Paris.
Well, why did you?
To visit Louisa and Isabel. Oh, Isabel is my niece, Louisa's daughter. She's round here somewhere.
I'd like to meet her.
You'll also meet her young man. His name is Larry Darrell, and I don't approve of him. Oh, I have nothing against him, but he hasn't any money.
We can't all be millionaires.
The fellow hasn't even got a job. He doesn't want one.
That must be a great shock to a man like you, Elliot, who's never earned a penny in his life.
It may have escaped your notice, my dear fellow, but I am not an ordinary man. For the run of mankind, industry is essential. Oh, there's Isabel now.
She's very lovely. And that other girl?
Her name is Sophie Nelson, a sort of country cousin. Well, come, I rather think I require a cocktail.
A few minutes later, seeing that Sophie was alone, I walked over and introduced myself.
Quite a party, isn't it, Mr. Mom? Oh, I wish I had a drink.
Well, let me bring you one.
Oh, don't tempt me. I promised Bob I wouldn't.
Bob?
My fiancé. He doesn't like me to drink.
Now, which one here is Bob?
Oh, he hasn't arrived yet. You see, he's putting himself through law school, and he doesn't finish till late. Mr. Mom, you're a great friend of Mr. Templeton's, aren't you?
Elliot has no friends, my dear, only acquaintances.
Oh, he's an awful snob, isn't he?
Awful. But he's kind and generous. In Paris, people laugh at him behind his back, but they never hesitate to drink his wine and eat his food. Oh, is that Mr. Darrell there with Isabel?
Oh, no, that's Gray. Gray Maturin. His father's a millionaire stockbroker. He gives us class.
I see.
Gray's really wonderful. And he's so much in love with Isabel he can't see straight.
And she's in love with Larry Darrell. I suppose that could complicate matters.
Oh, speaking of Larry, there he is now. Come, Mr. Mom, I'll introduce you. Well, now that everybody knows everybody, excuse me.
What's the trouble, Brown Eyes? You're nervous.
Oh, of course I am, Larry. I'm waiting for Bob.
Is tall, dark, and legal standing you up?
Oh, I'd like to catch him trying it, Isabel. Now, be nice to Mr. Mom.
You're old friends, Mr. Darrell, you and Sophie?
They grew up together, Mr. Morm.
Sophie was probably the best shortstop our neighborhood ever had.
Mr. Morm, since you're a novelist, I'd better warn you that Larry's very stupid. He knows nothing about anything but flying. But when he came back from the war, he looked so lovely in his uniform. I just camped on his doorstep until he consented to marry me. The competition was awful.
Isabel's not a bad girl, Mr. Mom. She's just a terrible liar.
Larry, I think we've time for a dance before dinner.
Will you excuse us, Mr. Mom?
Of course, run along.
Oh, hello, Uncle Elliot.
Isabel? Oh, I thought you were still cavorting at that horrible country club. What's the matter? And where's Larry?
He dropped me off and fled. Hello, Mr. Morm.
Your uncle insisted on bringing me home for a brandy. He thinks...
Just a moment. Isabel, about Larry, did you have a talk with him?
Yes.
Well, may I venture to inquire the result?
Larry's decided to go to Paris for a while.
Why?
To loaf.
Don't be ridiculous.
Well, that's what he told me.
Really, if you had any spirit, you'd have broken the engagement.
What can I do? I love him. Mr. Morm, I'm sorry to have inflicted this on you, but you know Uncle Elliot. Well, I'll say good night.
Good night, Isabel.
You think I'm upset, don't you, Morm?
You've made it fairly obvious.
Well, I'm not upset at all. In Europe, Darrell will be out of the way. And I don't see why Isabel shouldn't marry Gray Maturin before the year is out.
You've lived in France too long, Elliot. You've forgotten that in this country, a girl doesn't marry a man because her mother or even her rich and worldly uncle wants her to.
You know, I don't mind admitting I have a sneaking sympathy for this Darrell fellow. I'll keep my eye on him in Paris. I'll look for an apartment at a really smart quarter. Oh, I'll do him proud. I'll lend him the rose and my chauffeur now and then. Yes, Morm, I may even make Darrell my protégé.
Poor Elliot. All the wonderful things he was going to do for Larry in Paris. Unfortunately, Larry would have none of it. And Elliot flicked him off like a speck of lint in his impeccable lapel. Larry spent his year in France. Then, quite suddenly, Isabel and her mother arrived.
Now, don't look so unpleasant, Uncle Elliot. Of course I'll see Larry. Darling, don't be hurt. But I didn't come to Paris just to see you.
He met you at the boat, I suppose.
Oh, and it was wonderful to see him again. Mother, doesn't Larry look marvelous?
I must admit, Isabel, he's thrived beautifully in your absence.
Indeed. Well, I haven't a very good account of that young man.
Oh?
When he first arrived in Paris, I invited him to a luncheon. I planned to introduce him to the Princess Novamale. He told me that he doesn't eat lunch.
Perhaps he doesn't.
And then when I asked him to dinner, he said he had no evening clothes.
Maybe he just didn't want to come.
That's the most incredible reason for refusing my invitation I've ever heard. Well, Louisa, how long are you and Isabel remaining?
Oh, I don't know.
We'll stay about a month, Uncle Elliot. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if Larry's with us on the boat back home.
You tired of walking, Isabel? There's a taxi.
Oh,
if you
no,
like.
no, Larry. It's delightful. All these wonderful little shops and everything. Larry, do you know I've been here nearly a month?
Impossible, darling.
I've seen you every day, and I still don't know a thing about what you've done all year.
Well, there's nothing to tell. Not really. I've traveled around the countryside, read a lot, gone to lectures. Well, that's about it.
Have you found that peace of mind you were looking for?
No.
How much longer do you think all this is going to take you?
I don't know, Isabel.
And after that, what are you going to do with all the wisdom you will have acquired?
Well, if I ever acquire wisdom, I suppose I'll be wise enough to know what to do with it.
You know what Uncle Elliot says?
Nothing to my credit, I'm sure.
He says you have a cozy little hideout somewhere.
Well, come and see for yourself. The cozy little hideout's only a step from here.
In this neighborhood? But, darling...
Oh, Isabel, it only looks dirty. Come on. I'd like you to see it.
A room 4 flights up. In a tenement. Oh, Larry, how can you bear to stay in this backwash when America is living through the most glorious adventure the world has ever known? You just can't go on loafing forever. How can you?
Well, it's possible.
But what's all this going to lead to?
Oh, I don't know, Isabel. Maybe nothing at all. But it may be that when I'm through, I'll found something to give that people will be glad to take. I mean, a way of life. Oh, I'm talking like a fool, and I know it. I'll probably fail. But if I do, I won't be any worse off than the fellow who's gone into business and hasn't made a go of it.
I see. And there's nothing more to be said.
Isabel, what are you doing?
Giving you my engagement ring, Larry.
You're all dressed up, Isabel. Where are you going?
Oh, where in particular, Uncle Elliot? Larry and I are going out on the town.
Larry? But you gave him up.
Yes, dear, I know, but we thought we'd like to spend my last night in Paris together.
If he had any sense of decency, he'd never ask you. I'm profoundly shocked.
But he didn't ask me. I asked him.
No doubt there were moments that night when Isabel and Larry forgot their engagement was ended. But most of their evening was sad and strained and filled with a yearning that neither music nor champagne could quite overcome. When Larry brought her back to Elliot's home...
5 hours, you'll be on the boat train. How does one say goodbye, Isabel?
Must we say goodbye now, Larry? Oh, stay for a moment. We could have one last drink together.
I'd like to. Isabel, I've never seen you so beautiful.
Oh, darling. Darling.
Oh, what will I do without you? I love you so much I can't even...
You better go. Larry, no, please, no. Don't kiss me again. Please, Larry, for heaven's sake, go.
Goodbye, Isabel.
Larry.
That was a brilliant performance, my dear.
Oh. Hello, Uncle Elliot.
I've been waiting in the next room. I left the door open just a little. Do you still want that drink? I expect you need it.
Oh, you think you're very clever, don't you?
Oh, come, child. I guessed you were up to something. Even your poor mother noticed the pains you went to make yourself particularly alluring tonight.
You're hateful.
Oh, but no fool, mon ange. Isabel, you're a beautiful woman. You had him trapped just now. You know you did.
Yes, I know. When I looked at him, when I saw he hadn't the slightest idea, I just couldn't play such a dirty trick. I couldn't help myself. I suppose it was my better nature.
Nonsense. It was your sound Midwestern horse sense. Isabel, in less than a year, you'll be Mrs. Gray Maturin with $20 million in the bank.
I'll forget Larry within a year.
I said less than a year. Trust your Uncle Elliot, my girl. He's a very wise old party.
I wonder.
They were married, and in less than a year. Isabel and Gray Maturin. I doubt if anyone was more pleased with this turn of events than Elliot Templeton.
I must say they make a most attractive couple, Mom. All's well that ends well.
I hope they'll be happy. By the way, was that Sophie Nelson I saw a few minutes ago?
Oh, Isabel's country cousin, yes. She's married now to that lawyer fellow. Isabel insisted on inviting them to the wedding. Why, I don't know.
Did she invite Larry Darrell?
Are you trying to bait me? You know very well Darrell's in Europe.
Yes, I saw him last spring, Elliot. He mentioned something about going to Strasbourg and working in a coal mine.
Working in a... Most undesirable young man. Now, about your plans, dear fellow, did I hear you say something about India?
As a matter of fact, you did. I'll be in India by the 1st of the year.
Well, look me up when you're back, old man. Naturally, I shall be in Paris.
It was in Strasbourg, as I subsequently learned, that Larry Darrell came to a great decision. He had made a friend, a fellow coal miner named Costi.
You're late for our glass of beer, Monsieur Darrell.
Sorry, Costi. I've been over at the university. I've enrolled for a night course.
You're a fool. Why should a man who wants to develop his brain work in a coal mine?
I just wanted to, I suppose.
Hiding out, Larry? Police after you?
No.
A woman, maybe?
No, I just thought, well, a coal mine might do me good.
And when you've had enough of it, you go back to America, huh?
I suppose so.
And do what?
Sell stocks and bonds.
But what about the answers to all your profound questions? Peace of mind, happiness, how to live. Don't you know people have been asking those same questions for thousands of years?
They can't help asking them.
You know what you sound like, Larry? Like a very religious man who does not believe in God.
I'm not sure I believe in anything.
Look, have you ever thought of going to the East, India, for instance?
India?
I went there once. I met a very strange man, a saint. People from all over India go to him for guidance, for teaching.
Did he help you?
No. But that was not his fault. It was mine.
A few weeks later, Larry Darrell arrived at a sort of monastery at the foot of the Himalaya Mountains in northern India.
Why have you come here, my son?
I've come to learn. Ever since the war, I've been searching for something. Something that I'm not able to put into words. In France, I met a Polish coal miner. He told me that you might help me.
God is the only help.
I've traveled, I've studied. I've read everything I could get my hands on, but nothing seems to satisfy me.
And should you find what you are searching for?
It will be something good. Something to be shared with others, but how to find it? Where?
The whole world is like you, my son. Restless, confused. It will always be so as long as men set their hopes on false ideals. The road to true salvation is difficult to pass over. Difficult as the sharp edge of a razor. But this much we know. There is in every one of us a spark of the infinite goodness which created us. And when we leave this earth, we are reunited with it, as a raindrop falling from heaven is at last reunited with the sea, which gave it birth.
May I stay here? Will you help me?
Of course you may stay. Our life is very simple here. There are books. We will talk together. You can work in the fields if you wish.
Thank you.
Come, my son.
I don't know if Larry Darrell ever thought of Isabel in the years that passed. For there in India, he was as one lost to the rest of the world. One day, he returned to the monastery from a solitary pilgrimage in the mountains. Eagerly, he sought out his venerable teacher.
Well, my son?
Do you remember what it was you told me the day I left here?
I told you that sometimes, alone in that mountain, strange things may happen.
Well, something very strange did happen to me. One morning, I suddenly awoke and walked out of the little hut. I just stood there on the mountaintop. And gradually, the light began to filter through the darkness like some mysterious figure stealing through the trees. And then the first rays of the sun came up, the mountains. The mist caught in the treetops. I never felt or saw anything like it.
I know.
I felt that I'd been released from my body, and all the things that had been confused before suddenly became clear to me. I had a sense of knowledge more than human. I felt that I'd broken away and was free. I felt that if it lasted another moment, I'd die. And yet I was willing to die if I could just hold on to it. Because for that short time, I had the feeling that...
That you and God were one.
Yes. I'm going back there. I'm going back.
No, my son. Your place now is with your own people. It's been given you to see the infinite beauty of the world, which is only the reflection of the beauty of God. That vision of beauty will remain with you, fresh and vivid, to the end of your days. Go now, my son. Go back to your world.
Much had happened by the time Larry Darrell was once again in Paris. Our meeting in a little Italian cafe was entirely accidental, but I had considerable to tell him.
And what about Elliot Templeton, Mr. Mom? Have you seen him lately?
Oh, yes. He's given up his Paris home. He's taken a villa on the Riviera. All the better people are on the Riviera now.
I don't suppose you've had any news from home. That is, my home, Chicago?
Some, Larry. For one thing, there's been a great stock market crash. Gray Maturin lost everything. But wise old Uncle Elliot sold short. He made a fortune.
And what about Isabel? And Sophie and her beau? They were married, of course.
Yes, they were married. They had a little girl. The husband and child were killed last year in an automobile accident.
And Sophie?
Elliot didn't know too much about it, other than that Sophie just about lost her mind. I understand she disappeared. No one knows where she is.
Sophie. And now what about Isabel?
It may surprise you to know that Isabel and Gray and their 2 children are living not 5 miles from here.
Here? In Paris? Isabel?
After the crash, Gray had a nervous breakdown. He hasn't been well enough to work. Elliot's been very generous. He insisted they take over his home here.
Oh, poor Gray. I should look them up.
Now suppose you let me ask some questions. What did you do in India, Larry?
Well, I learned something about myself. I was very happy there. About Gray and Isabel, if you could give me their address,
Better yet, I'll meet you there this afternoon. Here's the address.
Mr. Mom, how nice of you to drop in.
Hello, Isabel. How's Gray?
Oh, another one of his horrible headaches. He's lying down.
Oh, what a pity. I was hoping you and Gray would dine with us tonight.
I'd love to, but I don't see how we can. Did you say us?
Yes. Larry Darrell is back in Paris.
Larry Darrell?
He lunched with me today. He'll be dropping in any minute.
Larry. Where has he been?
India.
India? Do you realize I haven't seen him for years? Oh, yes, Marie.
Excuse me, madame. Monsieur Darrell is calling.
Isabel.
Larry. Oh, Larry, I can't believe it.
Hello, Isabel.
Larry, let me look at you. You haven't changed. You haven't changed at all.
Well, is Gray home? And where are the children?
Oh, I'd so like to show them off. But their nurse has taken them to the park. Gray's here in the library. Gray. Gray, dear, look. It's Larry Darrell.
Larry?
Hello, Gray.
Oh, I'm glad to see you, Larry. Sorry you caught me like this. Blinding headache.
Gray, Mr. Morn wants to take us all out this evening.
Do you feel up to it, Gray?
Oh, I wish I could say yes, but go anyway, please.
Wait a minute. Gray, would you let me see if I can help you?
How?
Your headache. I might be able to help you. I'd like to talk to you.
Well, sure.
I think Dr. Darrell would like to be alone with his patient.
Do you mind, Isabel? It won't take long.
I can't understand it, Isabella. It's practically gone. My headache's gone.
Larry, what on earth did you do?
Well, he just talked to me, and then he told me to go to sleep, and I did.
Whatever it was, Larry, you learnt the trick in India, didn't you?
Well, there's nothing so unusual about it. Sort of a hypnosis, I suppose. I merely put an idea into Gray's head that he would feel better. He did the rest himself.
Larry, do you think you could cure him permanently?
Well, I can't work miracles. But there's no reason why he couldn't cure himself in time.
But that was a miracle. I know how miserable he felt.
Can we reconsider dinner, then?
Oh, sure we can. I'd like to go out.
Excellent. Powder your nose, Isabel. I'll phone for reservation. Where'd Larry go, Isabel?
I asked him to get my wrap. What did you do with my husband?
Well, Gray's getting the car. I was watching you and Larry dance. Isabel.
I know what you're thinking. Go on, say it.
You're not going to be so silly as to fall in love with him again, are you?
I've never stopped loving him. Never loved anyone else in my life.
Gray's such a good fellow. It would be a pity to hurt him.
I'll never do anything to hurt him. I'm too fond of him for that.
Well, it's your business, not mine. Well, where shall we go now?
Oh, how about the Rue de Lac?
Rue de Lac? What a neighborhood.
But I've never been there. At least it'll be different, please.
Well, if you really want to go, of course. But I think you'll be sorry. It's dirty and it can be dangerous.
That's ridiculous. Here they come. Gray, guess where we're going? The Rue de Lac.
Isabel, I can't believe it. It couldn't be Sophie.
But it is. Look at her. Here in a dive in the Rue de Lac.
She's seen us.
Oh, it's not possible.
Well, look who's here.
Oh, Sophie.
Well, who'd you think it was? Oh, don't get up, don't get up. Well, fancy meeting you all like this. Hi, Larry.
Hi, Brown Eyes. How are you?
I'm thirsty. Let's all have a drink. Patron.
Vous connaissez, monsieur, cette fille, Sophie?
Certainly I know them. They're my childhood friends. Donnez-nous une bouteille de champagne.
Très bien.
Well, I can't say you seem so terribly pleased to see me.
I heard rumors you were in Paris, Sophie.
Well, you might have called me. I'm in the telephone book. Well, Gray, you went bust, didn't you?
Yeah.
Tough. I guess it must be pretty grim in Chicago. Lucky for me, I got out when I did. Well, drink up. It's champagne.
For you, Sophie.
Thanks, Larry. When they were killed, Bob and my baby, I went to pieces. And then I put the pieces together again with alcohol. My loving in-laws kicked me out.
I think that gentleman's trying to get your attention, Sophie.
Oh, that's my boyfriend. That's Coco. Oh, la paix! Tu ne vois donc pas que je suis avec mes amis? Coco's Annie. You living in Paris now, Larry?
Yes. Yes, I am, Sophie.
You remember the summer before the war?
Sure.
Well, we saw a lot of each other then.
Oh? When?
When you and your mother were being social. We used to read poetry together. Remember, Larry?
I remember.
Well, maybe I better get back to my boyfriend. He'll raise the roof.
Sophie, we'd really like...
Oh, so long, folks. Come and see me again when you've got nothing better to do. I'm here every night.
Well, I guess we better get out of here. Let's all go home. You never saw two people so crazy about each other, Larry. Sophie and Bob.
After the accident, we did all we could to help her. It was just no good. A normal person recovers in time. She just never did. She was always unbalanced. Even her love for Bob and the baby was exaggerated. Don't you think I'm right, Larry?
Sophie was as normal as any person I've ever known.
Was she in love with you, Larry?
Oh, good heavens, no. Just a skinny little girl with a ribbon in her hair. I remember her crying once when I was reading a note of Keats because it was so beautiful.
All girls of that age are emotional.
Yes. Yes, I suppose so. Well, I'd better be getting along.
Don't run now, Larry.
It's late, Isabel. And Gray here had better get some sleep.
Oh, but I feel fine, really.
Larry, we will see you.
Of course, Isabel. Good night. Good night, Mr. Mom.
Well, I should be going, too. I'll give you a lift, Larry. When I inquired of Larry where he was living, He asked me if I'd mind taking him instead to the Rue de Latte. I left him at the cafe with Sophie. For 2 weeks, I saw nothing more of Isabel, Sophie, or Larry. Then one day, in answer to a telephone call, I rushed to Isabel's home.
The idiot. The stupid, blind idiot.
If you'd calm down, Isabel, I might figure out what you're trying to tell me.
He's going to marry her. Larry is going to marry Sophie.
How do you know?
He called me on the phone. I'm frantic.
Well, it's his own affair, isn't it?
He says she stopped drinking. The fool thinks he's cured her.
Oh, that's possible. Have you forgotten what he did for Gray?
Gray wanted to be helped. She doesn't.
How do you know?
Because I know women. She's no good. Do you think for 1 minute she'll stick to Larry? What's the matter with you? Do you think I've sacrificed myself only to let Larry fall into the hands of a woman like that?
How did you sacrifice yourself, Isabel?
By giving Larry up. And for one reason, because I didn't want to stand in his way.
Come off it, Isabel. You gave him up for a square-cut diamond and a sable coat.
Get out of here. Get out. I hate the sight of you.
I'm sorry for that, Isabel. Because the sight of you always gives me great pleasure. You're beautiful. You're fascinating. And smart enough, I've always thought, to make the best of a bad job.
No.
Larry's in the grip of the most powerful emotion that can beset the breast of man. Self-sacrifice. He's got to save the soul of the wretched woman whom he knew as an innocent child. And there's nothing you or I can do to prevent it.
But he's going to be so miserable.
Do you love him very much, Isabel?
It's a nuisance, isn't it? I can't help it.
Then why lose him altogether? Make friends with Sophie. Be nice to her.
Yes, I could ask her to lunch tomorrow. Oh, but I can't. Not after the awful things I said about her to Larry on the phone.
If I ask her to lunch, will you behave?
Oh, like an angel of light.
1 o'clock tomorrow at the Crillon. Isabel, you're not hatching up anything, are you?
Don't be hateful. Just terribly curious to see what she looks like, now that Larry's reformed her.
Luncheon with a reformed alcoholic and a jealous girl can be something of a strain. Larry was the only calm one among us. There were cocktails on the table. They seemed to fascinate Sophie, but she spoke readily and openly of having stopped drinking entirely. Isabel actually behaved beautifully. She insisted on giving Sophie a Molyneux gown for her wedding dress. Sophie was to call at the house the next day, and Isabel would drive her to the shop for a fitting.
I'm so glad you're early, Sophie. As long as the fitter can't see us until 4, we can have a nice long talk.
That's what I want, Isabel. Because there's something on my mind. You hate me for marrying Larry, don't you?
Oh, I don't hate you at all. But I'd hate anyone or anything that came in the way of his happiness.
I'll be a good wife, Isabel. I was before.
Yes, I know you were. Would you like some tea, Sophie?
No, thanks. What's in that bottle?
That? Oh, it's called Przofka. It's a sort of Polish brandy. Uncle Elliot sent us a case of it yesterday. It's really wonderful.
Oh, and to think I shall die without ever having tasted it.
Don't you love the color? It's like the green you sometimes see in the heart of a white rose. Oh, poor Sophie.
I have a great desire to drink, Isabel. But give me about 2 more weeks, though. I haven't had a drop since that night in the Rue de Lappe.
It must be awful. I mean, breaking off completely, all at once.
Sometimes when I've been alone, I've wanted to shriek the house down. But this is my only chance. Larry's giving me my only chance. I know that.
Excuse me, Madame, the car is here.
Oh, thank you, Marie. Sophie, my little girl's at the dentist. As long as I have time to pick her up, perhaps I'd better.
Of course. Is that her picture, Isabel? Your little girl?
Oh, this is my other one. This is Priscilla. She's 7.
Linda. My baby, Linda, would have been 9 in November. This November that's coming.
Well, I won't be long, Sophie.
Linda. My baby. My baby.
one drink. Just one drink. I can't stand it. I can't stand
it. Isabel did not return till quite late. By then, Sophie was gone, and the bottle of Perzovka was empty. 4 days later, Larry finally found her. She was back in the Rue de Lappe, and worse than ever. There was a fight when Larry tried to take her out of the place. He was badly beaten. When he recovered consciousness, Sophie had disappeared. That was the last I saw or heard of her until almost a year later, when I received an urgent telegram from the police department of the city of Toulon.
How good of you to come here, Monsieur Maume. Well, I will not beat around the bush. Here is a book, a novel. You recognize it?
I ought to, Inspector. I wrote it.
Did you also write the inscription here on the flyleaf?
Yes, I did. I gave this book to Sophie Nelson several years ago in Chicago. Have you found her?
We have found her. She has been murdered.
What?
We fished her body out of the harbor. The throat was cut from ear to ear. Monsieur, how does it happen that a person of your age and respectability should be acquainted with such a character?
I knew her very slightly.
Your book was found in her room. Monsieur, we wish merely to establish a few facts about her and arrange for a burial.
Of course.
Right on, Inspector. Monsieur Darrell has returned.
Come in, monsieur.
Hello, Mr. Mom. So they sent for you, too. Have they told you?
Yes, it's dreadful.
I've been at the morgue. I had to identify her.
Well, messieurs, we think we know who perpetrated this crime. Finding him may be another matter. Meanwhile, if you care to arrange a funeral, I can give you the necessary authorization.
We'd like to very much.
So happens, I have a personal friend who is an undertaker. Very reasonable, messieurs. Here, his card.
Thank you.
May I see where she lived?
Follow me. I shall be happy to take you there. The deceased apparently had occupied this room for about 5 months.
Mr. Mom, look.
Yes.
Ah, yes, that photograph. A man and a child. You know who they are?
Her husband and her baby.
Oh? Where are they now?
Dead. A long time ago. Could the picture be buried with her?
If you wish, monsieur.
Poetry. She still had this book of poetry. An ode of Keats. I read this to her when she was just a little girl. Fades the sight of beauty from my eyes. Fades the shape of beauty from my arms. Fades the voice, warmth, whiteness, paradise. Vanished unseasonably at shut of eve.
After the funeral, Larry came with me to Nice to call on Elliot Templeton. I had heard from Isabel that Elliot was very ill.
Uncle Elliot, you have visitors. Look.
Elliot.
Oh, my dear fellow. How very nice to see you. And Larry. Well, this is a surprise.
Mr. Mom said you were sick.
Did he? Well, I am sick.
But you don't look it. You look extremely well.
Well, really now, that's the most sensible thing I've ever heard you say. I've got the Grand Duke lunching with me on Sunday, and I've told my doctor he must put me to rights by then at all costs. Oh, too bad this should have happened just now. It's a particularly brilliant season. Are you going to Princess Novamali's party?
Of course not.
Has she asked you?
She's asked everybody in Europe, Larry. She's giving a great do. Fancy dress.
Fancy dress. She hasn't asked me. It's a deliberate insult.
Come now, Elliot. Why should she want to insult you? It's just an oversight.
I'm not a man that people overlook.
Well, perhaps she doesn't know you're in the south of France.
Don't be ridiculous. Everybody knows I'm in the south of France. It's going to be the best party of the season. If I were on my deathbed, I'd go to it.
Never mind, old boy. It may rain the night of the party. That'll ruin it.
You know, I never thought of that. I shall pray for rain as I have never prayed before. The old witch. She'd never have got anywhere if it hadn't been for me. Now she doesn't invite me to the greatest party of her career. Fireworks, my dear fellow. They're going to be fireworks. So unkind, I hate them. I hate them all. They've eaten my food and they've drunk my wine. I've run their errands for them, and I've made their parties for them. And what have I got out of it? Got nothing. Now that I'm old and sick, they have no use for me. They don't care whether I live or die. Not one of them. It's so cruel. I wish I'd never left America.
Elliot.
Go out. Go out, please. I was carried away. You must not see me like this. Come back later, please.
Of course.
Mr. Mom, I know Princess Nova Malley's secretary. I think I can do something about that invitation.
It would make him feel so much better.
You're not leaving, Larry.
I'll be back later, Isabel. Where did he go, Mom? Larry?
Oh, I don't know, Elliot. I imagine he'll be back.
I didn't tell you before. The bishop is here today. The bishop himself. Great honor. Now I shall enter the kingdom with a letter of introduction from the prince of the church.
I'm afraid you'll find the company very mixed.
Don't you believe it? I shall pick and choose my company there, as I always have. Where is Isabel and Gray?
We're here, dear.
Oh, now, if you're going to make a scene, Isabel, leave my room.
Oh, Uncle Elliot.
Gray, I understand you have a job in prospect.
Yes, if I can raise enough money to start up my father's old firm again.
Well, you have the money now, my boy. I'm a rich man. I've left you and Isabel everything I have.
Mrs. Maturin, I beg your pardon, but this note just arrived for Mr. Templeton.
Oh. Mom, read it to me, please.
Why, it's an invitation. Princess Nova Malley's party. There, didn't I tell you?
Have you got a piece of paper?
Yes, Elliot.
I want to reply.
Not now, Uncle Elliot, please.
I've always been a man of the world. There's no reason why I should forget my manners as I'm leaving it. Mr. Elliot Templeton regrets he cannot accept the Princess Nova Malley's kind invitation, owing to a previous engagement with his blessed lord, the old witch.
That night, Larry Darrell told Isabel he was leaving at once for Cherbourg. There was a boat sailing for New York.
What are you going to do when you get there, Larry?
Oh, I thought I might take a job in a factory or a garage. I don't know. Might even buy a taxi.
Taxi?
Why not? It's a good life. You're always on the go. Meet a lot of different people.
Oh, Larry, for heaven's sake. Just look what you've done with your life. And with mine. What are you trying to prove? I'd hoped you'd come back to the States with us. Gray's going into business again. He'll need all the help he can get.
Gray's all right, Isabel. He doesn't need me.
But, Larry, suppose he does. Suppose something goes wrong again. He has another breakdown. You can't imagine what he went through the last time. I honestly believe if it hadn't been for the children, he'd have killed himself.
Well, that's the wonderful thing about life, Isabel. Most of us always get a second chance. I got a second chance right at the moment when I thought there was nothing in the world worth living for. Do you know what it means to see another man give up his life for you? To walk the streets at night knowing that someone deliberately died so that you might go on living?
You asked me that question some years ago. I didn't understand then. I don't now.
And I told you I didn't think I'd ever find myself. Well, I haven't yet, completely. Oh, I found some of the things I was looking for. And someday I may find them all. But I know what lies ahead, Isabel. I know where I'm going. And Gray, in his own way, can do the same thing, because this is his second chance.
What about me? Doesn't it mean anything to you that I love you? That I've never loved anyone else but you? That my children might have been your children? Look at me, Larry. You know you love me. You know that. You've always wanted me. Say it's true. Say you know it's true. Oh, Larry, I love you. I love you. Please, promise you'll come back with us. Promise you will.
Tell me about Sophie, Isabel.
Sophie?
That afternoon she came to your house. Did she have anything to drink?
Yes. She helped herself. I had to leave to pick up my daughter at the dentist's.
But when you found Sophie gone and the bottle empty, weren't you surprised?
I just thought she got tired of waiting. When I noticed the bottle, I thought the butler had drunk it. I very nearly spoke to him about it.
You never were a very good liar, Isabel.
You don't believe me?
Not for a moment.
All right. If you want the truth, you can have it. I did it, and I'd do it again. I was determined to stop at nothing to prevent her marrying you. Nobody else would do a thing. They didn't care. Oh, Larry, you men are such fools. I knew that sooner or later she'd break down. It stuck out a mile. You saw how jittery she was. I knew she'd give her soul for a drink. I made up my mind that if I found Sophie had not touched the bottle, I'd make the best of things, try to be friends with her. Now, that's true, I swear it. Then when I came back and saw the bottle was empty, I knew I'd been right all along.
That's pretty much what I thought. Sophie's dead, Isabel.
Dead?
In Toulon. She'd been murdered.
Oh, how horrible. They know who did it.
No. But I do. There's no need to be shocked about Sophie any longer, Isabel. I've had a feeling all day that Sophie is where she'd want to be most, with Bob and Linda. Oh, I know it's a very simple way to look at it, but it's comforting. Goodbye, Isabel. And take good care of Gray. He needs you now, more than ever.
Mr. Mom, he's gone. Larry's gone.
I know.
I've lost him. Lost him for good. And I love him. I love him so tenderly. And now I've lost him. Do you suppose we'll ever see him again?
It isn't likely. His America will be as remote from yours as the Gobi Desert.
Oh, it's all so crazy. So useless. What is he trying to do with his life? What does he hope to find?
My dear, Larry has found what we all want, and very few of us ever get. I don't think anyone can fail to be better and nobler, kinder for knowing him. You see, my dear, goodness is, after all, the greatest force in the world. And he's got it.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price in The Web. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Of all forms of entertainment designed to hold an audience in rapt attention, none has ever surpassed the murder mystery in excitement, drama, and suspense. And tonight, we bring you one of the more thrilling mysteries to reach the screen this season, Universal International's current hit, The Web, with three of its original fine stars, Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price. And with enchanting Ella Raines in the cast, you'll gather that tonight's play, in addition to its other spine-tingling ingredients, has more than a suspicion of romance. And speaking of romance, during the filming of The Web, Ella Raines herself became a bride and settled down to happy married life. Between pictures, that is. She assures me that when it comes to household management, a good supply of Lux Flakes is a wonderful help in washing fine fabrics and keeping tableware and silver sparkling clean. Well, I'm sure that many other young brides in our audience have discovered the same thing and thank their lucky stars for Lux Flakes on the pantry shelf. Here's Act One of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Andrew Colby. New York City. Two men, complete strangers to each other, are determined to see a certain Mr. Andrew Colby. One of them, elderly, haggard, has just stepped off a train in Grand Central Station.
Father. Oh, Father. Are you sure you're all right?
I'm all right, Martha.
You should have let me come up to meet you.
To see me get out of prison? It's not a sight I'd want you to remember.
You're free now, Father. That's all that matters.
Where is Mr. Colby? He didn't come here?
Did you expect him?
Yes, of course I did.
Father, please, don't upset yourself. Let's go home now.
He should have been here. I must see him, Martha. I must see him.
The other man, so intent on seeing Mr. Colby, is now in the offices of Colby Enterprises.
Is there something I can do for you?
Any number of things, but unfortunately I'm here on business. I'd like to see Mr. Colby.
What about?
Well, he's been carrying on with my grandmother. I'd like to find out what his intentions are.
I'm Mr. Colby's secretary. If you have any business with him, you have
Don't bother. I can announce myself.
Mr. Colby's busy. You can't go in there.
Don't blame your secretary, Mr. Colby. She did her best.
I trust this is something urgent.
My name's Robert Regan. I'm an attorney representing Emilio Canepa. As a result of your negligent driving, his pushcart and load of bananas were damaged to the extent of $68.72.
Oh, yes. I seem to recall.
You've ignored my letters, Mr. Colby, so try ignoring this. This piece of paper is a summons.
Well, I assure you, Mr. Regan, it wasn't my intention to defraud your client. I turned your letters over to my attorneys, Porter and Griswold.
Porter and Griswold? They wouldn't take a bath unless it involved at least $100,000.
I think you may have a point there. Anyway, I'll see that Mr. Canepa gets a check. And a letter congratulating him on his choice of attorneys.
Ah, thank you.
Do you always attend to these matters personally, Mr. Regan?
I thought my client was getting pushed around, Mr. Colby. I didn't like that. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Regan.
Well, I guess you saw Mr. Colby all right.
Sorry if I got you into a jam.
Oh, anything for the cause of justice.
My name's Regan. Robert Regan.
I'll try to remember. Oh, you will excuse me, won't you? Mr. Colby's buzzing.
Well, I'm in the phone book in case your push cart ever gets pushed.
It very rarely does. Goodbye, Mr. Regan. I'm sorry about the interruption, Andrew.
Regan? Oh, he was a welcome relief. What an intense young man.
You seem in a very happy mood.
Well, I ought to be. Noel Holcomb just phoned me. They've decided to back me 100%.
Andrew, that's wonderful.
You can wire our Paris office. We'll be ready to leave here in 2 weeks.
May I come in?
Oh, Charles, please do. We've been waiting for you.
Kroner was on the train, all right. His daughter met him.
Kroner. How does he look, Charles?
About the same. Thinner, a little bitter.
5 years. It doesn't seem possible, does it? Noel, that Regan fellow, what did you think of him?
Oh, I don't know. Brash, hot-headed. Fairly bright, I imagine.
Have him come to see me tonight.
Come to see you?
Yes, at home. Say 9 o'clock.
Will you want me there?
Naturally, no. Naturally.
Come in, please, Mr. Regan.
It's quite a display of hardware on your front door. Do you always...
Good evening.
Well, hello. You know, when I'm worth $40 million, I'm going to have a secretary who looks exactly like you.
Oh, my tastes are fairly simple. $20 million would be quite enough. How's Emilio Canepa?
Expecting a check. What's the idea of this interview?
Ask Mr. Colby.
Oh, I thought you were his personal secretary.
He keeps a few secrets from me.
I couldn't. Say, what kind of a guy is he, anyway?
Handsome, generous, warm-hearted, brilliant. Come in, Mr. Regan.
Ah, it's a very attractive secretary you have there, Mr. Colby.
Yes, I'm still young enough to notice that myself.
Uh-huh.
You're wondering why I wanted to see you?
Yes, I am.
Well, I was very much impressed with you this morning, Mr. Regan. I liked your loyalty to your client. Loyalty is a very rare quality to find these days.
Well, you can buy it at any dog store in town.
Unfortunately, that's about the only place. How would you like to work for me?
Ooh, sounds fine.
At considerably more money than I believe you're earning now.
Sounds even better. Well, what have I got to do that Porter and Griswold can't do?
Well, briefly, it's this. Up until 5 years ago, I had a business associate, a man named Leopold Kroner. He became financially entangled and stole nearly $1 million worth of bonds belonging to our firm. He had counterfeit duplicates made of them, and then, using his position as an executive of the firm, he sold those counterfeit bonds.
Clever boy.
Not so clever. He was sent to prison for 5 years. He's just been released, but I'm afraid the long confinement Well, it seems to have unbalanced him seriously.
How do you mean?
Well, he seems to hold me responsible. He phoned me today, and he threatened my life.
You better call the cops.
If necessary, I will. But I'm negotiating rather a large loan, and if certain prospective backers were to hear that my life had been threatened...
I see.
On the other hand, if I were to engage a bright young man to be constantly at my side...
Nobody would think a thing about it.
Exactly.
That is, nobody except me, and I'd think about it a lot, and I wouldn't like it.
Why not?
Because I'm a lawyer, not a bodyguard.
It wouldn't be for long, Mr. Regan. I'll be leaving for Europe in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, you'll make $5,000.
I've heard of that kind of money.
Well, then what do you say?
If you think I'm going to turn it down, you're crazy. But then you act a little crazy anyway.
I'd feel better if you took this. Be careful, it's loaded.
Well, it's as serious as all that?
Yes, I'm afraid it is. Can you get a permit to carry a gun?
Oh, I can try. I have a friend in the police department, Lieutenant D'Amico, homicide. Well, when do I start?
After you've seen your friend.
I could see him tomorrow. What about tomorrow night?
Very well, tomorrow night. You'll come directly here, and Charles will have a room ready for you.
Charles?
Charles Murdoch, the gentleman who met you at the door.
Oh, sure. Tomorrow night, then, Mr. Colby. You've got yourself a bodyguard at $5,000 per body.
What's bothering you tonight, Mr. Regan?
Besides you, well, nothing really. I'd like to see the boss, though.
I'm afraid he's still upstairs in his study.
You keep long hours for a secretary.
I'm, well paid.
Oh.
Where have you been?
Oh, just looking the place over, getting the pan scared off me. That guy Murdoch. Does he always walk around in the dark?
Oh, Charles. He was probably just checking up on you.
You better tell him I've got a permit now for that gun. He ought to wear a taillight. What does he do apart from turning up unexpectedly?
Oh, lots of things. He's been with Mr. Colby for years.
Nice, compact little group. Murdoch, you, and Colby.
There are a lot of double meanings in that remark.
Oh, no. I just like to keep things straight. Who belongs to who?
Why should you care?
Well, we're all hired help together now. Maybe I have visions of asking you for a date sometime.
With, what in mind?
Dancing, drink or two. Catch as catch can.
Thanks for warning me. I'll bring along my police whistle.
Oh, that won't be necessary. My early years in reform school left a lasting impression.
Problem child?
Average. I'd set fire to my kid brother once in a while, but who doesn't?
Well, that's very encouraging. Ask me nicely for a date sometime.
Regan, help! Regan!
Colby!
Connor, no, don't be a fool. Regan!
Look out, Regan. He's got a gun.
You better take his gun, Mr. Colby.
Yes.
Get it,
Yes.
Doctor, will you? No, wait. I didn't know my aim was so good.
But he may just be pretending. I'd better...
No, he's dead, Mr. Colby. I killed him. Who is he?
Leopold Kroner.
How did he get in here?
I don't know.
I'll call the police. Sorry I'm late, D'Amico. I've been in with the district attorney.
Yeah, I know. So he turned you both loose, huh? You and Colby.
Why, does that surprise you?
Oh, no. You killed a man in self-defense. Did he give you your back your gun?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yes.
I fixed it for you yesterday to get a permit for that gun, didn't I? I ought to have my head examined.
That would have looked great in there without a permit.
I don't like what happened last night.
Well, neither do I.
Colby's in his study on the second floor of his house. He's going over some business papers. He looks up and sees Leopold Kroner. How did Kroner get in there?
I don't know. I told you that. So did Colby.
Kroner has a gun in his hand. He says he's going to kill Colby and then kill himself. He says Colby has ruined his life.
Well?
Nothing. I just like to hear myself talk. Colby throws the papers in Kroner's face and makes a grab for the gun. Kroner fires one shot that goes into the floor. Colby starts yelling for you. He's still struggling with Kroner when you walk in.
Yes, I signed a statement to that effect, didn't I?
Sure you did. You said Kroner turned on you with a gun, but he was off balance, you guessed. And you were able to shoot first. Any news yet from Kroner's daughter?
Well, you'd know that before I would.
Maybe. Maybe I would. Colby said he wants to make some sort of provision for him.
What's bothering you, D'Amico?
You are. A guy takes a shot at your boss while you're downstairs romancing a dame. You're a great bodyguard, you are. Why didn't he come to us if he'd been threatened?
He didn't want the publicity.
All right, Regan. What was the payoff?
Look, are you going to hold me?
No. But I've been looking over the Kroner record from 5 years ago. Guy counterfeits some bonds, sells them for $1 million, and then pleads guilty. But nobody ever finds the $1 million.
He stashed it away someplace.
Great, then what's he so sore about? A man with $1 million isn't sore at anybody.
What's that got to do with me?
Everything's got to do with you. You killed him.
In self-defense, he had a gun in his hand. He'd already fired once.
Anybody can shove a gun into a dead man's hand. Kroner's fingerprints weren't the only ones on that gun.
Colby picked it up after Kroner was dead. We told you that.
Kroner gets out of prison one day and gets bumped off the next. And all the time there's $1 million in cash lying around loose someplace. It couldn't be that you got a line on that money, could it?
Now, lay off, D'Amico. You know me better than that.
I only know one thing. This case is a long ways from settled as far as I'm concerned. Remember that, Regan.
D'Amico, you really think there's something phony?
You heard me.
I've made out the check for Regan, Andrew. Here.
Oh, thank you. Noel, I'm terribly sorry you had to be mixed up in all this. Maybe you'd like to go on to Paris ahead of me.
No, I'll wait. But I hope it'll be soon. I'm beginning to... We're in here, Mr. Regan.
Oh, come in, Bob. I haven't had much of a chance to really thank you for last night.
Oh, forget it.
I'd like to show my appreciation.
Well, would a check for $20 million be asking too much?
Yes. But here's the amount we agreed upon.
Well, another day, another $5,000.
I'd take it if I were you.
I intend to. Thanks.
Bob, if you'd like to stay on with me,
No, I'm afraid I just couldn't stand the strain. I can't get used to the idea of killing people.
What's the matter, Bob? Did that police lieutenant say something?
Nothing important. What's the matter with her?
There's nothing the matter with me.
Oh, I think Noel's a little depressed.
That Kroner didn't get me first. Is that nice? You know, you and I were talking about a date. Let's make it for dinner tonight, huh?
No, thanks.
Oh, come on. We're both in the dumps. We really shouldn't inflict our company on anyone but each other.
Why don't you, Noel?
Call me later on. I'll let you know then.
Okay, I will. Oh, Mr. Colby, here. My gun. I'm checking it in, Coach. It was a great fight, and I'm glad I won.
Bob, I really...
Meanwhile, you still owe my client, Emilio Canepa, $68.72.
Noel, I'm glad he suggested dinner tonight.
Are you? Why?
I just think you might enjoy it.
Maybe I will, if I go.
Well, you could cheer him up. Seriously, Noel, he denied it, of course, but that lieutenant must have said something to disturb him so deeply.
And you'd like to know what it was?
I didn't say that.
A few minutes ago, you were sorry because I was mixed up in all this.
Noel, what's come over you?
It isn't like you to suggest that I go out with someone else.
Regan has done us a great service. It seems to me the least we could do for him.
Of course. I'll dig up some light, bright table talk of my most alluring dress. Anything else?
No. Nothing else, no.
More coffee, Noel? Or would you rather dance?
Not much of a choice. Coffee.
Well, I couldn't have been more surprised when Colby let you out tonight.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if I were in charge of you, I'd be a little more careful about how I passed you around.
If there's any passing around to be done, I do it myself.
I saw the look you threw him this morning before he gave you the nod.
I merely wanted to know if he had anything for me to do tonight.
Uh-huh. That's what I mean. You see, I don't kid myself that the president of Colby Enterprises isn't a little competition.
This is America. You, too, can be competition.
How do you stand with Colby?
Why? What does that matter?
Well, maybe I've already made a few plans.
Well, if you have, they certainly don't include him. So why worry?
I'm just naturally a worrier. How long have you worked for him?
A little over 6 years.
You must know him pretty well.
I recognize him when I see him. Well, no more questions?
What's the use? Tonight I sit making awkward passes at a beautiful girl. Last night I killed a man. Tomorrow...
You're not to blame for what happened.
I'm to blame for getting in a spot like that. Who am I to be carrying a gun, playing around with people's lives?
There was nothing else you could have done.
Oh, I could have shot Kroner in the shoulder, couldn't I, or in the leg? I could have kept my head and not have killed him.
Is that what Lieutenant D'Amico said?
Huh? What does that mean?
Nothing. Only you seem so disturbed when you got back to the house.
And after I tell you what D'Amico said, do you have to leave right away, or can you stick around a while and report to Mr. Colby later?
Let's go home.
Quit kidding. Colby asked you to find out what happened down there.
Did he? Well, as a matter of fact, I intend stopping by his house. Your friends, Porter and Griswold, are there. I may be typing all sorts of reports till morning. It's happened before.
Go on.
Look, I went out with you tonight because I wanted to. You're rude, but you're upset, so I'll forgive that. But if you want us really to know each other, why don't you stop acting like a schoolboy asking grown-up questions?
I'm sorry.
So am I. Now take me home. I'd ask you to come in, Bob, but Mr. Colby's probably still busy with the lawyers. Good night.
Oh, wait a minute, Noah. I don't like to leave things like this. How about tonight? I'm a warm-hearted, impulsive boy. Sometimes I say things I don't mean.
You're forgiven.
I'm not only warm-hearted, I'm shy. I need a lot of encouragement.
To do what?
Can I demonstrate?
Kiss him good night, Noel, or I'll have him here for breakfast.
You must wear rubber soles, Mr. Colby.
Porter and Griswold left a half hour ago. It was such a nice night, I decided to take a walk.
Did you tiptoe the whole way?
Is there anything you want me for, Mr. Colby?
No. Run on home if you'd like. But why don't you both come in for a while? It's still early.
I'd be glad to.
Well, what did you do tonight?
Oh, not much. We sat around, threw a few rocks at each other.
Well, aren't you coming in, Noel?
It suddenly dawns on me that my dangerous beauty depends upon 8 hours of sleep. My car's right here. Good night.
Good night, Noel.
You have a drink, Bob?
No.
Well, would you care to play some billiards?
No, I don't think my aim's so good tonight.
Well, how about a few hands of poker, then, at showdown at $1 a hand?
You must be interested in my $5,000.
I'm interested in everybody's $5,000. Sit down, I'll get the car.
Lieutenant D'Amico doesn't settle so cheaply. He's interested in $1 million.
Oh?
Kroner's million. He thinks I know where it's buried.
Do you?
Until last night, I had to save up to weigh myself. What else does
the lieutenant think?
I don't know. I can guess. He thinks a wealthy industrialist has somebody he's anxious to get rid of. He hires a not-too-bright, eager young man as a bodyguard. And he frames a situation where the bodyguard has to kill the guy in self-defense.
And then?
The industrialist is rid of the guy, he's in the clear, and the not-too-bright young man never tumbles. It's an interesting point, because even if our dumb boy should tumble, there's nothing in the world he can do about it.
Why should he want to?
Why shouldn't he?
Well, the man is already dead. There isn't anything your young friend can do about that. The district attorney has exonerated him, so there's no danger there. But on the other hand, he may have made himself a powerful friend.
But you forget, he's not very bright. He may feel some twinges of conscience.
Why? There was no intent of murder on his part. Morally, he's as pure as the driven snow.
That's true enough.
Then deal the cards, Bob.
Sure. Well, it's Lieutenant D'Amico's plot. Let him worry about it.
Regan, I wish you'd change your mind and come to Paris with me. You'd like it.
Maybe I would. Maybe I'd end up with as much dough as you have, huh? Hey, how good's a pair of kings?
No good at all. I seem to have 8s over 5s.
There must be some way of beating you.
There are lots of ways, Regan, but not while I'm holding all the cards.
In just a moment, our stars return in Act 2 of The Web. Libby, what are you grinning about?
Remembering one of the funniest pictures I've seen recently.
And what is that?
Universal International's forthcoming Western. I was fortunate enough to be on the set when they were filming it.
A Western that's funny. Oh, that's something new, isn't it, Libby?
Yes, definitely new and hilarious. It's called The Wistful Widow of Wagon Gap. And in it, Abbott and Costello do a comedy version of the old six-shooter Western. Marjorie Main is the wistful widow with 7 children. And she makes a strong play for Costello. But she has a beautiful daughter, played by Audrey Young, who foils all her attempts at romance.
Didn't Audrey Young start her career as a Broadway dancer?
Mm-hmm. But she also shows a definite gift for comedy in The Wistful Widow of Wagon Gap. She dropped in on the set while I was watching Marjorie Main do a very muddy barnyard scene. And then, well, Audrey proved that she's a mighty smart girl.
I can believe that.
Especially when I tell you she's a Lux girl from way back. You see, we were both walking through the barnyard to chat with Marjorie Main between takes when our nylons got spattered all over with muddy water.
Oh,
they looked terrible. But Audrey said, "Oh, goodness, Libby, I don't mind that. A dip in Lux will fix them in no time." Well, of course, I cheered those sentiments. And she told me how she used to save her dancing stockings with Lux. She really raved, John, about the way Lux cut down the runs even in strenuous dancing routines.
And she's so right, as you know, Libby. Our famous strain tests showed that stockings washed with Lux Flakes last twice as long. Not only nylons, but every type of stockings. Silk, rayon, cotton.
Yes. I wonder why any girl would risk strong soap or rub her stockings with a cake of soap. Oh, there's another thing about Lux Flakes, too.
Oh, I've forgotten something, Libby?
Well, it's especially important these days. It's the way Lux saves the color of your stockings. And now, with the exciting new deep tones that you see in the stores, that's vital.
Thanks, Libby. So, to keep stockings lovely, to make them last longer, it's smart to Lux them after each wearing. Here's William Keeley at the microphone.
Act 2 of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Andrew Colby. It's 20 minutes later. Deeply engrossed in the events of the past 2 days, Regan has gone home to his apartment. He's just opened the door when someone steps up behind him.
Shut the door, Mr. Regan.
You're Kroner's daughter.
Yes. And I have a gun in my hand. How much hate does it take to kill a man, Mr. Regan?
I didn't hate your father. I didn't even know him.
And yet you murdered him.
I had to shoot. You've got to believe that.
Why? Why should I believe a hired gunman? You murdered my father because you were paid to do it. To you, he was just a new car you could buy when he stopped breathing.
Your father wasn't himself. He tried to kill Colby.
I never dreamed I could hate enough to want to kill. But I've reason enough to kill you now 10 times, and I'll do it. Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you, Miss Kroner, but I had to get that gun from you.
All right. You've got it. Why don't you kill me, too?
You've got to listen to me. I was hired to protect Mr. Colby.
Protect him from what? My father wouldn't have hurt anyone.
Miss Kroner, when a man is out of his mind...
He wasn't out of his mind. And he didn't threaten Colby. And he never owned a gun.
How do you know?
I knew my father. He was the kindest man who ever lived.
But he did break into Colby's house.
He didn't break in. He was invited.
Huh? Invited?
He was asked to be there at 10 o'clock. I was there when he phoned. As if you didn't know.
You're sure of this? Do you have any proof?
If I had any proof, do you think I'd be here now? Or that you would? No, Mr. Regan. If I could prove what I know, you and Colby would be where you belong. In prison.
You mind if I sit down, D'Amico? Or do you want to eat alone?
What do you want, Regan?
I just called police headquarters. They said I'd probably find you here. You know, you were absolutely right about people carrying guns. Here.
Where'd you get this one?
From a girl named Kroner. When last seen, she was in my apartment trying to kill me.
You asking for protection?
I'm asking for information. D'Amico, how near are you to pinning Kroner's death on me?
I'll let you know when the time arrives.
Suppose I told you that I agree with you, that I think it was murder.
I've got a pen if you want to sign a confession.
D'Amico, look. Everything I told you was the truth.
Then what are you worried about?
Well, it's finally occurred to me that I might have been a patsy in all this, framed.
What's got you so scared? This Kroner dame know something?
I just want to work with you on this case. I'm on the inside, and I might be able to dig something up.
Sure, and cover it right up again. You seem to forget you're the one I'm after. You killed Kroner. If it's murder, you did it.
What was my motive?
That $5,000 you deposited in the bank today.
In other words, I better get out of town.
You wouldn't get 3 feet out of town. If I were you, I'd go to church every day and pray that a certain dumb cop named D'Amico was running himself right up a blind alley.
Well, that's great, except I like to sleep at night. And I just talked to the daughter of the man I killed.
Oh, you're in a tough spot.
D'Amico, isn't there some way we can get together on this?
Certainly. You confess and I'll arrest you.
Okay, D'Amico.
Regan, for a lawyer, you're not very smart. If you can prove that it's murder, you prove that you're a murderer. If it's a frame, there's only one guy can clear you. Colby. And I don't think he'd be too anxious to run to the rescue, deal?
Thanks for nothing, D'Amico.
Anytime, Regan. Anytime at all.
Hello? Oh, good morning, Bob. I don't know how I could. I'll be busy all day. You what? Oh, uh-huh. Well, this afternoon, then? 3 o'clock. No, you better not. I'll, meet you downstairs in front of the building. I'll be there, 3 o'clock.
Now, isn't this better than working? A happy little drive through Central Park.
You said it was important.
When I feel like seeing you, it's very important.
Why are you, stopping here?
Oh, this is the best little parking spot in town. I used to operate from here all the time when I was in high school, except I'd hit it a lot later in the evening.
Uh-huh. That must have been a progressive school you went to.
Oh, it was.
What'd you want to see me about?
Well, made up my mind about a lot of things last night, Noel. For one thing, I'm not going to Paris with Colby. And I don't want you to go either.
Really? What do you want me to do?
See America first. You might get to meet someone you'd like.
I might.
With Colby, what have you got? Money, influence, travel, yachts? Why don't you let me take you out of all that?
That's an offer if I've ever heard one.
No, I'm really very serious.
I know you are. Bob, what's the matter?
I spent the whole morning in a newspaper office going over the accounts of the Krona trial 5 years ago.
Why?
You just naturally get curious about someone you've killed. Anyway, I ran across the name of Victor Bruno. Who was Bruno?
Didn't you find out?
Well, I went to see a friend of mine, court clerk. Cost me a bottle of scotch, but I found out something.
Now I'm very curious.
He didn't remember much about Bruno, only that the cops figured him for the engraving job on those counterfeit bonds.
But Bruno never testified at Kroner's trial.
No, I know. They never found him. But, Noel, what do you know about him?
No more than you do.
Funny. Kroner didn't look like the type to get away with $1 million.
Neither did Bruno.
Oh, you've seen him?
Yeah, once, before he disappeared. Kroner was out on bail at the time, and Andrew was doing everything he could to help him. He spoke to Bruno, hoping to clear Kroner.
What does Bruno look like?
Oh, I don't know. Strange little man, always trying to hide. He looked like a, $20 a week bookkeeper. Glasses 2 inches thick and not a hair in his head.
Is he a foreigner?
Well, he spoke with an accent.
Is Colby going to be home tonight?
As far as I know, why?
Oh, maybe I could get him to throw some legal business my way.
I'll keep him at home for you. Now you better take me back to the office.
Well, little did I think when I first met Emilio Canepa that you'd be the mother of my children.
Why? Is there some connection between the two?
No Emilio, no summons. No summons, no children.
We'll name our first one Emilio, then.
Over my beautiful, muscular, dead body. Oh, well, back to your office. Hello, Murdoch.
Good evening, Mr. Regan.
Much killing going on around the place tonight?
Mr. Colby is expecting you in the library.
Ask a dull question, you get a dull answer.
Oh, hello, Bob.
Don't be so glad to see me until you find out what I want.
I've already told him, Bob.
Well, I'm sorry you won't come to Paris.
Didn't you tell Mr. Colby about the services our new firm is prepared to offer?
I thought I'd better save that for you.
Well, we're offering everything in the legal line. Ambulance chasing and grave subpoenas.
It sounds like an up-and-coming outfit.
We'll sympathize with our clients' troubles and charge only $500 a day for the sympathy.
Well, that's cheaper than the sympathy I'm getting from Porter and Griswold. Your proposition sounds very attractive.
Oh, say, I almost forgot. You know, I think your house is being watched.
Watched?
Yeah, some little bald-headed guy, not a hair on his head. He just stopped me in front of the lamppost.
I don't understand.
He spoke with an accent, kept blinking at me through glasses 2 inches thick. Seemed like he was a $20 a week bookkeeper trying to act important.
It's Bruno. Perhaps, Charles. Perhaps.
Why did he stop you?
He asked me for a light, wanted to know if I was coming in here.
Look out the window, Charles.
He said something about being a friend of Kroner's and that you'd hear from him.
He must have gone. There's no one out there now.
There isn't any danger, is there?
Oh, I don't think so,
Well,
Bob.
if you'd like me to talk to him...
If we want Bruno, we can always reach him.
Mr. Colby, if there's any threat, I could see him
thanks.
tonight.
Maybe we'll call on you later. I'm much obliged for the information.
All right. But seriously, though, about my legal services...
I'm sure there will be something for you, Bob. I'll have Porter and Griswold contact you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Colby. Good night. Good night, Noel.
Good night.
Bruno. I wonder what's brought him back.
Kroner's death, of course, was in all the newspapers.
Bruno never impressed me as being the sort of fellow who'd make threats. He was such a meek little man. Did you ever meet him, Noel?
Probably.
Oh, yes, of course you did. Sometimes I forget how long you've been with me, Noel. How long we've been together.
Andrew, if you don't
What
mind...
was it you once said about Bruno? That he reminded you of a $20 a week bookkeeper, wasn't it?
Do you have anything else for me to do this evening?
I don't think so.
Well, then I'll say good night.
Good night, Noel.
Well, hello. Hey, this could give me a pretty bad name with my landlady. But come in. Come on in.
I'd like to know what you meant by that little performance tonight.
Was I convincing?
You're not a very nice person, are you? Your high school parking spot came through beautifully.
Now, wait a minute, Noel.
No, you wait. Just what are you up to?
What's your guess?
Blackmail.
That's a nice business, too, if you have the right connections.
I think I deserve a better answer than that.
Sure you do. Noel, there are several people in this town who believe that Kroner was deliberately murdered.
That's ridiculous.
Is it? It would have been comparatively easy for Colby to frame. He invites Kroner to the house. In the middle of the conversation, Colby pulls out a gun. He fires one shot into the floor, shoves the gun into Kroner's hands, starts wrestling with him and yelling for help. I rush in, Kroner turns startled, bang, bang, and it's all over.
You must be out of your mind. Why should Andrew want to kill Kroner?
Suppose he dreamed up this whole counterfeit deal himself. Now, he promises Kroner a share of the profits if he takes the rap, while Colby takes the $1 million and builds up the business. Kroner gets out expecting a share of the gravy. Instead, the lights go out.
If I use that kind of reasoning, I could think of at least 50 motives why you killed Kroner.
The police have 100.
Just what were you trying to do tonight?
I want to see Bruno. I dreamed up that little man by the street lamp, hoping I could startle Colby into giving me Bruno's address, but fortunately he doesn't startle so easily.
How can you be stupid enough to believe all this? Andrew's one of the finest men I've ever known. He's certainly been decent enough to you.
He may have carried his friendship a little too far for my own good.
So, you take out the little corn-fed secretary, prime her up with some fake sincerity, and she spills over with everything you want to know.
Oh, I know it's not going to be easy to convince you that the things I said today were sincere.
It's just about the most hopeless proposition you ever faced.
No, look, I'm going to have to make another try for Bruno's address tomorrow. If you give me away, I'll be sunk. In more ways than one.
Do what you want. Just don't ask me for any promises. Good night.
Well, Charles, where did she go?
Straight to Regan's apartment.
Yes, I was afraid she had.
Why don't you forget about the girl and start thinking about Bruno?
She's not easy to forget, Charles. I think a great deal of Noel. It isn't like her to do anything behind my back.
What are you going to do about Bruno?
Nothing now. I rather suspect he'll telephone us tomorrow. That'll be plenty of time to decide, Charles. Plenty of time.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We'll return to Act 3 of The Web in just a moment. One of Paramount's loveliest finds of the year is charming red-haired Lynette Parks, who came from St. Paul to Hollywood by way of the Pasadena Playhouse. Do you find your new life exciting, Nanette?
Oh, tremendously, Mr. Keeley. You know, my very first visit to a set was during the filming of Cecil B. DeMille's new picture, Unconquered.
An exciting spectacle indeed. The siege of Fort Pitt by the Indians with flaming arrows and authentic fireballs is really sensational. Modern Pittsburgh, on the site of old Fort Pitt, will have a chance to relive its history when the picture has its world premiere there October 3rd.
I learned so much from watching the actors, too.
No doubt, with Gary Cooper and Paulette Goddard heading such a fine cast of more than 5,000 players.
I was especially thrilled when Paulette invited me to her dressing room one day while she was having a costume fitted.
And you know the costumes for Unconquered were absolutely authentic for the period.
Well, what thrilled me most was the gorgeous negligee Paulette wore between fittings. You know, I used to be afraid washing would fade such pretty things. Before I learned from the studio wardrobe people that Lux Care keeps lingerie lovely so much longer. But John Kennedy knows that.
The studios see the practical results of Lux Care, Nanette. I've seen scientific proof. In actual washing tests, slips and nighties washed the Lux way stayed lovely 3 times as long. Those washed the wrong way soon looked faded and drab. That means girls who give their underthings Lux Care can have 3 times as many without spending any more.
How do you figure that, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, instead of constantly replacing faded, drab underthings, you can buy pretty new ones, because those you Lux stay lovely 3 times as long. So, without spending any more than you would for replacements, you have 3 times as many pretty things. Thank you for coming tonight, Nanette Parks. We return you to William Keeley.
Act 3 of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Colby. It's been several days since Robert Regan has seen Emilio Canepa, he of the demolished pushcart, but now, shortly after breakfast, the much-involved young lawyer has good reason to call on his client.
There's nothing to it, Canepa. Just phone Colby and tell him exactly what I've told you to say.
But you sure this ain't illegal?
Look, haven't I always been your friend?
Sure.
Emilio, didn't I graduate from law school?
Sure.
Didn't I get you $68.72 for your pushcard?
Not yet.
Well, don't be so greedy. If it hadn't been for your pushcard, we wouldn't be doing this in the first place.
Well, okay, I call up.
Atta boy, that's better.
Hello? Hello? Oh, yes, this is Mr. Colby.
This is Victor Bruno, Colby.
Oh, yes, Bruno. I heard you were in town.
And what if the police hear I'm in town?
All right, Bruno. How much this time?
For $10,000, the police don't find out.
$10,000. That's a lot of money.
I got a lot I could say.
Stop by my home tonight.
No. I don't make the same mistake Croner made. You send the money to me.
Where?
You know the place. You remember the address?
Yes.
You sure you remember?
Yes, of course. Now listen, Bruno, I'll give you the money on one condition. Get out of the country, you and your wife. With the money, there'll be 2 tickets to Mexico City. See that you use them.
Just be sure to have the cash there tonight. 9 o'clock.
This is the last time, Bruno. Remember that. Well, Charles, what's the matter? You look worried.
If we're going to start paying Bruno, he'll never let us stop.
Don't be absurd, Charles. That wasn't Bruno on the phone.
Well, then who was it? Not Regan.
No, not Regan. Probably a friend of his.
How do you know?
Instinct, Charles. That's what makes me such an enormous success.
But if Bruno was here last night...
Victor Bruno has been dead for 5 years.
Dead? Then how did Regan know what he looked like?
No. She's the only one who could have given him that description.
You never told me Bruno was dead. How did he die?
Protesting his innocence.
Well, what was Regan after just now?
Bruno's whereabouts.
Andrew, did you have Bruno killed?
Don't be so inquisitive, Charles.
I just don't want you to get the idea that what happened to Bruno could happen to me. I'm no Croner, and I'm no Bruno.
I hope we'll have you here for some time, Charles.
What about Regan?
Go to the bank and get $10,000.
And then?
And then we'll have to do something I'm not going to like doing at all.
What about the girl? She's involved in this as much as Regan?
Yes, it looks that way.
You don't like the idea of getting rid of her, do you?
I don't like it at all. But if I have to, I'll do it. I'll arrange for Noel to be here at 8 o'clock.
late, Andrew. I had dinner downtown. I found your message when I got home.
Noel, there's something I wish you'd do for me this evening. In the safe there is a large manila envelope with $10,000. Will you get it for me, please?
Of course.
And then I'd like you to go to the Pennsylvania station and get 2 tickets for Mexico City. When you've bought the tickets, phone me. I'll tell you then where to deliver the money. Oh, never mind. You can leave the safe open, Noel.
Is this the envelope?
Yes. It's for Victor Bruno. You know, it's strange, Noel. Right now, I'm on the verge of getting everything I ever wanted to have. And yet I find there's only one person I can really trust.
Andrew, please.
I wonder if you know how much I appreciate it.
Andrew, that telephone call from Bruno...
What about it, Noel?
Nothing. It's not important. I'll see you later.
What did he want, Noel?
He's paying Bruno off. $10,000 and 2 tickets to Mexico. Well, you were right, weren't you?
Well, I'll know for sure after I've seen Bruno.
You'll see him. Right after I bought the tickets. Come on.
Well, she's on her way, Charles. She's probably met Regan by now. Why do you suppose she did it, Charles? Did she fall in love with him?
What difference does it make?
For a moment, I thought she was going to tell me. If she had, I would have forgiven her. Well, I'd better call the police.
Andrew, wait. I'm not so sure this is such a good idea.
But why?
Well, granted, we can have them picked up for stealing the $10,000 if they find her fingerprints on the safe. That doesn't really get them out of the way.
But then, what if they're arrested not merely for theft? What if they're arrested for murder?
What? What are you talking about? Whose murder?
Your murder, Charles.
Hello? Yes, this is Lieutenant D'Amico. Mr. Colby. What's that? Where? You sure? Penn Station, huh? Okay. Just sit tight, Mr. Colby.
The Manhattan Limited leaving on track 8 for Philadelphia, Harrisburg.
I'd like to make connections for Mexico City, too, please. Leaving tonight, if possible.
Mexico City? Oh, yes. Yes. Just a moment, please.
Excuse me, miss. You know old Faraday?
Why, yes, but...
Come with me, please. You're under arrest.
Arrest?
And don't worry about your boyfriend. He's right where you left him. Except there's a cop hanging on to each arm.
Where are you taking me?
To Lieutenant D'Amico, miss. He's waiting for us at Mr. Colby's house. We got him all right, Lieutenant. Regan and the girl.
Keep him there in the hall. Okay, Doc. Take the body in the library.
Bob, look. On the stretcher.
Murdoch.
Just stay put, Regan.
But what's happened? Why are they holding us?
Because I'm the biggest lunkhead of the year. It never occurred to me Colby'd take it out on you.
Andrew?
Murdoch's dead. He's gotten rid of the last guy that knew anything about the phony bond deal, and he stuck us with a rap.
But he couldn't possibly hope to get away with this. Why would we want to kill Charles?
Don't worry. With Colby tailoring the evidence, it'll fit like a bathing suit. Well, a lot of good it does to say it, but I'm sorry, Noel.
Bring him in, Johnson.
Let's go.
Well, laughing boy. I thought I told you not to leave town.
Give out, D'Amico. What are the details?
Murder and grand theft, and you haven't got a prayer.
How does she figure in it?
Oh, come on now, Regan. You got the money, Johnson?
Here. And she was buying 2 tickets to Mexico City.
Okay. Do you mind stepping in here, Mr. Colby?
I hope you'll get this over with as quickly as possible.
Andrew.
You don't have to talk to her, Mr. Colby. Just identify this envelope.
Yes, that's it. I assume the $10,000 is the same. Lieutenant, you understand this is very difficult for me. Miss Faraday has been my confidential secretary for years.
Just tell me what happened.
Well, I was up in my study doing some work. I heard a shot. I came downstairs and I found Charles dead on the floor, with Regan's gun beside him, and the safe was open.
My gun? That was his gun. I gave it back to him after
You
calling
did? Funny it should have only your fingerprints on it.
All right. Maybe mine are on it. When I gave it back to him, I set it on the table. Now, if he had this in mind, he wouldn't have touched it. Not without a glove.
Regan, if you were me, would you believe that?
If you knew Colby, you would.
Who saw you give him back his gun?
Miss Faraday, she would... Oh.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Colby.
Well, I realized Miss Faraday was the only person besides Charles and myself who knew the combination to the safe.
Andrew, you had me open the safe yourself.
A couple of nights ago, I happened to overhear a conversation between Mr. Regan and Miss Faraday in which Mexico City was mentioned.
And she was buying 2 tickets to Mexico City when we grabbed her.
You already told me that. What are you looking for, a promotion?
Lieutenant, he knows why I had the money, and he sent me for the ticket.
You'll get your chance to talk, miss.
This is very awkward for me, Lieutenant.
Well, we're almost finished, Mr. Colby.
Why do you believe him, D'Amico? Only yesterday...
That was yesterday. I'm not interested in the Krona case anymore. I got one right here that suits me fine.
But this is a frame.
You get framed more than any guy I ever met. You're supposed to be a lawyer. Look at the evidence.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, Doc.
He's still alive. Murdoch's still alive.
Charles.
Stay right where you are, Mr. Colby. What are you talking about, Doc?
That injection of adrenaline. We won't have him forever, but he may last through the night.
Any chance of him coming to?
Could be.
Let me know the minute he does. Is it all right if we leave him in there, Mr. Colby?
Couldn't we move him upstairs?
No, don't let him near Murdoch.
Are you still running this case?
I'm telling you, don't let Colby near Murdoch.
You're under arrest, Regan. Now, will you stop telling me my business?
Lieutenant, Charles has been my closest friend for years. Naturally, I want to go to him.
Well, later on, maybe. Right now, I'm waiting here in case he can talk. Maybe we all better wait here. Mr. Colby, suppose you wait upstairs.
Huh?
Gus?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Pull up a chair in front of that room where Murdoch is. No visitors. Okay. Johnson, you wait in the front room. And, you, Regan, you and her can have this nice big library all to yourselves. And you better start reading up on alibi.
Bob, why don't we tell him about Bruno?
How do you think that'd sound from the witness stand? I was trying to find a man named Victor Bruno because I was convinced that the other killing I'd done was murder. No. Colby figured on that one.
If only somebody could find Bruno.
Bruno's probably dead, too. Otherwise, how could Colby have been so sure it wasn't Bruno on the phone?
I suppose so. Oh, how could I have been such a dope?
You? I've been second-guessing the whole way. You couldn't have put your life in worse hands.
Listen.
Huh?
Andrew. His study's just above us. He's worried. He's walking back and forth.
He's worried.
Come here, Regan. I want to ask you a couple of questions.
What about Charles, Lieutenant?
Well, he's still alive.
Still alive. He's still alive.
I thought you left the cot in front of the door. Where'd he go?
That doc needs some more adrenaline. He sent Johnson to the drugstore.
Murdoch's not alone in there. The doctor's with him, isn't he?
First you shoot him, and then you worry about his health. The doctor's in the kitchen boiling up a hypodermic. Come on, Regan. That's where we're going. You stay where you are, miss.
He's alone. Charles is down there alone. Alone. They'll never know now, Charles, will they? They'll never know that...
bother killing them again, Colby.
D'Amico!
Murdoch's been dead for 2 hours, ever since you shot him. Now, how... Watch it, Regan! Turn on the light, Counselor.
Yeah, sure.
Well, don't just stand there. You knock Colby down, I'll pick him up. Get him out in the hall. You can come out, Miss Faraday. This you'll want to hear.
Bob, what happened?
I'm not so sure I know myself.
Well, Mr. Colby, tough break, huh? I really solved this one from left field. I've had Regan tailed for the last 2 days. I knew he wasn't here tonight.
It's quite a comfort to us taxpayers to find our police department in such competent hands.
Thanks so much. Oh, just to keep the record straight, whatever happened to Kroner's $1 million?
That's strange. That's what Kroner wanted to know.
Yeah, very funny. Come on, Johnson. We're taking Colby downtown.
Oh, that D'Amico. He's really the answer to a maiden's prayer.
Huh? He's a smart cookie, but he doesn't catch everything.
What's that?
Something D'Amico forgot to take. 2 tickets to Mexico City. Think we can use them?
I've, always wanted to try out my Spanish.
Hey, don't forget, you two. You'll have to check with my department if you're figuring on living in the country.
Now, wait a minute, D'Amico. That Colby still owes my client $68.72.
Well, you're a lawyer. Sue him.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Livy, do you realize what a big job American housewives do just getting together meals for their families?
That's true, Mr. Kennedy. The average housewife plans, buys, carries home, cooks, and serves well over 1,000 meals a year.
And in most cases, she washes the dishes for all those meals, too. An average of 6 tons a year.
And yet her husband and children expect her to keep her hands lovely.
Well, smart housewives have found out how to do that, in spite of dishwashing, Libby.
Well, of course, with Lux Flakes. For dishes, for any soap and water job around the house.
Right. That's why a Lux lady doesn't have red, rough dishpan hands.
Well, naturally. Some women try other types of soaps at one time or another, but they soon get wise. What strong suds can do to hands is a caution. And red, rough hands are no prize at a bridge game.
Discouraging to friend husband, too.
So, John, it's no wonder thousands of housewives stick to Lux for dishes.
They're so right, because hundreds of scientific tests have actually proved how much kinder Lux is to hands. When strong soaps made women's hands rough and red, changing to Lux improved them in 2 to 7 days. Soon the skin was just as soft and smooth as ever.
And Lux is so thrifty, too. Lux Flakes make such rich suds, they actually go further, much further. They don't die away like some suds.
So, ladies, why not try Lux for your dishes? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
For an exciting performance of a thrilling drama, our thanks to Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price, who take the spotlight for a curtain call. Ella, now that you and Edmund have solved the mystery of the moment, I wonder if, in an altogether different vein, you'd help our audience solve the burning question of the season.
I'll do my best. What is it, Bill?
As one of Hollywood's most photographed and best-dressed stars, where do you stand in the current fashion battle between long and short skirts?
Well, I see that Ella takes a stand in short skirts for tonight's appearance.
Well, that's because I happen to be wearing a suit.
Now, does that fellow look at my suit? Still just below the ankle.
But for women's suits, I feel the shorter length is smarter. For dresses, I prefer the current longer length.
How do you feel about the question, Ed?
Oh, I feel that women shouldn't be a slave to fashion, but ought to follow what looks attractive.
You agree, Vince?
Sure, I follow anything that looks attractive.
Personally, when it comes to shorter skirts, I believe the eyes have it.
You mean the masculine eyes, of course.
How about you, Vince? Are you a member of that, little below the knee club?
Well, it depends how little is below the knee.
Uh-huh. De gustibus non disputandum.
Did I say something I shouldn't?
No, Vince. Ella means there's no disputing tastes. But there's no question of divided taste in what we're offering on this stage next Monday night.
I understand it's something very special, Bill.
Yes, one of the screen's most brilliant feminine stars, whose rare appearances in radio are always an event. Plus, one of Hollywood's outstanding male stars, in his first screen role since he left the Navy Air Corps. Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor.
I guess you need say no more, Bill.
No, indeed. Katharine and Bob appear in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's thrilling drama, Undercurrent, repeating their original screen roles of a man and woman whose love is overshadowed by a haunting figure from the past.
Well, it ought to be standing room only Monday night. Congratulations and good night.
Good night to all of you, and thanks. Viva Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor in Undercurrent. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Again, a word of appreciation to the housewives of America for the swell job you're doing saving and turning in used fats and oils. The world shortage of fats is still very much with us, and industry needs every drop of used fat just as much as ever. So now that the weather is cooler and you're doing more cooking, keep a tin handy for used fat. Remember, your dealer will pay you well for every pound you turn in. Ella Raines will next be seen in Nunnally Johnson's The Senator Was Indiscreet. Edmund O'Brien will soon be seen in the Canaan production, A Double Life. Vincent Price's next Universal International picture will be Up in Central Park. Heard in our cast tonight were Maria Palmer as Martha, Bill Johnstone as D'Amico, Robert Griffin as Murdoch, and Norman Field, Jay Novello, Edwin Cooper, Cliff Clark, and Eddie Marr. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Undercurrent with Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor.
Bake and fry, or your cake and pie, it's your shortening pie, rely on Spry.
Yes, it's Spry. For pastry so tender, flaky, nut-sweet, any pie filling tastes more delicious. You'll say pastry is extra delicate, better tasting with Spry.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Undercurrent with Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you The Sacred Flame, a gripping drama by W. Somerset Maugham. When crippled Maurice Tablet dies suddenly, no one questions the doctor's statement that he died of heart failure. No one, that is, except Nurse Wayland, who insists that he has been murdered. But who would want to kill Maurice? His devoted wife, Stella, his mother, who adored him, his brother, Colin. Listen in a few moments to the devastating consequences of Nurse Wayland's bitter accusation in The Sacred Flame, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Sacred Flame.
Speed is the essence of the game of chess, old fellow.
Don't let your son bully me, Mrs. Tablet.
I think you're quite capable of taking care of yourself, Doctor.
If you moved your bishop, you'd make things a bit awkward for me.
Morris, when I want your advice, I'll ask for it.
Mother, Is that the way respectable general practitioners talked to their patients in the days of your far-distant youth?
How on earth do you expect poor Nurse Whalen to read when you never for an instant hold your tongue? I can't even hear myself knitting.
I don't mind, Mrs. Tabrett. Don't worry about me.
After listening to my lively conversation and wheeling me around for nearly 5 years, Nurse Whalen pays no more attention to me than if I were a deaf mute.
Who can blame her?
I know, it's exasperating.
It's worse than that, Nurse. It's inconsiderate.
If you please, ma'am, Major Leconda wants to know if it's too late for him to come in to have a drink.
Of course not.
Ask him to come in, Alice.
Very good, ma'am.
You know him, don't you, Doctor?
No, I've never met him. He's the fellow who's just taken that furnished house on the golf links, isn't he?
Yes, we knew him years ago in India. That's why he came here.
Is he a soldier?
No, he was a policeman. He's retired now.
Oh.
He was one of Mother's numerous admirers.
Morris.
Nice chap. And I believe he's a rather good golfer. Colin has played with him once or twice.
I asked him to dine tonight so that Morris could get a game of bridge, but he couldn't come.
Major Leconda?
Oh, good evening, John.
Hello.
How nice of you to come in.
I was on my way home and I saw your lights on, so I thought I'd just ask if anyone would like to give me a Doc and Doris.
Oh, help yourself. The whiskey's on the table.
Thanks, Millie. How are you, nurse?
Fine, thanks.
And the patient?
Bearing up pretty well, considering all he has to put up with.
You're in your usual high spirits, I see.
I don't think you know Dr. Harvester.
How do you do, Major? Don't let me disturb your game.
It's finished.
Have you beaten him?
Hollow.
I haven't come to stay, only to say I was sorry I couldn't come to dinner. I'll just swallow my drink and take myself off.
There's no hurry. I'm not going to bed for hours.
We're really waiting up for Stella and Colin. They've gone to the opera. Morris, why don't you let Nurse Whalen get you ready? Then you'll only have to slip into bed and Colin can help you.
All right. What do you say, Nurse?
It's just as you like. I'm quite prepared to stay up until Mrs. Morris comes in and put you to bed after you've said goodnight to her.
No, come on. You look tired. Put your shoulder to the wheel, Nurse, and gently trundle the wounded hero to his bedchamber. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
She seems a very nice woman, that nurse.
Yes. She's extreme.
I suppose he's absolutely dependent on a nurse?
Absolutely. All sorts of rather unpleasant things have to be done for him, poor dear. And he can't bear that anyone should know about them, especially Stella.
Is there really no chance of his getting better, Dr. Harvester?
No, I'm afraid not. He was terribly smashed up, you know. The lower part of his spine was broken, and he was badly burned when the plane caught fire.
What a shocking thing to happen.
Yes, indeed.
When you think that he was flying all through the war and never had a mishap. It's so silly that this should happen just when he was trying out a new machine. It was so unexpected.
His courage amazes me. He never seems low or depressed.
Never. His spirits are wonderful. It's heartbreaking to watch him in dreadful pain and still forcing a joke from his lips.
You know, I'm sorry Colin is going away so soon, Mrs. Tabrett. I think his being here has done Morris a lot of good.
Yes. As boys, they were great friends, which isn't always the case with brothers. Colin's been away so long. He went to Central America just before Morris crashed, you know.
Does he have to go back?
Well, he put his share of his father's money in a coffee plantation, which is doing very well. He loves the life out there. And it seems cruel to ask him to give it all up to help look after his crippled brother.
I think it would be most unfair. One has no right to ask anyone to give up his own chance of making the best he can of life, you know? Here we are again. Fixed up and ready for any excitement. Aren't I, Nurse? What's that?
What?
I thought I heard a car. Yes, I did. It's Stella. She's in her new evening dress tonight, Doctor. Just wait till you see her.
Which opera was on tonight?
Tristan. That's why I insisted on Stella going. It was after seeing Tristan that we got engaged. Do you remember, Mother?
Oh, of course I do. It was a wonderful evening. Oh, here she is.
Stella!
Hello, my darling. Have you missed me?
Why are you back so early, you bad girl? You promised me to go and have supper. Why didn't you take her, Colin? Well, good evening, Doctor.
Well, darling, I was so thrilled and excited by the opera, I felt I simply couldn't eat a thing.
Hang it all.
Hello, Doctor. Hello, Major.
You might have gone to Lucian's and had some supper. What's the good of my spending the earth buying you a magnificent new dress when you won't let anyone see it?
But, darling, I wanted to show it off in the intervals, but it seemed so grand that I hadn't the nerve. I kept my cloak on.
Well, take it off now and show the gentlemen.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, you are a bully, Morris. Oh, there you are, then. 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 Oh, there you are, then Oh, you've made me feel shy now.
Stand up so we can all see. Ah, it's lovely.
Oh,
Stella, what's the matter? Catch her, Colin. She's going to fall. There you are. Come on. Sit down.
no, I'm all right. Nothing, just a little faintness.
Stella. It's all right, Morris. Don't fuss. Put your head between your knees, Stella.
Let me help you.
No, I'll be all right in a minute. Oh, silly of me.
My belief is that she's just faint from lack of food. Nurse, would you mind going into the kitchen and seeing if you can find anything for these silly young people to eat?
Of course not. I'll make them some sandwiches.
Colin can get a bottle of champagne from the cellar.
All right, Mother. Is there any ice in the house? I've got a thirst I wouldn't sell for £20.
Well, I'll say goodbye. I'm sorry you're feeling poorly, Stella.
Oh, Mother's right. All I need is a large sandwich, preferably ham.
You're looking better now. For a few moments, you're as white as a sheet.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye, John.
Goodbye.
It was nice of you to look in.
Don't worry, I'll see myself out.
If you're not in a hurry, Doctor, wait and have a sandwich with us. And in the meantime, let's take a turn in the garden, shall we? It's so lovely and warm.
Good idea. And for ham sandwiches, I hope Nurse Whalen has the sense to use plenty of mustard. Stella, are you sure you're all right?
Oh, my darling. I'm sorry I made such a fool of myself.
You scared the life out of me. Why didn't you go on and have supper before coming home?
Oh, I didn't want to. I wanted to get back.
But Stella, you go out so seldom. Oh, this is no life for you. Tied up to a cripple. You're young.
Oh, darling, don't. Please. I'm not missing anything, I promise you.
The fact is, you've lost the habit of going out and having fun.
Nothing is fun if you can't share it.
Now, don't be idiotic, my poor darling. I wish Colin weren't going away so soon. At least you've been able to get out and around with him.
He only came home for 6 months, and he stayed nearly a year.
You promised you'd try to persuade him to stay on a bit.
No, but he must get back to his work.
I suppose so. I was thinking of you.
Oh, now, Morris, darling, you must stop fussing because you think I'm having a thin time. I'm not. You never try to prevent me from doing anything I want to. I don't know what it is to be bored. Why, I haven't time for half the things I want to do.
Yes, you're wonderful, Stella. You always have been. You've made the best of a bad job, all right. I've had to, but why should you?
Oh, my darling. Don't talk like that. I married you because I loved you. It would be unspeakable if I stopped loving you now that you need my love more than ever.
Oh, my dear. We can't love because we ought to. Love comes and goes, and we can none of us help ourselves.
Morris, what do you mean? Have I done anything to make you think I wasn't the same as I'd always been?
Of course not, darling. You've been an angel. Always. What's the matter? You suddenly went quite pale. You're not feeling faint again.
No, I'm all right.
Perhaps I seem to take for granted all that you do for me, but don't think I'm not conscious all the time how much I owe you.
But I've done nothing for you.
I've never let you nurse me. Well, I couldn't bear that you should have anything to do with the sordid side of my illness. You know that I'm never going to get well, Stella, don't you?
I don't indeed. It's a long business, we know that, but I'm absolutely convinced you'll get much better.
No. They pretend they can do something in order to give me hope. I pretend to believe them because it's the easiest thing to do. But I know I'm on this invalid bed for life, Stella.
Oh, then let's take what comfort we can in the great joy we've had in one another, in the days when you were well and strong. I shall always be grateful for the happiness you gave me and for your love.
Do you think that's changed? I love you as deeply, as devotedly as I ever did. You're everything in the world to me, Stella. I ought to be frightened because I'm so dependent on you, but I'm not. Because I know, not just with my mind or my heart, but with every nerve in me, with every little feeling and every pain, how good you are to me.
Oh, darling, why are you saying all this to me tonight?
Because I owe you so much. You know, Stella, when you're an invalid, you find out all sorts of interesting things. People are sympathetic, but you mustn't abuse their sympathy. You soon discover it bores them if you talk about yourself. You must make jokes, make them laugh, so they feel they needn't be sorry for you. Then they go away feeling relieved and kindly disposed towards you.
Oh, my darling, you break my heart. It's so cruel that you should have had to learn such bitter truths.
My dear, they're not as bitter as all that. I shouldn't have mentioned it, only I wanted to tell you that it's you who've given me the courage to carry on. I can stand anything as long as I know I shall see you tomorrow and the next day and the day after and always.
Oh, Morris, I'm unworthy of such love. I'm so ashamed. I'm selfish, thoughtless.
Never. And you're so beautiful. You've never looked more beautiful than you do tonight. What is it that gives you this sudden new radiance?
Well, I don't know why I should look any different from usual.
I watch your face. I know every change in it from day to day. A year ago, you had a strained look, but now, lately, you've had an air that is strangely peaceful. You gained a sort of lovely serenity. Oh, Stella, if only we'd had a child. Someone I could see as part of you and me. And you would have had something to console you. You wouldn't have felt you'd entirely wasted your life.
But Morris, darling, I don't feel I've wasted my life. Oh, look, you're not yourself tonight. You're ill and tired.
I love you, Stella. I want to take you in my arms, as I used to. I want to press my lips to yours and see your eyes close and your head fall back and feel your dear, soft body. Still, I can't bear it.
Oh, hush now, my darling, please. Darling, don't.
It would have been better for both of us if I'd been killed when I crashed.
Darling.
I'm no use to you. I'm no use to anybody.
No, darling, don't, please, darling.
Forgive me, Stella. Oh, what a complete fool I am.
Oh, my dear. You frightened me.
It's what they call a nerve storm. It's a good thing Nurse Wayland didn't see me like that. Give me my handkerchief.
Oh, yes, here you are. Whiskey and soda is what you want. I'll get you one.
No. I'll have one later. In bed.
Yes. Sorry I've been so long. There wasn't any ham, so I made toasted bacon sandwiches.
Oh, they look delicious. I'll call the others. Oh, Dr. Harvester, come and have a sandwich before it gets cold.
Stella.
Yes, darling.
Darling, if you don't mind, I think I'll turn in. I suddenly feel very tired.
Oh, I'm sorry, Morris.
Did I hear you calling me?
Yes, you did. Morris doesn't want anything to eat. He's going to bed.
Oh, I'm so glad. It's very late. Good night, my boy. Sleep well.
Good night, Mother. Bless you. Here, let me give you a hand, nurse.
I can manage perfectly. I'm so used to wheeling the invalid bed, and he weighs nothing.
Never mind. Let me push him.
Look in on your way to bed, Stella.
Yes, of course, darling. Oh, don't be long, Doctor, or the sandwiches will be stone cold. Morris is rather nervy tonight. I'm sorry I went to the opera.
My dear, you go out so seldom.
I haven't the inclination, really.
You're tired. Why don't you eat something?
No, I'll wait for the others.
Whatever happens, darling, I want you to know that I'm deeply grateful for all that you've done for Morris.
Why do you say that? You don't think he's getting worse?
No, I think he's just the same. I just wanted you to know that I realize what a great sacrifice you've made for him. After all, you didn't marry Morris to be the wife of a helpless cripple.
Wow. One must take the rough with the smooth.
You're a young and beautiful woman. You have the right to live your life just as anyone else has. For 5 years now, you've given up everything to be the sole comfort of a man who was your husband, only because a legal ceremony had joined you together.
Oh, no, because love had joined us together.
My poor child. I'm so desperately sorry for you. Whatever the future may have in store, I shall never forget your courage, your self-sacrifice, and your patience.
But I don't understand what you mean.
Don't you? Well, let us suppose that it is the anniversary of my wedding day, and my thoughts have been much occupied with the ups and downs of marriage. Ah, here you are at last, Colin. You'd better pour us some wine.
Right. Where's Dr. Harvester?
Here I am. I've been with Morris. I'll just have a sandwich and swallow my wine and then be off.
Is Morris all right?
Oh, fairly. He's a bit down tonight for some reason. I don't know why. He was in great spirits earlier in the evening.
I expect he's tired. He insisted on staying up.
Well, I've left a sleeping draught that he can take later if he wants it.
And I'll go up and see him before I go to bed. If he can get a good rest, I'm sure he'll be his usual self in the morning.
Well, I must get home. Good night, Mrs. Stavret, and thanks for a very pleasant evening.
I'll see you to the door, and I'll go straight to bed. Good night, children.
Good night.
Good night, Mother. Good night, Doctor.
Good night, Doctor. Stella, darling.
Oh, Colin.
Poor darling.
Oh, Colin, what have we done? Morris was so strange tonight. I couldn't make him out. It was almost as though he suspected.
No, impossible.
He must never know. Never. I'd do anything in the world to prevent it. Why did you ever love me? Oh, why did I ever love you?
Stella, come here. My darling.
No. Oh, I'm so ashamed.
Excuse me, my dear. Could you pass me a packet of Radion?
Why, of course. Here.
Never use anything else to get my wash really white, do you? You know, whoops, mind the trolley. Radion is a wash out, a white in.
What?
Radion, an absolute white in, a clean up, a fresh in. And Radion's so good in washing machines. My wash is whiter to the last sock. Pow! Radion with Sunflakes. Pure white power. Remember that. Now I'll be on with my shopping. Mind the trolley.
Well, I never. A white in. Radion it is, then. Pure white power. Pow!
Shield brings you the dry look. Shield brings you the dry look with Stay Dry, a formulation unique to the newest Shield aerosol deodorant. It keeps you cool, confident, and feeling poised even in the sheerest of fashions. And Shield's extra dry spray never stings or burns your skin, even if you use Shield right after a bath. Stay dry with Shield, the only deodorant with Stay Dry.
My dear Colin, I've only just heard. I can't tell you how sorry I am.
It was nice of you to come.
I was at the golf club, and old Blake came to me and said, I say, have you heard that poor Morris Tabritt died last night? I couldn't believe it.
I'm afraid it's true all the same.
Morris seemed comparatively well last night, and in such good spirits. Was he taken worse in the night?
No.
He just died in his sleep.
I suppose so. He can't have felt ill or would have rung for Nurse Wayland.
When did you find out, then?
Well, you see, sometimes if he had had a bad night, he slept late in the morning. Stella insisted that no one should go in to him until he rang. It was the only matter in which there'd been any friction between her and Nurse Wayland.
She was quite right. At least the poor chap was happy when he was asleep.
We were just finishing breakfast when Nurse Wayland came in. I noticed she was very white. She said she had just been in to Morris. Stella was furious. I've never seen her so angry. Nurse Wayland was trembling. She looked all funny, scared, you know. I had the feeling something was wrong. Is anything the matter, nurse? I asked. She gave a sort of cry and clenched her hands and said, he's dead.
How terrible.
Stella gave a sort of gasp and went into a dead faint.
And your mother?
Oh, Mother was wonderful. I sprang forward to help Stella, and I saw Mother just sitting at the table. She was awfully white. And then she began to tremble. She never made a sound, just shrank back into her chair and suddenly became an old woman. She just said, you'd better go for Dr. Harvester. I shall never get the sound of her voice out of my ears.
Oh, hold on, old man. Don't tell me any more if it upsets you.
No, I'm all right. There's nothing more to tell. Mother and Nurse Wayland attended Stella, and I went for the doctor. He said Morris had been dead for a good 2 hours. And probably heart failure.
How about Stella?
She's all right now.
And your mother?
Harvester's with her. Ah, here he is.
How is Mrs. Tabritt?
Very upset. Trying not to show it. She has wonderful self-control.
Do you think she'd like to see me?
I'm sure she would. Oh, Nurse Wayland, is my mother asleep?
No, only resting, Mr. Collin.
Then I'll go and ask her, Major. I won't be a moment.
I told you to go and lie down, nurse.
I couldn't. I'm too restless.
Oh, it's been a shock no less for you than the family.
Yes, a great shock. He was always so brave and cheerful.
It was always on the cards that he'd go out suddenly.
Like a candle that you blow out when you don't want it anymore. Where does the flame go then?
My dear, I'm afraid you're taking poor Morris's death a good deal more to heart than is wise.
Did you think he was only a case to me? Even a nurse is human. Strange as it may seem, she has a heart like other people.
Of course she has a heart. But it doesn't do her or her patients any good if she allows her emotions to get the better of her common sense.
What, in your opinion, Doctor, did Morris Tabritt actually die of?
Heart failure.
Are you going to put that on the death certificate?
Certainly.
You've told me half a dozen times that Morris might have lived for years.
He might have. I can tell you now that it's a blessing for everyone concerned that he didn't.
Dr. Harvester, Morris Tabritt was murdered.
What are you talking about?
Do you want me to repeat it? Morris Tabritt was murdered.
Do you mean that you intended that statement to be taken quite literally?
Quite.
But, my dear, why should anyone want to murder poor Morris?
That, at present, is no business of mine.
Now, look here, nurse. You know perfectly well that everyone connected with him was devoted to Morris. No one was ever more surrounded by love and affection than he was. It's incredible that anyone should even have wished him harm.
Whatever I may think or may not think, I'm at liberty to keep to myself.
Oh, come now. You know as well as I do that Morris died of natural causes. What on earth is the use of making a fuss and getting everyone upset?
If he died of natural causes, a post-mortem will prove it. And then I shall have nothing more to say.
I am not going to have a post-mortem. It's quite unnecessary.
I must warn you. If you sign the death certificate, I shall go straight to the coroner and protest.
I should have thought that Tabrits have enough to put up with without your forcing such an ordeal on them.
Major Laconda, you were in the police, weren't you? Tell me, what is the duty of a nurse who has reason to believe her patient has died by foul play?
I suppose her duty is quite clear. But I think she should be sure that her reasons are valid before she exposed to distress and publicity a family that has treated her with unvarying kindness.
Yes, you're right. Everyone in this house has treated me with the greatest consideration. I do at least owe it to them to make no charges behind their back.
Does that mean you want them sent for?
Yes. In point of fact, I think I hear Mrs. Tablet coming now.
I'll go and fetch Stella.
My dear Major, how kind of you to come.
Oh, I felt I must come and see you for a moment. I'm sure you know how deeply I sympathize with you. If there's any way I can be of service.
Thank you. I'm trying to put my own feelings out of sight and mind and think only that my son's martyrdom has ended. I won't weep because he is dead. I will rejoice because he is free.
Good morning, Major Leconda. Dr. Harvester told me you were here.
I came to say how much I feel for you and your great loss.
Thank you. You know, Morris and I often talked of death. He was never afraid of it. He didn't even attach much importance to it. He asked me not to wear mourning for him, but to go about and do things exactly as if he were alive.
He loved you so much, Stella. He put your happiness above everything.
Nurse Wayland, you'll be leaving us now, I suppose. I want to thank you for everything you did for Morris and to tell you how deeply grateful I am to you.
I don't need gratitude. I only did my duty.
What's the matter?
Stella, I've got something unpleasant to tell you. I would sooner not have to add to your present trouble, but I'm afraid it can't be avoided.
But what is it?
Nurse Wayland is not satisfied that Morris's death was due to his illness. She thinks there was some other cause.
But I don't understand. What other cause could there be?
She says he was murdered.
Oh, murdered? You must be mad, nurse.
It's preposterous. However, I presume she has some grounds for her statement. What are they?
Well, nurse?
You all know that Mr. Morris suffered from sleeplessness. Dr. Harvester had prescribed a sedative, chlorolin. Will you repeat the instructions you gave me last night, Doctor?
Morris was excited and overwrought. I asked Nurse Wayland to give him a tablet and told him that if he woke in the night, he could take it.
I dissolved the tablet in half a glass of water and put it by his side. There were 5 tablets left. This morning, the bottle was empty.
That's very strange.
Very.
Would 5 tablets have been a fatal dose, Doctor?
6, including the one I left for him.
Yes, there's no doubt the effect would have been fatal.
It's incredible. Well, it's much more likely that someone took them for his own use.
If so, they must have been taken after I went to bed.
But no one went into Morris's room last night after that but me. I went in to say good night to him. You're not under the impression that I took the tablets, I suppose, Nurse Wayland?
If you had, you could presumably produce at least 4 of them. Believe me, if you'd taken those 5 tablets at midnight, you wouldn't be sitting here now.
The fact remains that 5 tablets disappeared last night. Where are they?
Doctor, is it possible that Morris can have died from chloral poisoning?
I've told you that I was satisfied that death was due to natural causes.
I wasn't asking that.
Yes, of course, it's possible. But I don't for an instant believe it.
But I'm so confused. It's come as such a terrible shock. Nurse Wayland, do you really think that Morris died of an overdose of his sleeping tablets?
I do.
No, it's absurd. Who on earth would have thought of murdering Morris? It's out of the question.
Oh, no. Nurse Wayland can't seriously think that anyone would deliberately give Morris an overdose. But I'm beginning to be desperately afraid that perhaps he took it himself.
Suicide?
Well, he wasn't himself last night. He was very strange. I'd never seen him so upset.
Did he speak of suicide?
No.
What did he say?
Well, really, Nurse Wayland, there are some things I can't tell you. What passed between my husband and myself concerned only ourselves.
I beg your pardon. I only thought it would be better for your own sake to be frank.
What do you mean? Are you accusing me of holding anything back?
I'm not accusing anybody.
My dear, I won't ask you anything that is painful to answer, but there's this. If there is anything in what Nurse Wayland says, I suppose there'll have to be an inquest. The coroner will certainly ask you if your husband said anything at all that might indicate that suicide was in his mind.
Well, he said it would have been better if the accident had killed him outright. But he wasn't thinking of himself, he was thinking of me.
That's very important.
Nurse Wayland, if poor Morris did take an overdose of something, can't you square your conscience to say nothing about it? He had so little to live for. Can't you let him go in peace and spare us the distress of a post-mortem and inquest?
But you see, I don't believe your husband committed suicide.
Why not?
He was sometimes very depressed, and for that reason I didn't think it wise to leave within his reach the means of putting an end to himself. I always kept the tablets well out of his reach.
I never saw him depressed.
I know you didn't. You never saw anything.
Nurse Wayland, what have I done to you? Why do you speak to me like that? Your face is twisted with hate. I don't understand.
Don't you?
Oh. I'm beginning to be frightened of you. What sort of woman have we had in our house for 5 years?
There's nothing to be frightened of, darling. Don't give way to your nerves.
Because he joked and laughed when you were there, did it never occur to you that there were moments when he was overwhelmed by black despair?
But why did he insist on hiding it from me?
His one aim was to make his suffering easy for you to bear. Whatever pain he had, he hid from you so that you should never have the distress of being sorry for him.
How can you say such dreadful things?
Everything he had to be hidden from you. When you were coming, the medicine bottles and the dressings had to be put away so that there should be nothing to remind you that there was anything the matter with him.
I would willingly have done anything for him that you did. It was his most earnest wish that I should not concern myself with that side of his illness.
That's true, Nurse. I'm sorry you don't think Stella did all she could for Morris. As his mother, I'm perhaps no less competent than you to judge. I have only admiration for her unselfishness.
Oh, Mother.
I always think we do the best by people when we help them in the way they want to be helped.
There's a lot in that.
I'm sure Stella did Morris most good by answering him back in the same strain when he chaffed her, and when he laughed, laughing with him.
I was nothing. Only his paid nurse. He didn't try to hide from me the despair that filled his heart. He didn't have to pretend with me. He didn't have to be good-tempered or amusing with me. He could be morose and know I wouldn't mind. He could quarrel with me and know he couldn't hurt me.
What are you telling us, Nurse Wayland?
I'm telling you the truth at last.
What a strange truth it is.
But, Nurse, what you've been saying suggests that in one of his moments of despair, he must have thought of suicide.
It was just one of those moments that I was on guard against. The sleeping tablets were kept in the bathroom on an upper shelf. I had to stand on a chair myself to reach them.
Was it impossible, Dr. Harvester, for Morris to have crossed the room into the bathroom and stood up on a chair?
Quite impossible. He had no power in the lower part of his body. His back was broken in the accident and his spinal cord was injured.
Well, the matter can't be left like this. I'm afraid, Harvester, there'll have to be an inquest.
But confound it, man. No one commits murder without a motive. No one had the smallest reason to wish Morris dead.
How do you know?
Everyone was devoted to him.
Did you know his wife was going to have a baby?
You fiend.
Stella.
I suspected it last night when she nearly fainted. This morning I knew for certain.
Are you accusing me of murdering my husband?
Is it true what she says, Stella?
Shall I keep luncheon back, madam?
Is it 1 o'clock? No. You can serve it.
We can't have lunch now, Mother.
Why not? Lay for 2 extra, Alice. Major Laconda and Dr. Harvester will be lunching.
Very good, madam.
Mother, it's impossible. How can we all sit down as though nothing had happened?
I think it's just as well. We have a great deal more to say to one another. It would do none of us harm to talk of other things for half an hour.
No, I couldn't. Please let me stay here.
I insist on your coming, my dear.
I must go home, Mrs. Tablett. I'll have a bite there and come back immediately.
Very well. Will you come, Nurse Wayland?
No,
I'll have something sent up to your room.
I don't want anything.
You may when it comes.
Lunch is served, madam.
Come, Stella.
You know the Pepsodent you've been using? Pretty good toothpaste, wasn't it? But now there's all new Pepsodent. It's a toothpaste revolution. Get your teeth dazzle white without scratching tooth enamel. All new Pepsodent made with Earlium actually polishes teeth dazzle white. It doesn't scratch.
All new Pepsodent, the greatest toothpaste discovery in your lifetime.
But you don't have to believe that just because we say so. Extensive laboratory tests prove that it's true.
If you'd like to see the results of those tests for yourself, write to Pepsodent, Box 909, Durban, and we'll send you documentary proof
that all new Pepsodent gets teeth dazzle white without scratching tooth enamel.
All new Pepsodent gives you the smile that dazzleizes.
From the fertile fields of the eastern Transvaal come new flavor Royco's farm fresh vegetable. Plump chickens come from lush Natal. Our beefsteaks are the beefiest, our herbs and spices subtle and delicate. So come home to Royco, made from the freshest and youngest. That's why Royco soups taste the best and cook the quickest in only 7 minutes. New flavor Royco, warm, friendly, satisfying, made with the good things you would choose.
Stella.
Oh, have you finished lunch already?
More or less. Are you all right?
Yes. I'm sorry, I couldn't stay in the dining room.
It was awful sitting there as though nothing had happened. I don't know what induced Mother to make us go through that farce.
I dare say it was sensible. With the servants there, it was obvious that we had to hold our tongues. It gave us all a chance to collect ourselves.
Stella, is it true?
About the baby? Yes, it's true.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want to.
You were going to let me go away without knowing.
I didn't want to spoil your last weeks here. Because I was worried, didn't seem to be any reason why you should be worried, too.
But what were you going to do?
I didn't know. I was desperately trying to find a way out. I thought it would be easier when you were gone. Whatever happened, I wanted to keep you out of it.
But, darling, this is something I must share with you. Surely you realize that.
When a woman tells a man she's going to have his baby, it's important to her. She wants to be made a fuss of. I couldn't expect you to feel joy or pride, only consternation.
Stella, you do realize, don't you, how much I love you?
Don't, Colin. Don't say anything that's going to upset me. I don't want to get emotional. If we've got to talk about it, let's do so as calmly as we can.
What's that dreadful woman going to do now?
Oh, I don't know. I don't care. Oh, no, that's not true. I'm frightened to death. Oh, Colin, what's going to happen to us?
You do love me, Stella, don't you?
Oh, yes. I wish I didn't, but I do.
Oh, lunch hour already?
Yes.
Forgive me for coming through the French doors, but I walked through the garden.
Mother and Major Laconic will be here in a moment. They're still having coffee.
Nurse Welland had lunch in her room. Perhaps you'd better fetch her, Colin.
Righto. Won't be a moment.
I hope, my dear, this is going to come out all right.
Doesn't look much like it, does it? Dr. Harvester, will you tell me something?
Yes.
Do you think it possible that Morris could have guessed about the child?
I shouldn't think so.
Oh, I hope not. I couldn't have borne the thought that he died rather than expose me to shame and disgrace. He was capable of that, you know.
My dear, I'm afraid that if Morris died of an overdose, he can't have taken it himself.
But who could have given it to him?
That is the question, isn't it?
Yes, Nurse Whalen.
Oh, yeah, I can hear Mother and the Major.
Well, you're back quickly, Doctor. Have we kept you waiting? I hope you had everything you wanted in your room, nurse.
Everything, thank you, Mrs. Tabrett.
Well, sit down, everyone. Now, we are in your hands, Nurse Wayland. Have you decided what to do?
Major Leconda asked your daughter-in-law a question before luncheon. She didn't answer it.
I'm afraid you must have thought me very impertinent, Stella. Nurse Wayland said you were going to have a baby, and I asked you if it was true.
It's quite true.
And then another question inevitably rises in one's mind. It's difficult for me to ask it.
I'll answer without your asking. Of course, it's quite impossible that Morris should have been the father of the child I'm expecting. Since his accident, he's been my husband in name only.
I am the father, Major Leconda.
You? Do you mean to say that it escaped your sharp eyes, nurse, that Colin and Stella were in love with each other?
Oh, did you know?
Nowadays, I find the young are apt to think their elders even more stupid than advancing years generally make them.
Oh, Mother, what must you think of me?
Do you much care?
I suppose I ought to be terribly ashamed of myself. But I must be honest. I could no more stop falling in love with Colin than I could help the rain falling.
You're shameless.
But you have every right to think that I treated Morris shamefully, Mother. He's beyond the reach of pain, but I bitterly regret the pain I've caused you. I have no excuses to make for myself.
My dear, don't you remember what I said to you last night? I thanked you for all you'd done for Morris. Did you think I was talking at random? I knew then that you were going to have a baby, and that Colin was the father.
I blame myself. Not for loving Stella, but for not going away as soon as I find out.
Whatever you think of me, I ask you to believe that I didn't give myself to Colin to gratify any passing whim. I love him with all my heart.
I know, dear.
I struggled against it. I told myself that the only return I could make Morris for all the devotion he gave me was by remaining faithful to him. I tried to drive Colin away. I did everything except ask him to go. I couldn't do that. And Morris was so pleased to have him here.
Yes, I understand.
I don't understand you, Mrs. Tabrett. You seem to be going out of your way to find excuses for your daughter-in-law. If you knew what was going on, why didn't you stop it?
I'm afraid I shall shock you, Nurse Wayland. Stella is young, healthy, and normal. When Morris's accident made it impossible for him and Stella to ever live again as man and wife, I asked myself how long she'd be able to support such a false relationship.
No one could say that you had much trust in human nature.
I have a great deal. I knew that Stella's pity was infinite. I knew that she meant everything in the world to Morris. Everything. But I feared the time would come when she could no longer be content with the miserable life that was all that Morris had to offer her. If she wanted to go, I felt we had no right to prevent her. And I knew that if she went, Morris would die.
I would never have left him, never.
I was willing to shut my eyes to anything, as long as she stayed with Morris. I found myself wishing she'd take a lover.
Mrs. Tabrett!
When Colin came back, and after a while I realized that he and Stella are in love, I was glad. I felt that this would make things right for Morris. She wouldn't go now. She was bound to this house by a stronger tie than pity or kindness.
But didn't it strike you what great dangers you were exposing them to?
I didn't care. I thought only of Morris. When they were children, I think I loved both my sons equally. But since his accident, I haven't had room in my heart for anyone but Morris. He was everything to me. For him, I was prepared to sacrifice Colin and Stella. I hope they'll forgive me.
As if there were anything to forgive.
You'll only laugh at me if I say I'm shocked. But I can't help it. I'm shocked to the very depths of my soul.
I was afraid you would be.
Well, with a baby on the way, you must admit that Morris's death has come in the very nick of time to get her out of a very awkward predicament.
What a cruel and heartless thing to say. Are you sure your motive for causing all this trouble is anything more than your bitter hatred of me?
Why should I hate you? Believe me, I only despise you.
You hate me because you were in love with Morris.
How dare you say that?
You gave it away constantly. I could see that you were fonder of Morris than a nurse generally is of her patient. But it didn't strike me as serious until this morning. I know now that you were madly in love with him.
And if I was, what of it?
Nothing. Except that it's my turn to be shocked. In the circumstances, I think it was rather horrible and disgusting.
Yes, I loved him. My love grew as yours faded. I loved him because he was so helpless, so dependent on me. I never showed my love. It would have meant nothing to him. He had no room in his heart for anyone but you. You think you were kind and considerate. If you'd loved him as I did, you'd have seen how less than nothing was all you did for him. I could think of 100 ways to give him happiness, but they would have meant nothing to him. And you, whom he loved, could think of none of them.
Nurse Wayland, I'm sorry for what I said just now. It was stupid of me and unkind. I suppose there is something beautiful in love, of whatever kind it is. Will you let me thank you for the love you gave my husband?
No! It's an impertinence to offer me your thanks.
I'm sorry you should think that.
All you had for him was pity. But I loved him with all my heart. I never asked anything but to be allowed to help and serve him. What was he to you? What was he to his mother? To me, he was my life. And you killed him.
That's a lie.
Come, Nurse Wayland, you have no right to say that.
How dare you stand there and insult Stella? The situation is preposterous.
It's true, and you know it.
I know nothing of the kind. I only know that you've worked yourself into a state in which you are saying all sorts of things for which you have no justification.
My dear, I could no more have killed Morris than I could walk a tightrope. Doesn't it occur to you that there was nothing to prevent my leaving him? Who could have blamed me? I could have gone away with Colin.
Yes, and heaven knows I wanted you.
You'd have been afraid of the scandal. And you knew that your treachery would have broken your husband's heart. You couldn't face that. You preferred to kill him.
After knowing me for 5 years, Nurse Wayland, how can you think me capable of such wickedness?
Your husband loved and trusted you. He was bedridden. He was defenseless. If you were capable of being unfaithful to him, you were capable of killing him.
Are you not falling into a rather vulgar error, my dear? Chastity is a very excellent thing, but it isn't the whole of virtue. There's kindness and courage and consideration.
Are you defending her for having been untrue to your son?
I'm excusing her. I know she gave Morris all she could, and the rest was not within her power.
Oh, my dear, you're so kind and wise.
No, darling, I'm only so old.
Stella, I'm sorry, but Nurse Wayland has made a definite accusation. It must be met. If Morris died of an overdose of sleeping tablets, it was administered by somebody.
It was not given to him by me.
You appear to have been the last person who saw him last night. You said he was upset earlier in the evening. Why?
Oh, must I tell you? It was very private.
No, I've no right to ask you anything, but if there's an inquest, you'll be asked.
But he broke down because he couldn't love me as he wanted to love me. He said he would have so liked us to have a child.
But when you went in to say goodnight to him, he made no further reference to that.
No, none. He seemed quite recovered.
Did he ask you for anything before you went? The sleeping draught, for instance?
No, Major Laconda. Morris did not ask me for the sleeping draught, and I did not give it to him.
May I ask a question now?
Certainly.
Why were you so upset when I came in this morning and told you I'd been into your husband's room?
I was angry with you for going in before he called.
Are you sure you weren't afraid I'd gone in too soon?
Oh,
Supposing he'd been still alive and it had been possible to save him.
You've made up your mind that I murdered Morris, haven't you?
I know you did.
You have done what you thought was your duty, Nurse Wayland. Well and good. It's obvious the matter cannot rest here, and the responsibility is now mine. There is no need for us to take up any more of your time.
I'll go. I'm just as anxious to leave you as you all are to get rid of me. But I can't go, Mrs. Tablet, without saying how sorry I am to have repaid your kindness by bringing this unhappiness upon you. I know you must hate me. It seems frightful, but I do ask you to believe that I can't help myself.
Before we part, my dear, I should like, if I could, to release your spirit from the bitterness that's making you so unhappy. Bless you for the kindness you showed by poor Morris, and for the unselfish love you bore him.
Oh, I'm so desperately unhappy.
Please leave your address, Nurse Wayland. Dr. Harvester will communicate with the proper authorities, and they will want to get in touch with you.
I shall go and see the coroner and put the facts before him. If you don't mind, Mrs. Tablet, I'll ring up his place from here and find out if he's in.
Before you do that, may I say something?
Of course.
I'll try to be brief. Stella is mistaken in thinking that she was the last person who saw Morris alive. I saw him and spoke to him later.
You?
I couldn't sleep last night. There was no light in Morris's room, but I had a strange feeling that he was lying awake too. I opened his door quietly, but he heard me and called me in.
What time was this?
I don't know, perhaps an hour after you left. He told me he'd taken his sleeping draught, but it hadn't had any effect. Then he said, "Mother, be a sport and give me another. It can't hurt for once, and I do want to have a decent sleep."
Yes, he was very nervy last night. I suppose his usual dose wasn't enough.
Very early after his accident, I promised Morris that if life became intolerable to him, I would give him the means of putting an end to it.
Oh, Mother, no.
I said that if his suffering was so great that he couldn't bear them any longer, and he solemnly asked me to help him, I wouldn't shirk the responsibility. And sometimes he'd say, "Does that promise still hold?" And I'd answer, "Yes, dear, it does."
But did he ask you last night?
No.
What happened then?
I knew Stella's love meant everything to Morris, and I knew that she no longer had any to give him because she'd given all her love to Colin. Poor Morris could not stand losing her. But Stella had done as much for him as even I, his mother, could ask of her. I was not so selfish as to demand from her the sacrifice of all that makes a woman's life worthwhile.
Oh, why didn't you give me the chance?
It was a lovely, lovely dream he dreamed, and I loved him too much to let him ever wake from it. For I loved Morris. He was everything to me. I gave him life, and I took life away from him.
Mrs. Tablet, it's impossible. Oh, how dreadful.
I went into the bathroom and climbed on the chair and got the bottle of chlorelin. I took the 5 tablets and dissolved them in a glass of water. I took it in to Morris, and he drank it at a gulp. Then I sat by the side of his bed, holding his hand until he fell asleep. When I withdrew my hand, I knew it was sleep from which he would never awake. He dreamed his dream to the end.
Oh, Mother. Oh, what will be the end of this? I'm so frightened.
Oh, my dear, don't worry about me. What I did deliberately, and I'm quite ready to face the consequences.
It's my fault. How can I ever forgive myself?
No, you mustn't be silly. You mustn't think about me or distress yourselves at what happens to me. You and Colin must go away, marry, and have your child. And you must forget the past. You're young, and you have a right to life and happiness.
Mother, darling. Oh, Mother, you make me feel so ashamed.
My son, I love you too. I have your happiness very much at heart.
Oh, my dear, dear Millie, what can I say?
Dr. Harvester, are you still willing to sign the death certificate?
Yes.
Then sign it. If there are ever any questions, I'm prepared to swear that I left the tablets on Morris's table by his bed.
Oh, Nurse Wayland.
We're very grateful to you, Nurse Wayland. So infinitely grateful.
Oh, Mrs. Tablet, I've been so petty and revengeful. I never realized how mean I was.
Come, my dear. Don't let us get emotional. We're both of us lonely women now. Let us help one another. So long as you and I can keep our love for Morris alive in our hearts, he's not really dead.
Eleanor Rigby picks up the rice in the church where a wedding has been. Lives in a dream, waits at the window.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama.
In today's Lux Radio Theatre, we feature the story The Cruel Sea by Nicholas Montserrat, adapted for broadcast by Stephen Grenfell and starring Jack Hawkins.
My name is George Eastwood Erickson, and I spent my war at sea. This is part of that story. It's a long and true story of one ocean, one ship, and about 90 men. It's a true story because that is the only kind worth telling. First, the ocean, the steep Atlantic stream. The map will tell you what it looks like. What the map will not tell you is the strength and fury of that ocean, its moods, its violence, its treachery. Next, the ship, the doomed ship. In November 1939, she's brand new. She's a corvette, a new type of escort ship. Her name is Compass Rose. Lastly, the men. The 90 men. They're very nearly all amateurs. Bakers, bank clerks, farmers' boys, lorry drivers, shop assistants. One day, the war and the Navy will have welded them into a company of sailors. They come onto the stage in 2s and 3s. Some are early, some are late. Some, like this pretty ship, are doomed. They have women, at least 90 women, loving them or tied to them, or glad to see the last of them as they go to war. The men are the stars of this story. The only heroines are the ships. The only villain, the cruel sea itself. Job number 2891, movable stores. Oh, heavens, I'm out of practice. Come in and shut the door very firmly.
Reporting for Compass Row, sir, to Lieutenant Commander Erickson.
I'm Erickson. You're Lockhart?
Yes, sir.
And you're Ferriby?
Yes, sir.
First trip?
Yes, sir. We've just come up from King Alfred.
And how long were you training there?
5 weeks, sir.
Oh, and now you know it all.
No, sir.
Well, that's something anyway. What was your job in peacetime?
Journalist, sir.
And what about you, Ferriby?
I worked in a bank, sir.
Ever been to sea?
Only across to France, sir.
Oh, well, you might find that useful. You two subs know what you're in for?
No, sir.
Well, gentlemen, the particular war you've elected to join isn't a very pretty one, and the place has been hot.
Yes, sir.
And it'll get a damn sight hotter before we're all very much older. The Germans hang about off the coasts of Scotland and Ireland and in the Bay of Biscay on the lookout for stray ships that they can pick off at their leisure.
Rather like jackals, sir.
Yes, some rather like jackals.
We weren't looking for a cushy war, sir.
Good. All right. I'll take a look at the ship and report to the first lieutenant. His name's Bennett. He's somewhere aboard.
Aye, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is going to be damned crowded. You and I share a cabin, I suppose.
I wonder what the first lieutenant's like.
Below! We shall soon know.
Below! Is that us?
Come up here and double up.
Names?
Lockhart.
Ferriby.
Sir.
Sir.
Which of you's senior?
We passed out together.
I know that, but one of you is ahead of the other on the Navy list.
We're not in the Navy list yet.
You're not out of the egg yet by the sound of it. Well, we'd better find out what you can do. You ever been around the ship?
Yes.
How many fire hose points are there?
14.
Very clever. You, Ferriby.
Yes?
What sort of guns have we got?
4-inch.
4-inch what? Breech loading, quick firing, Mark 4, Mark 6, fixed ammunition?
4-inch... I don't know.
Find out. I want to know next time I see you. I got work to do. You two subs get back to the hut and start checking CVs.
Oh, my, an engaging character. Come in here.
He's, not really what I expected.
Gold dust baffles brains, my lad. And CVs happen to be confidential books. See what I mean?
How on earth did you know there were 14 fire hose points?
I didn't. And I was damned sure our Antipodean mastermind didn't either.
I liked the captain.
He loved you. Yes, he's all right. The good R&Rs are really good.
By the way, Lockhart, which one of us is senior?
I think I'd better be.
Lockhart?
What is it?
I wonder if I could get my wife up here.
I don't ask about it.
Who?
Bennett, I suppose, or the captain.
Bennett would say no.
Probably.
You know, I was just getting used to being married.
Must be very satisfactory.
Oh, it's more than that. It's meant everything to me the last few weeks. I don't know how I could have got through otherwise. Mavis is... She's someone you can tell everything to without feeling ashamed. She's someone who's the other half of yourself. That's why it's so rotten being separated.
Why don't you see if you can get her up? After all, the captain's wife is staying with him, so I was told, at some ghastly hotel on Kelvinside.
She'll not be a happy ship. Or my name isn't Chief Engine Room Artificer Watts.
Oh, she'd be lovely enough.
And she's not got the makings of a happy ship. I'm not saying the skipper's not okay, and you as coxswain will make a great difference, Bob. But that Jimmy the one's a proper Aussie bar steward. He was round my engine room tonight, blathering about a watch-keeping bill. And me with the ruddy main shaft still opened up.
Makes you wonder what sort of country Australia is, doesn't it?
The sooner I get my ticket and settle down on pension, the better.
Well, there'll be no tickets in this war, mate. If you won, you're in, for the duration.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, you could hoist the old outfit aboard my old ship repulse and not feel the difference.
I hope your repulse will be handy if we run into trouble.
Well, what have we got in the way of armament? One perishing little 4-inch pop gun and a couple of rows of depth charges. They make rings round us.
What gets me is the accommodation. There's stokers messing alongside seamen, and you know they don't like that. There's no canteen, no refrigeration, no forced draft. And the galley's right aft, so that everything will be stone cold by the time we eat it. Whoever designed that ship must have been blind drunk.
Wish the basket had to sail in it. We won't be able to do that.
I have a feeling we're going to move soon. Well, gentlemen, we go down river tomorrow, which happens to be Christmas Day.
A nice present, sir.
I hope so, Lockhart. Well, here's the rough program, anyway. We'll be towed to the oiling berth about 5 miles downriver. We'll oil there and then steam the rest of the way down to Greenock.
How long do we stay there, sir?
About a fortnight, taking on stores and ammunition and adjusting compasses. Then we go north to Ardnacresh for our working up exercises.
How long will they take, sir?
Well, 3 weeks. But if we don't put up a good show, they can keep us there as long as they like. So it's up to us.
Do you hear that, Subs? We don't want any mistakes from either of you.
We don't want any mistakes from anyone, whether it's me or a second-class stoker. They're a commodity I'm not going to have aboard. I'll be in my cabin if I'm wanted.
That means that in less than a month we can be at sea. In the Atlantic, perhaps.
Which is plenty cold at this time of year, Subs.
You know what I was thinking? I was thinking that perhaps one might stand a better chance of survival in very cold weather, swimming in the water supported by a life jacket, than sitting wet through in an open boat exposed to the wind.
Rot. Wait till the first time you're fished. You'll soon change your mind.
How do you know? You can hardly have been torpedoed yet.
You talk to me like that again, and I'll crown you.
That would get you into a great deal of trouble.
Just watch it, that's all.
Stand station! Leaving harbour!
Number one?
Yes, sir.
Are we ready to move?
Yes, sir, any time you like.
Well, you should come and tell me. I can't guess at it, you know.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Are all the hands on board?
I reckon so, sir.
Well, are they or aren't they? Didn't you have it reported to you?
There was only the postman, so I know he's aboard.
Well, what about the mess caterers? What about the leading steward? What about the berthing party?
I'll check up, sir.
Well, find out and come and tell me here on the bridge. And next time, remember that you report to me that the ship is ready to sail with all the crew on board at the proper time. That's part of your job.
I'd better detail Farabee.
You won't detail anybody unless you want to change jobs with them. Leading Signalman Wells, I want to send a signal about our leaving.
Yes, sir.
To Flag Officer in Charge, Glasgow. From Compass Rose. Sailed in accordance with your 0945-23/12. It was not particularly impressive, that first tow downriver to the oiler, save for one odd accompaniment, which I, like many others on board, found moving. As Compass Rose edged outwards from the quay, with a tug at either end, a small cheer broke out from the knot of dockyard workers lining the quayside. It was ragged. It was... but that made it preliminary gunnery and depth charge tests. Then Compass Rose weighed anchor and sailed for the open sea.
Shortened into 2 shackles, sir.
Way!
Aye, aye, sir.
Wheelhouse, stand by engines.
Clear anchor, sir.
Wheelhouse, half ahead. Port 20. Steer 348.
Holy cow, what a week.
I must say it has rather been a state of continuous tension.
The old buzzard. When his signal came this morning, half the crew were ashore on some mad scheme of his. And I found myself hauling on a rope like any ordinary metallo. I'll be cleaning out the lavatories next.
Signal from the Admiral, sir.
Oh, hell, what is it this time?
Here, sir.
Compass Rose from Flag Officer in Charge. You are being bombed by... Holy cow! Captain, sir.
What is it, number one?
Signal from the Admiral, sir. You're being bombed by long-range heavy bombers. And German parachutists have been landed on the beach 2 miles north of Ardnacresh.
All right, I'll be up in a tick.
Sound off action stations and detail Lockhart and the forecastle party to stand by as an armed landing force.
Aye, aye, sir. Lockhart. Sir. Get your forecastle party to stand by Port Whaler.
Aye, aye, sir.
Ferriby, sound off action stations.
Aye, aye, sir. Stand by to lower Port Whaler.
Holy cow, he expects a lot, doesn't he? Action stations 30 minutes before we go on a gunnery exercise.
There's the tug, sir. Red 80. Calling us up, sir. Take it down, Harris. Compass rose from Basher. My course and speed 270. 7 knots. Length of tow 750 yards. Ready for you.
Right. Wells, make. On our first run, we will close in from 4,000 yards and fire 3 rounds. Please signal hits.
Aye, aye, sir.
Basher. Singular name for a target towing tug, sir.
No, well, it gives you fair warning.
Reply from Basher, sir. If any.
No, the humorous. Bridge wheelhouse. Starboard 20, steer north. Lockhart.
Sir.
Sound off action stations. We'll start this from the beginning.
Aye, aye, sir.
Gun crew closed up, sir.
Very good, Phillips. Low.
Target bearing. Red 45. Range 3,000. On target, sir. Shoot!
Well short of target. Up 400.
Shoot!
Down 200.
Shoot!
What's the matter?
Shell half in and half out of breach, sir.
Clear it.
Aye, sir.
Next one would have sunk it. Hey, what's the matter with you, Greg? Moving over your old woman again? Look here, my lad, if you do that in action and they land a couple of 14-inch bricks while you're fiddling about clearing the gun, I'll never forgive you.
Ceasefire, sir. Check! Check! Check!
Not bad, Lockhart. Get ready for the next run.
Aye, aye, sir.
Captain, sir.
What is it, Wells?
Secret signal, sir. Signal boat just brought it aboard, sir.
All right, thank you. Being in all respects ready for sea, HMS Compass Rose will sail to join convoy AK-14, leaving Liverpool at 1200 the 6th February 1940. What do you think of your first convoy, sub?
I never realized it would be so big, sir. 46 ships.
Yes, and our job is to shepherd them through the most treacherous waters in the world with a 15-year-old destroyer Viperus, 2 corvettes, a trawler, and a rescue tug that bunches about like a pea on a drum. Still, as they're never tired of telling us, there is a war on, and we shall have to do the best we can. Lockhart.
Sir.
Have you loud-hailed all ships regarding that alteration of course?
All except one, sir. I'm just calling up number 32 now.
Hello, number 32. Hello, number 32. I have a message for you. Take it down, please. Hello, number 32. I have a message for you. Take it down, please.
You'd think they wanted to get lost. Try again, sir.
Can we use the siren, sir? They don't seem to hear the human voice.
We'll use the gun in a minute.
Well, that's raised somebody, sir.
Yes, a man in a bowler hat.
Number 32. I have a message for you. Take it down, please. Oh, God, the old fool's deaf.
I'm afraid you've hurt his feelings, sub. You forgot to switch the loud-hailer on.
Mistake, sir. Sorry.
Message for you, number 32. Important alteration of course. Please take it down.
Keep at it, sub.
Well, well, well. The officer of the day, if you can call him that.
The captain's taken over for a bit. Evening round's correct, sir.
I'll bet. Have you been up to the bridge?
Yes.
Did you check the position of the nearest ship?
The nearest? I'm afraid I forgot that.
Oh, you forgot, did you? What do you think we're doing on this convoy, Ferriby? Mucking about all over the Atlantic Ocean just for the fun of it? We're supposed to protect the convoy. Anyway, we're supposed to know where the goddamn thing is. And you forgot to check whether there was any convoy there. You know what your trouble is, don't you, Ferriby? If you stop drooling over that picture of your wife and thinking about her 24 hours a day, you might make a sailor.
I'm sorry. I'll go and make the check now.
Oh, get out of my sight. You make me sick.
Why don't you leave him alone?
What did you say, Lockhart?
I said, why don't you leave him alone? He's only a kid. He's doing his best.
It's not good enough.
Would be if you gave him a chance.
That's enough. You keep out of it. I don't have to argue with you.
You don't have to argue with anybody. Can't you see it's no good going on at Ferriby like that? Only makes him worse instead of better. He's that sort of chap.
Then you better change pretty quickly.
He's doing his best.
He's not. He's been no use ever since I stopped him having his wife up in Glasgow. That's been the trouble all along.
What a horrible man you are.
One more crack like that and I'll report you to the captain.
Try it. Captain's not a fool. He knows how you treat Ferriby.
Now I will report you. Get your cap and come along.
Well, it's a damned awkward time, number one. What's the trouble?
Sub-Lieutenant Lockhart has been impudent to me regarding Ferriby, sir.
Well, Lockhart?
I think Ferriby gets a rough deal from the first lieutenant, sir.
It's not your concern whether someone else gets a rough deal or not. You've got your own job to do.
I realize that, sir, but if you think a friend of yours is being unfairly treated, the natural thing to do is to try to help him.
Now, look here, Lockhart. This is not going any further. It's bad for you, and it's bad for the ship. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Just forget about the whole thing. There's plenty to do without this sort of scrapping.
Yes, sir.
May I have a word with you, sir?
All right, number one. Now, what's the trouble?
Sir? I think Lockhart got away with it.
You've got to make allowances, number one. He's a very new officer, and we've all been working pretty hard. I don't think it'll happen again.
I've had a lot of trouble with Lockhart. I hoped you'd pull him up, sir. He needs stamping on good and hard.
I want to avoid having to stamp on people as far as possible, number one. There are other ways of getting them to work properly. All right, number one, that's all. The first convoy was a bloodless affair. We met no U-boats, only because they were probably thankful to stay submerged and escape the fury of the weather. And the weather turned out to be the most violent enemy of them all. For 8 days, we steamed straight into a westerly gale, buffeting through a weight of wind that seemed to have a personal spite against Compass Rose. She seemed doomed to ride this terrible ocean forever. But no voyage, save for the ships that are sunk, can last forever. As soon as we got in after our first trip, I applied for another officer. There was far too much work for a first lieutenant and 2 subs to handle. And the Admiralty appointed Sub-Lieutenant Morrell to Compass Rose, fresh from the training establishment. In peacetime, he was a junior barrister.
Well, do you think you're going to like the ship, Morrell?
Yes, the ship. And the captain. I understand the first lieutenant hails from one of the Dominions.
Australia.
Ah. Do we often have tin sausages for dinner, by the way?
Very often.
In that case, whether this war is long or short, it's going to seem long. You know, the first lieutenant used an expression which is novel to me. I wish you'd explain what it means.
What was it?
He said, don't you come the acid with me. Come the acid. I must confess that even as a barrister, I've not heard that before.
What were we talking about?
We were discussing the best way of dismantling the firing bar on the Aztec set. It's not too technical for you.
No, but it may have been too technical for Bennett. He's been trained in a rougher school.
Well, that may well be the case. So, coming the acid...
It means that you probably corrected him without wrapping it up enough.
I could hardly have been more diplomatic.
Well, then you must have overdone it.
How strange to meet Scylla and Charybdis in Atlantic waters. Perhaps I should explain the allusion. They were...
Don't come the acid with me.
Ah, now I understand. He really is a monstrous man.
Well, of course he is, unique. Very few Aussies are like him.
Oh, God, how can we get rid of him?
I have an idea he might get rid of himself. He didn't like the convoy at all. I shouldn't be surprised if he gave this job up.
How could he do that?
Oh, there are ways. If I were him, I think I should get a duodenal ulcer. For some inscrutable reason, the Navy takes them very seriously. If they suspect anything like that, they put you ashore straight away in case something blows out while you're at sea.
One of us had better tell him. I wouldn't like him to be in any doubt as to how to go about it, just for want of a word of advice.
The first few convoys followed the pattern of our initiation. The cruel sea was our only enemy, but this was not to last.
Captain, sir.
What is it, Ferriby?
Burst of tracer bullets from the far side of the convoy, sir.
I'll come up. Sound off action stations.
Aye, aye, sir.
Release clear away, sir. Close up, sir.
Very good, Wainwright.
That's closed up, sir.
Right, Phillips.
What is it, sir?
Low-flying aircraft attacking across the convoy, sir.
As I see it, too far away for us to have a crack at her yet.
Yes, sir.
She's coming our way.
Another few hundred yards.
There goes a bomb. See it?
Yes, sir. In the moonlight. Oh, God.
It must have been a tanker. Poor devils.
Will we pick them up, sir?
Yes, we're their escort. If there are any, that is. Bridge, wheelhouse.
Wheelhouse, sir. Coxswain on the wheel.
Starboard 20, steer 145.
Starboard 20, steer 145, sir.
Full ahead.
Full ahead, sir.
So presently we found them. With 20 years at sea behind me, even I was not prepared for the pity and horror of their appearance. First came the ones who could climb aboard themselves. Half a dozen shivering, black-faced men, shot and silent. This was war at sea with all its pitiless vengeance. One came aboard with his scalp streaming with blood. Another had been scalded from head to foot with steam. They looked round them in wonder, dazed by the swift violence of the disaster and by their rescue. And to these pitiful human beings, the solid deck, the fellow men, the warmth of Compass Rose, were sanctuary from the cruel sea.
Easy, Charlie. To you. Mind your backs there. Right.
Hallows, hold him down.
Aye, sir.
Why doesn't he die, Sub?
I wish he would.
Do us all a favor. Die. Please. Die.
Bennett will be back late from leave.
Probably can't tear himself away from some disreputable tart.
Oh, evening.
Evening, sir.
Evening, sir.
Number one back yet?
I think I hear his approach now, sir.
Evening, sir.
Evening, number one.
What's laid on?
Snorkers.
Good out?
Oh.
Had a good leave, sir?
Yes, thank you, number one. Everything under control, Lockhart, while I was away?
Everything, sir. Boilers clean to treat, as the dockyard lady said.
Good.
Holy cow.
What's the matter, number one?
Hell of a fight. I feel pretty crook.
Well, you'd better lie down and take it easy for a bit.
Holy cow, it's agony. I reckon I will go and lie down. Might pass off.
Well, what are you all grinning at?
Oh, sorry, sir. I was thinking of something.
Oh, it hardly does you credit, Lockhart, at a time like this. If the first lieutenant is in pain, I should hardly have thought you would be able to laugh at anything else.
Come in. Oh, come in, Lockhart. Sab, here are two signals.
Yes, sir.
The first is our sailing orders for 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
The second concerns Bennett. The first lieutenant won't be back for some time. Suspected duodenal ulcer.
Oh.
We'll have to sail without him, and there's no chance of getting relief by 4 o'clock either.
I see, sir.
You'll have to take over as number one and organize the watches on that basis.
Yes, sir.
I'll help you with it. You should be able to carry on until a relief
I
arrives.
can carry on anyway, sir.
Can you?
I know I can, sir.
All right, then. I'll see. Do your best this time anyway.
You can count on that, sir.
I think I can. Now, off you go and get those watches sorted out.
So Compass Rose sailed on through 1940. Sometimes to Iceland, sometimes to Gibraltar, sometimes to a pinpoint in mid-Atlantic that was our rendezvous with the incoming ships. Another, and what was obviously to be a longer year, was born. And it began in port with a piece of domestic drama.
You know, Bob, I've been doing a wee bit of thinking.
Well, why don't you have a bush at your beer before you go crackers? Well, you got 2 booksheet pants lined up already.
I'll get to them. You see, Bob, I'm a widower with grown-up children.
Well, what about it, Jim? We both know you know Clark Gable.
Well, I was wondering about after the war.
Well, let's get through the little thing first before we start salting out the piece.
But if I do get through it, I want to get fixed up.
And so say all of us, Jim. Well, what are you worrying about? There's bags of shore billets going for old-timers like you.
I was thinking more about a home.
Oh, you old basket. Got your eye on some little wren glamour pants, eh?
No, she's no wren. And no glamour pants.
Oh. Well, cheerio, Jim.
Cheers. No, she's a widow.
Well, a good tune played on an old bottle. Do I know her?
Well, yes, you do, Bob. Here, haven't you ever, you know...
Glad? Blow me capper. Gladys, my sister. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Well, you see, Bob...
Oh, well, that's marvellous, Jim. That's all. Smart. Here, come on, shake on it. Oh, it's the best thing that could happen to her, that. Here, I'm for you and all.
Thanks, Bob.
Well, have you asked her?
Well, sort of. We've got a understanding.
Hmm?
The only thing is...
Well, come on, what's the trouble?
Well, she's a wee bit worried about you. I mean, she's been housekeeping for you for a long time, hasn't she?
Oh, don't be daft. Don't be daft. I might get married myself one of these days. I might. You never know. Oh, you go ahead, Jim. I'll give the bride away any time you like.
I can't see it happening soon, not with the war going the way it is. It's the longest job I ever saw.
It was on one of our journeys home from Gibraltar that Compass Rose justified the men who had designed and built her and the men who sailed in her. Toward the end of the morning watch, the light began to grow to the eastward, blanching the dark water.
Bridge. Captain, sir.
Captain, yes?
Lockhart, sir. I think we've got a submarine on the radar screen.
I'll be up at once, number one.
Sure it's not a straggler?
I don't think so, sir. This thing's at least 10 miles behind the convoy.
You had an echo like this before?
Not exactly, sir. It's about the size we'd get from a buoy or a small boat.
Oh, a trawler or a drifter?
Oh, it's smaller than that, sir.
Right. Sound off action stations. Bridge, wheelhouse. Full ahead. Steer 10 degrees to starboard.
Left charge crews closed up. Guns crew closed up. Two by the gun closed up. Action steaming stations. Coxswain on the wheel, sir.
Action stations closed up, sir.
My God, number one, I think that this time... There it is. See it? That black speck on the horizon.
Yes, I got it, sir.
On the surface, too. Something I thought perhaps we'd never see. The conning tower of a U-boat.
Captain must be blind.
Morrell! A U-boat on the surface, dead ahead. It's far out of range at the moment, but be ready. We want to get a couple of shots in before she dives, if we can get near enough.
Aye, sir. I can see it, sir, dead ahead. Shall we send a sighting report, sir?
Yes, Wells. WT signal, warn the office. Take this down. Admiralty, repeated Viperus. Submarine on surface, 10 miles astern of convoy TG-104. Course 345, speed 5 knots. Am engaging. Number one?
I kind of overheard, sir. Too far away from me at the moment.
We'll need that Aztec box of tricks before long. You can stand by for the quickest crash dive in history as soon as they see us.
Let's make the most of it while their trousers are down, sir.
Ferriby, stand by for immediate action. Crack it on, Chief. We haven't much time to play with.
Aye, aye, sir.
I think I can reach him now, sir.
That German in the conning tower must turn round.
He'll say God in Himmel or Donnerwetter and crash and she'll be gone. Right, Morrell.
Fire!
Damn! 30 yards over.
Fire!
Blast! Sure!
She's crash diving, sir. Nearly down.
Fire!
She's down, Lockhart!
In Aztec contact, sir. She's moving quickly, sir.
Every inch of steam you've got, Chief.
Aye, aye, sir. If I have to split her apart.
Moving right, sir.
Now! Fire depth charges!
Aye, aye, sir. Pattern 1. Fire! Depth charges gone, sir.
Depth charges gone, sir.
But we must have got her. The damn thing was there.
Get back on that search. We haven't finished yet.
Sorry, sir. Target stationary, sir.
Third pattern. Fire!
Any minute now. We've got her! We've got her!
Like a ruddy, great, dead, unwieldy fish.
Open fire!
There they come. The bastards.
Machine gun. Oh, one of them's got guts anyway. Well, that's that. Cease fire. Wheel amidships. Stop engines. And stand by with those scrambling nets.
See how they swim. The staunch apostles of total war.
This is my favorite kind of survivor. They invented the whole idea themselves. I want to see how they perform. That was our moment of triumph. How soon it was to be tarnished. Even far down the Mersey, at the Crosby light vessel, we knew that something was wrong. And as we sailed upstream, we began to smell the acrid tang of smoke.
Get out the mooring wires.
Aye, aye, sir.
Can you train your glasses on the city, sir? It looks funny.
Huh?
There's an hell of a lot of smoke about.
I can see the liver buildings.
There's a ruddy great piece missing out of the skyline, though.
Oh, it's copped up packet.
What's it like, sir?
Not too good, I'm afraid. Looks as though they've been raided several times.
Look at those houses.
Up to heaven they didn't get our oiler. She'd go up like a Roman candle. I was just getting to like some of those rather rugged types.
Stop talking and get on with those wires. Aye, sir.
Ship secure, sir.
Number 1.
Sir.
There'll be a lot of requests for special leave, probably. You better cancel ordinary leave and give it to the ratings who have homes or relatives here.
Aye, sir. What about yourself, sir?
See that those wires are squared off. Sir. I'm going ashore to phone. I'll probably be some time because there'll be a queue as long as a wet week for that dockside telephone.
Couldn't get through, Bob. But then they might just have damaged the telephone wires.
Yeah, I know. It might be that, Jim. Well, this is the dock road, all right.
There's not a great deal of it left.
No, there isn't. Number 33. 31. Oh, my God.
Well, that's that.
Yes, Jim.
Let's ask those rescue blokes.
How did it happen? How about the people inside?
I was at the warden's.
Yeah, I know, but what about the people inside? I mean, you know, don't you?
They were dead. I'm very sorry. There were 2 of them.
Probably Mrs. Crossley. She used to sit with Glad in the evening.
There's the oath I can give.
What did they do with it? When was the funeral?
Oh, 2 days ago. There were some others, you know. 21 altogether.
21?
Where was it? The funeral, I mean.
Croft Road Cemetery. It was very tasteful. They were all together in one big grave. The mayor and the corporation attended, and the floral tributes. They can't have known anything. It was all over in a second.
That voyage was a tough one. 6 ships in 2 days, including Sorrow, our sister ship. We asked permission to search for survivors. We didn't get that permission till dawn. We found them without difficulty towards the end of the morning watch. 15 out of a ship's company of 90. The men on the rafts were stiff and cold and soaked with oil. Some alive, some dead. Sorrel's captain, Ramsay, my friend for many years, was holding in his arms the dead body of a young sailor. The whole story, the lost ship, the lost crew, the pain and the exhaustion, all these were written on Ramsay's grey face. It was a true captain's face, a captain in defeat, who mourned his ship and who bore alone the monstrous burden of its loss. But the enemy hadn't finished with us, that convoy.
That's the 3rd ship tonight. She's settling down.
None of her boats away yet, sir?
You've got the best eyes in the ship, Wells.
Aztec echo bearing 225. Moving left.
Increase revolutions.
Aye, aye, sir.
What's it look like, number 1?
Submarine, sir. Can't be anything else.
Peterby?
Sir?
I'll take over here. Get down to your depth charges.
Aye, sir.
I'll take her in at attacking speed and drop a pattern of depth charges on the way.
Very good, sir.
Starboard 10.
Starboard 10, sir.
Steer 135.
Steer 135, sir.
Captain, sir.
Yes, Wells?
Survivors in the water ahead, sir.
I can see them.
Sorry, sir.
What's it look like now, number 1?
The same, sir. Solid echo, exactly the right size. Must be a U-boat.
Is it moving?
Very slowly.
There are some men in the water just about there. 600 yards from those men swimming in the water.
What's it look like now?
Just the same. Seems to be stationary. It's the strongest contact we've ever had.
There are some chaps in the water.
There's a U-boat just underneath them.
All right, then. Attack at all costs. That's what it says in the book. We'll go for it. Depth charge positions aft. Attacking. Stand by.
Good, they're waving. The bloke's in the water. You can't do it, so you can't.
Do you think I'm enjoying myself, Wells?
But those blokes!
Drop first packing.
Aye, aye, sir.
Depth charge is gone, sir. Depth charge is gone, sir. Oh, God.
You all right, sir?
No, number one. I don't mind telling you. I don't mind telling you I'm not.
You've got to forget all about it. No good worrying about it now. You can't change anything.
There was a submarine. I'm sure of it. It's all in the report.
It was all my fault anyway. I identified it as a submarine. If anyone killed those men, I killed them.
No one killed them. It's the war. We've just got to do these things and say our prayers at the end. Have you been drinking, number one?
Yes, sir. Quite a lot.
So have I. First time since we commissioned. Good night.
You poor old devil. You've had just about enough, haven't you? Can't get you properly to bed, my dear and revered captain, but at least I can snug you down for the night. You have quite a head when you wake up. God bless you. Oh, get your legs out straight. Yeah, that's the best I can do for you. Wish it could be more. Wish I could really cure you. Drunk or sober, Erickson, you're all right.
Number one, I heard that.
That's all right, sir. I meant it.
Number one, when we get back after this trip, I'll buy you the best dinner in Liverpool. Our next convoy was our worst ever. It fitted into the whole interminable, messy pattern of that seemingly endless war at sea, and its cost was very great. I've never known a Gibraltar run like it, number one.
No, sir. Simply a steady wastage.
Signal from Viper, sir.
Read it, Wells.
Following ships were sunk last night. Fort James, Oriskey, Bulstrode Manor, Glen McCurtain. Amend convoy list accordingly.
Thank you, Wells. But the next convoy to Iceland was even worse than the Gibraltar run. Compass Rose was running southward past the frozen coastline after delivering 4 ships independently to Reykjavik. It was cold, and it grew even colder as night fell. Looks just as Iceland ought to look, doesn't it?
Plenty of snow. Black cliffs, white mountains, broad glacier.
But peaceful, cold and peaceful.
Viperus on RT. Plain language. Say torpedoed in position 050 degrees, 30 miles astern of you.
Aye, sir.
Number 1, clear away boats and rafts, but wait for the word.
Aye, sir.
She's going down already. Poor little compass rose, just like sorrow.
The RT's smashed, sir.
Stop engines, Chief.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief?
Sir.
Leave it, Chief, and come up.
Aye, aye, sir.
Nothing can save her now, number 1.
Nothing. Shall I ditch the book, sir?
Yes, well, throw 'em over. Coxswain, sir. Pipe abandon ship.
Aye, aye, sir.
Abandon ship! Abandon ship!
What's the chances, sir?
Oh, not too bad. Well, it's time to go. Good luck to you all. She's going.
Shorty.
Aye.
Did anyone see Jameson?
He were in forecastle.
None of them got out.
Lucky devils. Betting of this any road.
We got a chance still.
It's getting lighter.
That's the moon.
Shorty, wake up.
Are you all right, Rose? Rose? Damn, he's gone.
Shorty, wake up.
Trefoil will have seen us on her radar screen.
Wilson's dead, sir.
You sure?
Yes, sir. Stone cold.
All right. Tip him over, then. Who's going up on the raft next?
Any more for the Skylark?
Must be pretty near Iceland.
Some men died well. Some men died badly. Some men just died, having nothing to live for. And so in the first light of early morning, Viperus found us, 11 men on 2 rafts. She brought us back to our home port and safety.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Another pink gin.
Pink gin, sir?
Oh, no. Here's my captain. Make it 2 pink gins.
Yes, sir.
2 very large pink gins. Sir, congratulations.
Well, my very new brass hat. Thanks, number 1.
2 large pink gins, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Well, the Lordship's only told me last week the passage of time, of course.
Oh, nothing else, sir. Well, here's to it all the same.
I really am sorry.
Thank you. I know, sir.
It's a damn silly question. Any better?
No, not very much.
I didn't think it would be.
Did you go and see Morell's wife?
Yes, I did.
How was she?
In bed.
Taking it badly?
I think she was taking it very well. There was someone with her.
Damn the war.
Yes. To hell with it.
Tell me about your new ship.
Oh, no, she really is something. It's a new class, frigate, same size and shape as a destroyer.
Is she?
8 or 9 officers and about 160 men. She's got everything, but everything. Now, this time, we're going to give them more than they can cope with. You know, we've got turbines, twin screws, 3 big guns, new ASDIC, new radar. I'll be commissioning her in about 2 months' time.
I hope we'll be commissioning her, sir.
Thank you, number 1. I wanted you to say that. Well, let's raise our glasses.
Good idea.
To Watts, and Tunbridge, and Tallow, and Wells, and all the others.
And all the others. Oh, and to Compass Rose.
Yes, to little Compass Rose.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theatre, starring Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor in Undercurrent. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. From time to time, as we pass each other on the narrow drive that leads to our respective homes, I scrape fenders with one of my most charming neighbors, Katharine Hepburn. But in spite of our frequent and more friendly contacts, I found Katharine very difficult to lure before a microphone. Her radio appearances are rare indeed, so that it's something of a triumph to present her here tonight, co-starred with another of Hollywood's outstanding stars, Robert Taylor, in his first screen role since serving with the Navy Air Corps. Together, Bob and Katharine bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's thrilling screen hit, Undercurrent. Last Monday night, when we announced tonight's screenplay and stars, the audience response was, well, to say the least, terrific. And I might say that the same is true of audience reaction when it comes to Lux Flakes. Hundreds of listeners who've used Lux Flakes to care for precious fabrics have written us their appreciation. I only wish I had time to answer them in person. But I'm sure that the help which Lux Flakes offer is an answer in itself. And your loyalty to our product enables us to bring you such exciting fare as Undercurrent, with such brilliant stars as Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor. They appear, respectively, as Anne Hamilton and Alan Garraway, as the curtain rises on our first act. It was a marriage no one ever would have predicted. Anne Hamilton, reserved, unaspiring, and Alan Garraway, the wealthy, celebrated inventor of the Garraway distance control. Garraway brought his bride to Washington. Their first night there, he displayed her before a large, select group of friends. When the friends had departed...
Oh,
Anne, darling, what is it?
I thought they'd never go, Alan. Oh, you shouldn't have.
What, darling? I shouldn't have what?
You shouldn't have married me. Your friends asked them. They know it was a mistake.
Anne, please.
Darling, I can't help it. I didn't even know what they were talking about. They were laughing at me, Alan. I know they were.
But I was proud of you.
Alan, I was so lost among them. What must they have thought? I mean, well, good grief, I don't even know how to dress.
Is that all that's worrying you?
I'm going to take this dress off and never see it again.
But, darling, it's a perfectly nice dress.
Nice dress. It's 8 inches too short and it's only 2 weeks old. Alan, you're stuck with a wife who doesn't know how to dress. She doesn't even know how to behave.
We'll go shopping tomorrow, darling.
It won't do any good.
By tomorrow night, you'll be the best-dressed woman in Washington. You're already the loveliest.
Oh, I'm sorry to be such a boob, but I want so much to be right for you.
Will you shut up?
I'll learn. I really will. I'll learn to talk like your friends. I'll learn to be like them. I don't know how the heck I'll do it, but I'll do it.
If you do, I'll kill you. Darling, just tell me one thing. Who do you belong to?
You.
Well, that's all. That's all that matters.
Is it, Alan? Is it?
Mm-hmm. And if you ever forget that, you'll be very sorry.
Now, if Madame does not mind waiting, I will arrange to have some hats modeled for her right away.
Well, darling?
Of course, I just don't believe any part of this. A mink coat, a beaver jacket, 14 gowns, 12 pair of shoes.
Relax, will you?
If I relax, I'll drop dead. Oh, Alan, how could you have let me wear that brown horror last night?
I'm in love with you, darling. I didn't even notice.
But you must have. Darling, don't be afraid of hurting me. I don't know much about these things.
Alan Garraway. Is that you, Alan?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Foster. Anne, this is a neighbor of ours from Virginia, an old friend of my mother's. Mrs. Foster, my wife.
How do you do?
I'm delighted to meet you, my dear. When are you coming down to Middleburg?
Well, if business eases up next month, I hope.
Well, Alan, she looks like a fine, honest girl. You, ride, of course.
I'm afraid I'm not very good at it.
We're raised on horses at Middleburg, aren't we, Alan?
Oh, definitely.
Alan's not a bad rider, my dear, but his brother Michael's the boy with the light hands. Now, there's a real horseman. By the way, Alan, how is Michael?
Michael is always Michael. I hope you'll excuse us, Mrs. Foster. We were just going to...
Of course, I'm late for an appointment myself. I'll be looking for you in Middleburg, my dear.
Goodbye, Mrs. Foster. Alan, she's nice. You didn't tell me you had a brother.
Well, I haven't had time to tell you a lot of things, darling. You pick out your hats, Anne. I'll wait out front and get some air.
But I want... Alan, what's wrong, darling? You've seemed so troubled since we came back from shopping.
You were surprised to learn I have a brother.
But what a nice surprise. Where is he, Alan?
Spoiled my first day alone with you. It's so typical. Good old Mike. I meant to tell you about him, Anne. I've been putting it off, but one of these days we'll have to go to San Francisco. Our factory's there, and you'll meet people who know Mike, who adore him. He does that to people. My mother adored him. He was her favorite.
Alan, please, if you'd rather
When my
not...
father died, Mike and I took over the business. I was the engineer. That's when I started working on my distance control. We'd been making plenty of money when suddenly we began to run out of funds. At first, I couldn't figure out why. Mike must have thought I was an imbecile to do it the way he did. It was just like putting his hand in the cash register.
He was stealing from you, your own brother.
Yes. Mike had bought a ranch in the country. He'd spend a lot of time there. Liked to give parties. Anyway, I drove out to see him. Fortunately, he was alone. When I told him what I'd found out, he said that I'd never do anything about it. Not while Mother was alive. And I didn't. Mother was an invalid. She died the next spring.
Please don't, Alan.
Well, there's not much more to tell. After she died, Mike just disappeared. Last I heard, he was in the Army. That was over 3 years ago.
He disappeared because he was afraid of what you might do to him.
Well, maybe, but Mike's not afraid of me. I keep thinking he's alive somewhere and hating me the way he must. I even felt I didn't have the right to marry you.
Don't say that, Alan. He can't hurt us if we never let him come between us.
Why should he? What's Mike got to do with us?
Nothing, Alan, nothing.
So we'll never think about him or speak about him again.
But if anything ever does come up, you'll tell me, Alan. You'll let me know.
Nothing ever will.
Darling, I'm so deeply sorry for you. But I'm glad you've told me because it means you're not as sure of yourself as I thought you were. You need me even if it's only to help you forget.
Yes, I do need you, Anne.
You may have a no-good brother, but you're going to have an awful good wife. I'm so grateful to you for so many things. It's as though you'd led me by the hand into a strange and wonderful world, a world to dream of.
Why dream? You're here, Anne. You're mine. And I love you.
Well, good afternoon, Mrs. Garraway. Did you have a nice afternoon shopping?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Hildebrand. Any messages?
No messages, madam. That means all your invitations for tonight have been accepted.
Mrs. Hildebrand, I don't know what I'd do without you. The perfect housekeeper. How many dinner parties have we given this month? Is it 210 or 211?
This is your 6th, madam.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Would you mind looking at the table? I took the liberty of arranging the place cards.
You know, a strange thing happened this afternoon at a bookshop. Mr. Garraway left a book there months ago to be rebound. He must have forgotten all about it. It's a volume of English poems. I'm glad I found it.
Yes, madam. Oh, you'll notice I put Judge Putnam on your right.
What? Oh, yes. And who's this one, Mrs. Hildebrand? Who is Mr. Henry Gilson?
A new congressman from the Midwest, madam.
I wondered why you'd placed him in the doorway.
He's no one important, Mrs. Garraway.
Ah, that explains it.
If that is all, madam, I'd better see to the hors d'oeuvres.
Sorry, Henry Gilson. You're just not important, poor guy. We have something in common, you and I. Now, me, I think you are important. Henry, you and Mr. Justice Putnam are changing places. There. Now tell me, Congressman Gilson, just what part of the Midwest do you come from? Yes, that's right. Just what part of the Midwest do you come from?
Iowa.
Oh, I love Iowa. It's so big and full of corn, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it certainly is.
Excuse me a moment. Shall we go into the other room for coffee?
It was such a lovely dinner, Mrs. Garraway.
Thank you, Mrs. Postgate.
Oh, ma chérie, your gown. What exquisite taste you have.
Thank you, Madame Lefebvre.
Oh, Anne, just a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Yes, darling, what?
Anne, are you trying to be rude to Judge Putnam? Why on earth did you seat him practically in the doorway?
I thought the draft might do him good. He seemed so stuffy.
I invited him here for a reason. You know that.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I don't know what got into me. I'll make it up to him right away.
I believe your wife's bewitched me, Garraway. Why, I haven't talked so much about myself in years.
Please don't stop now, Judge Putnam.
Now, when you're telling us about your home, Charleston must be beautiful at this time of year.
It is, but I won't say it. Sometimes I feel it really belongs to the people who take care of it, much more than it does to me.
Well, that's a very generous attitude, sir.
Not only generous, I think, but wise. My father always says how foolish we are to think that we ever really possess anything in life.
What do you mean, Anne?
Well, I think Judge Putnam understands. No one ever really owns anything. All we have is a temporary use of it. It just isn't true to say my this and my that.
Not even my wife?
Oh, hey, that's different. No, but you know, I read something today which says what I mean better than anything I've ever heard. I'm ashamed to say I memorized it.
I'd love to hear it, my dear.
Well, I found it in an old book of poems. This particular poem was marked, and I thought to myself, the man who marked this poem is someone I understand and who understands me. Remember it, Alan?
Remember what?
My house, I say. But hark to the sunny doves that make my roof the arena of their loves. Our house, they say, and mine, the cat declares and spreads his golden fleece upon the chairs, and mine, the dog, and rises stiff with wrath if any alien foot profane the path.
That's charming, Mrs. Garraway.
Well, I may have left out a line or two, but that's the general idea.
Anne, I think Dr. Fort would like another brandy.
Oh, of course. You see, Judge Putnam, poetry is one of Alan's hidden vices. Excuse me.
It's a wonderful girl, Garraway.
Yes, she is. I'm a very lucky man.
Oh, Alan, it was a nice party, wasn't it?
Yes, it went beautifully. Anne, how about driving down to Middleburg tomorrow for a few days?
Alan, could we? The house where you were born, the house where you grew up.
Well, we can get an early start.
Oh, Alan, here's your book.
Book?
The book the poem came from.
Well, that's not my book.
But it is, darling. You sent it in to be rebound, remember?
I'm afraid it's a mistake.
But they had the name, Garraway, Middleburg, Virginia.
No, it's a mistake. We'll leave right after breakfast. Maybe a little isolated for you down there, darling. No telephone.
No telephone. Sounds like heaven. Alan, will you hate being cooped up with me for days?
Give me a kiss and then tell me why you ask that.
Because I love you. And I can't help noticing when we're alone how a lot of the glow you have with people sort of goes out of you.
Anne, what's the matter?
Oh, I don't know. Nothing. I just want to be reassured, I guess.
I'll consider yourself reassured.
About this book. If it is a mistake, I suppose I'll have to return it, but I hate to. What's the penalty for stealing books?
Will you stop shoving that book at me? Can't you see I don't want to discuss it?
Alan.
Don't you know by now whose book it is? Even memorized the poem he marked. I told you it wasn't mine.
It's his. It's Michael's.
He got you, didn't he, Anne? The sweet, gentle boy who loved poetry. He understands you. Isn't that what you said?
I only memorized it because I thought it was yours.
Yes, of course you did. And that was very unfair of me. I shouldn't take it out on you the way I feel about Mike. Please forgive me.
I forgive you, Alan.
Well, this is it, Anne. This is Middleburg.
Alan, what a lovely old house. Oh, it's a dream.
George! We're here, George.
George?
Just the caretaker, darling.
Oh.
Well, aren't you going to get out of the car? Now, back there are the stables, and the orchard's on the other side.
Oh.
And that Mrs. Foster you met, she lives beyond that stretch of woods there.
Alan, you have a dog.
Oh, yes, that's Bait. I don't think Bait likes me very much. Dogs and horses never do. A sign of bad character, I guess. Hello, Bait.
Come here, boy. Hey, now, don't you back away from me. You're supposed to be glad to see me.
Come here, dog. What you carrying on like that for? Come back. Well, Mr. Allen. Well, I'm sure glad to see you, sir. Bates all right, ma'am. It just ain't used to strangers, that's all.
George, this is Mrs. Garraway.
Well, I'm glad to know
Glad to know you, George.
Place looks fine, George.
It's beautifully kept. So neat.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can get the bags out of the car, George. I'll show Mrs. Garraway through the house. I've saved the living room for the last, Anne. Well, here it is.
How charming.
I suppose it could be. It's a little grim right now.
Not grim, darling. A little lonely, perhaps. A little unused. I'll open a shutter. Alan, I've been looking for pictures. I'd like so much to see a picture of your mother.
Everything all right, sir?
Oh, yes, George. Come in.
Isn't there a picture of your mother somewhere?
Well, there used to be, ma'am.
I took them down, Anne. I've stored away most of the personal stuff.
Oh, I just...
Would you like to drive over to Mrs. Foster's?
Now?
Well, not if you're tired, dear, but I wanted to speak to her about buying a section of those woods we passed.
You go ahead, darling. I'll unpack while you're going.
All right. I'll be back by dinner time.
George,
Yes, sir?
Mr. Garraway hasn't returned yet?
No, ma'am. Well, did you have a nice walk?
George, I just came from the stables. There was someone there. He just about scared me to death.
A colored man, ma'am? Big and fat?
Yes.
I'll teach that old Ben.
No, it's all right, George. He went away.
Ben, he's plumb out his head, ma'am. He don't mean no harm. I chase him off, but he just keeps on coming right on back.
He kept talking about the horses in the stable.
I'll fix you a nice cup of tea, ma'am.
No, George, wait. He warned me about the black stallion.
Oh, yes, ma'am. He's a devil, that horse. Please don't go near him.
He's Mr. Michael's horse, Ben said.
Yes, ma'am. He was.
I think I will have that cup of tea, George. Good and strong, please. George, that must be Mr. Garraway.
I'll go, ma'am.
I'm in here, darling.
Who was it, Ann? Who was just playing that piano?
Alan, darling, what's the matter?
Who was playing that?
Well, I was.
You. Why did you play that piece?
Well, I don't know. I play it often. Father taught it to me.
Your father taught you that? Yes, he does play the piano. I'd forgotten. That's a piece that anyone might play, mightn't they?
Alan, you're ice cold. Tell me what's wrong.
My mother died sitting at that piano, playing that piece. You see, Ann, Middleburg is not all happy memories for me.
Alan, I'm so sorry.
I didn't mean to upset you, darling.
That's all right. I wish I could have known your mother. But finding out that she loved that piece, too, makes me know her a little, doesn't it? That's a bond between us we didn't know about.
Yes. Well, I guess dinner will be ready soon. I'll go clean up a bit. Oh, bring them in there, George.
Yes, sir. I'll fix the cocktails, ma'am.
Thank you. George.
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Garraway must have been a wonderful woman.
Yes, ma'am, she was.
She was an invalid for a number of years, wasn't she?
Yes, ma'am. Laid up there in her bed, never complaining. Always smiling.
This piano must have been a great comfort to her when she did get up.
Piano, ma'am? Well, Miss Garraway never played no piano.
She didn't? But she died sitting at that piano, didn't she?
No, she died upstairs in her room, ma'am.
George, you can serve dinner any time it's ready.
Yes, sir.
I'm starving.
Be ready just in a minute, sir.
Cocktails. We can use these, huh, darling? George's cocktails are the best. Almost good enough for you. Well, to us, darling.
Yes, Alan. To us.
Our stars will return in Act 2 of Undercurrent in a moment. Libby, you look positively dreamy-eyed. What Prince Charming are you thinking about now?
Oh, not a prince, but a king. Charles II of England.
Hasn't he been dead since 1685?
Yes, but Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. makes his romantic and adventurous exile really come alive in Universal International's new picture, The Exile. Douglas not only stars, but he wrote and produced the picture, too. He had his hair dyed dark for his role as King Charles, and my, he's handsome.
Athletic as ever?
Oh, yes, indeed, John. You know, he's one of the few Hollywood stars who performs his own stunts for the camera. He had a very narrow escape during the filming when he fell 19 feet to the ground from a windmill.
I understand there are some beautiful women in The Exile, too.
Oh, but definitely. There's Miss Maria Montez as the beautiful Countess in her most dramatic role to date. And Douglas's own discovery, an absolutely lovely blonde, Miss Paul Crozet. Quite a cosmopolitan pair.
Maria Montez was born in the Dominican Republic, wasn't she?
Yes, and Paul Crozet in Tahiti. She's also lived all over Europe and the Far East. There was a lot of travel talk the day I was visiting them, and a lot of chatter about one thing, how to live out of a suitcase. You'll be interested in this, John. Paul told Maria and me her favorite traveling trick. She always had her maid tuck a box of Lux Flakes into her suitcase.
A tip to any traveler who wants to look fresh from tip to toe.
Especially down to her stocking toes. Luxing stockings at night is so easy, And nylons dry so quickly, they're ready to put on again in the morning, fresh and smooth fitting. By luxing stockings frequently, a girl doesn't need to carry so many extras or own so many either.
That's right, Libby, because scientific strain tests prove that nylons last twice as long with Lux. That's just like getting an extra pair every time you buy a pair of stockings. It was really amazing how much more quickly stockings went into runs when they were washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap.
Another thing girls like about Lux is the way it keeps nylon stocking colors fresh-looking longer. That's important with the new dark shades that are so smart now.
Right, Libby. It's no wonder that so many girls count on Lux Flakes to keep stockings lovely longer. Here's William Keeley, your producer, at the microphone.
Intermission's over, and it's time for Act Two of Undercurrent, starring Katharine Hepburn as Anne Hamilton and Robert Taylor as Alan Garraway. It's been a strange and troubled 24 hours for Anne Garraway. Clashing against the peace and loveliness of Middleburg are the tormenting doubts of what Alan has told her, his brother, Michael, his mother. It's after dinner now. Alan has to drive to the village, and when he's gone, Anne has a plan.
You sure you don't want to come to the village with me, Anne?
Do you mind, darling? I am tired.
That telegram this afternoon, it was from John Wormsley. He's in charge of the San Francisco plant. You'll be meeting him soon.
Oh, Alan.
Well, I'm sorry, darling. If you'd rather stay on here...
Oh, no. If you're going to San Francisco, so am I.
You'll like San Francisco. Well, I won't be long. If you need anything, just call George.
George, what is it?
Miss Garraway.
I said, what is it, George?
Nothing, ma'am. Nothing.
What were you afraid of just now? You knew I was in here.
No, ma'am. I hear the car drive off, and I thought you'd gone, too. No lights on in the room here.
I turned them off. Who did you think was in here, George? Who used to sit at this piano and play that piece?
Oh, please, Miss Ma'am. It wasn't nobody, ma'am.
That's not true. Who did you think it was? Did you think it was Michael?
No, ma'am.
But Michael did play that piece, didn't he?
Oh, Miss Garraway, please. Don't tell Mr. Allen I was talking about Mr. Michael.
I won't tell him, George. How he must hate him. He's tried to take every reminder of Michael out of this house. Erase him completely. No pictures, nothing. George?
Yes, sir?
Mr. Allen has been terribly hurt. We've got to find a way to help him.
Just tell me what I can do.
There's not much you can do, George. We'll be leaving soon for San Francisco. What has to be done, I must try to do myself.
I'm a prize dope, Anne. Of all the places to take you, your first night in San Francisco, another nightclub.
But you said Mr. Wormsley was to meet you here.
Oh, well, I know.
Alan, who is that girl, the girl you spoke to as we came in here?
Sylvia Burton, an old friend.
Just an old friend?
Well, sort of. You jealous?
You bet. She's far too lovely for an old friend.
You want to know something?
Yeah.
You've got it all over Sylvia in every way. People wouldn't even notice her with you in the room.
Darling, you're wonderful. Catty about every other woman.
Good evening. Oh, hello, Wormsley. May I present Mrs. Garraway?
How do you do?
I'm very glad to meet you, Mrs. Garraway.
Pull up a chair. How are things going?
Very well, sir. Things are really breaking in Seattle. I suggest you fly up there as soon as you can.
What's the matter with Henderson? Can't he handle the new business?
Well, there's not much he can do without real authority, sir.
He has as much authority as you have.
Not quite, sir. Anyway, I brought some contracts along. If you care to look them over.
Do you mind, darling?
No, you go ahead and look them over. I'll run into the powder room for a moment.
I just saw Miss Burton.
Did you?
Has your wife met her yet?
Those contracts, Wormsley. Let me have them.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Garraway.
Oh, Miss Burton.
How do you like San Francisco?
It's wonderful. So many bridges.
Yes, so many to cross.
I beg your pardon?
What do you hear from Michael?
Oh, nothing much.
Did you ever meet him, Mrs. Garraway?
No, I haven't, but I'm looking forward to it.
You know, there have been some pretty unpleasant rumors about Michael.
Well, whatever they are, I'm sure they're not true.
Sorry. It's strange, but I was beginning to have a funny feeling that Michael might be dead.
Oh, no. I'm sure Alan would know.
Yes, I suppose he would.
You know, Miss Burton, when I saw you before, I wondered who it was you reminded me of. It's me. Not our features exactly, just something intangible. Have you noticed it?
No. Is that your glove on the floor there?
Oh, thanks. Maybe it's the way we dress or walk or something, or maybe... Miss Burton. Miss Burton. Why, that's funny. Why should she just walk out like that?
Well, what do you think of our plant, Mrs. Garraway?
I'm very impressed, Mr. Walmsley.
Well, I imagine your husband's in Seattle by now. Is there anything else around here you'd care to see?
Yes, I'd like to see some photographs.
Photographs?
It's silly of me, isn't it? But it's such a big plant now and so impersonal. What was it like when it started, Mr. Walmsley? The plant, the employees. Who was here at the beginning?
Well, there's a picture on that wall behind you, Mrs. Garraway.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, there's Alan. Alan in overalls. And you, Mr. Walmsley.
Yes.
But those other three men.
Well, two of them are still with us. The other one is dead.
Who was he, Mr. Walmsley?
His name was Carl Stoyer.
Wasn't my husband's brother working here then? Why isn't he in the picture?
He was at his ranch the day it was taken.
His ranch? Oh, yes. What's happened to the ranch?
Well, Mr. Garraway took it over.
Alan owns it? You know, I'd like to see that place.
I'm afraid that's not very practical. It's quite remote. Fog is bad this time of year. There is a caretaker.
But I'd like to spend the day in the country. Could you give me the keys, Mr. Walmsley?
I'll send them to your hotel in the morning.
And would it be possible to draw me a sort of map as to how to get there?
I'll enclose a map with the keys.
You've been very kind, Mr. Walmsley. Thank you.
Good day, Mrs. Garraway.
Looking for someone, miss?
Oh. Hello. I'm Mrs. Alan Garraway.
How do you do?
Are you the caretaker?
Why, yes.
I've just been inspecting the house.
Well, I was just about to leave, but if there's anything I can do for you...
Tell me, did you know Michael Garraway?
Yes, I did. I'm a close neighbor up the road.
He left here very suddenly, didn't he?
Yes.
I guess he was a rather unpredictable person. Well, anyway, I think this is one of the most charming houses I've ever seen. It has, dignity. Doesn't look as though it had been shut up at all, does it?
No, it doesn't.
It looks, as though it were waiting for someone. I had a feeling coming in here that time was standing still.
But time doesn't stand still anywhere, does it?
Oh, yes, it does. Haven't you ever had a feeling of complete peace and contentment? That's what I felt when I came in here. Nothing to fear, nothing to think about. This was, peaceful, and time stands still. You probably think that's foolish. I suppose it is.
No, I don't think so. I agree with you about the house. It is peaceful.
Is that surf, I hear? Are we that close to the ocean?
Yes, if you like, I'll show it to you. It's none of my business, Mrs. Garraway, but did you have any special reason to come out here?
Well, it was such a nice day, and I thought No. I came out here to learn more about Michael Garraway.
You better watch the path. It's sort of rocky here.
Everyone seems to be so vague about him, except my husband, of course. I don't know why I'm bothering you with all this.
There's the ocean, Mrs. Garraway.
Golly, it's beautiful, isn't it? You know, it's amazing. Michael had so much. Why do people do the things they do to themselves? Why doesn't someone step in and stop them, help them?
What about those people who refuse to be helped? Useless to even try.
Ed, thanks for taking me around, and forgive my philosophic outburst.
Don't apologize for that. I think it was very well said. Goodbye, Mrs. Garraway.
His house. Michael's house. just as he left it. But walls can't talk, and books and chairs and...
What are you doing here?
Alan!
What are you doing here?
Alan, you frightened me so.
I came here looking for something. I asked you not to pry. I asked you to forget about Mike.
Alan, you didn't leave Seattle just because...
Ormsley telephoned me. He said you'd ask him for the keys. Yes, I thought it was important that I come. You're my wife, Anne. You've never even seen Mike. And yet he's managed to get a hold on you and make trouble between us.
Darling, I'm only
He
trying...
had a diabolic cleverness about pushing people around. Always knew how to get his own way.
You keep saying had and knew. Alan, is he dead?
How should I know if he's dead? I hope he is.
Alan, how can you?
How much do you think I can stand? He's got you sneaking around corners trying to find out things about him. Well, what have you discovered? I'm here to help. Let's find out everything we can about him. A man who likes music and books, wouldn't you say? The strong, silent, philosophical type. He'd have read your poetry and told you whimsical stories about his neighbors. You'd have fallen for that, wouldn't you, Anne?
Alan, I'm sorry.
I know you're sorry, but that doesn't help. Why couldn't you do as I asked? If there's anything else you want to know, ask me now. Don't ask Wormsley or the natives or the bellboys at the hotel. Ask me. I'll tell you anything if you'll only stop bringing him into our life.
I was wrong to come here, Alan, if you didn't want me to. But for you to shout at me and treat me as though I were a criminal. Alan, whatever I did for us. To try to find out what it is that comes between us because of him. Alan, it's our life together that he's hurting. Our marriage. And I want our marriage.
We'd better start back to town. Do you want to go up to our rooms, Anne, or would you rather have dinner first?
I'd rather go up if you don't mind. I'd like to... Alan, wait.
What's the matter?
Listen.
Oh, Garraway shrewd, all right. His plan was all set for reconversion.
Garraway knows all about reconversion. Did you ever see his wife?
Anne, please.
No, I want to listen.
I saw her in Washington the day they arrived. She couldn't have looked dowdier. Of course, the poor girl had on her Sunday best, but really...
We can go up now, Alan.
What are you thinking about, Anne? Those two women in the lobby? You going to let a couple of gossips throw you?
I'm thrown by the truth. I was rather dowdy that first night in Washington. You expected me to be, didn't you?
What?
You could have waited to have me meet your friends. But the truth is, if no one saw the before, you wouldn't get the credit for the after, would you?
Why should I want to do a thing like that?
So you could exhibit me as your very own invention, like the Garraway distance control.
What do you mean by that?
You know, Alan, I think I have a glimmering now of why you married me.
I want to know what you meant about the distance control.
I meant nothing about it.
All right. What else do you think? Why did I marry you?
You wanted another girl, but she fell in love with someone else. I happened to remind you of her, only I was so terribly admiring of you. And you thought if you could make me outshine her...
Oh, you're mad, Anne.
Yes, Alan. I think sometimes I am. I have a feeling as though I were living in a dream, haunted by your obsession, your hatred for your brother, all around us.
Anne, things between us look pretty black right now. It's hard to talk. But I want to tell you that I love you. The way I acted at the ranch was unforgivable. I'll never speak that way to you again. I have to go back to Seattle. You'll have a couple of days to think. And when you do, try to keep a little old-fashioned trust and blind faith in our marriage. I want our marriage too, Anne. It's very important to me. Please try.
Yes, Alan. I'll try.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll return with Act 3 of Undercurrent. The role of a script girl in producing a great picture is seldom fully appreciated by the public. Her meticulous attention to detail is of the utmost importance to a successful production. Our guest tonight is one of those unsung heroines. She's Miss Isla Jacobus, script girl for Clarence Brown, producer-director of Song of Love, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's romantic love story of Clara and Robert Schumann, starring Katharine Hepburn. It must have been a fascinating picture to work on, Miss Jacobus.
It certainly was, Mr. Keeley.
I learned so much about the life of Schumann, and the music in the picture is so thrilling.
With Paul Henry to interpret the sensitive and celebrated composer, Robert Walker as Johannes Brahms, Henry Daniel as Franz Liszt, and a brilliant supporting cast, it's bound to be a superb picture.
Especially with Katharine Hepburn as Schumann's devoted wife, who inspired some of his greatest music.
Well, Katharine brings glamour and rare ability to every role. Her performance here tonight confirms that.
She looks stunning, too, in Song of Love, in Clara Schumann's romantic 19th century costumes. And Mr. Kennedy would certainly have been impressed with the gentle care those costumes got.
You mean Lux Care, of course, Miss Jacobus.
Naturally. Replacing one of those costumes would have meant a lot of time and expense. So, when a garment had to be freshened for retakes, they always used Lux Flakes. And the studio wardrobe mistress told me that kept replacements down to a minimum.
You must learn a lot of interesting things in the course of your work, Miss Jacobus.
But none more important than clothes care, Mr. Kennedy. Important to any girl, I mean. I wouldn't trust my own blouses and nice washables to anything but Lux. I figure when experts choose Lux Flakes, it's wise to follow their advice.
Yes, the experts know how much longer Lux Care keeps washables lovely. Actual tests have proved that wrong washing methods fade colors discouragingly soon. Lux Care kept them lovely up to 3 times as long.
That's important to any girl these days when prices of new things are so high.
Today, more than ever, Lux Care is thrifty care. Thank you for coming tonight, Miss Isla Jacobus. Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
We continue with Act 3 of Undercurrent, starring Katharine Hepburn as Anne and Robert Taylor as Alan. It's the following morning. With Alan back in Seattle, Anne is making an uninvited call on Sylvia Burton.
It's very nice of you to see me, Miss Burton.
You have a reason for coming here?
There are some questions I'm trying to find the answer to.
I'm rather curious about a few things myself. As far as Alan is concerned, I despise him. Does that answer one of your questions?
Not quite. I love him. But it's not Alan I want to know about. It's Michael.
I can imagine.
All I know is that he and Alan had a terrible fight. Michael disappeared. But he seems to be coming up more and more in our lives, wherever we go, whatever we do. I've got to know more about him. My marriage, my happiness, my future seem to depend on it.
And you'd like to know how close Mike and I were? Well, we weren't. I tried, but Mike wouldn't have it. I used to think it was because he had some sort of funny sense of loyalty since I'd met him through Alan. He was that thing you have to look for with a microscope, a gentleman. And that's the man your husband spread those lies about stealing money.
I believe my husband, Miss Burton.
Nonsense. You think he's lying. I know he is.
Why?
Because I've been through this myself. When Mike disappeared, I went crazy trying to find out what had happened to him.
And did you find out?
Only that he'd been at his ranch. That was the last anyone saw of him except your husband. You see, I still think Mike is dead.
You mean he was killed in the war?
No, I don't mean he was killed in the war. Why hasn't he written to someone? His friends at the plant, his neighbors at the ranch, or 100 other people he knows. Lots of us would like to know what happened at that last meeting, Mrs. Garraway. Ask your husband. What kind of a fight was it, and what happened to Mike?
How dare you speak to me this way, Miss Burton? I should never have come here. Forgive me.
It isn't such a shocking idea, Mrs. Garraway. Not when you've lived with it for a while.
Hello?
Mrs. Ellen Garraway?
Yes?
One moment, please. Seattle is calling. Here's your party, sir.
Anne?
Yes, Alan?
Anne, I miss you, darling. I miss you very much. I haven't been able to think or concentrate on anything but you.
I'm so glad you said that, Alan. I'm so confused.
Don't, darling, don't. Anne, I have to leave for Baltimore in the morning. I can't very well get out of it.
That's all right, Alan.
I think it could work out well for us. If you like, you could go on to Middleburg, take the train. By the time you get there, I'll be through in Baltimore and can join you.
Yes, Alan, yes.
I'm going to devote the next few weeks to us, Anne. We'll have a real honeymoon in Middleburg. You wait and see. I love you, Anne. I love you.
I wish I'd known you was coming to Middleburg, Miss Garraway. I wish you'd told me.
Why, George, I don't think you're very glad to see me.
Oh, no, ma'am. No. I'm real pleased. When will Mr. Allen be here?
He'll be here later tonight. George, why do you wish I'd let you know I was coming here?
Well, just so I'd have a little time to fix things up.
Such as out there, George, out there by the stables? A little time to tell whoever it is out there to go away?
Miss Garraway, there's nobody out there, Miss Garraway.
I don't mean old Ben either. Just now, when I was walking, the dog saw him. Bate saw him. Bate was all excited, jumping up and down and wagging his tail.
But you didn't see nobody, ma'am.
No, I didn't. It was too dark, and I was frightened, I suppose. I came straight back here.
Oh, let it pass, please, Miss Garraway. Let it pass.
I can't, George. I'm not frightened now. I'm going to go back to the stables and look for myself. Bate, come here, boy, come here. There's no one here now, is there, Bate? But there was. And you saw him, didn't you? You saw Michael. He's alive, isn't he? I thought that Sylvia Burton was right, that Alan had killed him. But everything that Alan said about him is true. Michael's here and he's hiding. That's why, George. Oh, Alan, how could I?
It's all right, Bate. You can stop barking. It's no way to welcome me home.
Hello, Alan.
Mike.
Take it easy. Better keep our voices down. Your wife's in the house.
You've seen my wife?
Don't worry, she didn't see me.
Why did you come back?
Wouldn't you rather know why I went away? I didn't steal any money, Alan.
You've been a long time denying it.
Be kind of tough to prove. You had the books pretty well rigged. But that's not what kept me away. It was Carl Steuer.
Steuer's dead.
Yes, dead and buried. Just a nice old German refugee who lived for one thing only. To get back at the Nazis. You remember that invention he was working on?
Every man at the plant was working on an invention of some kind or other.
That's right. But only Steuer died. The coroner said it was an accident. He fell down the cellar steps.
What's that got to do with me?
It's got a lot to do with you. Steuer had a pet name for that invention of his. His fan, he called it. He used to say, "My fan will fix the Nazis. Your brother and me, we know. Someday my fan will pay them back." Fan. I couldn't figure it out until it dawned on me that fan is a German word. It means distance. Fernsteuerung. Long distance control. That's why Steuer died. He was murdered by somebody who wanted his invention.
The distance controller was mine.
It was Steuer's, and it's made millions for you. Well, has the money been worth it, Alan? Has it been worth killing for?
You can't prove any of this.
Maybe not. Is Wormsley the only other one who guessed? Because you're paying him off, aren't you? Anyway, I wanted to get out of the whole mess. That's why I disappeared. But it seems it has to be faced after all. I have met your wife.
Here? Today?
No, at the ranch. She thought I was the caretaker. She's a fine girl, Alan, but she doesn't know about Steuer, does she? I'm here to make sure she finds out.
You think I killed Steuer? What makes you think I wouldn't kill you?
I believe you're capable of trying.
No. Once I could have killed you, but not now. I can't kill you any more than I can give Ann up. I'm going to keep her, Mike, for as long as I can. A minute, an hour, as long as I can.
How can you think you have a right
What gives a man a right? Does love? Because I love her. You can take everything else, but not her, Mike, not her. I never thought I would, but I'm crawling to you. She loves me. She's helping me. I've got a chance now. I can be all right. I never could before.
What chance does she have, Alan?
I'll tell her. Only I'll have to do it in my own time. Just a little time, that's all I'm asking. Until I'm sure of her.
I think you can be sure of her. Well, I guess there's nothing left for me to do. If she'll go along with you, I'll stay out of it. But tell her, Alan. Tell her, because if you don't, I won't be able to stay out of it. I'm going to see that she gets her chance, too.
Ann, darling. Wake up, dear. I'm back.
Alan,
Oh, Alan, oh, forgive me, darling, forgive me.
Forgive you?
I've been so wrong, Alan. I've got to tell you something, and I'm so deeply ashamed. I thought such crazy things about you. I thought you'd killed your brother. No, darling, listen to me. I thought that. And I was going away and never see you again.
You were going to leave me?
I couldn't have stayed. I couldn't have endured.
You couldn't have endured living with a murderer.
But it's all over, Alan. I know he's alive. I'm able to breathe again.
Yes, Anne, it's over. No one will ever come between us again.
Alan, I want you to listen to me. You remember that I once told you that Michael was your obsession?
Yes.
I was wrong. I think he's my obsession. I want to drive him away, but there's something unfinished somehow. I think if I could see him, hear him speak, then I'd know him the way you do, as a man, not a shadow, someone who is cruel and wrong and who has hurt you. Oh, I was so wrong about him. Everyone was.
Everyone? Who did you speak to about Mike?
Sylvia Burton. She thought you had killed him.
And you believed her? Were you glad she was wrong?
Glad? Oh, yes, Alan, yes.
Then why are you unhappy?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. He's still here in my mind somehow. You've got to help me, Alan. I don't understand it. Do you understand?
Yes, I think I do. You're in love with him.
No.
You're in love with him, aren't you?
Oh, no. How could I be in love with someone I've never seen?
You've seen a lot of Mike. A book, a poem, his house, a girl who once loved him. Aren't you jealous, Anne, of Sylvia Burton? Why did you go to her? What did you really want to know?
Alan, please.
You'd go to anyone who could talk about Mike. You wanted to believe what they had to tell you. You never believed me. You don't believe me now.
Stop it, Alan. Stop it.
It wasn't my happiness, our happiness you were trying to find. It was him.
That's not true.
You were so relieved just now. Not because I hadn't killed him, but because he was alive. You'll go on looking for him, won't you, Anne? And after you find him, then what? Will you leave me?
Alan.
Don't you see what you've done? You'll never leave me, Anne. Never.
George!
Good morning, Anne. You're up early.
George!
Sleep well? George is gone. I sent him into town. He won't be back until evening.
Alan, no.
I thought I'd go for a ride. That stallion will break down the stall unless he gets some exercise. I thought we could, Why are you trembling, Anne? Here, sit down. Have some coffee.
Alan,
Don't be afraid, Anne. Fear is no good. I know. But now I'm finally free. Drink your coffee, Anne. Your hand's shaking. You're not going to be afraid the rest of your life, are you, Anne? Are you? Why run to your room? You can't lock yourself in. I've got the key.
Hey there. Anyone up?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Foster. Come in.
Hello, Alan. Your wife up yet?
Yes, I think so. Shall I call her?
Well, it's a fine morning for a ride.
Yes, it is.
You must have had the same idea. You're dressed for it.
Yes,
Oh, there you are. Welcome home, my dear. How about coming over for breakfast and a ride?
I'd like to very much.
Wonderful. I'll expect you in half an hour. How's that?
But I can be ready in just a moment.
Well,
Biscuits for breakfast, Mrs. Foster?
With my own two hands.
And just wait till you taste them. There's nothing like them in the whole world.
Mrs. Foster, there's something I must tell you. I must speak to you.
That's fine, dear. We'll have a leisurely breakfast and all morning to get acquainted in. See you soon, dear.
I'll walk along with you, Mrs. Foster. I'll have to saddle up the horses.
What's the matter with the bride, Alan? A quarrel?
Not a quarrel, exactly.
Don't worry. It's natural the first year, getting acquainted. What horse are you going to ride, Alan?
The stallion, naturally.
Well, you just make sure you don't give him to her. He's a mean one, that brute.
Alan, did we have to come this way?
Can't you handle your horse? I gave you the mare.
But I'm not a good rider, Alan. This cliff...
I thought if we took the trail along the cliff, you'd enjoy the view. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Alan, keep your horse back, please.
It's easy to say. I can't hold him in.
But there's not room for both of us.
That is narrow, isn't it? Quite a drop to the gorge, Anne. 200 feet.
Alan, you're pushing me.
Use your spurs. Go on ahead.
Alan, please don't.
You want to leave me, Anne, don't you? You want to go to Michael? Well, I'll send you to him now.
No.
You little fool. Go on. Run away. See how far you'll get. Anne, what happened? Did your horse throw you? It's quite a bruise on your head, or did you hit a low branch? Hurts, doesn't it, Anne? But nothing is going to hurt you anymore.
Michael.
I'm going to kill you, Anne. They'll think you broke your stupid little neck when your horse...
Hello, doctor. This is Mrs. Foster. There's been a terrible accident. Alan Garraway is dead. That stallion of his must have gone crazy or something. Kicked him to death, it looks like. You better come right out, Doctor. His wife's been badly hurt, too. That music's beautiful, Anne. Who's playing?
My father. He always does well by Chopin.
I like your father, Anne. I'm so glad he was able to come down here.
So am I, Mrs. Foster.
You're all right, Anne. Staying on here at Middleburg all these weeks, knowing you're getting well here. It took courage to face it out. Most people would have run away.
Hard to run away in a wheelchair.
Dr. Hill says by next week you can burn that wheelchair. But that isn't what I mean.
That's not what I mean either. No, I feel I have something to do and that I must do it here. That's really why I stayed. Not because I have courage. I haven't.
Here you are, darling, one of George's priceless eggnogs.
Father.
Well?
Who's playing the piano?
You have a visitor.
Oh, no, I can't see him now. I'm not ready yet. I can't.
You sent for him, Anne.
Yes, I sent for him.
I'll wheel you in.
I can manage alone, thanks. You're Michael, aren't you?
Yes. I'm sorry, Anne. I should have told you that day at the ranch.
I think I knew. Not at the ranch, but afterwards. I think I knew.
You sent for me.
Yes.
I think I'd have come in any case. I was just waiting until you were well.
It seems I'm a very rich woman.
Yes.
It's wrong for me to have it. It belongs to you, Michael.
No, it belongs to someone who's dead now. Carl Stoyer. His heirs, possibly.
They must have it, then. Michael, I'm a bad liar. I didn't send for you because of the money. The lawyers could have handled that. I wanted to know you.
Now that you do.
I'm happy to know you, Michael.
Thank you.
There are other things that I must tell you. I won't forget Alan. I loved him very much. Not at the end. It was gone then. But I did love him.
I know. Anne, I almost got you killed. I was here the night before. I saw Alan, talked to him. I should never have left.
I looked for you, Michael.
I went away that night because I was full of my guilt about my feelings for you. I had no business to feel the way I did about you, my brother's wife. I won't talk about it now. Someday.
Yes, Michael.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Libby, have you any fashion tips for the ladies in our audience tonight?
One very important one, Mr. Kennedy. I've noticed that some girls who are wearing the new longer skirts think that lengthening their dresses is enough. Actually, they need longer slips, too. Otherwise, the gap is often apparent and the skirts don't hang gracefully.
Are the makers of slips cutting them longer now?
Oh, yes. But you don't necessarily have to buy a whole new slip wardrobe. Why, imagine how annoyed Lux girls would be. After all, their Lux slips still have lots of good looks left in them.
Well, naturally, I know that Lux Care keeps slips lovely longer, but how can it make them longer?
Well, it can't do that, John. But there are some simple tricks a clever girl can work. For instance, she can sew a deep lace ruffle on the bottom of a too-short slip. Gain a good 2 or 3 inches that way. Or cut an even strip off the slip near the bottom and fill in with lace insertion or a contrasting color. Then stitch back the snipped-off piece with a deep seam.
All that lace sounds pretty, Libby, but is it practical?
Why, of course, with Lux Care. If careless girls wash a slip the wrong way, handle it roughly or use strong soap or hot water, why, naturally it'll be sad-looking in a short time. The color will fade and the lace is apt to tear. But after all, practically everybody knows that with Lux Care, undies stay lovely 3 times as long. Actual washing tests prove that.
As a matter of fact, Libby, Lux girls can afford more new slips on their budget, too. Instead of replacing drab, faded ones so often, they can use that money to buy extra new ones, have 3 times as many slips without spending any more. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
I'm sure we never could have enough of stars like Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor. And here they are back at the footlights to receive our thanks for 2 superb performances. Catherine, I'm happy our efforts to bring you to this stage tonight have been so splendidly rewarded.
I'm glad you feel I didn't let a good neighbor down, Bill, and I'm certainly happy Bob got back from his hunting trip in time to join us.
Well, as much as I like hunting and fishing, I wouldn't have missed tonight's show, Kate.
Flying your own plane must be very handy in getting you to where the fish are biting, Bob.
Well, it's a big help when your time is limited.
I understand, Catherine, that your newest picture is about to have its premiere in New York.
It opens at the Music Hall on Thursday, Bill.
Your pictures have always been favorites at the Music Hall, Kate.
And the advanced critics here agree how wonderful you are in those concert sequences.
Yes, Barbara and I saw the picture at the studio, and the scenes with you at the piano were really great.
Well, praise from Caesar is praise indeed.
That's right, Bob. You did used to be a musician, didn't you?
Well, I studied music at Pomona College until I got sidetracked into pictures.
From what the preview fans said about your new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, The High Wall, you were certainly sidetracked in the right direction.
Well, I hope they like it.
On the subject of pictures, what's the news for next week, Bill?
Next Monday night, we usher in our 14th year on the air. And to celebrate, we're bringing our audience one of the greatest works of an author whose popularity has never been equaled. It's J. Arthur Rank's exciting production, Great Expectations.
Charles Dickens at his best, Bill. Who do you have as stars?
Our stars are Robert Cummings, Anne Blythe, Howard Da Silva, and Lee J. Cobb. Great Expectations is a thrilling, dramatic story that should hold the interest of our listeners of every age.
It should indeed, Bill. A play that nobody should miss. Congratulations and good night.
Good night, Bill.
Good night, Bob and Catherine. All our thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Robert Cummings, Anne Blythe, Howard Da Silva, and Lee J. Cobb in Great Expectations. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Community Chest Time, a time that unites Americans of all faiths and creeds behind the great work of the Community Chest. Experience has proved that this is the best way, the truly American way, of providing help to the unfortunate in your community. Each year, your local Community Chest helps support vital services, such as hospitals, clinics, homes for the aged, aid to the handicapped, and youth organizations. The theme of this year's campaign is Everybody Benefits, Everybody Gives. So give generously, all you can afford, when you're approached by one of your fellow citizens within the next few weeks. A contribution to your local Community Chest is an investment in the future of our nation. Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Green Dolphin Street, starring Lana Turner and Van Heflin. Heard in our cast tonight were Ira Grossell as Michael and Frances Robinson as Sylvia. This program is rebroadcast to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Great Expectations with Robert Cummings, Anne Blythe, Howard Da Silva, and Lee J. Cobb.
Strive when you bake and fry. Strive for your cake and pie. Strive, it's your shortening pie. Rely on Strive.
For lighter, better-tasting cakes, try Spry, the pure, creamy, all-vegetable shortening with the special cake-making secret. Hear them say, boy, what a cook.
Rely on Spry. S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Great Expectations with Robert Cummings, Anne Blythe, Howard Da Silva, and Lee J. Cobb. Stay tuned to My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, a comedy set in London immediately after the First World War. What happens when a young woman finds herself married to two men at the same time, both of whom she loves dearly? After her husband, Major Bill Cardew, has been reported killed in France, lovely, frivolous Victoria marries his best friend, Major Frederick Lowndes. Their domestic bliss is suddenly and hilariously disrupted by Bill's return from the dead. Victoria adores both her husbands, and they both adore her. But while the two men argue the toss in the most gentlemanly way, Victoria finds her own way of unraveling the matrimonial tangle. Listen in a few moments to Home and Beauty, adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
Here's an idea that will make you feel soft and beautiful, and you can do it this evening. Just take a long, creamy bath with Lux Beauty Soap. Sink back and relax, and let the extra rich lather of Lux soften your skin to film star smoothness. Think of it, the creamy, moisturizing lather making your skin silky and relaxed. The precious perfume of Lux caressing you all over. Lux is the one beauty soap chosen by most beautiful Hollywood film stars. They choose it for its rich, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes.
Put on Shield deodorant and it's dry in seconds. That's the way it stays right through the day. Shield never makes you feel sticky. It just protects you and keeps you dry, feminine, fresh. Wear Shield, and the only thing you show is confidence.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes, in your eyes.
And now Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Home and Beauty.
Oh, Victoria, there's someone downstairs to see you.
Who is there? Who?
Mr. Lester Peyton. I didn't know you were still seeing anything of him.
He has been rather attentive lately, yes.
You should have married him instead of Freddie when poor Bill was killed in France. He's made a fortune during the war. He's got a Rolls Royce. And he can wangle things like butter and sugar.
Mother, don't talk like that. Freddie was Bill's best friend. It's only natural I should turn to him for comfort. And I adore him. Oh, he's a little unreasonable at times, but then so was Bill. I adored him, too. Yes. And they both adored me.
All the same,
both so handsome. Oh, look at their photographs side by side on my dressing table.
Yes.
And both dear souls. I flatter myself there aren't many women who'd be married to two dear souls.
I know, darling, but...
Bill was very fond of Freddie, and particularly wanted our child to be called after him. And that's why I called him Frederick, although he was born 3 months after poor Bill was killed.
I know, and that's why now you've married Freddie and had a son, you've
called him William. Yes, I thought it was only fair, and Freddie agreed.
By the way, where is Freddie?
Oh, dear, I'm absolutely furious with him. He promised to take me out to luncheon, but he never turned up. Didn't even telephone. I think it's too bad of him. He may be dead for all I know.
What about Mr. Peyton? Are you going to see him? I mean, you can't keep him waiting all afternoon.
I may as well. Go and bring him up, Mother.
You're going to receive him up here? In your bedroom?
Well, certainly it's the only room in the house apart from the nursery where there's a fire. You know how difficult it is to get coal. Oh, yes, we mustn't keep Mr. Peyton waiting. Just give me a moment to put on some fresh lipstick, will you? I hope you didn't mind being dragged up all these stairs, Mr. Peyton. We have to be frightfully economical with our coal, you know. I can only afford to have a fire in my bedroom.
You're not going to tell me that you have any trouble in getting coal. Why on earth didn't you let me know?
You don't mean to say you could get me some.
Well, it's quite out of the question that a pretty woman shouldn't have everything she wants.
I told Freddie that I felt sure he could wangle it, but... well, I mean, what's the use of being at the War Office if you can't have some sort of pull?
But he couldn't.
Well, leave it to me. I'll see what I can do.
How marvelous of you.
Now that these men are coming back from the front, no one will look at us poor devils who stayed at home if we don't make ourselves useful.
Well, you only stayed because it was your duty.
Oh, I volunteered, you know. I didn't wait to be called up. The government said to me, "You're a shipbuilder, go on building ships." So I built them ships.
And a little bird has whispered to me that the government intends to show its appreciation of your services in the honours list.
Oh, one doesn't ask for that. One's glad to have been able to do one's bit.
Oh, how true that is. That's just what I feel.
Yes, Victoria's worked herself to exhaustion.
I don't know how many committees I sat on or bazaars I opened.
That's true.
At the beginning of the war, you shake up their pillows and take them flowers and read to them. It only needs sympathy.
I don't know anyone who has more.
With people I like.
Well, darling, I think I'll go and see how my precious little grandsons are.
Oh, yes, Mother, do. Nanny's taken Fred out, but baby's in the nursery.
Excuse me, Mr. Peyton.
Yes, of course. You have 2 children, haven't you, Mrs. Lyons?
Yes, 2 sons. Fred, who'll be 2 next month, by my first husband, Bill Cardew, and William, who's just 4 months, by my second husband.
I'm sure you're a wonderful mother.
Oh, I adore my children.
And a perfect wife.
Do you think so?
Doesn't your husband?
Oh, he's only my husband. His opinion doesn't count.
He's a lucky man. I envy him.
Do you?
Shall I tell you what I think of you, Mrs. Lyons?
Oh, no, don't. You'll only exaggerate. You know, there are only 2 qualities that I flatter myself on. I'm not vain, and I am unselfish. Oh, here's my husband now.
Afternoon, Peyton. Oh, good afternoon, Major Lyons.
Freddie, where have you been all this time?
At my club.
But you promised to take me out to luncheon.
Did I? Oh, I forgot all about it. I'm so sorry.
Were you busy?
Yes.
Well, Bill was never too busy to give me luncheon when I wanted it.
Well, fancy that.
Well, I've been getting along. Now the war's over, you fellas can take things easily. My work goes on just the same.
That's a new car you've got, isn't it?
I have to get about somehow, you know.
So do I, but being only a soldier, I manage it on my own 2 feet.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Lyons, and goodbye, Major.
Goodbye. So nice of you to come and see me. Now, Freddie, I'd be glad to know why you threw me over like that.
Are you obliged to receive visitors in your bedroom?
Oh, you don't mean to say you're jealous, darling. I thought you seemed grumpy. Come and give me a nice kiss.
I'm not in the least jealous.
Oh, you silly old thing. You know it's the only room in the house that's got a fire.
Why the dickens don't you have one in the drawing room?
My poor lamb, have you forgotten there's been a war and there happens to be a shortage of coal? I'll tell you exactly why we don't have a fire in the drawing room. Patriotism.
Well, I'm dashed if I can see why it'd be less patriotic to have a fire in the drawing room where we could all benefit from it, rather than here where it's no good to anyone but you.
Darling, you're not going to ask me to do without a fire in my bedroom. How can you be so selfish? Heaven knows I don't want to boast about anything I've done, but after slaving my life out these last 4 years, I do think I deserve a little consideration.
I'll go and see the kid.
It's not as if I grudged you the use of my room. You can sit here as much as you like. Besides, a man has his club. He can always go there if he wants to.
I apologize. You're quite right. You're always right.
I thought you wanted me to be happy.
But I do, darling.
Before we were married, you said you'd make that the chief aim of your life.
I can't imagine a sensible man would want a better one.
Well, then, confess you've been a beast.
Oh, brute beast, darling.
No. I asked you to give me a kiss just now. Well, it's not a request I'm in the habit of having ignored.
And I trust it's not one that you're in the habit of making to all and sundry.
Now, tell me why you forgot to take me out to luncheon today.
I didn't forget. I was prevented. I haven't had luncheon myself. I'll just ring and ask the cook to send me up something.
Oh, the cook left this morning.
Again?
What do you mean again? This is the first time she's left.
But hang it all, she's only been here a week. Why, I don't know why on earth you can't keep your servants.
No one can keep servants these days.
Other people do.
Don't speak to me like that, Freddie. I'm not used to it.
I shall speak to you exactly as I choose.
Well, it's so petty to lose your temper just because you can't have something to eat. I should have thought after spending 2 years in the trenches you'd be accustomed to going without a meal now and then.
Oh, for goodness sake, don't make a scene of it.
It's not I who am making a scene. I don't know how you can be so unkind to me. Bill would never have treated me like that.
But I can't imagine how you can...
I'm not exacting. I do everything I can to make you happy. I'm patience itself. Even my worst enemy would have to admit that I'm not selfish.
Victoria, now please, all I wanted was...
Bill wouldn't have taken my poor loving heart and thrown it aside like an old hat. Bill loved me. He would always have loved me. Oh, I adored that man. He waited on me, hand and foot. I'd give anything in the world to have my dear, dear Bill back again.
Well, I'm very glad you feel like that about it, because he'll be here in about 3 minutes.
What? What on earth do you mean?
He rang me up at the club this morning.
Freddie, what are you talking about? Who spoke to you?
Bill.
Bill? Well, Bill who?
Bill Cardew.
But he's
dead, poor darling.
Well, he showed no sign of it on the telephone.
Oh, Freddie, how can you be so heartless to joke like
Well, just wait and see for yourself.
this? Now, Freddie, please, don't be vindictive. I didn't mean what I said. I adore you, darling, you know that. You can have a fire in your study, and to the devil with a fuel controller. I'm sorry for all I said just now. There now. It's all right, isn't it?
Yes, perfectly. But it's not going to prevent Bill from walking into this room in about 2 minutes.
It's not true. It can't be. Poor Bill was killed at the Battle of Ypres. He was actually seen to fall. He was reported dead by the War Office. Oh, you know how distressed I was. I wore mourning and everything. We even had a memorial service.
Yes, I know. It'll want a devil of a lot of explaining turning up like this.
Well, I shall go stark staring mad in a minute. How do you know it was Bill on the telephone?
I recognize his voice.
What did he say exactly?
He said he was at Harwich Station and would be in London at 3:13, and would I break it to you?
But that was before luncheon. Why didn't you come at once and tell me?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was a bit shaken by then. I thought the first thing was to have a double whiskey and a small soda.
And what did you do then?
I sat down to think, and I thought steadily for a couple of hours.
And what have you thought?
Nothing. It's a devilish awkward position for me.
For you? And what about me?
I mean, after all, Bill was my eldest pal. May think it rather funny that I've married his wife.
May think? Do you mean you haven't told him?
No.
He's coming here under the impression that I'm his wife?
Yes.
But why on earth didn't you tell him at once? It was the only thing to do.
Well, it just didn't strike me at the moment. Besides, it's rather a delicate thing to say on the telephone.
Well, someone must tell him.
I've come to the conclusion that you're the person to do it.
Oh, no, I'm not going to deal my darling Bill this bitter, bitter blow. Anyway, it's not my province.
Now, darling, you've got so much tact. I never knew anyone who could deal with a delicate situation as you can. You're so sympathetic, and you've got such a wonderful tenderness.
No. There's only one way to deal with this. You just take him by the arm and you say, "Look here, old man, the fact
It's
is..."
no good, Victoria. By George, here he is.
Oh, no, I haven't even parted my nose. Fortunately, I have no personal vanity. Oh, where's that powder puff? Where's my lipstick?
Hello. Well, here we are again.
Bill!
Well, was I right?
I can hardly believe my eyes.
Give me a kiss, old lady. Well, Freddie, old man, how's life?
A1, thanks.
Are you surprised to see me?
A little.
In fact, a good deal.
You've neither of you said you were glad to see me.
Yes, of course we're glad, Bill, darling, yes.
Tactful of me to get old Freddie to come round and break the news, don't you think, Victoria?
Yes, darling. And exactly like you.
It's just like old times to hear you calling me darling every other minute.
It's one of Victoria's favourite words.
You know, I nearly didn't warn you. I thought it would be rather a lark to break in on you in the middle of the night.
You what? I'm just as glad you didn't do that, Bill.
What a scene, my word. The Sleeping Beauty on her virtuous couch. Enter a man. Shrieks from the Sleeping Beauty. It is I, your husband. Tableau.
Oh, he really is a little lamb, Victoria. Who's that?
Who the devil do you think it is?
The language. And the voice. Bill Cardews. Who is this man?
Well, I may be a bit thinner.
No, don't you come near me or I shall scream.
I was only going to kiss
Oh,
you.
take him away. Victoria, who is that man?
Well, Mrs. Shuttleworth, it's Bill Cardew.
But he's dead.
He doesn't seem to know it.
Oh, it's a horrible dream. Of course he's dead. That man's an imposter.
Shall I show you the strawberry mark on my left shoulder?
I tell you, Bill Cardew's dead.
Prove it.
Prove it? The War Office announced it officially. Victoria went into mourning. Why, we had a memorial service.
Fully choral.
Yes.
Did you have a memorial service for me, Victoria? Oh, that was nice of you.
I say, old man, we don't want to hurry you, but we're all waiting for some sort of explanation.
Well, I was coming to that. I was just giving you time to get over your first raptures at seeing me again. Well, have you got over them?
I can only speak for myself.
I was wounded at Ypres. Badly wounded.
Yes, a fellow saw you fall. Said you were shot through the head. Just stopped a minute and saw you were killed and went on.
Well, I wasn't. I was eventually picked up and taken to Germany. Next thing I knew, I was in hospital. And my memory had completely gone.
Very strange.
But your memory came back.
Yes, gradually. It only returned fully shortly before we were released.
Well, couldn't you have written then?
They said I'd arrived before a letter or even a telegram.
Well, I suppose it is possible.
Well, I'm not dead, as you can see. And what's more, I propose to live for another 40 years, if not 50. Now, I wouldn't mind getting out of these dirty clothes and into something decent. I'll just go through to my dressing room. I remember I had a blue serge suit that was rather dressy.
Oh, wait a moment. I've put all your clothes away.
Where?
in camphor. You can't put them on until they've been well aired.
Oh, well, I suppose I can... I say, is that the kid? What's his name?
Well, don't you remember just before you went away, you said you'd like him called Frederick if he was a boy?
Yes, I did. But you said you'd made up your mind to call him Lancelot.
Yes, well, when I thought you were dead, I felt I must respect your wishes. Of course, I asked Freddie to be godfather.
Has the old ruffian been a standby to you while I've been away?
I have seen a good deal of him, yes.
I felt you were safe with him, you know. He's a brick.
I say, spare my blushes.
He was very kind to me during my bereavement.
Dear old chap. I knew you were a tower of strength.
I did what I could, you know.
Oh, don't be so modest about it all. Well, I'm going along to the nursery to make his lordship's acquaintance.
Oh, something's got to be done.
Yes, but what? Oh, Freddie, think of something.
I don't know what to do.
Well, you've got to do something, even if it's only something stupid.
The only thing that occurs to me is to stand on my head.
Hey, Victoria. Victoria, I think we've been done.
Oh, dear.
That child. Upon my soul, there's not much of him for a 2-year-old.
That baby was 4 months last Tuesday.
4 months? So you've been busy in my absence, Victoria?
Freddie, for goodness sake, explain. Don't just stand there with your mouth open.
The fact is, you've made a rather absurd mistake, Bill. You've been away so long that naturally there's a good deal you don't know.
Such as?
Well, that infant you saw isn't your son.
I had a sort of suspicion that he wasn't.
Oh, the fool.
Well, who the deuce is the father?
Well, in point of fact, I am.
You? You don't mean to say you're married?
Yes. Lots of people are. In fact, marriage has been quite a thing during the war.
Well, I'm jolly glad to hear it, old man. I knew you'd be caught one of these days. You were a wily old bird, but... well, we all come to it. My very best congratulations.
Thanks, that's awfully good of you. I'm staying here, you know.
Oh, are you? First rate. Is your missus here, too?
It's rather difficult to explain.
Oh, don't tell me she's only got one eye.
Look, can't you guess why I'm staying here?
No. You don't mean you've married Victoria's mother?
Oh, good gracious.
Well, no, not exactly.
What do you mean by not exactly? I hope you haven't been trifling with the affections of my mother-in-law.
Oh, do I look as if I were the mother of that baby?
Oh, we live in an age of progress. One should keep an open eye about things.
You misunderstand me, Bill.
Is there nothing between you and Victoria's mother?
Certainly not.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I should have liked to be your son-in-law. And you would have done the right thing by her, wouldn't you?
Really, Bill? I don't think you ought to talk like that about Mother.
If he's compromised her, he ought to marry her.
He hasn't compromised her, and he can't marry her.
Well, I don't want to be inquisitive, but if you didn't marry Victoria's mother, who did you marry?
Confound you, I married Victoria!
It's hello to Mrs. Felicity Usher, known as Flick. Hello, Flick.
Hello, Mr. John.
Tell me, Flick, what's the biggest wash day challenge that you could possibly imagine?
My son's white shirts. Quite honestly, I think he's the dirtiest boy in the school.
Really? Now, if I gave you a challenge, just one chance to get these dirty white shirts of your son's perfectly white again, how would you do it?
I'd use surf, because surf contains super glue. I think it's most important that white clothes should be white and not grey and grubby looking. And to look smart, they must be white.
Obviously, whiteness is very important to you.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, like Flick, most housewives I've challenged trust the experienced one, Surf with Super Blue for perfect whiteness.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Dual.
Dual?
Yes, Dual, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting in this chilly drawing room, but I was still dressing. You're very kind to have come so soon.
What a catastrophe. You must be beside yourself. What in heaven's name are you going to do?
I've no idea. That's why I telephoned you. You have encouraged me to bring all my difficulties to you.
Yes, of course, yes. We must discuss the matter. I suppose you've been having the most terrible scenes.
Oh, heart-rending. You see, they both adore me.
And you?
I only want to do my duty.
How like you. How exactly like you.
It was so sweet of you to come and see me at once. I was afraid you wouldn't have time.
Do you think I'd allow anything to stand in the way when you sent for me?
Oh, but I shouldn't like to think that you were putting yourself out on my account.
I wish I could pretend I were. As a matter of fact, I was only going down to see a place I've just bought in the country, and as I wanted to try my new rolls, I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone.
Oh, I didn't know you were buying a place.
Oh, it's a very modest little affair. The park is not more than 300 acres, and there are only 15 bedrooms. But you see, I'm a bachelor. I want so little.
Where is it?
Oh, it's near Newmarket. A man in my position is bound to do something for the good of the country, and it seems to me that to patronize a good old English sport which gives employment to numbers of respectable men is an occupation which is truly patriotic. I'm going to take up racing.
Oh, I think it's splendid of you. So many men waste their money on their own selfish pleasures. It's such a relief to come across anyone who's determined to make thoroughly good use of it. I've often wondered why you didn't go into Parliament.
For the past 4 years, I've been too busy winning the war to bother about governing the nation.
Yes, but now they want strong men of keen intelligence and dominating personality.
It's possible that very soon I shall have the opportunity to show what sort of metal I'm made of, but not in the House of Commons.
In the House of Lords.
You mustn't ask me to betray the confidence of the Prime Minister.
Oh, you look splendid in scarlet and ermine.
But it's too bad of me to talk about my own concerns when yours are so much more important.
Oh, but you don't know how I love to hear you talk about yourself. One feels a brain behind every word you speak.
It's easy to be brilliant when one has a sympathetic listener.
Of course, Bill and Freddie are darlings, but their conversation is a little limited. During the war, you know, it was rather smart to talk about guns and flying machines and flea bags, but now...
I understand so well, dear lady.
Why do you call me that?
Well, out of pure embarrassment. I don't know whether to call you Mrs. Cardew or Mrs. Lowndes.
Well, why don't you split the difference and call me Victoria?
May I?
It'll make me feel that you're not an entire stranger. Oh, and I need a friend badly. I'm all at sea. I'm married to 2 men, and I feel as if I were married to neither.
I wish you weren't. I wish with all my heart you weren't.
Why?
Can't you guess?
I must be very stupid.
Don't you know that I dote on you? I curse my unhappy fate that I didn't meet you before you were married.
Would you have asked me to marry you?
Morning, noon, and night, until you consented.
Oh, well, I never want a Paris model so much as when I know it's been sold to somebody else. I wonder if you'd want to marry me if I were free.
Yes, with all my heart.
But I'm not free.
And you, if you were, would you marry me?
I don't believe you're the sort of man who'd ever take no for an answer.
Oh, you're perfectly adorable.
I wonder if you'd take me out to luncheon.
Give me a chance.
Then come back in half an hour, and you'll find me ready.
Victoria! Oh, you're in here, Freddie. Why the devil have you left the window open? It's freezing.
I was trying to warm the room up a bit. Besides, they say it's healthy.
Well, a short life and a merry one for me. I like a fug.
Well, that won't make it any warmer. I tried that.
You silly ass. Oh, why didn't you light the fire?
But don't be so darned unpatriotic. You can't have a fire in the drawing room. Victoria must have one in her bedroom so that Where the devil did you get that suit?
Rather saucy, I flatter myself. Victoria sent it in for me.
Well, she needn't have sent you the only new suit I've had since the war. I think that's a bit thick.
Well, I couldn't go round in the dirty old thing I arrived in.
Well, if you'd had the decency to ask me, you might have had this suit I've got on.
Oh, thanks, but I don't altogether like that one. It's a bit baggy at the knees.
You're very much mistaken if you think you're going to wear all the new clothes and I'm going to wear all the old ones.
If you're going to be shirty about it, where the devil did you get that type in?
Oh, Victoria gave it to me on my birthday.
Yeah, well, it's mine. She gave it to me on my birthday first. And where did you get those cufflinks?
Those? Oh, Victoria gave them to me as a Christmas present.
Oh, did she? Well, she gave them to me as a Christmas present before she gave them to you. You jolly well take them off.
I'll see you blowed first. At your death, you left everything to her in your will. If she chose to give them to me, it's no business of yours.
Well, I'm not going to argue about it, but I think it's dash bad form to swank about in a dead man's jewellery.
By the way, did you ever have a hammered gold cigarette case?
Rather. That was Victoria's wedding present to me. Did you get it too?
Thrifty woman, Victoria.
I say, unless I have a fire, I shall turn into the Albert Memorial.
Well, it's all late. Apply a match and see what happens.
I think I will.
Here are some matches.
Oh, thanks. There.
Now I can take my overcoat off. You know, Victoria will be furious.
Well, that's your lookout. You'll have to take the responsibility.
Me? It has nothing to do with me. You're the master of this house.
Not at all. I am but an honoured guest.
Oh, no. The moment you appeared, I sank into insignificance.
My dear fellow, where did I sleep last night? In the spare bedroom. That proves conclusively that I'm a guest, and nothing more.
Nonsense. Where the devil do you think I slept? Down here.
Oh, why on earth did you do that? You were perfectly sober when I went to bed.
Victoria said I couldn't sleep in the next room to hers now that you were back.
Oh, well, I dare say you made yourself very comfortable on the sofa.
Look at the darn thing.
By the way, why has all the furniture been changed?
Well, Victoria had the room redecorated after you were killed. It had too many old associations. She wanted to distract her mind.
Oh, I was under the impression that you'd undertaken that.
I was sympathetic. That is surely what you'd have liked me to be.
Of course. I'm not blaming you.
If you'd seen Victoria in tears, you couldn't have expected a man not to try and console her.
She's the only woman I ever knew who looks as pretty when she cries as when she smiles. It's a great power.
There. I knew you'd take it like a sensible man.
Quite so.
When would you like me to clear out?
My dear fellow, why should you want to do that? Surely you don't for a minute imagine that I shall be in the way. I propose to make my visit quite a brief one.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Victoria will be very disappointed. But of course that's no concern of mine. You and your wife must arrange that between you.
My dear fellow, you quite misunderstand me. I am not a man to come between husband and wife.
What the devil do you mean?
Well, if it comes to that, what the devil do you mean?
Good morning, Bill, dear.
Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning, Freddie.
Good morning, Victoria.
I went to Bill first because he's been away so long.
Very naturally. And he was your husband long before I was.
I don't want either of you to be jealous of the other. Who lit that fire?
He did.
It was his match.
Of course, you don't care if we run so short of coal that my wretched babies die of double pneumonia. It's simply criminal to use coal in here.
I'm tortured by the pangs of remorse. But if you feel so badly about it, need you get quite so close to the fire?
Well, if there is a fire, I may as well get some benefit from it. Now, as I was saying, I don't want any jealousy. I adore you both, and I'm not going to show any favoritism.
It's quite all right, Victoria. I know quite well that I only came second in your heart. As long as Bill was around, you never had a thought for me.
Oh, I don't know about that. Even the most constant woman likes a change now and then.
No. I know Victoria has a faithful heart. She can never really love any man but you, Bill. Victoria, you know how I adore you. You're the only woman in the world for me. But Bill has come back. And therefore there's only one course open to me as a gentleman and a man of honor. It's a bitter, bitter sacrifice, but I'm equal to it. I renounce all rights in you. I will go away, a wiser and a sadder man, and leave you to Bill. Goodbye, Victoria. Give me one more kiss before we part forever.
Oh, how beautiful of you, Freddie. What a soul you've got.
Goodbye, Victoria. Forget me and live happily with a better man than I.
I shall never forget you, Freddie. Goodbye. Go quickly now. I shall break down.
Goodbye, Bill. Do be kind to her. I couldn't do this for anyone but you.
Nothing doing.
What do you mean? Get away from that door and let me pass.
Only over my dead body.
Bill, why prolong a painful scene?
My dear Victoria, I am not the man to accept a sacrifice like that. No, I'll not come between you.
Oh, Bill, how noble.
Victoria, I'm a gentleman and a soldier. To all intents and purposes, I'm as dead as mutton. I'll remain so.
Victoria will never be happy with me now that you've come back.
Not another word. She's yours.
I understand it all. You're both so noble, so heroic, so unselfish. But I can't have you both. I must have a husband, but only one. I cannot have and will not have two.
Wait, I have an idea. Let's draw lots.
How do you mean, Freddie?
Well, we'll take 2 pieces of paper and make a cross on one of them. Then we'll fold them up and put them in a hat. We'll draw, and the one who draws the cross gets Victoria.
Oh, that'll be rather thrilling.
No, I'd sooner toss for it. I'm lucky at tossing.
Do you mean to say you funk it?
Well, I don't exactly funk it. It's an awful risk to take.
Oh, it'll be so romantic. Come on, get some paper, Freddie.
Yes, all right.
No, I don't like it. This isn't my lucky day. I saw the new moon through glass. I knew something was going wrong the moment I opened my eyes this morning.
There. Now, whoever draws the blank paper renounces all claim to Victoria. He vanishes from the scene like a puff of smoke. He'll never be heard of again.
I still don't like it. I repeat that I only do it under protest.
Now, Bill, don't be disagreeable the moment you come home.
We'll have plenty of time for that during the next 40 years.
And you seem rather above yourself, Freddie. Supposing you draw the blank.
I saw a dappled horse this morning. Well, the pieces of paper are ready. What shall we put them in?
Well, here's the waste paper basket. That's the best thing.
Right. Now, you do understand. One of these papers has a cross on it. I will put the two papers in the basket. There we are. And now Victoria shall hold it. It's agreed that whoever draws a blank shall leave the house at once.
Yes.
Right. Here you are, Victoria.
Now, shake them well.
All right. I say, isn't this thrilling?
Now, you draw first, Bill.
No, I can't. I really can't.
But it's your right. You're Victoria's first husband.
Oh, he's right there, Bill. You must have the first dip in the lucky bag.
Oh,
Come on.
This is awful. I'm sweating like a pig.
Courage, old man, courage.
It's no good. I can't.
Oh, I can see how much you love me, Bill.
Shut your eyes, man, and make a plunge for it.
Oh, well, the only thing is to get it over. I wish I'd been a better man.
Now, the other's yours, Freddie. Come on, take it.
Thank you. Blank. It's blank. Blank.
Oh, I haven't opened mine yet. Oh, my heavens.
Oh, my poor Freddie.
Don't pity me, Victoria. I want all my courage now. I've lost you, and I must bid you goodbye forever.
Oh, Freddie, this is too awful. You must come and see me sometime.
No, I couldn't. That's more than I could bear. I shall never forget you. You're the only woman I have ever loved. Give me one last kiss, Victoria. Goodbye.
Before you go, you might just let me have a look at that other piece of paper. The one with the blank on it.
Why do you want to see it?
Just curiosity.
Now, really, Bill. I don't know how you can be so heartless, giving way to curiosity when my heart is breaking. Anyway, I threw it on the fire.
Oh, no, you didn't. You put it in your pocket.
I've had enough of this. Can't you see that I'm a desperate man?
Not half so desperate as I am. If you don't give me that piece of paper quietly, I'll take it from you.
Go to blazes.
Come on, give it up.
What is the matter? Have you both gone mad?
I'll make you.
Here, don't you touch me.
Now, will you give it up?
Let go of my arm. You're twisting.
Yes, and I'll break it if you don't give me that paper.
Ow, you devil. Stop it. All right. You can have it.
That's better. Hand it over now.
There you are. I don't know how you can call yourself a gentleman.
You dirty dog.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, look at that.
It's got a cross on it.
They both had crosses on them.
I don't understand.
Don't you? He was making quite sure that I shouldn't draw a blank.
What?
I did it for your sake, Victoria. I knew that your heart was set on Bill. Only you couldn't bear to hurt my feelings, so I thought I'd make it easier for you.
Oh, that was just like you, Freddie. You have such a charming nature.
It almost brings tears to my eyes.
Oh, now that's the baby. I must go and see where Nanny is. Now, don't say anything important till I get back.
How did you guess?
You were so devilish calm about it.
That was the calm of despair.
One might almost think you didn't want Victoria.
Bill, old chap, you know I'm not the sort of man to say a word against my wife.
Nor am I the sort of man to listen to a word against mine.
But hang it all, if a fellow can't discuss his wife dispassionately with her first husband, who can he discuss her with?
I can't imagine, unless it's with her second.
Tell me what you really think of Victoria.
The sweetest little woman in the world.
No man could want a better wife.
She's pretty.
Charming.
Delightful.
I confess that sometimes I've thought it hard that when I wanted a thing it was selfishness, and when she wanted it was only her due.
I did sometimes wish I could call my soul my own.
The fact is, I'm not worthy of her, Bill. As you so justly said, no man could want a better wife.
No, you said that.
But I'm fed up. If you'd been dead, I'd have seen it through like a gentleman, but you've turned up. So now it's over to you.
No. Look here, there's only one thing to do. She must choose between us.
I'd rather toss for it.
I'm not going to risk anything like that. I've had enough of your hanky-panky.
I thought I was dealing with a gentleman.
Here she's coming up.
Oh, really, this is too much. Nanny's given notice.
What?
So I've telephoned Mother to come and fetch the children.
Oh, well, that's all right, then.
No, all the other servants are leaving too, right now.
Oh, well, that's a bit thick, I must say.
Oh, I've done everything in the world for them. And now to walk out like this. They're following the example of that wretched cook, of course.
Oh, well, Freddie and I will do the housework and cooking until you get some more. But there's one thing, Victoria.
Yes?
Well, we've decided there's only one thing to be done. You must choose between us.
Oh, how can I? I adore you both. Besides, there's nothing to choose between you. And I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
No, you must decide. Now take a good look at us, Victoria, and say which of us it's to be.
To tell you the truth, I don't see why it should be either.
What? Hang it all, it must be one or the other.
I think no one can deny that since the day I married you, I've sacrificed myself in every mortal way. I've worked myself to the bone to make you comfortable. Very few men have had such a wife as I've been to both of you. But one must think of oneself sometimes.
How true.
Well, the war's over now, and I think I've done my bit. I've married 2 dear souls. Now I want to marry a Rolls Royce.
But I thought you adored us.
Well, you see, I adore you both. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, and the result is...
a washout.
Hang it all, I think it's a bit thick. Do you mean to say that you fixed up to marry somebody else behind our back?
Oh, you know I wouldn't do a thing like that, Freddie.
Well, I don't get it.
My dear Freddie, have you ever studied the domestic habits of the unicorn?
We're afraid our education was very much neglected.
The unicorn is a shy and somewhat timid creature, and it's impossible to catch him with the snares of the hunter. But he's strangely impressionable to the charms of the fair sex. When he hears the frou-frou of a silk petticoat, he forgets his native caution. In short, a pretty woman can lead him by the horn.
Oh, Victoria, dear, I've come for the children. Oh, and Mr. Peyton is downstairs.
Did he come in a Rolls Royce?
Why, yes.
I'll come down at once. The unicorn's going to take me out to luncheon.
New Skip is the best powder for automatic washing machines. Ask any manufacturer about Skip's low-lather formula and how it works with his machine to give the best results. And ask any housewife about Skip's great new whitening power.
It's true. My machine manufacturer recommended New Skip, so I tried it, and it's fantastic. New Skip has oxygen whiteners and gets my whites really white. And Skip is great for colors, too. Whichever program I use on my automatic washing machine, Skip gives me wonderful results.
Yes, Skip is best for your clothes and your machine. That's why it's recommended by all 16 top manufacturers of automatic washing machines.
Close-up toothpaste is for close-ups.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching. Close up when you're smiling. Smiling. Yeah. Close up is for close up.
When you're close to people, really close, you need new close-up toothpaste. Clear red or clear green mint. 2 whiteners clean your teeth their whitest white. A real mouthwash gives you fresh breath. Close Up. It gets breath as fresh as possible and teeth as white as possible.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching.
I say, these coals weigh about a ton. You might carry them up to the drawing room.
I might, but I'm not going to. It isn't my work. I'm doing the cooking. You really can't expect me to do the housework as well.
Are you doing the cooking? Looking round this kitchen, I don't see any sign of it. There's a lot of dirty dishes. I don't see why I've got to sweat my life out.
You see, you have no organization. Housework's perfectly simple, only one must have organization. I have. That's my secret.
I was a mug to say I do the housework. I might have known you'd freeze onto a soft job if there was one.
I naturally undertook to do what I could do best. Cooking is an art. Any fool can do housework. Now just look nippy and get the table laid while I see to the potatoes.
Is it luncheon or dinner?
Well, I don't know yet, but we're having it down here in the kitchen because it's easier for dishing up. Organization again.
What does Victoria say to that?
Well, I haven't told her yet.
She's in an awful temper this morning.
Oh, why?
Well, because the water in the bathroom wasn't hot.
Wasn't it?
You know very well it wasn't. You were too lazy to get up in time. So much for your organization.
What do you mean?
Well, ever since I've been at the War Office, I've heard fellows talking about organization, but I never could find anyone to tell me just what it was. It's beginning to dawn on me now.
Well, what is it?
Organization means getting someone else to do your job for you if you can, and if you can't, letting it rip.
I really think it's too bad of you two. I've been ringing the bell for the last quarter of an hour. There are 2 men in the house, and neither of you pay the least attention.
We were having an argument.
Yes. Let me put it before you, Victoria.
It has nothing to do with Victoria. I'm the cook, and I won't have anyone come interfering with my kitchen.
You must do something, Victoria, or you'll get no luncheon.
I shan't be here for luncheon.
Why not?
Because Mr. Lester Peyton has made me an offer of marriage, and I have accepted it.
But you've got 2 husbands already, Victoria. Hello, who's that?
That's my solicitor.
Oh, what?
I told him to come at once. I'll go and open the door, Freddie, will you?
What the dickens does he want?
He's going to fix up my divorce.
You're not letting the grass grow under your feet, are you?
Hurry and answer the door,
Oh,
darling.
all right. I was just taking my apron off.
This is a desperate step you're taking, Victoria.
Well, I had to do something. You must see that the present situation is absolutely impossible.
Well, if you've quite made up your mind to divorce me, I can almost look upon you as another man's wife.
What do you mean by that?
Only that I can make love to you without feeling a thundering ass.
Oh, careful, they're coming. It would never do for my solicitor to find me in my husband's arms.
It would be outrageous.
How do you do, Mr. Raham?
How do you do?
Do you know my husband?
I'm pleased to meet you, gentlemen. I dare say it will facilitate matters if I am told which of you is which and which is the other.
Well, this is Major Cardew, my first husband, and this is my second husband, Major Loudon.
Oh, that makes it quite clear.
How do you do?
How do you do, Major? How do you do, Major? Oh, interesting coincidence. What? Both majors.
I suppose Mrs. Lowndes has put you in possession of the facts, Mr. Raham.
I think so. We had a long talk in my office yesterday. She is determined to divorce you both. I told her that this is not necessary, since she is obviously the wife of only one of you.
It's just as well to take no risks.
But do I understand that you 2 gentlemen are agreeable?
Speaking for myself, I'm prepared to sacrifice my feelings, deep as they are, to the happiness of Victoria.
Very nicely and feelingly put. And you, sir, will you give this lady the freedom she desires?
Yes, of course. Certainly.
Well, so far so good. Now, it will save time and trouble if we get up the case against both of you in the same way. Since neither of you will defend the case, there is no need for you to go to the expense of legal advice, and so I propose to go into the whole matter with you now.
You can feel quite easy about taking Mr. Raham's advice. He's arranged more divorce cases than any man in England.
You must be a very busy man.
I assure you, Major, I'm one of the busiest men in London. Well, I will come to the point. In this country, if a couple, for reasons which merely concern themselves, wish to part company, a husband needs only to prove adultery to divorce his wife. But the English law recognizes the natural polygamy of man, and so when a wife desires to divorce a husband, she must prove, in addition, cruelty or desertion. Now, do you wish the cause of offence to be cruelty or desertion?
Well, personally, I should prefer desertion.
Certainly. I should very much dislike being cruel to Victoria.
And you know, I could never hurt a fly.
Well, then we'll settle on desertion. I think myself it is the more gentlemanly way, and besides, it is more easily proved. I will arrange it all by means of letters. An application for the restitution of conjugal rights will be made, and then 6 months later we shall bring an action for divorce.
6 months later? But when will I be free, then?
In about a year.
Oh, but that won't do at all. I must have my freedom by, before the racing season ends at all events.
Oh, as soon as that?
Well, the Derby, if possible. Certainly by the 2,000 guineas.
Yeah, in that case, it will have to be cruelty.
It can't be helped. They'll have to be cruel.
I don't like the idea, Victoria.
Try and be a little unselfish for once, darling.
I'd never strike a woman.
If I don't mind, I don't see why you should.
Cruelty has its advantages. If it's properly witnessed, it has a convincing air which desertion never has.
My mother will swear to anything.
Servants are better. The judges are often unduly suspicious of the mother-in-law's testimony. But you can leave it safely to me. I've devised my own system and have never known it to fail. I always arrange for 3 definite acts of cruelty. First at the dinner table...
Perhaps we could leave the principle for the time being and go into the details later.
Very well. But let us pass to the last point. Trivial in itself, but essential in order to satisfy the requirements of our English law. Adultery.
That, I think, you can safely leave to us. With the price of a supper in my pocket and an engaging manner, I'm prepared to supply all the evidence you want.
I am shocked and horrified by your suggestion. Do you expect a man in my position to connive at immorality?
Immorality? Well, there must be, shall we say, a soupçon of it, under normal circumstances.
Not at all. I always arrange this part of the proceedings with the most scrupulous regard to propriety. I shall arrange for both of you to come to my office and meet a certain lady.
What's she like?
A most respectable person. I have employed her in practically all the fashionable divorces of the last 15 years.
You amaze me. Does she make money by it?
Oh, sufficient for her simple needs. She charges only 20 guineas for her services.
Well, I'm sure I could get it done for less.
And not by a woman of refinement.
Oh, well, with most of us, it's only once in a lifetime.
Well, I will proceed. You will fetch this lady at my office and drive with her to the Hotel Majestic, where you will register as husband and wife. You will be shown to a suite of rooms which I shall engage for you, and supper will be served in the sitting room. You will partake of this, and you will drink champagne.
I should like to choose the brand myself.
I have no objection to that.
Thanks.
Then you will play cards. Miss Montmorency is a wonderful card player. She has not only an unparalleled knowledge of all games for two, but she can do a great number of tricks. In this way, you will find the night passed without tediousness, and in the morning you will ring for breakfast.
Well, I'm not sure I'll have much appetite for it.
Sounds like the devil of a beano.
I should like to see her first.
Come to think of it, I'd like to see her too. Men are so weak. I'd be much easier in my mind if I'm sure these poor boys won't be led astray.
Well, that's easily arranged. I have Miss Montmorency with me. She is waiting in a taxicab at the door.
Is she that sort of person I should like to meet, Mr. Raham?
Oh, a perfect lady. She comes from one of the best families in Shropshire.
Oh, well, go and fetch her, Freddie.
Very well.
Do you mean to say that with this evidence you'll be able to get a divorce?
No doubt of it. I've got hundreds.
Well, I'm only a soldier, and I dare say you'll not be surprised that I find it difficult to believe.
Brandy.
What's the matter?
Is this the way?
You'll soon see.
Come straight in, Miss Montmorency.
Make it a big one, and have one yourself, too.
Ah, Miss Montmorency.
But this is the kitchen.
Oh, I see what you mean. Let's have another.
I'm afraid it's the only room in the house that's habitable at the moment.
Yes, Miss Montmorency, Mrs. Frederick Lowndes.
I'm charmed to make your acquaintance. The injured wife, I presume?
Yes.
So sad. I'm afraid the war is responsible for the rupture of many happy marriages. I'm booked up for weeks ahead. So sad.
Do sit down, won't you?
Thank you. And now, which of these gentlemen is the erring husband?
Well, they both are.
Oh, really? And which are you going to marry after you've got your divorce?
Neither.
But I naturally concluded that one was the husband you are discarding, and the other the husband you are acquiring. The eternal triangle, you know.
In this case, the triangle is four-sided.
Oh, how very peculiar.
I don't want you to think I've been at all careless, but the fact is, through no fault of my own, they're both my husbands.
Oh, really? How very interesting. And which are you divorcing?
I'm divorcing them both.
Oh, I see. Oh, very sad. But I think I ought to tell you at once that I shouldn't like to misconduct myself. I use the technical expression with both these gentlemen.
Oh, we shall be generous, Miss Montmorency.
I have to think of my self-respect. One gentleman is business, but two would be debauchery.
Mrs. Lowndes is anxious to put this matter through as quickly as possible.
Well, I dare say my friend, Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, would oblige if I asked her as a personal favour.
Are you sure she can be trusted?
Oh, she's a perfect lady. The widow of a clergyman, and she has 2 sons in the army.
Unless we can get Miss Montmorency to reconsider her decision, I'm afraid we shall have to put up with Mrs. Onslow Jarvis.
I am adamant, Mr. Raham, adamant.
Well, I'm all for Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, personally.
Then you fall to me, Major. I didn't quite catch your name.
Cardew.
I hope you play cards.
Sometimes.
Oh, it's such a relief to find a gentleman who's fond of cards.
Otherwise, I suppose the night seems rather long.
Oh, not to me, you know. I am such a student of human nature. But my gentlemen begin to grow a little restless when I've talked to them for 6 or 7 hours.
I can hardly believe it.
One gentleman actually said he wanted to go to bed. But of course I told him that would never do.
Forgive my asking. You know what men are. Do they never attempt to take liberties with you?
Oh, no. If you're a lady, you can always keep a man in his place.
I can assure you, Miss Montmorency, that you need have no fear that I shall take advantage of your delicate position.
Of course you will divest yourself of none of your raiment.
On the contrary, I propose to put on an extra suit of clothes.
I'm sure we shall have a delightful night. And I know you, Major,
Lowndes.
I'm sure, Major Lowndes, you'll like Mrs. Onslow Jarvis. She has such charm of manner, so much ease. You can see that she did a lot of entertaining when her late husband was vicar at Clacton. They have a very nice class of person at Clacton.
Yes, I shall be charmed to meet her.
I don't know what Mr. Raham would say to our sharing a suite. We could play bridge. She's a very fine bridge player, and we only pay threepence a hundred because in her position she can hardly gamble, can she?
I always like to oblige Miss Montmorency, but I hardly think that arrangement would do. You know how fussy some judges are. We might hit on one of them who saw nothing in it.
Well, let's take no risks. Business is business. It must be you and me alone then, Major Cardew. You will let me know in good time when you fix the fatal night. I'm very booked up just now.
Of course, we'll do everything to suit your convenience, Miss Montmorency. And now, Mrs. Lowndes, as we've settled up everything, I think Miss Montmorency and I will go.
I can't think of anything else.
Goodbye, then. I am not going to say goodbye to you, Major Cardew, but au revoir.
Believe me, I look forward to our next meeting.
Good morning, Mrs. Lowndes, and good morning, Major Cardew.
Shall I show you to
No, we shall find our own way out.
Goodbye, Mr. Raham. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, this is a bit of all right you've let us in for, Victoria.
Well, darling, it's the only thing I've ever asked you to do for me in all my life, so you needn't complain.
I'll bear it like a martyr.
The only thing left is for me to bid you goodbye.
Already?
You must understand, under the circumstances, it wouldn't be quite nice for me to stay here. Besides, without servants, it's beastly uncomfortable. I should go to Mother.
Oh, your mother?
Where else would you expect a woman to go in a crisis like this? And the children are there already, so,
Won't you even stay for luncheon?
Lester will give me a better one, I think. In any case, I realize it's a painful moment for both of you, and we shan't make it any easier by dragging it out.
True.
Goodbye, Bill. I forgive you everything, and I hope we shall always be good friends.
Goodbye, Victoria. I hope this will not be, by any means, your last marriage.
When everything's settled, you must come and dine with us. I'm sure you'll find Lester has the best wines and cigars that money can buy.
Goodbye.
And now, Freddie, it's your turn. Now that there's nothing more between us, you might give me back that tie pin I gave you.
Here you are.
Thank you. And there was a cigarette case. You've no doubt got it in your pocket.
Take it.
Thank you. They say jewelry's gone up tremendously in value since the war. I'll give Lester a cigarette case as a wedding present.
You always do, Victoria.
Men like it. Goodbye, Freddie, dear. I'll always have a pleasant recollection of you.
Goodbye, Victoria. Would you like a taxi?
No, thanks, I'll walk. I think the exercise will do me good.
Wonderful woman.
Yes, I shall never regret having been married to her. Now, what about lunch?
Annabella, if we could just have a turn to the left. That's enough. Now, smile. Yeah, I think that's just about it. Now we'll move on to the interior shots, and that's it for the day.
International fashion model Annabella G is on location in southern France. Being a top model, you can imagine how Annabella cares for her complexion. She uses Lux Beauty Soap.
Lux is so creamy, so very soft. It cares for my complexion. I wouldn't use anything else.
Like Annabella G, like beautiful women everywhere, choose the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux to care for your complexion. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant.
What do you mean? I haven't got a maid.
Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Dual.
Dual?
Yes, Dual, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
In tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, the part of Victoria was played by Margaret Milner Smythe, with Roger Service as Bill Cardew, her first husband, and Tony Wood as Freddie Lowndes, her second husband. As her mother, you heard Sheila Raymond Jones. John Simpson played the part of Lester Patton, and Peter Lee Hunt that of Mr. Raham, the lawyer. Miss Montmorency was played by Gillian Lomberg. Home and Beauty was adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in Remember the Night with Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. And ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Fine acting, a good story, and superb direction each contribute to the success of a motion picture. And we'll have to combine all three to explain the resounding success of the current Paramount picture, Remember the Night. As it happens, I take a personal pride in the success of this picture, because Mitchell Lyson, who directed it, served his apprenticeship with me. Consequently, it's with a special bow in Mitch's direction that I introduce our radio adaptation of his screen hit, Remember the Night. A triumphal return engagement for the same two stars who played it on the screen, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray. And with them we have Beulah Bondi, Elizabeth Patterson, and Sterling Holloway of the picture cast. Remember the Night is a play you'll remember, and Lux Toilet Soap is a product you'll remember. When our feminine listeners remember to think of their appearance, and that's at least, part of the time, they know Lux Toilet Soap is a real aid to loveliness. Just why Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray have never been teamed before is one of Hollywood's unsolved mysteries. But the results in this picture call loudly for more of the same. So we were very insistent on having these stars of the picture in our production tonight. Barbara dropped in to visit my Northwest Mounted Police set, but I sent her home right away to get her script of Remember the Night. And I had to break into something to get Fred McMurray. I had to break into his vacation in Mexico. It was the same vacation which we interrupted a few weeks ago to bring him back to this microphone. However, he took our persecution very amiably and buckled right down to work. Ordinarily, I don't suppose a courtroom is the most promising place in the world for a love story, especially if the party of the first part is the prosecutor and the party of the second part is the girl on trial. But Remember the Night is delightfully original from beginning to end, with a love story that begins in a law court. So once more, it's curtain time in the Lux Radio Theatre as we start Act One of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Lee Leander, Fred McMurray as John Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as his mother, Elizabeth Patterson as Aunt Emma, and Sterling Holloway as Willie. A jewelry store on New York's Fifth Avenue. In the glittering showcases, 1,000 precious stones sparkle in their brilliant settings. Although it's just a few weeks before Christmas, there's only one customer in the store this afternoon, a pretty girl in costly furs. On her wrist is a diamond bracelet, placed there by an enthusiastic clerk. He smiles happily, sensing the sale is practically complete.
Glorious, madam, isn't it? One of our most beautiful bracelets, really.
Yes, it is beautiful.
You won't regret taking it, madam.
I'm sure I won't. What's the price, please?
Only $5,000.
$5,000, that's reasonable.
You won't find another one like it in New York, madam. Shall I have Mr. Meyer make out the papers?
Just a moment, please. I think I'd like to see one or two more before I make up my mind. That one in the lower tray, please. Let me see that.
Oh, of course, madam. Personally, I prefer the one you're wearing, but this one's quite beautiful, too. The emeralds set the diamonds off very nicely. Now, if you'll just place this one on your... Madam! Madam! Where? Why, she's gone! Mr. Meyer! Mr. Meyer! She's gone! Police! Police!
Jones, what is it?
Oh, that girl. She went out the door while my back was turned. She went out with a $5,000 bracelet.
Calling car number 17. Car number 17.
Pickup girl, about 23 years. Dark complexion, silver fox furs. Vicinity 5th Avenue, 54th Street. Search for diamond bracelets stolen from Meyer and Company. That is all.
Hello. Oh, this is Officer Cassidy reporting to headquarters. Say, we picked up that girl on call 17. Yeah. Caught her cold with the goods in a hock shop over on 3rd Avenue. She was trying to pawn the bracelet. Yeah. Okay. I'm bringing her in now.
District Attorney's office. Who? Oh, just a moment.
Who is it?
Commissioner's office. It's about that acquittal yesterday in the shooting case.
Tell him I'm busy.
Hello? Can the district attorney call you back? Thank you.
Is that all they have to do? Beef about acquittals? All right, Tom, let's get going.
Okay, boss.
What's the first case today?
That's a cinch. Dame by the name of Lee Leander cops a bracelet out of Meyer and Company on 3rd Avenue in Hoxton. Open and shut.
First offense?
Nah, she's got a record. This is her 3rd offense.
Well, that's good, that's good. The first offender at Christmas time is tougher than tiger meat. Tom, look at that chart. Convictions only 78% as against 82% last year.
Hey, can I handle this case, boss? I'll get you conviction.
You probably could handle it as well as some of these dopes, but when the right case comes along, I'll give it to you. Wife beater or something like that. Your face isn't right to prosecute a woman.
Oh, boss, listen.
Nothing doing, Tom, nothing doing. We'll get Sergeant on this one.
Sergeant? What's his face got that mine hasn't got?
Whatever it is, he's never lost a case for me yet.
Yeah, but he's gone home for Christmas. Ohio, Oklahoma, someplace like that. Now, listen, I could get you a conviction so
Take it
quick
easy, Tom.
that
Take it easy. Miss Day, get me John Sargent on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, now that ain't fair.
Stop moaning. Sargent's terrific, but he's pretty girl, John.
Oh, Mr. Sergeant. Mr. Sergeant. Phone's ringing.
Well, answer it, will you? I'm trying to get packed up in here.
Okay, I'll answer. Hello.
Hey, wait a minute, Rufus.
Huh?
Listen, if that's the office, tell him I've already left.
Okay. Hello. Yes, sir. Yes. Well, this is the office. He's already left.
Oh, you blockhead. Give me that phone.
I just said...
Shut up. Good morning. Who all wants to speak to Master Sergeant, please?
Hello, Sergeant. Who do you think you're kidding?
Oh, all right, never mind. Who is this?
This is your boss. You know, it's a good thing you didn't take up acting for a living.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
Well, listen, we got a case to try this morning. I'll see you at the office in 15 minutes.
Now, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be going home for Christmas.
Sure. You can leave here this afternoon.
Yeah, but I've got 730 miles to drive. You told me I could...
Now, look, Jack, don't argue. It's a female case, and I need you. Now, come on.
Oh, I was afraid of this. Who's defending?
Oh, Leary?
That windbag? He'll give us the Gettysburg Address and the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, no, he won't. I'll have Tom meet you in court, and you'll be out of there by noon. Now, get right down here. Goodbye.
Now, listen, boss. Hello. Oh, O'Leary. He'll talk all day long.
When you leave, Mr. Sergeant.
Shut up.
Quiet, please. Proceed with your summation, Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course of this trial, you've heard the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Sargent, attempt to prove that a valuable bracelet was taken from the premises of Meyer and Company by the defendant. All this has been a waste of time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, of your time and mine. Time we could spend to better advantage in last-minute Christmas shopping. At least I know that's what I'd like to be doing.
May it please the court, we object, Your Honor. The jury's Christmas shopping has nothing to do with the case.
Objection sustained.
I withdraw the illusion, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, when I say that time has been wasted, I mean the state has gone to great lengths to prove that Anna Rose Malone, sometimes known as Lee Leander,
sometimes known as a lot of other things,
did on the afternoon of December 3rd walk out upon 5th Avenue with a bracelet which was still the property of Meyer and Company. To prove something she freely admits, as if the proof of this constituted a proof of guilt. Since the dawn of civilization, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, since the beginnings of jurisprudence, wise men and women have refused to be hoodwinked by circumstantial evidence. The contents of a whiskey bottle...
Hey, Jack, I don't like a smile on that jury's pen. All juries get soft-hearted at Christmas, Tommy. If you ever get a case to prosecute and you see that peace-on-earth goodwill toward men look come in their eyes, get a continuance. Even if you have to fall down and tell the judge you ate green apples.
That a young woman walking out of a store with something not her own is necessarily an evildoer. Oh, how flimsy is this argument. How unfair. But on it, and because of it, you have been asked to take away the liberty of a fellow human being. Now, the truth is simple. The bracelet was removed during a temporary loss of will and consciousness, now known as schizophrenia, but formerly known as hypnotism.
Holy mackerel, that's a sweet one. Hypnotism.
Shut up, Tommy.
You mean you're not going to object?
Shut up. He's just postponed the case till after Christmas.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
Hypnotism.
Oh.
Yes, I said hypnotism, and that's exactly what I meant. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want you to gaze upon this girl's face. Is this the face of a hardened criminal? An outcast from society? No. But the prosecution would have you believe that she willingly and in her right mind stole a bracelet. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what really happened. The truth. This girl, this poor unfortunate creature, went into that jewelry store, not to buy, not to steal, but only to look. A salesman showed her the bracelet, urged her to clasp it around her wrist, begged her to examine it under a more powerful light, and then excused himself. The bracelet is under a powerful light. The young girl stares at it closer. The great central stone flashes blindingly in her eyes. Blue, green, purple, orange, closer, still closer. Suddenly, the colors are gone. Everything is dark. A breath of cold air brings her to her senses, but what's this? Where is the jewelry store? Where is the light she was standing under? What is she doing on Fifth Avenue, blocks away from Meyer and Company? She doesn't know. She can't remember. Her mind is a blank. And why? Why? This girl, this poor, unfortunate creature, was a victim, an unwilling victim of hypnosis. Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right, now, Tommy, watch. Your Honor.
Yes?
Your Honor, the hypothesis of hypnotism is a very interesting one. Let me be the first to admit it. But unfortunately, I am no Svengali, nor are you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The people of the state of New York will require the expert testimony of Dr. Kindness, the psychiatrist. For this purpose, the people will request a continuance be granted till after the Christmas holidays.
We object, Your Honor. The defense has already summed up. The case was practically closed.
Objection overruled.
But, Your Honor...
The defendant will remain in custody, subject to giving a $5,000 bond. And all jurors, parties, and witnesses are instructed to return to the court Tuesday, January 3rd. Court adjourned, and a very Merry Christmas to you all.
Just a minute, Sergeant. That was a dirty trick you played on me. Means another day in court. And I don't get paid by the state. I have to earn my money.
No more sense of humor than a gravestone.
Huh?
Well, Merry Christmas, Francis.
Why, you...
Take it easy, Miss Leanne.
Let me go. I want to speak to my lawyer. Mr. O'Leary, this guard says I have to have a bond or stay in jail.
That's right.
Is it right? You ought to know, Mr. District Attorney.
I'm afraid it is.
Well, how can I get a bond? I haven't any more money, and I don't want to spend Christmas in jail. Please don't let them do that.
What do you mean you haven't got any more money? What have I been talking for, to hear my own voice?
If you hadn't talked so much, I'd be out of here right now.
What do you mean by that?
Hypnotism. That gag's so old it's got whiskers. Oh, please don't let them keep me here over Christmas.
What's the difference? What could you do if you haven't got any money?
I could walk around, couldn't I?
Come on, miss. It ain't as bad as you think. You get a nice little room and a nice turkey dinner on Christmas.
Yes, I know. Never mind the build-up. Let's go. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, Mr. Sergeant.
Hey, she's kind of sore at you, Jack.
Yeah. Say, Tommy, on your way out, send Fat Mike in here, will you?
Huh? Fat Mike the bondsman?
If you know any other Fat Mikes, you can send them, too.
I get it.
You don't, but let it pass.
Okay, I'll send him right away. Hey, Mike. Sure? Mr. Sergeant wants to see you right away.
Sure, coming. Hello, Mr. Sergeant. You want to see me?
Yeah. What'll you charge for 5,000 bail from now till January 3rd?
Did they pin something on you, pal?
No, it isn't for me. It's for the young woman who's in here today.
Oh, I see.
How much?
For a friend of yours? Nothing. Not a red Samilka.
I didn't ask you for any favors.
Favors? It's a privilege. You still living at the same place?
Yeah. Why?
How soon you want her out?
Right away.
Okay, she's out.
Thanks. So long. Hey, Rufus, you got those other grips packed? Rufus!
Yeah, I am, boss.
What's the matter with you?
She's here, boss.
Who's here?
I don't know.
Then how do you know she's here?
I just let her in the living room.
You let who in?
The lady.
You mean there's a lady here in the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Oh, what'd you let her in for? I told you I wasn't home to anybody.
Yes, sir. I told him that. But he shoved the door open anyhow and pushed the lady in with his compliments.
Who did?
A man, Fat Ike.
Fat Ike? You mean Fat Mike?
Yes, sir. He sure ain't thin, Mike.
What did he bring her here for?
I don't know.
Guess I'll have to go and speak to her.
Yes, you will.
Well, hello.
Hello.
What are you doing here?
I don't know yet, but I've got a rough idea.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you're out.
Mm-hmm. Now what do I have to do for it?
Well, for one thing, you could say thank you, but if that doesn't fit in with your plans, just skip it. My motives in this matter...
Yeah, boss. Here's the drinks.
What drinks? I didn't tell you
Got some soda, miss?
Thanks.
Drink, boss?
Get out of here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know.
You know, one of these days, one of you boys is going to start one of these scenes differently. And one of us girls is going to drop dead from surprise.
What are you talking about?
I suppose you do this with all the lady prisoners?
Oh, yes. My life is just one long round of whoopee.
Well, you're in a good spot for it.
Wonderful. I have only to wave a finger and I can satisfy my slightest whim.
And I suppose if anybody says no, you just put them right back in the cooler.
That's right. Now, look. When court reconvenes, I'm going to try to put you in jail for a good long time. That's my business. But you haven't been convicted yet, so I don't see why you shouldn't enjoy Christmas like the rest of us. That's why I told Mike to get you out.
And bring me up here.
I did not tell him to bring you up here.
Then why did that gorilla bring me up here?
Because he's got a mind like a sewer.
Thanks.
Now, look, I'm very glad to have been of service to you. Now, if
You mean I don't have to stay here if I don't want to?
You most certainly do not.
Oh, then I'll stay. But I won't be forced.
Now, wait a minute.
You know, there's nothing as dangerous as a square shooter. If all men were like you, there wouldn't be any nice girls left.
Yes, well, all this is leading into a very interesting subject that I haven't time to pursue at the moment. I'm going away on a little trip, and it's quite a drive, and I haven't had my dinner yet.
Oh, you mean you want me to go?
Well, yes.
Where?
Where what?
Well, I was on my way to a nice, comfortable jail with 3 meals a day and turkey for Christmas, and now
Don't you live someplace?
No.
Well, where have you been living? In a tree?
I had a room in a hotel, but they locked me out.
Oh. Well, how much do you owe this hotel?
$126.40.
Oh. Well, that doesn't solve any problem.
Look, why don't you just put me back in the clink? That solves lots of problems.
Well, for one thing, I'm not sure I can't. And, well, that wasn't the idea. Have you had dinner?
Not yet.
Now, come on, then. I'll take you to dinner, and we'll figure something out.
You really didn't want me to come here at all, then?
I'm sorry to say I did not.
I see. Well, shall we go?
Here's your hat, boss. Going out, huh?
Yes, I am.
Hot dog. But don't forget you got to see your mall.
Shut up. Want anything else?
No, thanks. It's been nice up to now.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking I might lend you my apartment while I'm away.
Oh, that sounds like a play, doesn't it?
Yeah, sounds like a flop.
Don't worry about me. I can always chisel a hotel for a week or so.
That's a nice, cheesy idea.
Well, I'm not going to sleep in the subway. And as far as the holiday's concerned, I guess I'll get plenty of that when you get through with me. Oh, not that I mean it in a disagreeable way, you understand.
I understand.
Your business is your business. Of course, some people wouldn't care for that kind of business, but somebody has to do the dirty work.
Thanks.
Just too bad it had to be somebody as nice as you.
How long have you been swiping things?
Always.
Have you been caught before?
Uh-huh.
Did you take things you didn't need?
Sure.
In the presence of beautiful things, did you feel a sudden irresistible urge to take them in your hands and hurry away with them?
Oh, you mean was I hypnotized?
No, I mean maybe you're a kleptomaniac.
Oh, no. They tried that, though. Now, you see, to be a kleptomaniac, you can't sell any of the stuff afterwards or you lose your amateur standing.
I don't understand it.
Oh, I don't think you ever could understand because your mind is different. Right or wrong is the same for everybody, you see, but the rights and the wrongs aren't the same.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it? All right, try it like this. Suppose you were starving to death.
Yeah?
And you didn't have any food, and you didn't have any money, and you didn't have any place to get anything.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some loaves of bread out in front of a market, and, well, now remember, you're starving to death, and the man's back was turned. Would you swipe one?
You bet I would.
That's because you're honest. You see, I'd have a 6-course dinner at the table d'hote across the street and then say I'd forgotten my purse. Get the difference?
I think you're way smarter.
Yeah, that's it. We're smart. Very smart.
Well, we're all finished. Waiter, check, please.
Right away, sir.
Well, Miss Leander, I've got a couple of extra bucks I don't need. Here's my Christmas dinner I promised you, and a room and a couple of breakfasts.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Check, sir.
Oh, here you are. Oh, will you ask the band to play my Indiana Home?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll ask them.
Thank you.
Why do you want them to play that?
Because that's where I'm going.
No. Are you a Hoosier?
Yeah, Wabash, Indiana. That is a farm just outside of Wabash.
Wabash, Indiana? Oh, no wonder I liked you. I'm from Eltonville.
No.
Uh-huh.
Why, that's only about 50 miles from...
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be darned. And we have to come here and meet like this.
It's funny, isn't it? So, you're going back home, huh?
Yeah, I go home every Christmas.
You do. Oh, gee, that's great.
My mother still runs the farm. She does all right, too. She raises partridge, Wyandottes, Poland chinas.
Oh, we never had anything that swell.
We never did either till lately. How long since you've been home?
Never.
Why?
I ran away.
Well, I don't know what the circumstances were, of course.
Not so hot.
Well, time takes care of those things. Do they write to you?
I had a letter from my mother when my father died.
Oh, your mother's alive then?
I hope so. That song, it's awful pretty, isn't it? Kind of does things to you.
Yeah. Say, look, how would you like to go home for Christmas?
What?
I mean it. I could drop you off at your place and pick you up on my way back.
Home? Oh, gee, I don't know.
Now, come on, it'll do you good. What do you say?
All right. Unless, aren't you afraid?
Afraid of what?
How it might look. Rising young district attorney and me.
Oh, I didn't think of it.
I know. You never think of anything wrong, do you? That's what makes you such a swell guy.
The curtain falls on the first act of Remember the Night, with Barbara Stanwyck, Fred McMurray, Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. Over on Rockwell Street, in a little white bungalow, the first guest has just arrived a bit early for one of those bridge get-togethers the ladies have from time to time. We're going to let you hear what this guest says, and what she thinks, too.
Why, hello, Ellie. How nice you look.
Where did she find that dress, I wonder? She has the best taste.
Excuse the way I look, Ellie. I'm a little early. Came right straight from the office. I worked late and I didn't really have time to go home and change.
Gosh, do I feel grimy. I can only take a quick bath.
My, how lovely the living room looks. Those flowers are just the right color.
I wonder if she'd think me nervy if I asked to take a bath.
Tired? Oh, well, not exactly, Ellie. I'm just sort of, messy, you know. A bath? Oh, how lovely of you. I hadn't thought of it, but it would make me feel better. Oh, thanks. That's awfully kind. What a pretty negligee.
Will I feel good in this? Everything she has is perfect.
Yes, thanks so much, Ellie. Don't wait. I have everything I need.
She's got Lux toilet soap. I ought to have known she would. She's got such taste. Everything is perfect. Gosh, does this feel good? This nice Lux soap will do the trick all right. I love the way it lathers.
Yes, a Lux toilet soap beauty bath will do the trick. Leave Ellie's guest feeling fresh from head to toe. This luxurious white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use has creamy, active lather that swiftly carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. You'll find a daily Lux soap beauty bath a wonderful way to protect daintiness, make you sure of fresh, fragrant skin. And it's true that Lux toilet soap in your bathroom has come to be one of those little things that mean good housekeeping, good taste. The superlative quality of this fine white soap, its delicate, distinctive perfume, makes it a joy to family and to guests. It's luxurious, and yet not a luxury. For it's sold by so many thousands of cakes that its price is kept low. Now, the economical way to buy it is 3 cakes at a time. And you might try leaving a cake you aren't using in among your linens or under things. It'll leave them delightfully fragrant. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Lee and Fred McMurray as John Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as his mother, Elizabeth Patterson as Aunt Emma, and Sterling Holloway as Willie. Westward, along the snow-banked highways from New York, more than 20 hours of steady driving have brought Lee Leander and Jack Sargent to Eltonville, Indiana, and the front gate of Lee's former home. A bright moon softens the outline of the ramshackle house that that stands cold and dark on the outskirts of the town. From within the house comes the warning wail of a dog as Jack swings the car up to the sagging front porch.
This is it, huh?
Yes.
Well, all out then. End of the line.
Oh, please, let's wait till... Well, my mother might not even live here anymore.
Hey, don't be so nervous.
Will you go in with me?
Sure, I'll go in with you. Come on, I've got your bag.
See that tree?
Yeah?
I fell out of it when I was 12. Oh, I was a terrible tomboy. See, from that branch right up there. Landed on my head, too.
That's a better gag than hypnotism. Your lawyer should have used that. As a matter of fact, you should have had me for your lawyer. Come on now, smile. Here we are.
Oh, gee, I didn't mean to knock so loud. Why, that sounds like Mickey barking. Oh, it couldn't be. He'd be too... Here's somebody coming.
Yeah. Now, look, I'll pick you up on New Year's Day in the afternoon. Don't forget.
No. Gee, you've been sweet.
Will you shut up? Yes?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Doesn't Mrs. Malone live here?
Oh, I guess you want my wife.
Oh, I didn't know.
What is it, Henry? Somebody want me?
Mama. Oh, Merry Christmas, Mama. Well, you know me, don't you?
Come in.
This is Mr.
Sergeant, how do you do?
Sit down.
You're looking fine, Mama.
What did you come here for? What do you want?
Oh, I don't want anything, Mama. It was just Christmas, and Mr. Sergeant happened to be driving
You
past...
see, I live in Wabash. It's just about 50 miles from here. I knew you'd be glad if
Glad? Why should I be glad? Good riddance to bad rubbish, I said the day she left.
Oh, Mama, please, Mr. Sergeant...
Just like her father, she is. Always laughing at serious things she was. Never doing what she's told till she winds up stealing. Stealing my mission money. Money I'd put by with the sweat of my brow, that's what.
I didn't steal it. I told you 1,000 times I only borrowed it. I was going to pay you back.
But you didn't pay me back, did you? And you never paid me back.
Well, how could I after you called me a thief in front of the whole town? Nobody would give me a job.
And you left here. The great lady. We weren't good enough for you. A decent home, a hard-working mother, and a crook for a daughter.
Oh, Mama.
Look, Lee, I don't want to tear you away, but we still have 50 miles to go.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Oh, yes.
It's been very interesting to meet you, Mrs.
A name doesn't concern you.
It most certainly does not. Come on, kid.
I've forgotten how much that woman hates me. And how much I hate her. That's a terrible thing to say, isn't it?
No.
But ever since I was little, she was always so right and I was always so wrong. Thanks for getting me out. I'll stay anywhere. Any old place will do if I'm far enough away from her.
Hey, take it easy.
I wish I'd broken my neck when I fell out of that tree.
It's a little too late to think about that now, isn't it?
You won't make me stay in Nelsonville. You'll find me a room somewhere else.
Sure I will.
Any old dump will do.
That's just what you're going to get. It's only got one window, and the mattress is stuffed with rocks, and it's got a painting of the cross-eyedest old man you ever saw in your life.
How do you know?
How do I know what? Oh, that my grandfather was cross-eyed?
You mean you're taking me home with you?
Why not?
Oh.
Well, forget. Now what?
Hey, anyone home? Hey!
John!
Hello, Mother.
Oh, my boy, my
Oh,
boy.
gosh, Mother, it's good to see you.
Oh, I just can't believe you're here at last. Well, Jack Sarge.
And Emmy, hello, Annie. How about a kiss, huh?
Oh, I declare I'm glad you're here. If only to stop your mother from taking leave of her senses.
Oh, boy, I'll say. Hello, John. Welcome home.
Hello, Willie. The girl still chasing you?
Oh, John.
What made you so late, dear? We thought you'd be here by 6 at least.
Well, you see...
Hey, who's that in the front seat?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mother, this is Miss Leander. She's come to spend Christmas with us.
How do you do?
Oh, how nice. Well, I'm so glad to know you, my dear.
And this is my Aunt Emmy. Knows more about flannel cakes than the guy who invented them.
Hello. I'm right pleased to meet you, Miss Leander.
And this is Willie Sims, our hired boy. He's crazy about the girls, and the girls are crazy about him. Willie Sims.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello. I hope I won't be too much trouble, Mrs. Sargent.
Trouble? Why, bless you, child, it's a joy to have you here. Not a thing. But, John Sargent, why didn't you send me a telegram?
Well, you see, Mother, this was rather unexpected.
Well, never mind all that. Now, come along, child. You must be near freezing to death. And here we are, cackling like a couple of... Emmy. What? Did you leave those cookies in the oven?
Oh, jeepers creepers.
Oh. Come along now, everyone. This way, Miss Leanne.
Thanks.
Oh, boy, John.
What?
Ain't she a peacherino?
Who? Oh.
All I can say is hot dog.
Come on, grab a grip, Willie. I want to thaw out in a hurry.
Go on, Jack. Now, don't stop. Play that other piece you used to do so good.
I can't remember it anymore, Mother.
Oh, well, try, dear. Don't you think he plays nice, Miss Leander?
You don't have to answer that, Lee. I had $14 worth of piano lessons once, and they've never forgotten it.
Willie, hand me that popcorn. We've got to have it all strung for the tree tomorrow.
Yes'm, here you are.
Well, here, you can help me. You haven't done a thing all night.
Oh, gee, didn't I help Miss Leander with all them dinner dishes?
You should have done them yourself, Willie. Miss Leander's a guest.
Oh, I like doing them, Mrs. Sargent. I've lived in hotels and places so long, I haven't been around the house as much as I'd like.
Your folks dead?
Willie.
Ma'am?
Oh, I don't mind. My father's dead. My mother's remarried.
Well, that's too bad, my dear. I always say it's so hard on the children. It just isn't the same with a new parent.
Go on, Jack. Now, just one more piece.
No, that's all the next year, Aunt Emmy.
Oh, please, dear.
I'll play you a piece if you want.
Oh, that'd be fine.
Oh, gee, can you play?
Well, I used to play in the dime store. What would you all like?
It doesn't make any difference.
I can sing The End of a Perfect Day.
Now, Willie.
Well, I can.
So can everybody else, Willie.
The End of a Perfect Day. I think I remember it.
Oh, boy. Give us a downbeat, please, Miss Leander. When you come to the end of a perfect day and you sit alone with your thought while the chimes ring out with a carol gay for the joy that
Well, son, time for bed. Gracious, the evening's gone fast. The rest went up long ago.
Wait, Mother. There's one thing you must be curious about.
What, dear?
Miss Leander.
Yes?
I don't know whether to tell you this or not, but I don't like to bring somebody under your roof without you knowing exactly who she is.
Oh, John, I think I can guess.
What? Oh, no, not at all, Mother. She isn't even a friend of mine.
Well, she certainly should be. I think she's charming.
She is charming, Mother, but...
She reminds me of your father's cousin, Winifred, who died when her second was born. The lovely, sweet thing. I was just saying to Emmy...
Wait a minute, Mother. Unfortunately, the girl's a crook. I'm going to put her in jail when we get back to New York.
What?
But in the meanwhile, she had no place to go for Christmas, so I...
the poor lamb. You'll do no such thing, John Sargent. Why, that girl's as honest as all outdoors. I can tell by just looking at her face. Well, if she did take some little thing, I'm sure it was entirely by mistake. She's probably a hypochondriac.
Hypochondriac, huh? Well, she might be at that.
She hasn't really taken things, has she, dear? You're just making a bad joke now, aren't you?
No, Mother. I'm afraid this isn't even her first offense. But that doesn't mean she wasn't unhappy and lonely and a human being like the rest of us.
Well, the poor thing probably didn't get enough love as a child. Do you remember how bad you were? Well, not really bad, but do you remember the time you took my egg money I was going to buy a new dress with? And then how hard you worked to pay it back when you understood.
You made me understand.
Oh, it was love, dear, that made you understand. Well, I do hope she enjoys her stay here. Now, we must do everything to make her happy and comfortable and to feel like one of the family. Do you think we ought to lock up the silver? Well, good night, son.
Good night, Mother. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, dear. Oh, this is lovely. I've never seen so many presents in all my days.
Well, here's another one for you, Mother.
For me? Oh, John, another bottle of perfume. Ecstasy, too. Well, I haven't even started on that bottle of ecstasy you gave me last year.
And Aunt Emmy, here's a present for you. Oh. Willie, what have you got there?
I don't know yet. Getting her open.
What, Jack?
Huh? What?
Oh, what's this supposed to be?
Why,
a
that's-
nightgown, Emmy.
Oh, Jack Sargent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Gee, you can see right through it.
Willie.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Gee, we've got all our stuff open, and, well, I'm sorry about the present situation, Lee. If we'd only known sooner.
Why, John, there's some presents for Miss Leander over there on the sofa.
Oh.
Why, of course, Jack, you must have forgotten.
Oh, well, guess you can always trust Santa Claus. 3 packages, Lee. Here. Merry Christmas.
Oh, no. Oh, you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble.
Open them up now, dear.
Oh, what a lovely pincushion. It's so pretty.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Just scraps and things I've been collecting for years.
Here's the next one. Very Merry Christmas to Miss Leander from Jack's Aunt Emmy.
Stockings. Oh, thank you so much.
Bed socks.
Oh.
Not so fancy, but wonderful on a cold night for a spinster lady.
Oh, it's awfully sweet of you all.
Here's another, Miss
Oh,
Leander.
no, not really.
Yeah. Who's that from, Willie?
From you big dunce. Don't you remember anything?
Well, but I didn't.
Gracious sakes, Jack.
Oh, perfume. Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's nothing, just a bottle of perfume.
And ecstasy, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you're all much too kind. I don't think I've ever met anyone so thoughtful and so...
Oh, nonsense, child. We're so happy to have you and so anxious for you to enjoy your stay. Of course, there isn't much to do here, except tonight we're bobbing for apples, and tomorrow the young folks have a treasure hunt, and Thursday's the charity bazaar. Then we rest up for a day. And the next day is New Year's. That's the big event. And this year we're having a real old-fashioned barn dance like the Hicks were supposed to be.
That's all there is. Farmers' wives don't die of boredom anymore. They die of heart failure.
I declare this is the best barn dance we've ever had.
Yes. Oh, they dance beautifully together, don't they?
It reminds me... What? Who?
Jack and Miss Leander. Like they were made for each other.
If you're hinting that John's in love with her, well, he isn't, Emmy.
Fiddlesticks, Lucy, fiddlesticks. She's in love with him, too.
I tell you they're not. You don't know anything about these things, Emmy.
Lucy Sargent, if you're referring to the fact that I never married, I'd like to point out that you don't have to be a horse to judge a horse show. If ever I saw 2 people in love...
They're not. They can't be. They just can't be.
Almost over, isn't it?
Yeah, just about. We'll be pulling out for New York in the morning.
And the 3rd will be one day nearer.
The 3rd?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean that 3rd?
When my case comes up again.
I hadn't thought of it.
I have. But you've all been so sweet, no matter what happens after we get back. It won't matter so much. I'll have some wonderful memories.
So will I.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to wish you all a very happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Lee.
Happy New Year, Jack.
You know, it's an old-fashioned custom, but people always kiss each other. Well, at this time.
I know it.
Well, what am I waiting for?
I don't know. Why are you?
Well, 6 o'clock comes right early, children. You better get your sleep.
What time's breakfast, Aunt Emmy?
Time you leave early. What'll it be, flannel cakes or fried mush?
Well, how about it, Lee?
Oh, I think we'll ride better on the mush.
Fried mush, then. Good night, children.
Good night, Aunt Emmy. You sleepy?
Not very.
How about a good night cigarette?
Well, I'd love it. I'll meet you downstairs.
Swell. I'll be waiting for you.
Just a minute, Jack. I was just... Oh, Mrs. Sargent.
I'm sorry to disturb you, dear, but you'll be in such a rush in the morning.
Oh, no, you're not disturbing me. Come in.
Thank you. First of all, I want you to know how glad we've been to have you here, and how much I hope you've enjoyed your stay.
You'll never know how much.
And then, Well, I want you to know how sorry I am that you're in trouble and how much I hope it'll come out all right.
I didn't know you knew about that.
Oh, you poor child. You can be sure I never would have mentioned it now, only, well, has Jack ever told you anything about his childhood?
No, why?
We were very poor after my husband died. In fact, we had nothing. Jack had to do chores before school and after school, and then after chores, he studied in the evening so he could go to college. Then he had to work his way through college and through law school. Oh, I don't mean there's anything unusual about it, but I'm only trying to tell you that he worked very hard to get where he is. Very, very hard, and, well, he's my son, and I wouldn't want anything or anyone to spoil it for him now.
I see. But I don't see why anything should spoil it for him, do you?
He's in love with you.
Oh, no, he isn't in love with me. He's never had any more interest in me than, well, some panhandler he'd buy a meal for.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
He kissed you tonight.
Well, not exactly ugly. Oh, he might have had a little fever for me, but it isn't going any further, and it hasn't been any place either.
I see.
He's no fool. And even if he was, I wouldn't hurt him or you, Aunt Emmy, or even Willie.
Thank you, dear. And good night. But you do love him, don't you?
I'm afraid so.
I knew you did.
Lee? Lee?
Yes?
How about that good night cigarette?
No, thanks. I'm too sleepy.
Oh, okay. See you in the morning. Good night.
Good night. I'll see you in the morning.
The curtain falls on the second act of Remember the Night with Barbara Stanwyck, Fred McMurray, Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. Before our stars return in Act 3, let's hear from our studio reporter, Libby Collins.
Well, Mr. Rourke, I'm much impressed with the young Warner Brothers star who's attracting a great deal of attention right now, Jane Wyman.
Oh, yes, Jane Wyman. Say, she did Warner Brothers proud in Brother Rat and a Baby. And let's see.
And in Angel from Texas, a new picture which will be out in a few weeks. Young Jane Wyman distinguished herself so in those two parts, Mr. Rourke, that all the wise money in Hollywood is betting that she'll be one of the biggest stars in pictures in a year or two.
What's Jane like personally, Libby?
She's one of the all-round nicest girls I've ever met. And a regular dynamo of energy. In fact, her nickname at the studio is Dynamite.
That's interesting.
She's just been married to Ronald Reagan, who has a romantic interest in several pictures.
Yes, I remember that.
Incidentally, Jane is another of that army of models who've made good in pictures. She makes good use of that experience now by designing her own clothes. Do you know what a Hollywood makeup man told me about Jane Wyman?
No, what was it, Libby?
That she's one of the most naturally beautiful girls in Hollywood. And so I thought what she has to say about complexion beauty ought to be especially interesting.
Well, I think you're right about that, Libby. What does she say?
She says she thinks the most important single thing a girl can do for her complexion is to use Lux soap every night at bedtime for an active lather facial. Jane says she herself never misses out on this, no matter how tired she is. It only takes about 3 minutes, and she sleeps better because her conscience is clear. She knows she done right by her skin.
Thank you, Libby. It's evident that Jane Wyman is a clever little girl. She's not going to risk spoiling her complexion, the good looks that mean so much to her success, through carelessness. Now, what about your complexion? Is it as lovely as it ought to be? You'll find Lux Toilet Soap a wonderful beauty aid. You'll find, if you use it regularly, this soap with active lather really works. Now, perhaps without realizing it, You've been careless about removing stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt. And so your skin is, well, not what it might be. Why don't you make sure of thorough cleansing? Why don't you begin tonight to give your skin the gentle beauty care that Lux Toilet Soap's Active Lather gives? Take your first Active Lather facial tonight, and then keep it up for 30 days. See what it can do for you. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Remember the Night. It's early the following morning. In the half-light, just before dawn, Jack and Lee are ready to leave for New York. As they come down the steps of the old house, Mrs. Sargent takes Lee aside.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Mrs. Sargent.
Remember, there's always a room upstairs for you, and we'll be only too glad to have you. That is, if everything turns out. I mean, of course it will.
I know it will.
And don't drive too fast, Jack Sargent. If you get tired, just drive into a field someplace and go to sleep.
No, thanks. Anyway, we're going up through Canada. I've never seen the place.
Canada? What are you talking about?
Oh, just a different way of getting there.
Well, whatever you do, John, take good care of yourself.
I will, Mother.
Bye, Jack.
Goodbye, Aunt Emmy. So long, Willie.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. Let me hear from you often.
I will, Mother.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Miss Leanne.
Goodbye, Willie. Goodbye, all.
Hey, don't forget to write.
And don't you forget to chop some wood. Christmas is over.
Oh, ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth?
What's the idea of stopping?
Lee, do you know where we are?
Of course.
We're in Canada.
We should be. We crossed the border 3 hours ago.
No, you don't get it. Look, this is Canada. Over there's the United States. Stay here, Lee. Don't go back.
Oh, stop talking nonsense.
It isn't nonsense. I'm not a policeman. I can't make you go.
Is your conscience gnawing at you?
What do you think it was when I got bail for you?
Oh, that seems like 80 years ago. I didn't even know you were against me. Oh, I did know you were supposed to be trying to put me in jail or something, but... Oh, you were so gentle about it.
Yeah, that's part of the technique. If you don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man in the jury wants to punch you in the nose. And you have to handle a jury with kid gloves, too. You'll get it right in the verdict. You know, it's very hard to put a woman in jail no matter what she's done. I'm supposed to be kind of a specialist at it.
No, you're not.
Sure I am.
You're just trying to make me hate you so you won't feel so bad when you give me the business, aren't you?
Look, are you going to stay in Canada?
A fine district attorney you are, telling me to jump bail.
You know I love you, don't you?
Don't say that.
And you love me.
No.
I suppose that's why you've looked at me the way you have, and kissed me the way you did. And why your hand has always found mine, and mine has always found yours whenever they were anywhere near each other.
Oh, Jack, don't be a fool. Look, I'm only human. But you've got to remember how hard you worked to get where you are. You've got to think of the hours and the days and the years you spent getting through college.
I see. Mother's been talking
Well,
to
why
you.
shouldn't she? She got everything to be proud of. And you've got to be proud and think about it, too, instead of telling people to jump bail
Lee.
and tell...
I love you, Lee.
Oh, Jack.
I love you.
Oh, darling, it'll be awfully hard to lose you.
You know what I wish?
What?
I wish the case was over and you'd been acquitted. And
Oh, then you shouldn't have had it postponed.
if I hadn't, I'd never have met you.
That's true.
So the case is dismissed and you've been acquitted.
Not good.
And I pull out a marriage license.
Oh, gee.
And we march right into the judge's chambers and have him marry us.
You know, you're talking like a madman, don't you?
Yeah, I guess so. Come on, let's go.
Jack, the courtroom's less than a block away. Or don't you care if the jury and the rest of them see you with me?
Oh, so I'm not good enough to be seen with you, huh? You don't love me anymore.
I never loved you.
Were you just toying with
Oh,
me?
shut up.
You'll have to develop more courtesy and respect for your future husband, or I shall fall back in strong measures. A woman, a dog, and a hickory tree, the better you beat them, the better they be.
Oh, quit it, will you?
All right. What?
I can't argue with you. Imagine being married to a man who argues for a living. But you know all this isn't right. Can't you see the papers? District attorney marries girl crook. I'd only hurt you, Jack.
But you won't be a crook. You'll be acquitted.
How do you know?
Well, I don't know, but I think you've got a good chance.
You wouldn't do anything to make them acquit me, would you?
What could I do?
I don't know, but you could throw the case
Listen,
if you...
You're being tried by a judge and a jury. It's up to them. They know the facts. They speak for themselves. There's nothing I can do about it, not a thing.
I hope there isn't. It would be a fine thing, wouldn't it?
Now, don't worry. Everything's going to come out all right. So long, darling. I'll see you in court.
You may proceed, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, well, if this jury will let me, they've been mumbling to themselves all morning.
I'll take care of the jury, Mr. Sergeant.
Thank you. Now, Miss Leander, I believe you have testified that you were hypnotized at the time you left the jewelry store and walked up Fifth Avenue. Didn't you? Did you or didn't you? Answer the question, Miss Leander.
Well, my lawyer said so.
Oh, your lawyer said so. Are we to understand, then, that you and your lawyer do not agree as to exactly what happened?
Don't answer that question. Object, if Your Honor, please. Question's entirely improper, and I ask it to be stricken from the record.
Sustained. The jury will disregard the question.
I was only trying... Your Honor, those jurors are at it again. If they'd listened to the testimony instead of whispering among themselves...
Proceed with the case, please.
You can't hear yourself think. Well, Miss Leander, were you hypnotized or weren't you?
I suppose...
We don't want your suppositions. We want to know whether or not you were hypnotized.
Yes.
Yes, what?
I guess I was hypnotized.
You guess you were hypnotized. First you suppose you were hypnotized, now you guess you were. Kindly remember you're under oath. Do you know the penalty for perjury?
If Your Honor, please, I object.
Sustained.
Tell me, Miss Leander, just how many times have you been hypnotized by beautiful jewelry?
I guess quite a lot of times.
Did you hear by any chance Dr. Keimlitz's opinion concerning hypnotism? Well?
I'm trying to think.
You don't treat a woman with kid gloves, every man on the jury wants to punch you on the nose.
Oh.
Will the witness please answer my question? And will the juries please stop mumbling?
Jack, you...
You have to handle the jury with kid gloves, too. You'll get it right in the verdict.
He's my son.
All right, it's all right. Just take all the time you want, Miss Leander.
He's worked so hard. I wouldn't want anything to spoil it for him now.
Well, Miss Leander?
Oh.
Nothing must spoil it for him.
Well, Miss Leander, what is it? What is it?
Your Honor, I object to the tactics being pursued by the district attorney. He's harrying the defense.
No, wait. Wait, I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, I don't believe this young woman is well. I request a 5-minute recess.
I want to plead guilty.
Your Honor, it must
please, it must be perfectly
Your Honor, a few
apparent
minutes recess, please. She's obviously not responsible for what she's saying.
I ask that Your Honor intercede in this matter.
Why do you wish to plead guilty?
Because I am guilty. You see, when you work hard for something and promises are made, you just can't toss it away, no matter what.
Your Honor, it must be perfectly clear now that this is not normal behavior.
Perfectly clear, of course. And the state has no desire to take advantage of a temporary aberration.
There isn't anything temporary about this. Your Honor, you can see that I'm in my right mind. I plead guilty.
You leave me no other alternative. The court at this time will fix next Friday, January 6th at 10 a.m. as day for passing sentence. The prisoner is remanded to the city jail. The jury is dismissed.
Mr. Sergeant, to see you, Miss Leander.
All right.
This way, Mr. Sergeant. 10 minutes.
Thanks.
Hello.
Do you realize what you've done?
Yes.
Do you realize it can't be undone?
Yes.
You understand there's no appeal, nothing but jail.
How long will I get?
Oh, how do I know? Maybe not very long, but if you'd kept your trap shut, you wouldn't be in here at all.
Well, there wasn't anything else to do. You're so strong, and you argue so well, and I love you so much.
Yeah, you certainly proved that.
I'd always do what you wanted, even if it wasn't good for you. I'd never have a chance against you, and you'd never have a chance with me. Like just now when you were trying to lose the case. Oh, aren't you ashamed?
Oh, stop it. Oh, I know what you were trying to do. Save little Jackie's career from the bad, bad woman. Don't you think I'm the best judge of what's good for me and what I want most in this world?
No.
And while you were making your big gesture, did you stop to think how much you'd be hurting me? Do you think I'll stop loving you just because they lock you up with a bunch of hoodlums and hopheads for the next few years?
I'm not much better.
Well, you were good enough for me.
Will you come and see me sometime?
Come and see you. I'm going to send for the judge and marry you right this minute.
Oh, no. Thanks, but if you still wanted me afterwards, you'd be a sucker if you did, but if you did, it wouldn't be the same. I'd be all square, and you would have had plenty of time to think things over.
I don't have to think. I'll be waiting for you, Lee. No matter how long it is, I'll be waiting.
Jack, will you stand beside me and hold my hand when I'm sentenced?
You know I will.
Then I won't be afraid. It'll be kind of like a marriage at that, won't it? And the other part won't be so bad or so long. With your voice always in my ear, your smile always before my eyes, and the feel of your hand always in mine.
Oh, Lee.
I love you so. I love you so.
Lee Leander and John Sargent will meet again in the not-too-distant future. Right now, we meet Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray again as they take a curtain call.
CB, I think Fred ought to run for district attorney. A jury would be putty in his hands.
Oh, not me, Barbara. I'd be scared to death making speeches in front of a lot of people.
Oh, you'd get over that, Fred. There's a trick to it. You pick out one person in the audience and talk to him. Forget about the crowd.
Oh, that doesn't work, CB.
Oh, you can't be sure until you try.
I've tried it. You know, I used to play the saxophone in an orchestra.
Well, that's nothing to be ashamed of, Fred.
You never heard me play the saxophone. Well, what I was going to tell you was that whenever one of us did a solo, we had to stand up. But I couldn't do it because I was so scared my teeth chattered. You ever played the saxophone with your teeth chattering, CB?
Fred, I'm ashamed to say I've never played a saxophone. With or without my teeth chattering.
Well, somebody told me about that trick of looking at one person and forgetting about the crowd. So one night when my saxophone solo came along, I picked out a girl that was dancing just in front of the orchestra, and I played the saxophone right to her.
Did it work?
No, she stuck her tongue out at me. Guess she must have been a music lover.
Well, seriously, Fred, I enjoyed doing Remember the Night with you both for the screen and here in the Lux Radio Theatre this week. And now I want to say just a word about Lux Soap. I think it's a grand complexion care. I wouldn't be surprised if I said something like that before, CB, but it's still true because I still use Lux Soap just as I have for years.
I'll never get tired of hearing you say that, Barbara.
What's the play for next week, CB?
Next Monday night, our play is the great motion picture hit, Love Affair. And our stars will be Irene Dunn and William Powell. Love Affair, produced by Leo McCary for RKO, is one of the finest love stories the screen has given us in many years. A drama that begins on shipboard and ends, well, I'll leave that for next Monday night, when we'll have William Powell and Irene Dunn as the lovers in our production of Love Affair.
I'll take 2 seats on the living room aisle for that one, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. The jury finds you both guilty of a great performance. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Irene Dunn and William Powell in Love Affair. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as O'Leary, Jack Carr as Rufus, John Fee as Judge, Edward Marr as Tom, Wally Mayer as District Attorney, Celeste Rush as Mother, Arthur Q. Bryan as Mike, Walter White as Clerk, Sidney Newman as Cassidy, Ann Lee as Secretary, and Warren Rock as a policeman. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you Trap for a Lonely Man by Robert Thomas, translated by Lucien Hill and John Sutro. A distraught young man, Daniel Corbin, living in a remote chalet in the French Alps, reports to the police that his wife, Elizabeth, has disappeared. After 10 days of unsuccessful searching, a young woman suddenly appears at the chalet in the company of a priest and claims to be Elizabeth Corbin. Daniel declares most vehemently that the woman is not his wife. The woman declares equally vehemently that she is. Who is lying, and why? Is the young woman an impostor, or is Daniel suffering from loss of memory, perhaps madness? Listen in a few moments to this tense and brilliantly constructed mystery, Trap for a Lonely Man, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Trap for a Lonely Man.
Any news?
No news, I'm afraid.
What? Do you mean to say you've driven all the way from Chamonix to tell me that? No news?
5 minutes drive, that's no distance. I just dropped in to see how you were.
What have you done since I last saw you? Anything?
I put in a report. It's taking its course.
Taking its course? What's the use of that? I want results. I demand results. Have you got any news of my wife or haven't you?
Monsieur, there is no need to shout.
I'm sorry. Do sit down, won't you?
Monsieur, you mustn't torture yourself. At least 10,000 wives leave their husbands every year in France alone. And 99 of 100 come back within a week.
Have you done anything to find her? Oh, yes, I know. You put in a report. But apart from that...
It's not a police job to bring back flighty wives, you know.
My wife isn't flighty. She left me 10 days ago after a quarrel.
Did you often quarrel?
Not again. Who doesn't?
Have you any idea where she might have gone? Is there any way you can write to her?
I told you. I wrote to our flat in Paris. The letter was returned. The porter had instructions to mail letters here.
Any relatives? Friends?
I don't know much about her friends. She never mentioned anyone special, and I haven't met any of her family as yet. We've only been married 3 months, Inspector. And I've told you all this before.
Does she see any of her relatives?
There's only an old uncle, and he's on his last legs.
Oh, yes, I recollect. The rich old uncle. You told me.
Yes,
She'll come back, Monsieur Corbin. My advice to you is to stay where you are and wait until she does. So stop worrying. If anything's happened to her, we'll know soon enough.
Don't! If anything happened to her, I'd never forgive myself. It's all my fault.
Oh?
There was an argument. Nothing serious. But I've got a temper. Oh, She'll never come back, I know it.
Nonsense, of course she will.
I loved her desperately, Inspector.
You are young, monsieur. Even supposing she doesn't come back, don't let it spoil your life. It's not worth it. Nothing is. You get married in June, she walks out in September. What's 3 months in a lifetime?
It's easy for you to talk.
Oh, take the long view, man. Your wife was rich, wasn't she?
Yes, she was.
With these rich women, you can't win. Your wife has had money all her life, and she's used to her own way. She'll either come begging for you to take her back, or you'll get a letter from her asking for a divorce.
A divorce? When she went down on her knees to get me to... And she'd do a thing like this to me. That's what you've come for, isn't it? Well, go on. Give me the divorce papers. Come on, let's have them.
Monsieur, I am a policeman, not a lawyer. Why should I have divorce papers? I told you I had no news of your wife, and I haven't. Why should I lie to you, eh?
I'm sorry, Inspector, but I'm worried, and I've been missing her desperately. I apologize. I'm irritable. You've been patient and understanding.
Monsieur, my advice to you is don't worry. She'll come back. I'm an older man than you are, and I know women. The very devil to manage, but where would we be without them, eh? Now you pour yourself a drink and try to relax. I must get back to the village. If you have any news, let me know.
Yes, Inspector. And thank you again.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You are Monsieur Corbin, aren't you? Daniel Corbin?
Yes?
I know the lady of the house, but I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you yet. I'm Father Maximin.
Oh, how do you do?
I've just taken over the parish of Saint-Jean from Father Simonet. I expect you know Father Simonet, don't you?
No, I'm on holiday. I've only rented this chalet. Sit down, Father.
Thank you.
Can I give you a drink?
I won't say no. It's chilly these autumn evenings.
A brandy?
No, whiskey, I think. A very weak one, thank you. I ventured to call because I have a holy picture for Madame Corbin.
A holy picture?
It is the custom of our mountain churches. We present a holy picture when we receive a donation.
My wife gave you a donation?
Yes, she gave me 100 francs. A lot of money. She's a wonderful person.
Yes, isn't she?
Here's the picture.
I'll see my wife gets it when she... if she returns.
Oh?
She's gone. Left me.
Oh. I'm sorry. May I ask you a question? Are you still in love with your wife?
Of course.
You were married in church, I hope.
Yes. A tiny church among the pine trees near Juan. Honeymoon in Venice. Then a friend of mine offered to rent me the chalet. The second evening we were here, we quarreled. Elizabeth packed her bags and left.
I see.
That was 10 days ago, and I haven't heard a word from her since. Not a word. I love her dearly, I do, Father. And I miss her. Oh, more than I can say.
Monsieur, I have good news for you.
Oh?
Your wife has come back.
What did you say?
I saw a young woman at afternoon prayers today in my church at Saint-Jean. She was weeping. I recognized her as Madame Corbin. She told me the whole story.
You mean...
I brought her here with me. She was afraid you'd be angry, so I told her I would speak with you first. She's waiting outside.
Oh.
Here. Are these your cigarettes on this desk? Would you like one?
Yes, please. My wife outside. This is...
Here.
Thank you.
I'll ask your wife to come, monsieur. Madame, will you come through, please?
Daniel, oh, darling, please forgive me. But... Oh, everything will be all right now. I know it will. Oh, I've missed you so terribly. Oh, darling. Father Maximin, oh, thank you for everything. Bless you. I must just go to my room now.
There, monsieur.
But that is not my wife.
What?
That woman isn't Elizabeth.
Monsieur, I don't comprehend.
I've never set eyes on that woman before in my life.
You're joking.
Father, I tell you, I don't know that woman.
Isn't she Madame Corbin?
Certainly not.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. That girl is either an adventuress or a lunatic. Now, you upstairs, come down. Come down.
And now keep calm, monsieur.
You will kindly get out of my house and take that woman back where you found her.
Yes, of course. Madame Corbin, will you come down, please? Tell me, do you often have these emotional upsets? Do you suffer from loss of memory at all?
Loss of memory? Of course not. I tell you, that woman is not my wife.
She's the woman who gave us that generous donation the other day.
What? She called herself Elizabeth Corbin.
But of course, monsieur.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, you called, darling? Oh, it's so wonderful to be home again. I've only spent 2 days in this chalet, but I've missed it terribly. Oh, my mountain.
Look here. You are not my wife.
Oh, darling, you haven't been drinking too much, have you? Oh, dear, empty glasses. Remember what the doctor said? He said you shouldn't drink. You know it's bad for your nerves. And your depression is always worse when you drink.
Nerves? Depression? What the devil are you talking about? My nerves are perfectly all right, and I'm never depressed.
Ah, so that's what it is.
Oh, it's nothing serious, Father. Only mild attacks now and again, and they don't last. Oh, darling, it's me. I'm back.
You aren't my wife. Great heavens, I should know. Why are you doing this?
I should never have gone away. Look at the state he's in, Father. Oh, my poor darling.
Father, don't listen to her. She's trading on your innocence. She wants you to think I'm mad. This woman is an adventuress. I don't know her. I've never seen her before. Get out. Do you hear me? Get
out! No, you're hurting my arm.
Steady now, monsieur. You must not treat your wife like that.
She is not my wife.
Daniel, if this is a joke...
A joke? You believe I would joke about this?
Now, darling, do stop it.
Get out of here or I'll have you arrested for trespassing.
Really, Daniel, stop being childish.
Why are you pretending to be Elizabeth? Answer me. Why?
But I am Elizabeth.
Tell the truth. What game is this?
Darling, look at me. I'm your wife. I'm Elizabeth. Oh, Father, help me. Help me. He doesn't recognize me.
Recognize you? I keep telling you I have never set eyes on you before.
Father, he was like this in Venice on our honeymoon. One evening...
How do you know that my wife and I went to Venice on a honeymoon?
One evening I came home rather late from the hairdresser, and I found Daniel in our hotel room raging like a maniac.
What?
It took me all night to quieten him down.
That's a lie.
Oh, it's all my fault. I should never have left him, Father. But he was cruel.
Lies. It's all wretched lies.
You'll help me, Father, won't you? You'll help me.
Yes, my child, of course I will. We'll both look after you, Monsieur Corbin.
But...
Are you feeling better now, my angel? Do you recognize me now?
It's all a plot. A fantastic, incredible plot. But I'll soon put things right. Oh, yes, I will.
What are you doing?
I telephone the police.
For heaven's sake, don't. You'll make us both look ridiculous.
Yes, monsieur, don't be too hasty.
I don't know what you're up to, madame, but I'm not allowing you to get away with it.
Daniel, please.
You're frightened, aren't you? You see, the police know all about my wife's disappearance. So if you think you can foist yourself upon me like this, you're mistaken.
Oh, do something, Father. Help him.
This is all very bewildering. I don't mind playing the Good Samaritan, but I'd like to know what I'm doing. So if you don't mind, I'll phone the police. Hello? Chamonix? Get me police headquarters. Yes, it's urgent. The inspector, yes. Hello, this is Father Maximin. I'm at the Corbin chalet on the Chamonix Road. Oh, you have? Then I think you'd better come straight back. Well, you see, I brought his wife home. Well, no, Inspector, he isn't. He's not pleased at all.
Give me that.
Steady, monsieur.
Listen, Inspector. A strange woman has just forced her way in here, and she's threatening to stay. Please come over immediately. No, this is not a joke, and I've not been drinking. Yes, perhaps, well, 1 or 2. Yes, he's still here. Right? I'll tell him to stay. Thank you, Father. The inspector will soon get rid of her.
Poor darling.
Look, what game are you up to? Do you plan to get money out of me? Is that it? You're in for a disappointment, then. I won't allow you to get a penny of my money. Is that understood? Not a penny.
Your money? My money, you mean? You hadn't a penny when I married you. I'm sorry, darling. I didn't mean to say that. What's mine is yours anyway.
Now, see here.
Monsieur, please, compose yourself and let us wait for the inspector.
I'm getting sick and tired of this whole wretched business. I wish the inspector would come and arrest this impostor.
Forgive me, madame, but have you any means of identification? Papers, a passport or something?
That's an excellent idea, Father. I should have thought of it. Well, madame, your passport, please.
Of course, in my bag. Here you are.
Elizabeth Corbin. This is a fake, a forgery.
This seems authentic enough, monsieur.
Great heavens. She's not alone. There must be a whole gang behind her.
Daniel, for pity's sake, pull yourself together. If the police see you like this, they'll think you're verging on a breakdown.
There's a car coming now.
It's the police.
At last. The inspector will soon clear this up. Inspector, come quickly.
What's the matter? What's all this about?
This woman arrived in this house. There she is.
Madame.
Good evening, Inspector. I'm afraid it's all a ghastly misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? Explain, madame.
My husband telephoned you during one of his nervous attacks.
What's that?
It was nothing serious, really, Inspector, but he does have these spells sometimes.
You mean I was brought back here and...
I'm Elizabeth Corbin.
She is not.
I returned home a few moments ago and
She
found...
isn't my wife at all, Inspector. This woman's an impostor.
Now, take it easy. Don't get so excited, monsieur. Sit down.
Yes, do sit down, darling.
Inspector, I don't know what sort of game she's playing,
Be quiet, Daniel. You're only making it worse for yourself.
I thought it best to call you, Inspector. I hope I did the right thing.
Yes. Good evening.
Oh, I'm the new parish priest of Saint-Jean.
Oh, I see, yes.
This unfortunate gentleman doesn't recognize his wife.
Father, she is not my wife. I'll show you a photograph here on the desk. Oh.
Monsieur?
There was a photograph of my wife on that desk. Father Maximin, you came over to this desk a moment ago.
To get your cigarettes, yes.
You're in league with her, aren't you? My photograph, where is it? The photograph of Elizabeth, which was standing there?
No,
there?
look, really, this is...
Now, darling, you mustn't attack Father Maximin. He has nothing to do with all this.
You're hand and glove, the pair of you. This man isn't a priest. Inspector...
Now, watch what you're saying, Corbin. Look here, all of you. I'm chief inspector of the police at Chamonix. I'm a busy man, and I haven't the time to spend listening to some crazy story about a wife who runs off and returns a different woman.
This woman isn't my wife. She isn't.
I'd be obliged if you would stop shouting at me.
Inspector, that woman is not Elizabeth.
Oh, really? This is ridiculous.
Would you mind letting me talk to Monsieur Corbin alone?
I'd rather tell you what happened myself.
For the time being, I'm making the decisions. Would you mind going?
Whatever you wish, Inspector. Father Maximin, will you explain?
Father Maximin will have his say in a moment. Perhaps you wouldn't mind waiting in here. Both of you.
But, Inspector,
Come along, madame. It is best.
Now, monsieur, let's try and make some sense out of this rigmarole.
Rigmarole is right. That wretched woman forces her way in here and claims...
Do you mind if I sit down?
Of course. Sorry.
You were saying?
Yes, well, it's like this. Just after you left, I was sitting here quietly when suddenly...
Do you mind if I smoke?
Of course not.
Thank you. Proceed, monsieur. Your nerves are in a shocking state, aren't they?
Can you wonder? That girl has the face...
All right. I've sent in one report about you, and I'm quite prepared to send in another. Now, let's begin at the beginning. You are Daniel Corbin.
I've told you all this already.
Now, do sit down and try to relax. You mustn't worry, monsieur. I'm here to help you.
I'm sorry.
You have no family, is that right?
No family at all. My parents are dead.
Have you ever been in trouble with the police?
No, never. I swear, never.
All right. I believe you. Go on.
Last May, I met a wonderful girl called Elizabeth Marchaline. We got married 3 weeks later, but I've told you this before, Inspector.
You are both living in such perfect harmony that she walks out and leaves you.
But we've been happy.
And she comes home again and it suits you not to take her back? And there we are, the whole story. Have you found someone else, monsieur?
There is no one. That woman isn't Elizabeth. She says she is, but she is lying.
But why in heaven's name should she want to impersonate your wife?
Heaven knows.
It's such an unlikely story, monsieur.
I wonder.
Monsieur?
I wonder if that so-called priest saw me as a likely victim and tipped her off. She means to convince you and everybody else that she's my legal wife. And then she's entitled to my money.
Why? Are you so very rich, monsieur?
Well, no, but...
Then it doesn't make sense, does it?
No, I suppose not.
Unless you have undeclared assets salted away? Have you?
No, certainly not.
Or expectations?
Expectations?
A legacy, perhaps?
I haven't any relatives. Wait a moment. I know. My wife's uncle. He's a millionaire. She mentioned some time ago that he was desperately ill. That's it.
Has he died?
I don't know.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Look, I'm frightened. If she's cool enough to pass herself off as my wife, she won't stop at that. Before long, she'll manage to become my widow. An accident, anything. It's happened before. And she's free to do as she likes.
But what about your wife? Your real wife?
She's gone.
Perhaps. But she won't stand aside and allow someone to take over her fortune. It doesn't make sense, monsieur. It doesn't. Candidly, I find the whole story utterly fantastic.
That's a good word for it. Fantastic. And evil, too. I believe this to be the work of a highly organized gang.
I'm curious to hear her side of the story.
It's up to you to break it down, Inspector. And you'd better trace my wife quickly.
I think I'll see the priest first. Father Maximum?
Yes, Inspector?
Just a few questions, Father. I'm sorry to trouble you. You have your papers on you?
Of course. Here. And if you'd care to ring the Bishop of Chambéry...
Oh, there's no hurry.
Ring him now.
Don't give me orders. Do you mind? You'll excuse my checking up, won't you, Father?
Of course. You're only doing your duty. I'm afraid this poor fellow isn't at all well. His mind seems to be...
Why, you... Be quiet and let me handle this. 212. Father Maximum, I'm calling Canon Cambert of Chamonix. You know him, I expect.
He's a great friend of my father's.
I see. Hello? Is that you, Father? Inspector Quentin here. How are you? Oh, good. I wonder if you can help me. I have a Father Maximum here. Oh, you know him, do you? Splendid. Yes, that is correct. Thank you. Goodbye, Father.
This is unbelievable.
Unbelievable is right.
Look at him, will you? The nerve, the bare-faced impertinence of it, sheltering under a cassock.
That's enough, monsieur. Father Maximum looks perfectly calm, and you look a nervous wreck. The comparison isn't in your favor. Now will you sit down and keep quiet?
All right.
Now then, Father, tell me all you know.
Well, there isn't much. Madame Corbin came to see me. She said she wanted to go home, but she was afraid of her husband's temper. So she asked me to go with her. When she arrived, her husband started shouting that she was an impostor.
Go on.
And then, of course, I realized that Monsieur Corbin had...
Lost his memory?
Exactly. He threatened us. He tried to throw her out. She was in despair, poor soul.
She was what?
Quiet. According to you, Father, this woman really is Elizabeth Corbin.
Most definitely. I saw her myself in this very room 10 days ago.
I see.
It's a lie. Oh, it must have taken you weeks of research to spring the trap like this. Days of rehearsing to get it perfect.
Now, look here, monsieur. I've had enough.
Gently, Father.
I'm sorry.
Now, Corbin, let's have a few names of people who saw your wife here 12 days ago.
Who? Let me see. Who saw her?
That's right.
Wait a moment. We arrived on a Friday evening. I got the key of the chalet from Madame Châtenay at the cafe in the square.
Did your wife go into the cafe with you?
No, she stayed in the car.
The postman doesn't come right up to the house, does he?
No, he leaves the mail in the box down by the gate. But the grocer delivers here. But he didn't see Elizabeth. I remember she was lying down.
Anyone else you can think of?
Not here. But there are dozens of people in Venice who saw us together, and in Juan, and in Geneva.
I dare say, but bringing people all the way up here without any sort of warrant, that will take some doing.
I'll pay.
That's not the point. Now, let's stop wasting time. Madame Corbin, come in here, will you?
Thank you.
Sit down.
Oh, it's dark in here, Inspector. Let me switch the lights on.
I'll do it, madame.
Oh, thank you. The switch is over by the door. Oh, it's getting chilly, too. Father, I wonder if you'd turn on the heating for me. There's a red lever in the kitchen under the gas meter. And I'd very much like a soft drink. There's some fruit juice in the refrigerator. Thank you so much.
A pleasure, madame.
I see you know the house well.
Naturally.
Quite so. Your husband...
I'm not.
Your husband, I repeat, until proof to the contrary, has just been telling me how you met and got married and how you came to be staying here.
Yes, he's been suffering from his nerves lately. I thought the mountain air here at Chamonix would do him good.
You thought that...
Monsieur, please. Now, madam, we come to the quarrel you had just before you went away.
Yes, I'm desperately sorry about that. I should never have left. I had no idea it would bring on this breakdown.
May I see your papers, madame?
Oh, but of course. Here, Inspector.
They're all forgeries. You'll see. You will see.
They seem perfectly genuine to me. Enter. Yes, what is it, Francois?
This letter was found in the post box, sir. It was addressed to Madame Colbert.
Thank you, Francois. You may go.
Yes, sir.
This letter is from Bellinger and Martin, solicitors at Saint-Denis.
May I have it, please?
Don't give it to her.
Give me that letter at once, Inspector, or I'll ring up the Commissioner of Police at Chambray and report you. You have no right to keep that letter. Give it to me, please.
Don't let her have it. This woman is not Elizabeth Corbin.
Well, for heaven's sake, prove it, then.
All right.
Prove it!
All right, I will. I'll soon show that she isn't Elizabeth. I'll ask her some questions now.
What questions?
About us. Intimate questions.
All right, Corbin. Go ahead.
Tell me the name of the travel agency in Venice which arranged our tour through Italy. My wife bought the tickets, Inspector.
The Marcellus Agency in the Piazza San Marco.
Oh. What's the name of the friend who rented us the chalet?
Jean Bernardet.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you think it's worthwhile going on with this Corbin?
Yes. One more question. Where did we break our journey on the way to Chamonix?
Geneva. The Globe Hotel.
Wrong! I've got her!
All right. I'll soon check. Give me 1-4. Hello. Fernand? Put a priority call through to Geneva headquarters. Get them to check on reservations at the Globe Hotel by a couple called Corbin early this month.
There won't be any. We never stayed there.
Quiet! Hurry, will you, Fernand, and call me back as soon as you know. Any more questions?
Yes. My wife and I had an argument on the day after we were married. What was it about?
Darling, this is all very embarrassing. I don't think we should discuss it in front of...
You see, Inspector, she doesn't know.
Yes, I do. It was about money.
Is that right, monsieur?
She guessed. She just guessed.
She guessed right, though. That's the point. Hello? Yes? Yes? I see. Thank you. No, that's all. That was the Geneva police confirming a registration at the Globe Hotel in the name of Elizabeth and Daniel Corbin.
What? It's not true. Can't be. We never stayed there, not at the Globe Hotel. We didn't.
Monsieur, you signed the register.
I did not.
My men have seen. There is no doubt. None.
But I didn't. This must be madness.
Yes, monsieur. I'm beginning to think it might be.
It's here. New Duel.
Yes. Duel is the new floor cleaner that really deserves to be called revolutionary. Because Duel actually cleans and polishes your floors all in one go.
Duel is an entirely new floor cleaner that has its own built-in floor polish as well. Duel saves you hours of work.
With Duel, you get all your washable floors spotlessly clean. And you get a magnificent, hard, non-slip, dirt-resisting shine. All in one go.
And the more you clean with Duel, the more brilliantly your floors shine.
Get new Duel right away. It's the revolutionary new floor cleaner that cleans and polishes all in one go.
Remember, it's Duel. D-U-A-L, Duel.
You are now listening to Drive, the hungry detergent. Only Drive, the new kind of washing powder, has Ensolve, the professional stain remover. That's why Drive with Ensolve eats stains like baby food, tomato sauce, egg, chocolate. Yet it's so gentle with fabric, so kind to colors. Just soak overnight in new Drive and stains vanish. Then wash in new Drive for astounding results. New Drive eats stains. Gets your whole wash so clean, it's spotless.
Well, Inspector, and what are your plans now?
I'll get back to the station.
Inspector, I never signed that register.
Darling, go up to your room and try to rest. You must.
That is a good idea, monsieur. You must relax. It's imperative.
Remember the last time you were like this, Daniel? You were perfectly all right after a couple of days.
So you've been like this before, have you?
Never!
Yes, in Venice. Have you forgotten, darling?
I'm beginning to understand. Well, you'll be better tomorrow, monsieur. Goodbye, madame.
Inspector.
Madame?
You've forgotten my letter.
Ah, madame, so I have. Here we are.
You read it, Inspector. Read it aloud.
But, madame...
Please.
Very well. We regret to inform you that your uncle, Hugo de la Fossere, passed away last night. It's dated 3 weeks ago, forwarded from your Paris address.
They knew. Don't you see, Inspector? They knew all along.
I should be obliged if you would call at my office as soon as convenient to discuss the will and legacies. Please accept my condolences. So...
You'd better keep that letter, Inspector.
Oh?
And check on the identity of the lawyers, in case my husband imagines I've written it.
The lawyer's identity isn't in doubt. That's the one thing I am sure of. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must return to the station. I've spent hours up here and I can ill afford the time.
Don't go, Inspector.
What?
Don't go. I tell you, this is a plot. Tomorrow she'll get rid of me. A mental home, an accident, suicide, anything. She'll get rid of me. For heaven's sake, Inspector, do something. Or else tell me that I'm raving mad. Tell me I've imagined the whole wretched business. Tell me that.
No, monsieur. I will take it. Quentin here? Uh-huh. I see. Right. Thank you.
Well?
Is there anything wrong, Inspector?
That was my assistant. A message from Geneva.
Oh?
Well...
It's about these reservations at the Globe Hotel. Some zealous young constable noticed alterations or erasures or something. I shall have to investigate this further.
There, you see? I told you. They tampered with the register.
But, Inspector, you see my papers, my passport, everything. You heard me answer questions.
Yes, we'll discuss this further tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll be dead.
Oh, come. That is melodramatic, monsieur. No harm will come to you. Good night.
Listen to me, Inspector. Listen.
I'll pour you a drink, my darling. There you are.
No. Monsieur, don't be churlish, I beg of you. Here, it will do you good.
Who are you? Who are you? And what do you want?
Well, Monsieur Comin, a new day, a beautiful day. How do you feel, eh?
She's still here. She's taken over completely. But you don't care. No one does. It's like some kind of nightmare. I can't believe it's happening to me. Inspector, you're a clever man. You're accustomed to dealing with criminals. Haven't you the slightest doubt about her?
Well, yes. It's very faint. No more than a glimmer. Hardly that.
Follow it up, then. If you can't help me, no one can.
Now, monsieur. Let us see what we can do together. There must be a weak link somewhere.
Yes.
But keep calm, whatever you do. We'll see if we can't find some people who knew your wife, on your responsibility, of course. My superiors aren't going to proceed on a mere suspicion of mine. Now, can you give me any names?
Well, yes, but we've only been married 3 months, and we did make a crowd of friends at one.
Splendid. Make me out a list of, say, 10 people and leave it to me.
All right. I'll do that, Inspector.
Now, let me give you a bit of advice, monsieur. Act as though you've resigned yourself to the situation. Don't force her hand. Play along with her. Meantime, I'll be doing my job, and any moment now your real wife may turn up.
Pray heaven that you're right.
You must take a firm grip on yourself.
I'll try. I feel really much better now that I realize that you're on my side, Inspector. I think I'll go out. I need some fresh air.
You wouldn't do that.
Oh?
There are fast cars on these roads.
You mean... What, outside the house?
Outside, anything is possible, monsieur.
I'll stay here, then.
Anyway, you've got the telephone. Your line is directly connected to the police station. I arranged it this morning.
I'm very grateful.
It's all part of the job, monsieur. Now then, you think of that list of names and cheer up. Cheer up.
Oh, good morning, Inspector.
Oh, good morning, madame.
Don't you think my husband looks much better? He slept very well, Inspector, and he needs rest. Oh, you do, my darling.
Yes, he seems much better, ma'am. But I'll be on my way. I'm glad to see this improvement, monsieur. Well, goodbye. Oh, well, just one thing. What's the address of your flat in Paris, madame?
157 Rue d'Anjou.
Thank you.
It's the 5th floor on the left.
Very clever. Go on. Laugh, curse you. But I'll get out of this. You see if I don't.
Of course you will, darling.
You won't get me.
Yes, darling. Now, do rest while I go down to the village. What would you like for lunch?
To the devil with lunch.
All right, then. How about some steak? And a mushroom omelette to start with. How will that do?
I imagine both dishes will be liberally sprinkled with poison.
Oh, darling, the things you say. Well, I won't be long. And do rest while I'm gone.
Daniel, keep calm, keep calm. A drink. Yes, a drink to steady me down. No? Drink nothing, eat nothing. Who's that?
Anyone at home? Who treat Mouche to a drink?
Who are you?
Open the door, monsieur.
What do you want?
My apologies for this interruption, monsieur. Melouche is the name, artist by profession.
Oh. What the devil do you want?
I am on holiday. I was sitting in the sunshine eating my breakfast when, crash, my bottle of red wine fell from my fingers and broke into 1,000,000 fragments. You wouldn't have a bottle of red wine to sell, I suppose?
No, I'm afraid not. Now, if you'll excuse me...
I notice whiskey yonder. Would you have any objection if...
Oh, help yourself, but be quick.
One moment, no more. This is living. Would you like me to do a portrait of you, sir? You have a most expressive face.
Look, if it's money you're wanting, here. Take this. Go and drink my health.
You're giving me this? But, monsieur...
Take it and get out.
Why, monsieur, you're a Medici, a patron of the arts. Oh, this is a fortune.
Just a moment.
Huh?
Look at me.
Anything wrong?
Have you ever worn a beard?
Well, that depends on the time of year.
I don't suppose by any chance... No, that's too much to hope for, and yet... I have a feeling I've seen you before. Do you remember me at all? Do you?
Your face isn't unfamiliar to me.
Think carefully, man. Think.
I've seen you, but where? Give me some clue, some idea.
I can't. It's got to come from you.
Oh, dear.
Where were you 3 months ago?
Juan Lapin. Ah, that's it, of course, monsieur. You're the one who got married in that little church. To the tall, blonde lady. Yes, I remember now. I offered to paint you.
Quiet. Don't talk so loudly. Someone might hear you.
Another woman.
I can't explain. There isn't time, and anyway, you wouldn't believe me. But your evidence is absolutely vital to me. It torpedoes their whole devilish scheme.
Oh?
Now listen to me. You call yourself an artist, so you can do my portrait. Start drawing.
But I...
Sit down there and pretend. In a moment, a woman will come in here.
Your lady friend?
Great heavens, no. Now, whatever you do, don't tell her you were present at my wedding at Juan.
Oh, but I thought...
Don't argue, will you? Listen. You've never seen me before. I've never seen you. You're doing my portrait, and that's all there is to it.
Right, I get the idea. The new one is jealous of the old, is that it, eh?
Yes, that's it. So, not a word. If all goes well, I'll give you 1,000 francs.
What? There must be a catch somewhere. It is coincidence that I saw you in Juan.
Get on with that sketch. I want to make a phone call.
Very well, then, but this is strange. 1,000 francs. Oh, that's Picasso's rate.
Hello? Corbin here. Give me Inspector Quentin, please.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Be quiet. I'll explain later.
I'm in the clear with the police. Monsieur, I demand to know what this is all about.
Quiet. Hello? Well, where is he? Oh. Get hold of him as soon as possible. It's urgent. Say I've got the proof I wanted. Tell him to come here to the chalet as soon as he can. Thanks.
I insist on an explanation.
You've got to trust me. Now, pick up your pencil and keep drawing.
But, monsieur...
Don't argue!
Not another word. You did say 1,000 francs, monsieur?
1,000 francs, nothing less.
This is my day.
Describe my wife to me. Describe her. This is important. You said she was tall and fair.
Yes, and her nose, it was so. And she was, how do you call it, a lady of consequence. She was wearing a, now let me see, a
blue dress?
Quite so, monsieur, blue dress.
Great heavens, this is providential that I recognized you. And I so nearly didn't without that beard. Shh! Someone's coming. Get on with that sketch.
Oh? What's going on here? Who's this man?
Allow me to introduce myself. Melouche, portrait painter.
Oh?
I am sketching this gentleman.
A very rough sketch.
I always start this way. Yeah, but monsieur, he fidgets the whole time. It is very difficult for me.
Do you make a living from your drawing?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose you've had exhibitions in Juan.
What?
Daniel, darling, why are you so continually looking at your watch? Are you expecting someone?
No, I don't want to intrude if you're expecting company. I'll be back tomorrow.
Yes, goodbye. We'll see you again.
I'm not expecting anyone. Don't go. Sit down and get on with that sketch.
But look, darling, you can't force a creative artist to work. Inspiration comes and goes. You must let him leave if he wants to.
That's right. I'll see you tomorrow.
Sit down.
Darling, don't shout. Wait a minute. I recognize you.
Yeah, me?
Yes. You were at our wedding. Don't you remember, darling? Only he wore a beard. You were at Juan.
Me?
Now think carefully. I can assure you it's worth your while.
Am I intruding?
Oh, Reverend, do take my chair. I'm going.
A car. The police.
What?
I called them. This man was at Juan. He saw Elizabeth. He remembers her. Come on, describe her. Go on.
Monsieur,
Go on.
please, I must go out this way quickly. Merciful heavens, a gun! Reverend, you with a gun?
Quick, the back way.
No, you don't. Leave go, my arm, Corbin. Leave go.
Give me that gun. Help, please. Quickly. What's this? What's the devil?
Inspector, my husband. He took the gun and he shot Malouche. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Give me that gun, Corbin. Give it to me. Oh, you poor demented fool. What have you done now?
Boy, have I got that fuzzy feeling. I gotta get a clean, fresh mouth and a new tongue. Do I need you, Pepsodent?
Heavy-duty Pepsodent.
Cleans up, freshens up.
Toothpaste with the sparkle clean taste.
Heavy-duty Pepsodent works harder than your toothbrush to give you the big clean-up, freshens your breath, gets rid of that fuzzy feeling.
The toothpaste with the sparkle clean taste.
Boy, with heavy-duty Pepsodent, you brush that dullness clean away.
It's here, new Dual.
Yes, Dual is the new floor cleaner that really deserves to be called revolutionary. Because Dual actually cleans and polishes your floors all in one go.
Dual is an entirely new floor cleaner that has its own built-in floor polish as well. Dual saves you hours of work.
With Dual, you get all your washable floors spotlessly clean. And you get a magnificent, hard, non-slip, dirt-resisting shine. All in one go.
And the more you clean with Dual, the more brilliantly your floors shine.
Get new Dual right away. It's the revolutionary new floor cleaner that cleans and polishes all in one go.
Remember, it's Dual. D-U-A-L, Dual.
Inspector, what's going to happen to my husband?
First of all, let me hear your story.
Well, Malouche came to the door and asked me if he could do Daniel's portrait.
That's a lie. You were in the village when he came.
Quiet, monsieur. Proceed, madame.
I persuaded Daniel.
You persuaded?
I thought it might make Daniel relax. Well, they were only alone for a moment. I don't know what they said to each other. And a second later, I heard a shot.
Another lie. She lies, Inspector.
Monsieur, if you will not keep silent, I must ask you to leave the room. And then, madame?
Malouche fell as Father Maximin came in.
Did Monsieur Corbin threaten you as well?
No.
Or you, Father?
He didn't have time. You came in just then. But he would have killed us both if you hadn't, I'm quite certain. You'll have to arrest him, Inspector. You can't allow a dangerous psychopath like that...
Inspector, you must let me speak. You must allow me to speak.
In a moment. Yes? Speaking. Right. Come over immediately. Hurry.
What is it, Inspector?
That is my business. Now then, Monsieur Corbin, give me your version of what happened.
Malouche was a witness at my wedding in Rouen. I sent for you so that he could tell you the truth. But they killed him. They killed my only witness.
On the contrary, Monsieur, there is a second witness on the way.
What?
Someone else?
You won't have long to wait.
Oh, this is tremendous, Inspector. Someone who knows my wife, who knows Elizabeth. Who is it?
You'll know soon enough. If I'm not mistaken, the witness arrives. Monsieur, stand over there with your back to the door. You, Father Maximin, over there.
Of course, Inspector.
And you, madame, go to the top of the stairs. When I call, come down, you will walk down the stairs without a word.
Yes, Inspector.
This witness has no idea why she's been brought here, so her reaction will be spontaneous and incontestable.
Is it a woman?
Quiet, monsieur, and keep your back to the door. I insist. Ah, Francois, Bring Madame in.
Keep your face to the wall.
Well, Inspector, what is this all about? I insist that you tell me.
My apologies. I'm looking for someone who knows the people who live here. One of my men, who is a neighbor of yours, understood you to say you had attended the wife. Is that correct?
Yes. I came to give her an injection 2 weeks ago.
Would you recognize them?
Certainly. There's Monsieur Corbin standing with his back to me.
Excellent.
Madame Bertin, I was never so pleased to see anyone in my whole life.
Are you sure this is Monsieur Corbin?
Positive.
Madame, will you come down the stairs? Who is this, Madame?
Madame Corbin, of course.
Good morning.
What?
And I, too, am pleased and relieved to see you, Madame Bertin.
Are you certain this is Madame Corbin?
Of course I am.
They're all against me. All of them.
I'm afraid I don't understand what's going on, Inspector.
He doesn't recognize his wife.
Oh, how sad. Perhaps he needs treatment or a sedative of some kind. And now, if you've finished with me, perhaps someone could drive me back to Chamonix.
Of course. Francois, will you drive Madame back?
She's lying. I tell you, she's lying. Stop her. Don't let her go.
Why, I'll...
Madame, please, do you mind going?
I have something more to say about this.
She is lying.
Oh, stop that, monsieur. You are begging for a straitjacket.
What?
Madame Corbin, will you go through to the next room? And you, father.
Of course, Inspector. Come, madame.
Now then, monsieur. As far as I'm concerned, Madame Bertin identified your wife, and that's an end to it. I see no reason to doubt her word. That woman through there is your wife, whether you like it or not. If she wasn't, how could you possibly account for the way she has behaved all through this? Why, she has never for a second shown the slightest fear that your other alleged wife might come back.
No, she isn't afraid that Elizabeth will come back because she's sure she won't.
What do you mean?
They know everything. Who could have told them? Who, if not my wife? She must be at the back of it all.
Oh, great heavens, this is definitely insanity. Hello? Yes, it's me. Right. Good. I'll come right over.
What's happened?
That was the hospital about Meluch.
Oh, he's dead? He's dead?
No.
Oh.
They're going to operate. As soon as he's conscious, I'll question him.
Suppose he dies.
Then you'll have to prove you didn't kill him, won't you? I must go straight to the hospital now, monsieur.
You'll be back?
Indeed, yes. I'll be back. There's still a great deal to be done. Excuse me.
So Meluch didn't die after all, darling?
No, he didn't. You thought you were clever. Oh, yes. But you didn't bargain on Meluch, did you now? And you can't get at him. You can't bribe Meluch. He'll talk.
Oh, no, he won't.
Yes, he will. He will. He's honest. He'll tell the truth.
He won't.
What's to stop him?
Death.
Are you ready?
Yes, I've packed everything I could lay my hands on. What's Corbin doing?
Nothing. He seems dazed.
Does he know where he's being taken?
Yes, he didn't react at all. Meluch's death has stunned him. Ah, here he is now. We were talking about you, Corbin. You'll be very comfortable at the clinic. We'll visit you as often as we can.
I don't want to leave here.
My friend, you've killed a man. You keep forgetting that. The inspector wants you to go to the clinic. He thinks it's a good idea, and so do I. You trust the inspector, don't you?
But what's all that luggage there?
You may have to stay there for several days under observation before the law decides what's to be done with you.
You'll never get away with this. And I'm not going. I'm not.
This is official. You are going to this clinic as a patient. Then you'll be sent to trial, unless the doctors prove that you're unfit to plead.
Get the luggage into the car, Father.
Right.
I'm not leaving here, and neither are you.
Oh, yes, we are. All of us. You're coming for a nice long drive. Come along now, hurry.
Corbin, I don't want to be forced to carry you to the car.
I did not kill Meluch.
He died on the operating table as a result of bullet wounds inflicted by you. It was you, Corbin. This is murder. Now, come on. That's enough of this talking.
Here's the inspector.
What?
Oh, Inspector, we were just driving my husband to the clinic now.
There is no need, madame.
Oh?
Why?
What happened, Inspector? What happened?
You'll be relieved to know, Monsieur Corbin, that you did not kill Meluch.
What?
But surely... We both saw him.
It was a shot in the shoulder, not a fatal wound by any means. A minor operation.
But I was given to understand that he died on the operating table.
He died 5 minutes after he returned to his ward.
Shock, obviously.
I don't think so. They're performing an autopsy now. They'll let me know immediately they get the results.
Oh, Inspector, what a relief.
A male nurse was seen leaving Maluch's room just before he died. The hospital staff are being questioned. The trouble is one man in a white coat looks very like another.
He must have done it. He must have killed Maluch.
Don't be absurd.
You left here after they took Maluch to hospital. You killed him because he was my only witness.
Keep quiet, will you?
You're a complete fool, Inspector. These people are tricking you.
Yes, I am a complete fool. I should have arrested you long ago.
Then why don't you? Why don't you? Why send me to the clinic with these two people? Why? I want to be arrested. At least I'll be safe in jail. Yes, Inspector, arrest me for the attempted murder of Maluch. I'll get a clever lawyer. I'll prove my case, and then, by heavens, I'll expose this woman for the impostor she really is.
Darling, you don't know what you're saying.
I shot Maluch deliberately, with intent to kill. Now, Inspector, arrest me and take me to Chamonix.
Ignore him, Inspector.
Inspector.